Lightning struck the sky, the thought that the world was destroyed. The beast lay on the ground. It was said that the comrades with whom he fought side by side, risking their lives. The knights were dead. It was thought that the 10 great knights who protected the continent had spent all their mana and life energy. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that the polluted land was filled with only death. He dragged the hammer behind him. The corpse lay on the ground. It was said that what happened? The man was covered in blood. It was thought that this was a tragedy. The monster kicked the ground. It was thought that the actions of one bastard led to it. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that it was not bad. Luke stretched out his hand forward and asked what he was saying. He was Ben. Looking at him, the hero heard that he recognized his strength. Grinning, the monster said that, but he himself understood, he was a little short to reach and take his life. Suddenly, a glow appeared around the hammer. The protagonist jumped up. He swung his arm and shouted furiously. Ben suddenly used the lightning burst skill. The monster parried his blow and said that it was useless, let him give up already. The hero looked furiously and shouted that he should shut his mouth. Suddenly, he hit the ground and used the meteorite burst skill. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it was too noisy. A bright lightning appeared in front of the monster. Suddenly, a devastating explosion flared up. Ben grinned and said that it was finally quiet. He was standing in the middle of the pit. Crouching down, the hero said that although he would die too. A glow appeared near his hand. Gritting his teeth, he said that damn, there is not enough mana. Looking at his hands, the protagonist thought that his life had gone wrong from the very beginning. He ran forward. The thought appeared that only famous knights and aristocrats are taught mana training methods. Ben climbed the rock. It was said that at his disposal was only trial and error. He grinned and thought that when he rose to the heights of knighthood. The hero closed his eyes and added that he thought that all the banal problems were now behind him. But was it really so? He was overwhelmed with regret. The protagonist turned around. A thought arose that he would have started training mana with the right methods. Looking at the city, he thought that perhaps then he could protect the continent, or even everyone. Holding his hand near the wound, Ben said that the mana supply was depleted. The monster's eyes lit up. A thought arose that the demon king, Luke, had incredible power. The hero frowned and thought that, but he was only the captain of the 7th Army Corps. Monsters appeared, and he added that how strong were the other captains. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist heard someone address him. He turned around abruptly. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that he was still alive. Closing his eyes, he replied that, alas, he was already dying. Looking to the side, Edgar said that he wanted to ask him a question before he passed away. Looking at the hero, he asked why he hadn't fled the battlefield, to which the hero asked him again. Lying on the ground, the man said that he had heard that he was born in poverty. Didn't he have something to protect? Frowning, he added that he must have suffered for a long time. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he was curious about what old people talked about before they died. The man raised his eyebrows and asked again, hearing that it was a shame. Holding the weapon in his hands, Ben said that he didn't like to look weak. Looking straight ahead, he added that a real man should hold his head high. To hell with desertion. Edgar closed his eyes and laughed out loud. Looking at him, the hero said that he still had the strength to laugh. He frowned, hearing that okay, that's enough. He convinced him, he would believe in his talent. Pride helped him become one of the 10 great knights. Grinning, Edgar said that when he returned, let him find him. Looking away, the protagonist asked how to understand this, to which the man replied that of course, he would not believe him if he simply came to him, so let him remember one of his secrets. Pointing to the ring, he added that his unborn daughter was called Lily, in honor of his and his wife's favorite flower. Ben looked at the glow in surprise. Edgar closed his eyes and said that although he did not like it that much, this was the most important part of the secret. Let him not forget. Lowering his head, he added that let him find it as soon as possible. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked again. He froze in amazement and thought that he was losing consciousness. He died. The protagonist opened his eyes. Lying on the bed, he thought that the room looked familiar. The dead also dream. Looking away, Ben added that this dream again, even after death he has to look again at. The girl closed her eyes. A thought appeared that his painful past, in which he caught the death of his sister, and the theft of her corpse. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that when she died, those guys burst in. Looking straight ahead, he heard that as he remembered that this brat hid the gold ring, so he boiled with anger. The girl was beaten. A thought appeared that, by the way, he hid the ring, and his sister covered it and got hit. Suddenly a man burst into the room and said that because of this creature Zack almost beat them up, he should give her a couple more thrashings so that she would not make mistakes in the future. While kicking her, he added that how dare she sleep. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he had been on the verge of death for several days. His sister had not treated her wounds and had been looking after him all the time, which is why she had died. The girl fell to the floor. The guy crouched down and asked what had happened, that she had died from the kick, and the man said that he had seen it. He called it a hectopascal kick. Ben clenched his teeth angrily and thought that they had realized that she had died, but they did not care. The people were carrying the girl, and he added that they would take the body anyway. Lowering his head, the man asked what they should do with her, since she was already dead, to which the guy replied that he didn't know. There were all sorts of necrophilic perverts, and even if you sell her for organs, you could make some good money. Looking away, the hero thought no. He closed his eyes and added that he couldn't protect her even in his sleep. The protagonist tried to raise his hand and thought that he should let it move. Suddenly, a glow appeared around his hand. Ben looked at him in surprise and thought that he had succeeded. He stretched his arms forward and shouted for them to stop. The protagonist abruptly threw the man aside. He flew into the wall and closed his eyes. Sitting on the ground, the man asked what the hell was going on. He stood up and said that it was because of his sister's death. The bandit looked at him furiously and added that he had gone crazy or something. They began to beat the protagonist, shouting for him to fuck off and go away. The protagonist gritted his teeth in pain. The men looked at him furiously. The bandit spat to the side and said that he was a vile scum, and the other added that he was happy to stay with the corpse. Ben hugged his sister. He opened his eyes wide and thought about what was happening. Everything was different. The girl was unconscious. The thought appeared that he had this dream over and over again, but now the ending had changed. Looking at his hands, the hero thought how this could have happened suddenly, and then said that actually. He lowered his head and added that he couldn't even use mana that time. Oh well. The man closed his eyes and said that when he returned, let him find him. Stretching his hands in front of him, the protagonist thought that he really returned him to the past. Gritting his teeth, he added that everything was happening in reality. Opening his eyes wide, Ben thought that he could change the future. The hero began to cry, screaming that the damn old man, if he decided to send him back, he could have done it a couple of days earlier. Why at that moment? Suddenly blood flew out of his mouth. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that damn, what a weak body he had, and then thought that yes, he understands, there is no reason to be angry. Gritting his teeth, he added that the Emperor of the Sword himself was not confident in his strength. Looking at his sister, Ben thought that he would consider that he had a chance to say goodbye to her. Tears appeared in his eyes and the hero thought that in his past life such an opportunity did not present itself. The man grinned and said that he should find him as soon as possible. Wiping away his tears, the protagonist thought that he should let the Emperor of the Sword wait a little. Images of bandits appeared. The thought appeared that as soon as he sorted out what he had to, he would immediately rush to search. The bastard who killed his sister was Zack. Clenching his fist, Ben thought that in his past life he had hardly dealt with him, but in this one he would take full revenge. He looked down and added that but first. The hero sat down next to the girl and thought that he and his sister needed to visit somewhere. A view of the temple opened up. The girl was lying among the petals. The thought appeared that Erina was not his relative. Looking down, the protagonist thought that they both just had dark hair, which was a rarity on the continent. He looked away. The thought occurred to him that black was considered the color of bad luck, so many people avoided and bullied him. The girl smirked. It was said that, however, he reminded her of her little brother, whom she lost. She gave him the name Ben and took care of him as if he were her own. The hero gritted his teeth and thought he couldn't believe he would have to bury her without paying for all the good she had done for him. Holding the book in his hands, the priest said that in the name of the goddess, the creator of heaven and earth, they pray for the eternal repose of Sister Erina. The girl looked at the hero and thought that he was not himself. She raised her eyebrows and added that it was because of the death of her sister. The protagonist lowered his head. The thought appeared that even now. Looking at the hero, the girl asked again. Emma looked in amazement and thought that stop, Ben ate rice, and she added that she had the strength in front of the dead Erina. The hero frowned. The thought appeared what was happening. The girl opened her eyes wide, thinking that his wounds had disappeared. The protagonist picked up the girl in his arms. Stretching her arms forward, Emma asked where he was taking her, to which he replied that everything was fine. The girl froze in amazement and asked again. Looking at her, Ben heard that why he listened only to Erina, and ignored her even now, to which he addressed. Emma's eyes widened, hearing that thank you for the food. She froze when she heard that he promised that he would repay her for her help. A view of the house opened up. It was heard that he should stop. Putting her hand to her face, Emma thought that he had arranged a funeral for her. Looking at the hero, she added what was going on in his head. Frowning, the hero thought that this was the only way he could repay her for her kindness. He clenched his fists and added that there was no need to blame himself and lower his gaze. Erina would be against it. Grinning, the girl said that she should always hold her head high, not be ashamed of anything and look forward. A thought arose that she never stopped repeating this. Standing near the coffin, the protagonist thought about her. Raising his head up, he thought that let him watch over him from heaven, he would have nothing to regret in this life. Ben stood in the middle of the city. Smiling, he said, "Well, go ahead." The hero took a step forward. Looking at him, the man asked that this was not the beggar, to which the guy replied that the tax collector was supposed to come to them now. Frowning, the protagonist asked that Zack was there. Rolling up his sleeves, the man asked how dare he say his name out loud. Swinging, he added that he was out of his mind. Ben grabbed his hand and asked again. He smiled and added that he was not allowed to say his name. The man screamed loudly in pain. He fell to the ground and said about his hand, and the guy thought what was going on. Why was he acting like this? Gritting his teeth, the bandit thought that he was high on something. Stretching his hand forward, he added that let it be, it was just a child. The man grabbed the hero abruptly. He tried to lift him up, thinking that he would just throw him out. The bandit clenched his teeth and thought, what is this? He weighs like a piece of iron, and the protagonist said that he is heavier than he looks, he is overflowing with strength. Grinning, Ben told him not to overexert himself. Kicking him, he added that it was all useless. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, great. His image from the future appeared. The thought appeared that his mana body was in place. In his past life it was in the wrong position, which caused the discord. The protagonist stood still. It was said that the secret of the secret technique he invented is that he uses two bodies to strengthen himself many times over. Ben clenched his fists and thought that due to the perfect combination of the body consisting of mana body, and his own, the effects of this secret technique are good, but to maintain shape, it is important to eat well. The girl lowered her head and said that all her food for 10 days was here, and the thought occurred to her that Emma had helped. The man fell to the ground. Walking forward, the hero said that by creating a mana body this time, he understood the reason why it had turned out badly in his past life. Smiling, he added that it was easier for weak, newly awakened mana in a wounded body to take the right place. The bandit turned around and asked what he was talking about. Grabbing his leg, the protagonist replied that he was just thanking her. He lifted the man up and added that they had beaten him half to death. Ben threw the man toward the building. He flew right into the room. People looked at him in surprise, and it was heard that they had an uninvited guest. The hero walked through the smoke, and someone asked who the hell he was. He grinned, and a question was heard that he was a beggar. A glow appeared around the protagonist, and the man asked that he had come alone. The people's eyes lit up, and it was heard that he was hoping for something by coming here without a weapon. Rushing forward, Ben asked what made him think he didn't have one. He grabbed the man's leg abruptly. The protagonist smiled and said that this was it. The man screamed in fear. The protagonist began to swing it. He abruptly struck all the bandits. The man raised his head in amazement. He froze, his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Ben swung at him. The protagonist struck hard. The man was unconscious. The man rolled his eyes. The protagonist stood still. Ben looked to the side and said that the pawns were finished, only they remained. The man took up his sword. Pointing at himself, the protagonist said that they should go down. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man said that he would cut his body in two. A glow appeared around the protagonist. Looking at him, the bandit said that he was using mana. Joe smirked and said that the corpse of the owner of mana, to which Rick asked what could be sold at an inflated price. Yes. Suddenly they jumped up. Looking down, Ben said that he had become unusable. The man looked surprised and asked that he used the man as a weapon. Frowning, he added that he was crazy, he should act a little more honorably. Looking at him, the hero asked what and how to do it. Clenching his fists, the man replied that instead of using such brutal methods, he should learn martial arts. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. Smiling, he asked if it was worth having a noble fight now. The brothers swung at him. They began to swing their swords. Ben deftly dodged them. Joe looked amazed and thought that he had predicted their movements. Suddenly, the hero struck him. Rick opened his eyes in fear. The protagonist abruptly struck from his knee. Then he jumped up. Ben grabbed the guy's body. He threw it to the side. The hero slid on the ground. Then he swung his leg. A loud sound was heard in the building. The guy fell to the ground. The man closed his eyes. Looking to the side, he asked who was there. The protagonist took a step forward. He frowned. It was said that in his past life he was very surprised. The monster's mouth appeared. The thought appeared that Zack, who led a bandit lifestyle in a remote area. Looking at the monster, Ben thought that he was not a man, but a beast man, whose race is considered one of the strongest. The hero gritted his teeth. The thought appeared that, moreover, he was a silver wolf, a special creature among beast men. The monster's eyes lit up. The beast man sat on the throne. It was said that since this characteristic only appears in direct descendants of the imperial family of werewolves, he never understood why someone so famous lives in such a place. The man looked away. The thought occurred to him that in his past life he had managed to kill him with difficulty, so there was no time for questions. Looking at the hero, Zack asked why he did it, and the protagonist thought that this time he would beat him up and find out what he wanted. Smiling, Ben asked what and what. It was unclear, by the way, whether these were the last words he wanted. The man's eyes lit up and he said that the arrogant brat, he would rip his throat out. Suddenly, fur appeared on his back. Crossing his arms, the hero replied that this was where it was worth starting. Claws appeared on his hands. He stamped his foot on the floor. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that like this. He looked surprised and asked what was the matter. Putting his hands on his hips, Ben said that his fur was not silver. The beast man was surprised to hear that he was the son of a dog, or something. The wolf looked furiously and asked a dog. He rushed forward, and the hero asked what was going on. Suddenly, the beast man waved his hand, and the protagonist thought that he was stronger and faster than his brothers. Ben deftly dodged his attacks. Looking down, the hero thought that he was weaker than he was in his past life. He grabbed him by the head abruptly. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what he thought. He came back for such a pitiful sight. The wolf opened his eyes in amazement. He grabbed his head and screamed. Ben smiled, looking at him, and thought about what his fellow beastman said. The beastman turned around and said that he would teach him how to deal with representatives of his race when they go mad. The wolf abruptly rushed forward. He began to strike many blows. The hero ran forward and said that a good thrashing. Striking with his foot, he added that the best cure for dog rabies. The wolf fell to the ground. The protagonist grinned and told him not to die yet. He kicked him and added that he had only just begun. Raising his finger, the beastman said that they could be treated more roughly. Beastmen have excellent regenerative abilities. The protagonist swung his leg sharply. The wolf hit the wall. Zack raised his head up. Ben looked at him. Suddenly, Zack transformed into a human. Standing in front of him, the hero asked him what he had come to. The man looked at him in fear and asked what the hell he was doing here, what he wanted. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it was enough. This time it would not end with his spine being broken. Zack opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. A building appeared, and it was heard that he should beg for his sister's forgiveness. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he hoped this would help Erina calm down. Raising his hand, he added that he really wanted to wring his neck. The man began to beg for mercy, saying that he was so sorry. Bending down, he added that he was very sorry. Standing in front of him, Ben said that he wanted to chop him into pieces and bring him to her grave, to which Zack apologized. He opened his eyes wide and said that he was sorry. Closing his eyes, the hero said that she did not want to meet him in the afterlife. Looking away, he added that while he was beating him, let him tell him why beastmen live in such places. Picking up a stone, the protagonist said that in his past life he did not find such a stone. Surprised, widening his eyes, he said that this is the same. Ben raised his eyebrows and thought that demonic energy. Suddenly, black particles appeared above him. A furious monster appeared. The hero looked at it in amazement. Walking straight, the protagonist asked what she wanted to show him, to which the girl replied that the mystical creatures that live here. Raising his head, Ben thought that the mystical creatures were creatures that appeared during the accumulation of mana by their bodies for several centuries, and then said that he did not know that they lived outside of Elfheim. Looking at the animal, the hero said that spirits are a rare phenomenon, to which he was asked that he called the souls of animals demons. Standing with his back to the girl, he replied that although he is not a spiritual mage, he knows about them, to which the girl said that then. She smirked and asked what he could. He knows what the essence of the spirit is. Particles were flying around the stone. Surprised, his eyes widened, the protagonist said that a spiritual stone. Looking at the man, he asked where the wolf got such a precious object. Gritting his teeth, Ben said that he was in a strange state, why the spiritual stone contained energy inherent in demonic beasts. Looking at the particles, he added that in any case, first you need to get rid of it. Suddenly the hero struck with his fist. The wolf raised its head and screamed. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and wondered what was going on. The beast's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that this was a spirit's memory. The people smirked. It was said that some suspicious people surrounded him. Wait, they were all using demonic energy. Suddenly they struck the wolf. The people continued to attack him. The wolf opened its mouth and screamed. He fell to the ground. Black particles flew around the sword. The hunters struck the beast. The man smirked. The thought appeared that they came for the spiritual stone. The guy looked in amazement. The thought appeared that who is this child? Why did they give the stone to him? The monster's eyes lit up and he screamed. It was said that these bastards are trying to absorb the spiritual stone to create a beast man. This child is Zack. Looking down, the hero asked that someone had created him. Yes, said that he had come too early in this life, and that he had not fully absorbed the spiritual stone. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. The wolf screamed furiously. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked him to stop. Stretching his hand forward, he added that this bastard should suffer properly before dying. With wide eyes, Ben asked that he understood him. Surprisingly, he did not know that he was predisposed to spiritual magic. The girl, looking straight, asked that he was wondering if a person could become a spiritual mage, said that it was possible if he had a pure soul and a decent amount of mana. The hero put his hand behind his head, hearing that only children are innocent enough for such a thing. Frowning, he said that Ashley said something like that, he is just a child now, but... Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he was not sure that he was innocent enough. The wolf in front of him nodded his head. Ben looked at him in surprise. The hero extended his fist in front of him. He held a stone in his hands, which said that when he removed the spell, his mana penetrated his spirit stone. A glow emanated from the stone. It was said that by filling it with powers, and therefore they understand each other. The wolf in front of him nodded his head. Looking up, the protagonist asked that, in simple terms, they can now make a contract. The wolf nodded his head again. Extending his hand, Ben agreed. The girl aimed her bow. A thought appeared that spirits do not need constant attention, like magic. As long as mana supports their existence, they will help. Most spirits became stronger to match their mage. That is why Ashley is one of the 10 great knights. Suddenly the wolf exclaimed angrily, to which the hero asked that he had a request. The beast's eyes lit up. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was asking for revenge for him. He smirked and said that it was easy. He was going to kill everyone who was connected to demons anyway. Ben touched the wolf. Looking at it, he thought that the last stage of making a contract with a spirit was agreeing on the rules of coexistence, and then asked what he would call it. Smiling, the hero said that he would choose a name that he liked. The moon appeared, and Archie was heard. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked what and how to do with him, said that he could not believe that someone created a beast man with a spiritual stone. The eyes of the people lit up. A thought appeared that judging by the fact that they had demonic energy, they must be demon followers, fanatics who renounced the goddess and worshipped the demon race. Putting a hand to his face, Ben thought that they had caused a lot of trouble even before the Demon King's army arrived, but then he was in the labyrinth, so he did not know the details. Kneeling, Zack apologized to the girl, to which the hero replied that she should shut up, asked that the demon's followers gave him the spiritual stone. Looking straight ahead, the man said the girl's name, and he added that he was completely out of his mind. Let him come to his senses. The man looked at the wolf in fear. Lying on the floor, Zack asked what the wolf was, to which the protagonist asked again that where were those who gave him the spiritual stone. With his eyes wide open, the man answered that their organization, and he was asked where what was located and what their organization did. He slapped his hand on the floor. The man laughed and said that they. With his eyes wide open, Zack said that they would not let them go. He was just a test subject. Looking down, he added that they were extremely strong. Suddenly his head exploded. The hero looked at him in surprise. He put his hand behind his head and said that it was a curse. A spell had worked on him to keep him from blabbering. He seemed to have heard something like that in his past life. Zack frowned and shouted that the organization would come for him. It was heard that he thought he was talking about his subordinates who remained on the first floor. The protagonist gritted his teeth. It was said that, well, in his past life, they didn't even know that Zack was a beast man. He closed his eyes and said that okay, he wasn't one to think. Ben looked at the sphere and added that something else was important. He took the man's hand and said that he should give them back what he had taken. The hero threw the man at the wall. A valve appeared on the wall. Looking down, the protagonist said that he thought the Sword Emperor could use the information he had obtained here. He should tell him when he had the chance. A glow appeared on the wall. It was heard that it was for the sake of a former comrade. Ben raised the man's hand. He grinned and said no, for the sake of his future comrade's trust. Holding the ring in his hands, the hero said that he should grab this. The ring appeared. It was heard that it was Edgar's family ring. Grinning, the girl asked what his name was. Sitting on the ground, the hero answered that it was Ben. Taking off the ring, she said that it was a charming name, it suited him. Giving him the ring, the girl added that here, let him take it, let him find it later, then she could help him. He knows who she is, right? Standing next to the wolf, the protagonist said that anyone in the kingdom of Aslan knows her. Kloe grinned. It was said that she was the youngest daughter of the Emperor of the Sword, Edgar. She stood in front of her grandmother. The thought appeared that the one who was known for her good deeds, for which she was nicknamed an angel, she must have turned 16, she became an adult. People raised their hands. It was said that Edgar's family has a tradition of going around their estates at this age. The girl stood in front of the statue. The idea came up that she would bring flowers to each temple and introduce herself. The hero sat in front of her. It was said that this is why they met in the red light district, which is described in the documents as the most remote place in the duchy. The protagonist looked at her. Holding the ring in his hands, he thought that in his past life, he did not return the ring, because he took revenge later. Because of this, it was more difficult for him to gain support. Putting it in his pocket, Ben added that but this time it will be different. With the ring it will be easier to meet the Emperor of the Sword. Looking to the side, he heard what and where this bastard was. Smiling, the hero thought that they were in time. A glow appeared around the man. He clenched his fist tightly. The man walked straight. He looked to the side, hearing that he was grabbed by the legs and spun around, to which he replied that he was sure that this was the work of the owner of the manor. Looking down, the knight asked that the child turn everything upside down here. Looking at him, the guy said that yes, that's right, with his help they will deal with him in a moment. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that he had told them not to overdo it with the drugs, to which he replied that it was not the case. The knight kicked the man and added that this is how Zack looks after his subordinates. Rem smirked and thought, okay, he could use this as an excuse to raise their taxes. He looked away and exclaimed in surprise. The hero looked at him. He heard that it was that bastard, it was him. Looking at him, the man asked what kind of mess he had made here, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Frowning, the captain asked that he at least realized what he had done. Ben closed his eyes and asked again what was the matter, said that he had just dealt with the bandits, nothing special, and they, the knights, why did they come here? Smirking, he added that he thought Zack paid them well. The captain looked at him furiously, and asked him why he had no sense of fear at all. Rushing forward, he added that how dare he. Looking at his hand, the hero thought that it seemed that he was a master of mana, who had not even reached the second level. Suddenly, the protagonist parried his blow. The man looked away in surprise. Frowning, Ben thought that if so, then even now he could defeat him. The captain looked at his leg in amazement. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The man clenched his teeth and wheezed. The hero grinned and thought that, however, it would be better to limit himself to demonstrating his strength. The knight frowned and said that it was not bad. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up, thinking that it was not worthwhile to quarrel with the Lord of Fills yet. He bounced off the wall and added that since many knights serve him. Ben climbed the stairs and thought that he needed to make him decide to retreat himself. Grabbing the weapon, the man said that he would see how he would respond to this blow. The hero smiled, looking at him. A wolf appeared behind him, to which the man asked what the spirit was. The beast looked furiously. The knight looked at him in fear. Grinning, the protagonist thought that in such a tiny room it was impossible not to notice the spirit, and then asked what, so what, calmed down a little, offered to talk. Holding the weapon in his hands, Rem heard that they would be honest. He did not care about what was happening here, as long as the fee remained the same, right? To which he asked what he was hinting at. Soya in front of him, Ben replied that he would give him money instead of Zack. Grinning, the knight said that an unexpected offer from a child, asked how old he was, he turned into a boy with the help of magic. Looking at him, the hero said that to hell with magic, it's just that the local lands are his home, many among the invaders know him because of his dark hair. The man sat down and said okay, asked what but did he have 5 gold yangs. The knight looked at him in surprise, hearing that he was joking, and hadn't he overstated the amount. Frowning, the protagonist said that they most likely gave him 1 yang, he was offering 1.5. Frowning, Ram shouted that he was a bastard. Standing in front of him, Ben said that if he didn't want to, they could fight here and now. The man raised his eyebrows in confusion. Leaving, he said that the world was going to hell, he couldn't believe that a child could talk like that. Looking at him, the hero asked what he would say. Walking forward, the knight said that he should pay on time. Looking at him, the guy asked that he just leave. Hitting him, Ram shouted for him to shut his mouth. The man caught the coin, hearing him stop. Grinning, the protagonist said that since the head of this place had changed, he should introduce himself to Lord Fills, asked that he would arrange a meeting with him. The knight's eyes widened and he replied that he would pass on his request, and that he should better keep in mind that if he did not pay the tax on time, he would know the wrath of the Lord. Looking at him, Ben responded approvingly. He smiled broadly and thought that if the next tax collection would take place at all. The guys began to leave, to which the hero asked where they were going. They turned around, hearing that he was giving them 1 hour to gather the whole gang and bring here all the women working for them and beggars. For every minute of delay he would kill one of them. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist added that if they tried to escape, his spirit would track them down and finish them off. Grinning, he said that they should remember, they had 1 hour. The guys quickly ran forward. Looking at the ring, Ben said that if everything went according to plan, he would be here in less than a week, and was looking forward to their meeting. Sitting on the stairs, he heard that they had gathered everyone. Rushing forward, Emma turned to him. She looked at his hand in fear and asked what was wrong with it. Zack had beaten him again. Looking away, the hero replied that it was not his blood, Zack was dead. Standing in front of the corpse, the girl asked if it was really him. Looking at the people, the protagonist thought that everyone was scared. Everyone knew that Lord Fills was looking after Zack. Lowering his head, he heard that if he turned his anger on them, using the excuse that they had gone against him, to which Ben replied that he would. The hero grinned and said that rebellion was a terrible crime, so what would happen to Lord Fills if it turned out that he had deceived the Duke? Standing in front of the building, the guard said that he hadn't seen Sir Ram lately, he was on vacation. Closing his eyes, the man asked what he hadn't heard. Because of what happened to the invaders he was put on probation, to which the guard asked what he had done. People were running away from the wolf. It was heard that he heard about a fight in which a gang of robbers got involved. He about when they saw a monster, everyone answered as one that they met a huge wolf monster that was chasing them. The corpse was lying on the floor. It was said that yes, it looked like them. The former leader of the gang was so mutilated that it was impossible to recognize. Ram put his hand to his face. It was heard that all his money seemed to have evaporated. The carriage was driving down the street. It was heard that but what is this connected with Sir Ram? It seems he had some difficulties when he spoke with their new leader. Customers send complaints, since all the establishments are closed. Closing his eyes, the man said that lately the city has not been profitable at all, to which the guard replied that it is understandable that the Lord is very upset about this. Standing around the corner, the protagonist heard that perhaps that is why he called the new leader to him. Looking straight ahead, he heard that what is his name. Sitting on the stairs, the protagonist asked what will happen to Lord Phils if it turns out that he deceived the Duke. Looking at him, the girl asked what he was talking about. Looking down, Ben thought that all the aristocrats remained the same as they seemed to him in his past life. Personally, he did not find anything. Checking the account book, the hero stood in front of the man. The thought appeared that but the Lord offered half of Zack's wealth for her, and the opportunity to take a couple of friends away from the invaders. Looking at the book, the protagonist thought that however, now he has other priorities. Despite the fact that he is not the smartest person, the life of a knight helped him understand. The man looked straight. It was said that there is a hierarchy among the aristocrats. Looking down, Ben thought that thanks to this, the Lord would be finished. Looking at the girl, he said that he does not need to understand everything. It is not important, to which she asked again. Standing in front of him, people heard that the main thing now is that Zack will not bother them anymore, they are free. Emma looked in surprise and asked again. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero said that they have one last chance to vent their anger on him. The girl looked to the side in amazement. Her hand trembled. She took a step forward. Emma kicked him and screamed that he was a bastard. She lowered her head and added that she was the daughter of a successful merchant, having destroyed their family. The girls rushed forward, screaming that let him burn in hell, they would avenge their friends, whom he beat to death. The protagonist looked at them silently. Looking away, he thought that he was bad at comforting. The people were dragging the safe, and Ben added that it was not his style to repay debts like that. Besides, it was not enough to heal all their wounds. The safe fell to the floor. The thought appeared that however, sitting on the stairs, the hero said that they should take as much as they could carry. Jewels appeared. The thought arose that money could be the best consolation. The girls looked in surprise, hearing that it belonged to Zack. Those whom he forced to stay here, let them take the money and leave, to which the girl asked that he was giving them money. Really? The protagonist stood near the safe. Looking at him, Emma asked what about him, to which he replied that he was fine, he had already taken the necessary amount. Raising her eyebrows, she added that she was not sure if he understood due to his age, but there was no person in the world who would not need extra funds. Looking at her, Ben asked where, in her opinion, this money came from. People looked at the jewels. It was heard that he would not need so much. The girls smiled. It was said that he had never seen so many coins, if only they were his. The girls looked at him in surprise, hearing the address. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if they did something bad to appropriate everything for themselves, or told the Lord about the money. Suddenly, the wolf appeared behind him. The people looked at him in fear, hearing that his friend would tear them to pieces. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that if he planned to leave Phil's, he recommended heading to Diane. Let him not forget that they should move in groups, and take a mercenary from the guild. Pointing at him, Emma asked that they should leave, and what about him? To which Ben replied that he still had business. Looking straight ahead, the girl addressed him. The wolf stood behind him. It was heard that he was strong, so he could take care of himself. They would do as he said, go to Diane, let him visit her when he wants to rest. Okay. Grinning, the hero thanked her. The building opened up, and it was heard that from this day on the red light district in Phil's was closed for business. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist heard the new leader being called, to which he replied Ben. Standing in front of him, a guard asked what the child was. How long had he been here? Looking down, the man said that the Lord and Sonora lived here. Commoners like him should not hang around nearby. And another asked what and how he knew the name of the new leader. They looked at him in fear, hearing that, well, he was the new leader. The guards quickly ran away. The hero rolled his eyes and thought that from now on, wherever he went, he would get the same reaction. He stood silently in front of the man. Kevin grinned and said that he had heard about him from Rem, but he was younger than he imagined. Raising his head, the protagonist asked that it was customary to make guests stand while he examined them. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he should watch his language. He asked again in surprise, hearing that he could advise him the same thing, that he should not play the fool and not act as if he was more important than the Lord. Frowning, Ben said that he was a guest in this house, but at the same time, he was trying to raise a sword at him. He was crazy. The man looked angrily and replied that more was not worth expecting from a man with his past. He was literally breathing bile. Rolling his eyes, the hero said that in his opinion, the stench came from his mouth, and then thought that he was the most rotten person in the entire knightly order. Grabbing the weapon, the master shouted. The man stood in front of him and said that the Lord was waiting for his guest. Kevin clenched his teeth tightly. The protagonist closed his eyes. Putting away the sword, the knight said that it was true, asking to forgive him for his behavior. Turning around, he added that he should watch his manners. The Lord, unlike him, was a strict man, to which Ben said yes, as he says. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that if only he was allowed, he would finish him off right there. People were moving forward. Standing in front of the door, Kevin said that Ben had arrived from the back streets. The man grinned and said that he should come in. Entering the office, the hero said that he asked to be forgiven for. He opened his eyes in surprise and thought that it was the Lord. Bowing, the protagonist said that it was an honor for him to meet the Lord of Fills, to which he was asked where he learned his manners. Sitting in front of the Lord, he replied that he had practiced a little to be worthy of being in his presence. Smiling, Timon said that he was good at pretending to be a knight. Frowning, Ben thought that damn, it would not be so easy to get used to him. The man sat on the sofa. The thought occurred to him that this was indeed the Lord he knew. He remembered he was addicted to drugs. So this is what he looked like before he became addicted to them. Well, appearance is not important, because inside he is still the same aristocrat. Lowering his head, the hero thought that whatever the reason, the ledger that was sent to the Duke would finish him off instead of him, so for now he would distract his attention. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the Lord said that it seemed he had not honored Sir Kevin with such courtesy. Standing up, the protagonist asked that it was possible to treat the master and his servants equally. Smirking, he added that he would also like to enter his service. The knight asked in surprise, and Timon asked if this meant that he considered Sir Kevin his rival. It seemed their young guest was aiming high. Frowning, he added that he was certainly young, perhaps he had some dwarven or elven blood in him. They asked in surprise, hearing that it was nonsense, he had only turned 13 this year. The man leaned against the chair and said that, well, he supposed it didn't matter, especially since he had come to them. Standing up, he added that, however. Looking down, the Lord said that he was asking to be his servant, having caused too much damage to his property. Gritting his teeth, he added that he would like to hear his explanation. Looking at him, the hero replied that it was for his own good, to which he asked again. Standing in front of him, Timon shouted that he thought he was quite smart, but it seemed he didn't understand how the world worked. Looking at him, Kevin said that if he wanted, he could get rid of him in a moment, to which the protagonist said that he knew. Frowning, he continued that the Duke had started to fight drug trafficking and prostitution. Kevin looked at him in surprise and asked again. The girl took off her ring, and it seemed that he was sure that he knew that the lady had visited his lands some time ago. Smiling widely, Ben said that her people had told him about it. He just wanted to clean everything up for him before it became a mess. And then he thought that it was true, so even if he decided to check his words, he would not find anything. Putting his hand to his face, the Lord said that he had heard about it. During the coming-of-age ceremony of their youngest daughter, they had planned something grand. Frowning, the knight said that the boy was talking to him, and Valentino was full of brothels, so why them? Gritting his teeth, Timon replied that he should watch his tongue. Bowing, the knight apologized, and he added that very well, even if his approach was primitive, but if what he said was true, he should be rewarded. Closing his eyes, the hero thanked him, to which he heard that, however, he still needed to make sure of something. Sitting on the couch, the man said that it turned out that he had a spirit under his control. His eyes lit up and he added that he stole it from the wolf's spiritual stone. Lowering his head, the protagonist wondered how he knew. The wolf appeared behind him. Ben opened his eyes in amazement. Bright rays appeared around the heart. The man grinned. A thought appeared that the circle consisting of demonic energy, was he a dark magician? The man stood on corpses. It was said that demons never lend their power without sacrifices. A second-level magician is either a lunatic who killed hundreds of people, or he sacrificed the lives of dozens of people. The man lowered his head and asked what they should do with her since she was already dead, to which the guy replied that he didn't know. There were all sorts of perverted necrophiles, and even if you sold her for organs, you could make some good money. Smiling, Joe said that the corpse was the owner of the mana, and Rick asked what could be sold at an inflated price. Yes. The hero, looking straight ahead, thought that it turned out that he was the one buying the corpses from the invaders. He bowed and added that there was a dark magician behind him who supported him. Zach, what a bastard, and the Lord said that he was waiting for an answer. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he didn't understand his question. Sitting on the couch, the Lord turned to Kevin, to which he responded. Gritting his teeth, Ben thought that things were bad. With his current strength he wouldn't be able to defeat both of them, and then turned to Archie. The wolf rushed towards the knight. Sitting on the couch, the man said that he really was the lord of the forest. Gritting his teeth, he added that damn, useless stump. Frowning, the Lord said that since things turned out like this, there was nothing to be done. They needed to get a new test subject. Looking at him, the hero thought that the test subject, he wanted to use him instead of Zach. The knight looked away, hearing how strong the boy was, to which he replied that he would soon reach the second level, and he added that he wanted to say that he was equal to the knights. Holding the weapon out in front of him, Kevin said that either he was from a noble family, where he was trained to use mana since childhood, or a genius. A glow appeared around the hero. It was heard that he could not learn it on his own. Not a single thread of mana was leaking, and the circulation was quite stable. Standing in front of him, the knight said that someone taught him this, and the Lord asked what, and now what will he say? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought whether it was worth inventing the one who taught him. They probably would not believe if he insisted that he trained himself. Bending down, he said that his late parents, before he arrived in Phil's, to which he was asked again. Putting his hand to his chest, Ben said that he learned this breathing technique since infancy. Gradually his strength increased, and he realized that it was special. Frowning, the Lord thought. The hero smiled widely and thought that good luck finding out if it was true. He took in refugees from everywhere so that the invaders could profit. There was no way he could figure him out. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that the fact that he was standing in front of him proved the truth of his words. The man looked at him silently. The Lord lit a cigarette and replied that he was right. He believed it, to which Ben thought that it was easier than he expected. Grinning, the man said that but he would still clarify the details. Looking straight at him, the hero thought that it was him. Closing his eyes, Timon said that he should live here for a while. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked again, to which the Lord said that he killed the wolf, and things went awry. He needed to blame someone. With wide eyes, Ben thought that the blame, someone had to take it on themselves. The magician stretched out his hands in front of him. The thought occurred to him that he was talking about one of the members of the organization that the wolf had mentioned. If he was afraid of him, then it must be some kind of scary dark magician. It was dangerous. The hero's eyes widened, hearing that he did not answer again. The Lord smiled and asked that he wanted to serve him, so he said that then his offer should be to his liking. Bowing, the protagonist replied that since such was his order, he would obey, and this, by chance, would not be his honored guest. Grinning, Timon said exactly that in his presence. Let him watch his manners even more carefully. Looking straight ahead, Ben thought that he still had an ace up his sleeve. People were sitting at the table. It was said that about 3 days the Duke's people would find out if the accounting book was real. Knights appeared. The thought arose that another 3 would be spent gathering a punitive army. They stood in front of the building. The thought came that and then 10 on the road to Phil's, a total of 15 days. Looking down, the hero thought that if the Lord's guests arrived after this, then everything would work out. Looking straight ahead, the Lord heard when his guests would arrive, to which he asked again why he needed to know. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he needed to understand how much time he had to learn etiquette. Smiling, Timon said that that's how it was, in a week, so let him not let him down. Gritting his teeth, Ben thought, damn it. Stretching his hands, the hero thought that he would bring in a week. Closing his eyes, he added that it seemed he only had 2 options. The protagonist was sitting on the wolf. It was said that the first was an escape. The invaders should have already escaped. It was worth following their example if he wanted to get away from here. It would be easy to get around the Lord's people. Ben stood in front of the man. The thought arose that however he would be put on the wanted list, and then meeting the Emperor of the Sword would be problematic. While warming his hands, the hero thought that he needed to get something from him. So he should avoid everyone and everything that could cause him trouble in the future. Besides this, he struck with his fist. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the mere thought of escaping made him angry. Striking the air, he added that although he did not have enough strength now, finding a way to defeat his enemies had always been his method of solving problems. Frowning, Ben thought that the second option was about the guests who would arrive in a week. Looking straight ahead, he added that it would be an official visit. Sitting in front of him, the Lord said that he would visit them. The room appeared. It was said that the Lord spoke of him as if he were some high-ranking aristocrat. But why there was no commotion in the house then? Suspicious. The Lord and the magician smiled. The thought appeared that this was probably a secret visit. The one who was behind the Lord could not just show himself in public. As the hero struck, he thought that before he came, a big event would happen in Phil's. People looked at him in surprise. It was said that this was to make people pay attention to this place. The man lowered his hood. A thought occurred to him that it was very likely that in this case the meeting would be postponed or cancelled. Swinging his leg, the protagonist thought that the risk was great, but this was his approach to the matter, so that the plan would work. He kicked the ground. Standing in a fighting stance, Ben thought that he needed to get stronger. Frowning, he added that he would have to defeat the Lord and his knights. The hero rolled his eyes. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist asked that it was time to eat. Food fell on the plate. It was heard that he should watch where he poured it. Turning around, the guy asked what he was staring at. There were many plates on the table. Ben ate. He heard how so much could fit into such a small child. He is a dwarf. I heard that dwarves have an appetite like orcs. The hero brought the plate to his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought that the dissonance with the mana body was corrected every time he ate. In other words, he just needed to eat well for the amount of mana to grow. The protagonist quickly ate all the food on the table. Sitting at the table, he thought that he did not even need to take medicine or herbs. And someone asked that so it was him. Ben turned around and exclaimed. Frowning, the man asked that he was the homeless child who learned etiquette from dogs. Sitting at the table, the hero answered that he was. Looking down, the knight asked what about showing respect in the presence of an adult. Holding a bone in his hands, the hero asked what respect to him. He was picking on a child, to which the man asked again. Poking him with a bone, he added that he could not understand whether he was trying to make him laugh or challenge him to a fight. Let him decide for himself. The protagonist began to hit him with a bone and said that he should answer. The man clenched his teeth in anger and shouted that he was a homeless degenerate. Hitting the table, he added that he would kick his ass. The knight looked at him in bewilderment. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he should calm down, he was just a child. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. Looking straight at him, the man said that he should be quiet. Ben smirked and looked away. The knight asked again in surprise, hearing that he should continue. Pointing at himself, the hero asked, curiously, how strong he was. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he hoped as much as he tried to seem. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he would soon understand himself. Taking a step forward, he added that he was more accurately a lord, since he was the one behind this. Ben frowned. The man looked at him in confusion. The knight stood in front of the hero. Kevin smirked, looking at them. The man flexed his fists and said that he would personally put him in his place. Standing in front of him, the hero asked if he was sure he would not regret it, to which he asked again. Grant, looking at him, said that he should take out his sword, that he would deal with him in a second. The protagonist rolled his eyes, hearing that he was looking, that he was not at all scared, to which he replied that well, since he was asking. Suddenly Ben kicked. The man looked away in fear. He raised his head up and screamed. Grant clenched his fist tightly. Swinging it, he screamed. A glow appeared around the hero's leg. He struck again. The man opened his eyes wide and exclaimed and thought that he was definitely level 1. Red particles were flying around his leg. Grant lowered his head and thought it was a curse. Frowning, he added that he couldn't lose like that. Looking at him, the protagonist thought he was not simple. Swinging his sword, the knight shouted that he was a bastard. Ben deftly slipped past him. He stopped abruptly. The man looked away in surprise. The hero jumped up. He grabbed the man's neck, to which he thought that when he had time. Grinning, the protagonist said that he shouldn't be afraid, he wouldn't kill him. The birds flew up from the scream. Ben closed his eyes and said that it was nothing. Looking straight ahead, Grant asked what had just happened. The hero stood still. It was heard that Sir Grant had lost to the boy. The protagonist frowned. Kevin looked at him angrily. He turned his head. Looking straight ahead, Ben thought that he had deliberately defeated the knight in full view, not relying on Archie's strength. Looking at the knight, he added that not everyone could do that. Now the Lord would not dare to drive him away. Crossing his arms, the hero thought that this meant the probability of his plan succeeding. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The protagonist raised his head up and thought that it had increased. Ben began to fall backwards. Looking to the side, he asked what was expected. Did he overdo it? The hero was strangling the knight. The thought came that there was no other way. Only this way it was possible to overcome the difference between their levels. Had to use mana when he caught him by surprise. Crouching down, he added that in his past life it would have been difficult for him. The image of the hero appeared. It was said that then the physical recovery of the mana body was faster, but there were situations when it slowed down. Grinning, the protagonist thought that however, now that the mana body had perfectly merged with his, this would not happen. He closed his eyes and said that even additional training was easier. Ben smiled widely and thought that he could become stronger than he was before. The girls carried dishes. It was heard that it turned out that the Lord really was behind what happened. Sitting at the table, Timon said that it seemed that he underestimated him, to which the hero replied that he thanked him for his trust and for testing him. They served him food. Grinning, the Lord said that this steak was made from a veal. There were still many dishes, so let him eat his fill. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that it was too much for breakfast. Sitting in front of him, Timon replied that it was strange. He thought his superhuman strength, capable of throwing a knight away, was due to a good appetite. Smiling, Ben said that he had simply been too careless. Lowering his head, the man said that he was being modest, looking forward to seeing what he would become in the future. It was a pity that they did not have a teacher who could teach such a genius as him. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he knew that most of the knights that were mentioned raised themselves, without teachers. Raising his eyebrows, the hero added that, in the end, all their strength came from God. Timon smiled and asked that he studied history, and as far as he could see, table etiquette. Yes, he was clearly not from the common people. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he learned everything in his past life. The man grinned and said that in the Empire and the surrounding states, dark-haired and dark-eyed aristocrats were rare. Raising his eyebrows, he added that but considering that place, he had some ideas. Looking up, Ben thought that place. Sitting in front of him, Timon said that he was beginning to understand what that man meant. How unexpected. Who knew that he would be so valuable? To which the hero asked again. He frowned and thought what nonsense. Holding his pipe in his teeth, the Lord said that that man would explain everything to him. He was very happy when he heard about him yesterday. Looking up, the hero thought that although he did not know anything, it was clear for sure that this bastard would become a drug addict. The man smiled. A thought appeared that he believed that he was content with the power of the circle, but it was impossible to predict when the demon would ask for it back. The Lord extended his hand in front of him. It was said that in his past life, that person turned away from him and took the circle. Timon grinned and said that he should wait until he met him. Sitting in front of the hero, he added that this was such an incredible person that he could not even imagine, He would definitely find a great use for him. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he thanked him for the valuable opportunity. He frowned. Ben struck the air. A wooden dummy stood in front of him. While striking, the hero thought that the person and the organization were troubling him, but now there was no point in delving into thoughts about them. He would continue to stick to the plan. Images of men appeared. It was said that the Lord had a second circle, and Kevin was a second stage fighter. He was a little stronger, but their level was similar, as much as it was possible to determine when comparing a mage and a mana user. The protagonist did push-ups and thought that it was precisely to achieve the second stage in his past life that he spent a lot of time, but now it would be easier. He would definitely get there. Ben gritted his teeth and added that 6 days would be enough. 3 days passed. A bird was sitting on the mannequin. A glow appeared around the hero, and he said that his body was still small, but he had become much stronger. While striking, he added that along with his weight and strength, his flexibility had increased. He moved better than in his past life. The protagonist looked at his hands and thought that only by re-engaging in the basics did he find out that being a bully was problematic. A glow appeared around him. It was said that in his past life he wanted to become big and strong, the mana body, which was connected to the subconscious. Ben froze, thinking about what reacted to this, the broken harmony with his excessively pumped-up body. Smiling, he said that now there was no need to become so huge. It did not affect the strength in any way. The hero looked away, hearing that the devil. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and said that it was the same monster that had hit Sir Grant in the leg. The knight turned his head and said that they would come another time. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he was grateful that they had figured it out themselves and that he did not have to explain where they belong. He actively ate the food and thought that he continued to go to training and eat. The guy smiled, and the thought occurred to him that this was why everyone had lost interest in him after 3 days. Looking at the knights, Ben thought that but today. Frowning, the man said that he knew he would find him here. Looking at him, the hero asked what was the matter. Turning around, the knight said that he should follow him. The master had ordered him to be armed. The protagonist looked at his sword. Grinning, he thought that it was just in time. Standing by the door, the man said that he understood that the master valued him highly. Closing his eyes, he added that he should be grateful. The hero looked around. Looking at the armor, he thought that it looked expensive, but it would not suit him. The swords were hanging on the wall, and the protagonist added that there was nothing like a mace or a battle axe among the weapons. He sighed and thought that he could not hope for additional income. Raising his hand, Ben asked if he could have a sword similar to his. Smiling, the knight asked what it was. It looked like consumer goods. He looked at the weapon and added that it was a precious artifact called sorrow. It was made by a famous blacksmith. Let him not look at what was beyond his level. People were sitting on the ground. A thought came to mind how much blood and sweat went into creating one such sword. Lowering his head, the hero said that if it was a matter of level. Standing in front of the man, he added that it suited him better, to which the knight asked again. Frowning, the protagonist said that a talented warrior should have a good weapon, including for the well-being of the Lord. The man clenched his teeth and exclaimed. The guards looked at him in fear, hearing that he was asking for trouble. Taking a step forward, Ben said that if he didn't like his words, then why don't they have a fight and find out who is stronger? He grabbed the sword. The hero smiled broadly and said that if he loses, he can cut off his head. The man looked at him furiously. He waved his weapon and shouted that he was a bastard. The guards froze in amazement. Listening closely, the guy heard that he should forgive him. He would behave better in the future. The protagonist looked out from behind the door. The people looked at him in surprise. Looking at him, a guard asked why Sir Kevin treated the child like that, and another added that when a person is small and talented, problems begin. It seems the rumors were not lying. The man looked away and said that the commander did not trust this boy. No wonder he was so worried about him, because according to rumors, this child will be the next commander. Raising his hand up, the guard said that he still should not have done that, to which the man asked if the commander had gone crazy or something. It seemed that whatever happened, they would behave carefully and not get on his nerves. Looking at the hero, the woman exclaimed. With wide eyes, she asked who beat him like that. Closing his eyes, the hero answered that the commander said that he would give him a weapon, so he went after it, and this is what happened. The girl looked at him with fear and said that he should go and rest. Let me know if he needed anything, to which the protagonist thanked her. The Lord was sitting in the office. Holding a glass in his hands, he asked what happened to the victims. The man looked down and replied that they were at their disposal, to which Timon asked that the corpses were from Zack's gang again. He raised his eyebrows when he heard that they were, to which he thought that the boy had turned the invaders' lives upside down. Sitting at the table, the man said that he could go, to which the butler responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the Lord said that he did not understand him, but for now he would ignore such trifles. Blood was flowing from the hero's finger. A thought arose that in a couple of days, as soon as his pedigree was confirmed, the path to success would open up for him. Holding a glass in his hands, the man thought that there was only one problem. If it turned out that he was from the wrong family, then... The Lord opened his eyes wide and added that not only Ben, but also he, Zack's leader, would have to pay a terrible price for this. The hero sat at the table. It was said that but this will not happen. Given his habits and knowledge, he is sure, he is from a respected family. It is impossible to defeat a knight at such a young age just by being talented. He dusted his hands. A thought arose that this was only possible if he learned the secret technique of that family. Frowning, the Lord thought that, and more importantly, he has dark eyes and hair. Lowering his head, Timon said that yes, this is strong evidence. Lying on the bed, he added that he is looking forward to the day he meets that man. The man closed his eyes. He frowned and thought about warning magic. The Lord clenched his teeth and asked what a servant he was, how noisy he was. Raising his hand, the man said that he would simply sacrifice him. He sat on the bed. An image of the hero appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist stabbed him with a sword. The man wheezed in pain. Looking at him, Ben said that this is his punishment from heaven. The Lord rolled his eyes and wheezed. Particles appeared around the sword. The bloody hand fell to the floor. The man was lying on the bed. A view of the building opened up. A loud scream was heard. The girl froze in fear. Standing by the door, she said about the Lord. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what the dark mage was. It couldn't be. Standing by the bed, the knight said that the priest had already come in. He would report to the parish that he had noticed demonic energy. Gren frowned and added that the Imperial Investigation Department would soon go there. Looking at him, the man asked what but why the body was in such a state, as if he had been dead for a couple of weeks. The Lord's corpse appeared. It was heard that they were saying that the dark mage had caused the corpse to rot immediately after the Lord died. Lowering his gaze, the knight said that it was an abomination. Looking down, the man thought about why he made such a choice. He traded his lineage and honor of being an aristocrat of the empire to be killed, not exposed. Closing his eyes, he said that nothing can be learned from a dead man. There was one problem. Looking at the weapon, Gren said that the sword looked like the one the commander wielded. Surprised, the knight said that it could not be him. The man's eyes widened, asking that the talented boy had personally met the Lord. Yes. Turning his head, he added that didn't they discuss the fact that he could become the next commander? Surely the commander would go crazy when he heard that. Stretching his hand forward, the boy asked that this was the whole reason, said that it was impossible that he would go crazy because of this. The knight stood near the Lord. It was heard that, but if so, where is the commander now? Looking straight ahead, the man said that they couldn't leave things as they were. They would conduct a small investigation. They talked to the maids. The guards gave evidence. Looking away, the man thought. He frowned and thought that they had seen Ben. The commander had beaten him. Walking forward, Gren said that everything pointed to the same person. Looking straight ahead, he added that they should call the boy here. Lowering his head, the hero said that yesterday he went for the commander because he offered him to choose a weapon. The man looked at him carefully. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist added that he didn't expect him to suddenly beat him. Of course, he was never given a weapon. Gren hit the table. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that they had already inspected the storage room and found traces that the captain had been there. But he had left. Frowning, the man said that however, no one in the estate had seen him. He had simply disappeared after meeting him. Looking straight ahead, Ben heard that he really never saw him again. We see the protagonist who was beaten and he is asked if he really never saw him again. Ben closes his eyes and cries, denying everything. Pointing his finger at him, the man asks if he noticed anything special in his behavior, to which the boy replies that the commander was unhappy with the Lord's decision and hired him into service. Holding his cheek, he says that they did not meet after that. Putting his hands to his chin, Gren understands that his story matches the words of service. Opening his eye, he asks what will happen to him, because the Lord said that he will provide for his future. Gren looks at him, and is silent. Opening his mouth, he asks to come in the morning, and for now let him go. The protagonist stands near the closed door. Looking back, he understands that since the knight is local, he must be vile. Putting his hand to his face, he begins to remember himself in the past, because he clearly remembers how he defeated them. Starting to leave, Ben thinks that he was called, although he has already given evidence and cannot lose vigilance. There is a bag on the table and they ask to take it. The protagonist takes the mercenary token and money in his hands. Folding his hands, he says that a commoner must be a mercenary or a merchant to move freely and therefore will give a recommendation. Holding the objects in his hands, he asks why he was given this. Raising his finger up, Grant says that if he gets stuck in muddy water, he has wasted his talent and goes to the sea. Ben looks at him. The man begins to laugh and puts his hand on his head, and the protagonist understands that if he left these places, it is understandable why he does not remember him. Smiling, he thanks him and also thought about leaving here. Then he begins to look down, and since a dark magician has appeared, the imperial family will take up the matter. We see a man with his mouth open, and Ben understands that with his action he stopped the movement of this man. We see his legs and he holds an item in his hands because the investigation team will not come. He holds a ring in his hands and decides to go himself. Gren smiles and asks to remember it when he succeeds. The man opens his mouth in surprise because they asked his name. Sighing and closing his eyes, he says his name. Ben looks at him and says, "We see that the boy is on the street." He turns his head towards the building and understands that when the Lord and Commander are not around, it will be tough. He remembers that the guy is sitting on a chair and holding his head because they need mages who specialize in tracking traces to get to the Commander. Putting the item in his pocket, he says that with a mercenary token you can rent a horse from the guild. A blue aura appears near him. He sees the animal's tail. There is a dog near him and Ben asks if he wants to ride it. Folding his hands, he remembers a monster and he rode a dog, and the guy says that creatures like orcs are capable of this, whose sense of balance is lost. The protagonist sits on Archie. Smiling, he says that in physical form it is smaller. We see a man standing near the creature and the girl, because spirits take the largest form, but in the physical body their size depends on the level of the summoner. The guy puts his hands on the wolf. They turn blue from the effect. Opening his mouth, he understands that first it is necessary to synchronize their souls and feelings. Closing his eyes, Ben decides to try. Sitting on the wolf, he summons a spirit of the second level. His face becomes serious, because the souls are connected. Looking at the wolf, the guy understands that something is happening to the body. Archie's muscles begin to grow. The protagonist opens his mouth in surprise. Then muscles begin to appear on his chest. He remembers Ashley, because she said that it depends on the level. Looking at Archie, he thinks that his characteristics will be reflected in the physical form of the spirit. Opening his mouth, he now understands how the characteristics affect. Then they begin to ride. The guy holds on to Archie and all his senses have become very acute. The wolf runs through the forest very fast. We see the path they are running on. His nose starts to smell stronger. They run along the path, and Ben realizes that he will be able to travel long distances faster than before and maybe even get to Kurun, where the first disaster happened. They run along the road. The protagonist thinks that in his past life on the continent, numerous disasters happened one after another, as if foreshadowing the appearance of the Demon King's army, and this greatly depleted the strength of humanity. Riding Archie, he thinks that everything started with the disappearance of the divine item in Kurun, and it must be prevented. We see a girl without a face because she gave them the 7 treasures of humanity. People are kneeling and raising their hands because the 7 great divine items were supposed to be the last stronghold. Ben has a serious face and thinks that he will grow stronger and prevent disasters, and also fight the Demon King's army together with people who will be fully prepared for battle. They are still running along the path. The protagonist understands that the first misfortune will happen in the Sea Kingdom, Kurun, and will go there as soon as he drops into the Duke's estate. People are standing near the notice board, because the Lord was killed and perhaps a dark magician is behind it. They stand and watch and think whether this will have a bad effect on them. Folding his arms, the man says that they should be more careful and better hide. Then we see his back. Someone is walking on the ground. Holding a spear in their hands, they begin to approach them. Straightening their arms with weapons, they ask who it is. Raising his hand, he asks them not to meddle in something that is none of their business. Then, with one click, he kills them. After that, he moves on. We see a building in which the light is on. A guy is standing in the corridor and reading. Gren's face becomes serious. Taking a sword in his hands, he asks who he is. The stranger stands next to him and says that he has a question. Snapping his finger, he asks to tell everything that is known about the death of the Lord. Something enters Gren's head. Opening his mouth, he begins to speak. His eyes turn white. The stranger opens his mouth and asks where his body is. Gren's eyes widen, saying that they put him in a coffin and left him in the chambers, as ordered. The stranger points his finger up and says that he will fall asleep now and wake up in an hour. Gren opens his eyes in surprise. Sitting on the floor, he thinks, did he doze off? Clutching his head, he realizes that he has apparently been working a lot lately. A man runs up to him and says that the Lord's body has disappeared. The man opens his mouth in shock because this is important evidence indicating the intervention of a dark magician. A stranger is standing in a dark forest. He has a weapon in his hands. He remembers the man who was killed because the owner of the sword was dead by the time it was thrown away. Then the stranger strokes the object. He remembers Ben because he blames the wolf for the disappearance. We see his orange eye and understand that the boy will pay for ruining their organization's plans. People enter the gate. The protagonist also enters and smiles. Passing by the counters, he understands that everything is calm, but this can change if the person starts acting first. Exhaling, he understands that he needs to buy equipment. Ben shakes 2 coins out of the bag and says that this is not enough. He holds the coins in his hands. His eyes begin to look at something. 2 guys are standing near him. Showing him a weapon, they order him to give up the money. One of them sticks out his tongue. Smiling, Ben asks if they have money. We see the protagonist and people who are afraid of him, because in his past life in the underground there was one unwritten rule. If a huge shadow surrounded him in an alley, it was better to hold his breath. Lifting the guy, they tell him that if he kills so many people, his soul will be spoiled. A man comes up from behind and says that the time will come when he will be overcome with guilt. Putting his hand on his knee, Ben says that everything will be fine. The man opens his mouth in shock, because the protagonist has never killed people before. Smiling from ear to ear, he says that he got rid of many fools. Ben holds a bag in his hands, and the enemies are lying on the ground. The guys open their mouths and say that the family that was considered the strongest has just lost. Bending over in front of the boy, the guy says that they are not up to par. Holding a sword in his hands, he decides to cut off his tongue. The protagonist throws an object at one of them. The guy begins to fall on the other. He opens his mouth in shock. Then there is a leg on his face. After that, Ben throws them away. All the people are lying on the floor. Ben takes about one bag. The guy looks at them and says that the boss will not leave it like this. Pouring coins into his hand, he says that there are a lot of coins in the bag. We see a house and a road near it. The protagonist takes a weapon in his hands and is told that the armor is made of an iron bull that lives in the southern mountains. Folding his hands, the seller says that it will reflect most arrows. Ben swings his weapon, and the guys say that they can watch from afar. Looking at the seller, he asks what kind of event is planned. The protagonist's eyes widen, because Kloe will be making rounds. Then he looks to one side, because Kloe was the first to show him what love is. The girl puts on a ring. A man is standing nearby and she is the first to show him hope. We see that the man is lying on the ground, because everything ended badly, but thanks to hope, he was able to remove it from Inventor. Kloe smiles and he wanted her to know how he lived and would consider that he adheres to the wishes of his sister. Ben is standing next to the girl. Putting her fist to her face, she apologizes and says that he is quite large for a man with such a name. Bowing her head, he looks at her. Then the girl covers her face with her hands. Leaving the store, the guy realizes that she did not remember him. Running, Ben says that in this life they will meet earlier and will definitely remember, so he must ask her to help meet the Emperor of the Sword. We see houses, because Lentia is one of the largest cities in the central region. The guy opens his mouth. Walking next to the girl, he talks about specialization. Guards are also walking next to them. Raising his finger up, Harry says that Lentia has the largest night market in the region and is also famous for salmon. Looking at the guy, Kloe says that she is not interested in the business side of the issue and needs to look at the slums. Opening her mouth, she says that their inhabitants are also subjects. He smiles and agrees to this. Raising his hand, he asks her to follow him. The girl is given a book and thinks that Harry is the heir and has received a proper education, so he should know the disciplines of the Empire. Her father looks at her and tells her to look after the people from below, and only then will everything be fine in their lands and in the country. Opening her mouth, she understands that her father is strange because he adheres to the values he taught, and if she could, she would like to change the perception of people in the slums. But at her coming-of-age ceremony, a groom was announced. Kloe closes her eyes because soon she will not be able to lead a normal life. Looking up, she thinks about going to the temple, because they called. Exhaling, the girl understands that her father will be upset and would not want her to be alone for the rest of her life. Then she pays attention to something. The guards run to Ben. His face becomes serious. Harry is standing next to her and asks where he is from. The boy begins to take something out of his pocket. Raising his hand up, he says that the lady gave him this ring personally. Running up to her, he says that he is late, but let them show him their respect. The girl opens her mouth in surprise. Ben bends down, and she says that this is really her ring. Looking at it, Kloe says that she gave it to a child from the slums. Looking at him, she asks how he ended up with it. Ben looks at her and opens his mouth. There are swords near his neck. The girl looks at him with displeasure. Then the third guard joins in and presents a sword to his throat. Vivian opens her mouth and asks for an answer. Closing her eyes, Ben says that he is that very child. Folding her hands, the girl asks again. Pointing his finger at his hair, he says that he is the only one in Phil's who has dark hair. The girl stands next to him and says that he was much dirtier and spoke with difficulty. Pointing her finger at him, Kloe says that he also had a thin body and looked pathetic, but cute. Ben closes his eyes and thinks that she always likes small and cute things. A blue aura begins to appear around him. A dog falls into her arms. Then she opens her mouth in shock. Hugging the dog, Kloe asks what such a cutie is doing here. Ben turns his head away, and she says that spirits only get along with those who have a pure soul. Then the main character puts his hands on his hips. Vivian looks at him suspiciously, because she did not believe that he had a weapon for battle and a spirit. Holding the pet in her arms, she asks what his name is. Smiling, Ben says that his name is Archie. Smiling, Kloe did not expect that he would change so much in a couple of months, and you could not give him even 10 years. Vivian holds the sword, and the boy says that he is 13 and began to grow quickly after he awakened mana. Then the girl stands near Kloe and asks if he has half-human blood. Holding a sword in her hands, she asks for forgiveness because it is her duty to protect her. Harry comes up and says that he finds the boy suspicious and it is better to lock him up and conduct an investigation. Opening his mouth, he asks when Kloe gave him the ring, did she say that she would help? Squeezing his hand, the guy asks how he dares to ignore him, and the girl answers in the affirmative. Standing next to her, Ben asks if she could arrange a meeting with the Duke for him. Putting swords to him, they say that he has lost his mind. Looking seriously, he asks if they think he can harm him. Smiling, Ben remembers the man, and he was one of the 7 supermen of the continent, and uses aura and talks about the Emperor of the Sword. Vivian widens her eyes in surprise. Kloe closes her eyes and laughs, because her father is embarrassed to hear this title and not long ago became one of the 7 great knights of the continent. Sweat runs down his face and bares his teeth, because this fact is unknown. Looking at her, the girl says that the title suits the Duke perfectly. Vivian, putting her hand on her head, realizes that even the hinterland has heard of his success. Holding his hand to his chest, he says that he wants to tell the Duke about what happened recently in Phil's. Looking serious, Ben says that he was there in person. The girls sit in the room and say that it really happened. Kloe folds her arms and asks what else she is hiding from her. Opening her mouth, she says that nothing more, and one of the lords of the Empire turned out to be a dark mage, but he was killed. Kloe, looking serious, says that the testimony of the secret is important information, because he was personally there. Looking up, the girl says that it is good that he himself wanted to meet his father, and they will immediately go to the main estate. Looking down, Vivian asks how long she will carry this spirit with her. Showing the dog, she says that she will not harm. Archie looks at her and sighs. A blush from cuteness appears on her face. Shaking her head, she says that she must not let her guard down. Vivian opens her mouth and says that the master said that he had business with him and took him away. The dog is shocked. Kloe looks at her and is surprised. We see an alley of the street, and someone says that they can finally have a normal conversation. Harry looks at the boy and asks his name, to which he is answered. Opening his mouth, Ben asks to put it down. Looking at him, he says that he knows about dark magicians. Folding his hands, Harry says that he said so because he behaved arrogantly. Clutching his head, the guy says that he continues to be insolent. Then he raises his hand and says that children do not know how to behave. The protagonist stops her hand. His hand begins to shake and Harry asks what's wrong. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that he cannot break free from his grip. Opening his mouth, he says that if she disrespects him again, he will make Kloe take responsibility for it. Holding his head, Ben says that aristocrat is a strange title and let him do as he knows. Then he points his finger at himself and he asks to show what he has prepared, because something supports his confidence. Looking at his hand, Harry mentally calls him a bastard. Raising his finger, he asks to follow him. Vivian rides a horse. Kloe opens her mouth and asks her to go to Ben. Grinning her teeth, she understands that if the spirit disappeared, it means it was far from the summoner. The guard points his finger in the direction to go, because he took it outside the castle. Vivian sits on a horse and hopes that she will get there quickly. She begins to bare her teeth and hopes that she will not be late. The guys are standing near the building. Harry smiles from ear to ear and looks down. Ben picks his nose and narrows his eyes. A man comes up to them and asks what brings them here. Opening his mouth, he says that there is still time before tax day. We see Nate and his subordinates, who were serious. Exhaling, Ben realizes that this was expected. Pointing his finger at the boy, Harry says that he wants to teach the ignorant commoner a good lesson. Looking surprised, he asks again, because there was a child in front of him. Having hit the man in the face, Harry orders to teach him a lesson and not to argue with him. The man looks at him, and a mark from the blow is visible on his face. Standing near the guys, he asks to deal with the boy. The guys start looking at him, and wondering. Ben folds his hands. The people silently look at him. Waving his hand, he greets them. The guys grab their faces and are surprised. Starting to get angry, Nate asks what they are waiting for. Falling to the ground, Eric says that this is the one they told you about, while the other asks to avenge them. Nate picks up a sledgehammer and says that he was unlucky today and should not have crossed the line. Squeezing his hand, Harry thinks that now he will wipe the smirk off his face and he will be finished. Then Nate starts swinging at the boy. The main character hits him first. The man starts with a straightened arm and begins to fall. After that, he lands not far from them. His face looks up and he is silent. Ben holds it in his hands and smiles. The guys open their mouths in shock. The boy asks, waving a sledgehammer, "Is that all?" Harry starts crawling towards Nate and asking for help. Ben, with red eyes, comes up and says let him try. The guys look at him and are silent. Then there is something in their mouths. Harry falls head first onto the ground. Exhaling, Ben says that he is kind of the boss, but not for long. Two people look at him. The protagonist smiles and asks what they are going to do. The guys look at him and sweat runs down his face from fear. Vivian runs up and holds out her hand. Then her eyes widen. She comes up and sees that all the opponents are on the floor. Harry was face down. Ben is reading a book and sitting. Getting up from the safe, he is told that she came on orders because Kloe was worried about him. Pointing down, the boy says that she is with a list of bribes and they were engaged in human trafficking. Pointing his finger back, he says that even an aristocrat like Harry cannot surpass such evidence. The next day begins and we see a carriage and Harry has been banished from his family for his actions. Kloe pets the dog and says that he has been a human trafficker for a long time and the Earl has become disillusioned with him. Vivian sighs heavily and asks for forgiveness, and is told that the relationship between their families will become strained. Looking at her, Kloe asks if it is her fault. The girl acts calmly. Her eyes were blue. Folding her hands, Ben says that it is not her fault. Kloe exhales before speaking. Raising her hand to her face, she says that she knew it. Raising her finger up, Kloe says that her father said that the attitude towards merits and crimes should not be influenced by the status of their owner. Placing her hands on her knees, Vivian asks why they looked at her like that. Turning away from everyone, she says that Harry had to break something so that he could not run away and hide from punishment. The girl sits on the throne and Vivian is next to her, because sometimes they will be like sisters to each other, and sometimes like mother and daughter. Then they stand together, because Vivian will remain on Kloe's side, even if the situation in the family changes. Smiling, Ben thinks that she would like the girl to be an older sister or mother. She turns to him and asks what he is thinking about. Looking out the window, the boy says that he was most proud of his title, and now his own family is persecuting him and has received a suitable punishment. Vivian gets up and asks if a child can think like that. Holding a dog in her hands, she says that the name is easier to pronounce this way. Opening his mouth, Ben asks if he is suspected. Closing her eyes, the girl says that she heard stories about the dark-haired boy and they say that he destroyed the underground organization and freed all its victims. Closing her eye, she says that he distinguished himself today and his actions are impressive. Smiling, the boy is glad that they believed him. Raising her hand, she asks to report such things in advance. Exhaling, Ben agrees with her. 3 days pass and it was night. Someone asks why they stopped. Holding onto the helmet, they say that this is what happened. The guys start to look out, because the elf asks for a ride. Kloe starts to get out of the carriage. The girl takes off her hood and says that she is an elf of the world tree. Bowing her head, Monica asks if they can give her a little ride. The girl puts her hand on her chest and smiles. The main character opens his mouth and there is a purple aura around him. The elf's eyes turn red, because he is a dark mage of the fifth circle. We see elves and the girl strokes the horse, because they are famous for their beauty, and Elfheim is the kingdom of elves, located in the far west. The girl walks near the guys, because in the kingdom of Aslan, located in the Middle East, they are extremely rare. They start to get embarrassed and many of the villagers are friendly towards them. A bird flies up to Ashley because they are natural-born spirit summoners and are known for being pure, kind and peaceful. Kloe holds a dog in her arms and the boy realizes that this pure creature is a dark mage of the fifth circle. The girl smiles and asks, "Are you heading to the server to the Beastman Kingdom through the duchy?" Placing her hand on her chest, Monica asks if the kingdom seems like a nice place because she has been at odds with Aslan for a long time. Holding the dog in her arms, she says that it is not the case and that it is just very far away. She is told that Monica is heading there for training and her goal is to explore the world and collect stories from different places. Opening her mouth, she understands what the girl is talking about because she is referring to the training of the 11 knights. Closing her eyes, she agrees. Opening her mouth, she asks if this is her spirit. Kloe looks at the dog while a finger is pointed at it. Pointing at the boy, she says that he is the master. Her eyes begin to glow, and she listens that there are almost no summoners among humans. Ben begins to smile, because she knew before coming here and that person turned out to be a big shot. The girls begin to look at him. Putting his hand on his chest and making a cute face, he says that he has never seen elves before. Vivian's mouth falls open in shock. Chloe's eyes widen in shock. Ben holds onto the girl's leg. He is pushed away with a hand, and the boy thinks that the enemy does not know what abilities Archie has, because the one who made the contract knows. Raising her hand, Monica says that their meeting is fateful and offers to show magic. Fire appears in her hand and the boy understands that she can release mana. He remembers the men and understands that he should have listened to him. The guards are talking to each other, and they were experts of the third stage. Vivian puts her hand on her chest and was the fourth stage. He remembers how the girl fights because many say that the circles of magicians are the same as the stages of mana users. People are standing around the girl because in order to defeat someone who is one level higher, 5 people will be needed. Ben has clones because with the second stage he needs to defeat a magician of the fifth circle and hundreds of them will be needed. The guys are surprised by the fire, and Ben understands that if he enters the fight, he will die without a chance and he must attack unexpectedly. He begins to squeeze his hand to wait for the moment, and he has a trump card in his hand. Archie jumps to another person. The dog starts to climb into Vivian's hair and she asks if she can hold him. Monica smiles and says that she would like to hold him too. Ben picks up the dog and allows her to hold him. The girl holds out her hands to take him. The guards gape in shock. Archie grows big and a shield forms near Monica. Blood starts to flow from her mouth. She looks to the right because she was pierced by a sword. Vivian holds the sword and looks at her. The guards widen their eyes because it is demonic energy. Monica bares her teeth and calls him a bastard. Kloe holds her hand to her chest and they ask when they realized. The girl's face becomes serious because she did the right thing by trusting the main character. Kloe holds the dog in her hands. Archie scratches her, and she is told that Monica is a high-level dark elf mage and Vivian should attack her. Kloe gapes in shock. Ben looks at her while holding Vivian's leg. She pets the dog and thinks that this can lead to a conflict between the races. Drawing his hand in the air, he says that she supports the Lord and if they do not attack suddenly, they will be in trouble. Opening her mouth, she says that she will take responsibility and give her life if necessary. Then Kloe looks into the distance. Archie climbs into Vivian's hair. The dog puts his paw on her cheek and approaches her ear. Monica tries to remove the sword. She bares her teeth while blood flows from her mouth. After that, the girl takes off. The protagonist looks up and realizes that they missed the heart. Her eyes turn purple and she creates a shield. Vivian gets angry and screams to attack together. The guards start running towards her. Ben jumps with his legs. After that, he tries to damage the shield. The defense throws him back. The guard tries to get closer to her. A magic ball appears in her hand and Monica says that they are parasites. An aura appears around the people. Grinning, she asks how they guessed. Smiling, Ben says that she reeks of vile power. Widening her eyes, she understands that the boy is to blame. Something begins to appear near her hands. Ben lands on the ground. The girl bares her teeth and a ball is created in her hands. Something explodes near them. The protagonist holds a weapon in his hands and looks into the distance. Ben begins to close his hands. Something appears near him and uses iron divine armor. Then the boy throws himself back. He lands on the ground and bares his teeth. Putting his hand on his knee, he understands that he used these techniques for the first time in his new life. Vivian runs and says that her shield is weakened and let them kill the demon's servant. Monica does damage and orders them to move aside. The protagonist sits on the wolf, and he growls. They run to the enemy and decide to help their own. Ben jumps and then flies away with the wolf, looking back. Monica begins to get angry and scream. Behind her is a guard and Vivian. They strike but miss. Looking down, she says that only one person is to blame for what is happening. Her eyes begin to turn red and she decides to kill everyone. The guys run at her and say that she has no hope. After that, they strike her defense. Grinning, the girl calls him a fool. Ben appears on top, who wants to strike. He strikes and the girl falls down. Vivian also falls from the blow. Monica grabs her head, and the guards run up to her. Grinning, she asks how dare he. The guys are in the air and Ben says that they never hurt her. Opening her mouth, Monica says that she does not accept defeat. A purple aura appears near her hand. Putting her hand on the ground, the aura hits the guards. The aura moves towards Kloe, who holds her hand near her chest. After that, she opens her mouth. Vivian runs up to her and pushes away the blow. She stops and asks her to hold her position. The girl opens her mouth and tries to catch her breath. Vivian looks up because there was an aura. We see the protagonist holding a weapon in his hands and realizing that he can completely block the fire. His eyes are looking down because thanks to the change technique, the iron divine armor is now better than in his past life. Vivian looks at him and holds a sword. She looks up. Ben looks down. The two of them attack the girl, because the boy will do everything in his power to tear the enemy apart. Opening his mouth, he realizes what happened. Something falls to the ground. Ben is thrown back from the blow. Vivian also falls from the blow. Archie runs up and tries to soften the blow of the boy. Blood starts coming out of his mouth. Then he opens one eye. Monica holds her side where the blood is coming from. Archie starts running with Ben. They try to run up to the girl. Vivian runs from the other side. Clenching her hand, she asks, "How dare you?" Opening her mouth, a purple aura appears near her. Vivian holds the sword in front of her because the opponents still have a lot of strength. Her eyes begin to widen. Archie and Ben try to run up. We see their backs because there is very little left. Opening his mouth, he begins to create a blow. After that, he hits Monica with his weapon. A guard runs up and is asked to finish her off. A lot of dust appears around them and nothing is visible. Grinning his teeth, Ben realizes that she has escaped. Monica is not far from them, and people are shouting that they need to catch her and kill her. Her eyes turn red and she says that everything is for the glory of his will. A guard appears behind her. Opening his eyes, the guy realizes that this technique is an extreme measure for the demon's followers, and they sacrifice themselves to strengthen their own magic. There is a purple aura around Monica, and her eyes are also glowing. Raising her hand, she says for everything to burn to the ground. The guard tries to protect himself from the aura. He has a shield in his hands. The protagonist runs with Archie. Grinning his teeth, he understands that the knights are at their limit, and they need power now to finish her off. Looking at the girl, he understands that they have gained enough time. Light appears near her, hands are held on her chest. Kloe raises her hands and says to have light. The man calmly looks at the bowed person, and someone said that the power granted through repentance, and blessing is sacred, and the one who repented, was baptized and became a priest has something. Someone folded his hands and someone said that from that moment on he will begin to possess anti-demon power. The guy and the girl stand calmly, and someone said that there are those who have it from birth, and their messengers of God are saints, a hero. A bright light shines from the palms, and the unknown said that in the rarest case those who did not become priests. The blonde was focused and used magic, raising it above her head, and someone said that they are priests. The magic came from Kloe's hands and was heading somewhere through the forest. It collided with dark magic. The soldiers looked at what was happening in bewilderment, and one of them asked how it happened. The protagonist smiled slyly and thought that she hid her power even from her own knights, and the almighty emperor of the sword was afraid that she could be taken to the church. He examined the woman and thought that he had never seen anyone stronger than her, and it seemed to him that now she should be weaker. The girl calmly raised her head up and cast a spell, and someone thought that her level was high enough. Ashley looked at the bright light in surprise. Suddenly, the magic was directed towards the green-haired girl and she screamed in fear. Yellow light filled her body and face, and the lady screamed in pain and horror. An explosion suddenly appeared in the sky and the blonde looked at her in fear. She sat on the ground and breathed quickly and screamed that it was impossible. A blow flew to her head and her eyes rolled back and she screamed that she couldn't lose to people like them. The guy swung his sword and Ashley started to fall, and soldiers stood behind the hero and looked at him in surprise. Ben scratched his head and tiredly said that everyone around was in shock, so he had to hit. Kloe and Vivian ran to the protagonist and nervously screamed that they shouldn't have killed the heroine, and he asked them why. He got scared when he heard that she should have been interrogated. The blonde stood upset and said that even though she was a priest, she couldn't feel her demonic energy, and she wanted to ask why she did that, and the character apologized. The girl thoughtfully thought that her divine power wouldn't heal her, and the dark-haired man said sadly that she would finally convince them of her death. The lady sighed and said that there was no choice. The body was lying on the ground and blood was dripping from it. Ben looked down seriously, and thought that they had killed a high-level dark mage. The excited soldiers shouted and asked about Kloe being a priest, and she looked at them in surprise. She exhaled upset and said that her secret had been revealed and wondered what for what. The blonde looked at the boy and asked him about what he knew, and she said that he was the only one who was not surprised to see her power. He confidently said that he knew, and the girl looked at him in surprise and asked about where it came from, because not even all of her relatives knew. The hero seriously said that he could not say yet, but one day they would find out everything. The lady smiled and agreed with him. The protagonist scratched his head uncertainly and thought about how she would just back off, and then said that he would take responsibility for what happened to the dark mage. He said that they were in big trouble because of him, and Kloe leaned over with a smile on her face and said that it was like the one that would follow what happened to someone. Ben looked surprised and asked about something that did not think that his actions put them at risk. Kloe seriously said that before the aristocrats it was to get rid of demons if she died. It was only because of her weakness, so she had no reason to blame the guy. He looked at her with an empty look. Then he closed his eyes and thought that she was the same as before. The girl picked up the dark-haired man and asked about what he was worried about, and then said that it was cute. Vivian stood behind and asked with a smile that the character did not like being called affectionate words, and he said no with displeasure, thinking that he was an adult, and why should he like it? The redhead approached the couple and called the hero little, and he angrily asked again. She grabbed his cheeks and confidently said that children his age did not like being called that, and she added that the protagonist turns out to have a human side. People were fooling around, and at that moment Kloe turned around worriedly. She looked at the ashes lying on the ground and said that they would quickly report what happened to their father. She shook her head and said that they would send him a message from the nearest city. We are transferred to the main gate of Taven. 3 people were standing on the asphalt, and there were spectators around them. The hero smiled and was surprised that the emperor of the ball doted on his daughter. The girl grabbed her face and asked her father about what for. Some man said in surprise that the rumors were not lying. In front of the group stood soldiers and their leader. Ben examined the people in armor and thought that power emanated from them, and they should be called the elite of the Duchy of Valentino. Someone took off his helmet, and someone thought that in their group everyone was at least an expert rank, and there was no one stronger in the empire. The man knelt down and shouted that he was the vice captain of the Blue Wing Order, and his name was Garen, and with him were 103 comrades. He ordered to show respect to Miss Kloe. The girl smiled contentedly and thanked the fair-haired man and the knights for coming, and that they could stand up, to which they obeyed. The man smiled and put his hand on his chest and said that he was glad to see her in good health and that the gentleman was very worried about her. The heroine said with displeasure that she had written in the message that she was fine and that they had no reason to meet her. The soldier smiled and said that they were attacked by a dark mage, and if they had not been ready to set out immediately, the gentleman would have personally come instead of them. Kloe was surprised and asked about what path, and he began to answer. The group of people were scared when they heard that he said that about a month ago the family jewel, the Tempest, suddenly disappeared. The protagonist was excited when he heard that his father always wore it, and that was the whole problem. When he woke up in the morning, the jewel was gone, and the guy thought about this object. Ben turned sharply to the blonde and asked if this was an artifact by any chance and received approval in response. He looked away in surprise and asked again. The girl fearfully said that this was a secret that only priests knew, so she could only assume that this was a powerful thing. The character looked down upset, and the woman looked at him in surprise. The hero raised his head and smiling said that he seemed to know why he disappeared. The crowd looked at the guy in surprise and shouted asking how he knew. The Duke stood in front of the dark-haired man, and someone said that he should be allowed to see the Emperor, and then he would explain everything to him. The protagonist lowered his head down, and Kloe looked at him in surprise. He went up and confidently said that he seemed to know why he had disappeared and he asked to meet the man. People looked at the guy in fear and asked questions. The carriage and knights were heading somewhere on the ground. Garen thought about the fact that he had found out the reason. The blond man walked and calmly asked who this child was, and one soldier asked him what he was talking about. Ben. The god of speed looked away with displeasure and thought that he had heard this name before, and the young man next to him said with a smile that he was incredible and his contribution to the victory over the dark mage was very great. He added that from what he had heard, the hero would soon become an expert, and the man was surprised and asked about that at such an age. The man looked in surprise and thought that even the 7 great knights of his age were not so talented, and the character was a genius, and he immediately corrected himself and called him a monster. Garen seriously decided that he had to bring him to his family. Suddenly, something made him tense up and he asked about the protagonist. The soldier was surprised and asked what was wrong, and he seriously said that he remembered that MC was the one who sent letters from Phil's and the name is very rare, but he is sure that this is the one. Kloe looked out of the window and smiled, and Ben watched calmly. She was happy and screamed with delight. The field was filled with flowers that were illuminated by the sun. The protagonist, smiling, asked the girl if she liked lilies. The joyful woman said that of course she liked them, and her deceased mother and father also loved them, and they even called her that in childhood. The hero smiled contentedly and said that this name would suit her. Vivian thought about it and said that the love story of the Duke and his wife is very famous, because she is the only woman he loved, and then the red-haired woman asked the character if he heard about it, and he answered that he seemed to have heard. The gray-haired man calmly held something in his hand and said that although he did not like this flower that much, it was an important part of the secret, and then he told someone not to forget. The guy smiled contentedly and thought that it was not surprising that the Emperor of the Sword kept it a secret. He calmly looked somewhere and thought that most likely the man does not remember his past life. The hero looked at his hand and thought that since he asked him to find him as soon as possible, he is sure that he has a way to make the protagonist stronger. He concentrated on looking at his palms and thought that he must meet the Duke, start training and find a way to become an aura master. Dark figures were in space and illuminated by red light, and someone was thinking that his main goal was to gain great power, because without an aura he would not be able to leave even a scratch on monsters with the level of the corpus. Ben was looking at something seriously and thinking that in this life he would definitely break their hands. We are transferred to a city called Valentino, and this is the land of Emperor Edgar, and this is one of the largest places in the kingdom of Aslan. The soldiers were happy and shouted that they finally reached their native lands. Kloe looked at the boy with a smile and asked if he had been here before. He smiled and said that now he was here for the first time. The girl was surprised and asked again. People noticed something and looked ahead in surprise. The man excitedly shouted the name of the blonde and asked if she was hurt. The protagonist was surprised by what was happening. The Emperor in tears and with his hands outstretched ran somewhere. Tears of happiness were streaming down his cheeks. The girl rolled her eyes in displeasure. She dodged and stood calmly, and the man behind her landed face down on the ground, in front of the soldiers. He stood up and looked at the heroine with disappointment, and asked what she was doing, and she screamed about people looking at them, and she asked her father not to forget about dignity. The man burst into tears and asked if it was wrong for him to worry about his daughter, and Kloe said displeasedly that she would not fall for it, so he could not press on pity, and she asked him to apologize to the knights for disturbing them. Edgar coughed and said that everyone had tried hard, and thanks to them the girl returned unharmed. He confidently stood up and asked to accept his gratitude, and not as Duke Valentino, but as a loving father. The man smiled and said that he had already organized a feast, and asked to enjoy it. The soldiers bowed and said that it would be done. The blonde leaned towards the woman and asked who the child was, and the protagonist looked at them with displeasure. He smiled and thought that he still didn't recognize him. The girl folded her arms and said that she wrote about him in the report that he was a witness in the case of the Dark Mage, and the man awkwardly touched the back of his head and said that so much had fallen on him, and he no longer remembered anything. Someone was calmly walking along the asphalt. The guy looked at the Emperor and told him that he had to say something, and it concerned the Tempest. Vivian and Garen were surprised when they heard Ben's words. Kloe looked at him with fear and screamed Ben's name. The man looked down seriously and called the character brave. The protagonist suddenly found himself on his knees, and he was very surprised by this. The Duke stood seriously and used magic called spiritual pressure. The hero smiled and thought that the Sword Emperor also had a lot to learn, and he couldn't believe that his skill was at the level of an aura user. Ashley was serious, and she was one of the 7 great knights, that is, an aura superior, and Larry was evil, and someone said that he would most likely become one soon. The protagonist used power, and magic began to appear around him, and he thought that he could overcome the pressure by using the magic of the spirit accumulated in his past life. Ben tensed up and said that he could tell everything here too. The man was surprised by what he heard and asked. Kloe approached her father and said that the character was ignorant due to his age. Edgar bowed his head and thoughtfully said that no, he would not behave like that because of ignorance alone, and someone asked what he was talking about. He tensed up and said that he had talked to this guy. Someone was in the room and someone asked how he knew about the disappearance of the Tempest. The protagonist stood in front of the table where the Emperor sat and said that he had a proposal. The man thought for a moment and said that he was interested in listening. Ben got upset and thought that this artifact was one of the ancient words that he knew. The young man bowed his head in front of the object, and someone said that Tempest means time or opportunity, and if this jewel disappeared a month ago, then it means something. The protagonist looked somewhere seriously. He calmly said that he might have the power to turn back time. Edgar listened seriously and told the guy to continue. The hero calmly said that everything would begin with an incident that would happen in 20 years. He stood nervously and explained everything. The Emperor listened attentively to the boy. The curtains on the window fluttered in the wind. The Duke raised his head up, smiling, and said that his story was too well organized. A child would not have come up with such a thing. The man spoke seriously about the guardian of the world tree and the first hammer of the dwarves, and he even knew the name of the great warrior of the orc tribe. The protagonist said, upset, that they had been comrades for a whole year. The fair-haired man was nervous and asked about the fact that they were his enemies, with whom he had been fighting for a long time. They were his allies. The Emperor stood up and said that Tempest meant time and opportunity. He turned to the window and said that the artifact could only transfer one person into the past, accepting a Superman as a sacrifice, and that the descendants used it very carefully and wisely. The Duke looked up and said that this information was passed down from generation to generation along with him, and to be honest, he never believed in its veracity. Edgar turned over his shoulder and looked at the dark-haired man and said that it was in vain, if he was not lying. The guy stood silently and listened. The man was interested and said that he hardly believed that he had made such a decision then. Then he asked about relying on the character's talent and sending him to the past. The hero was surprised and thoughtful. The protagonist and the Emperor were standing in the room, and someone was saying that if he had returned, he would have been able to benefit from the experience of his past life, preparing the forces of humanity to fight against the army of the Demon King. Edgar put his hand on the table and said that instead he sent the young guy. He looked angrily somewhere and wondered if it was himself. The man looked somewhere thoughtfully. Ben stood seriously and said that because he would become the one who would constantly talk about saving talent and so on. The character twirled his finger at his temple and said that he then thought that the Duke had senile dementia. The interlocutor listened to him attentively and was silent. He turned around and said that it seemed that it was impossible to know in advance how far into the past someone could be sent, and the guy at that moment said that he had used a force on him that he was not even sure of. The Emperor sat down at a chair and asked where this confidence came from if he had never done anything like this, and he assumed that perhaps he had told him something like that he would go back to the moment when the influence on his soul was the strongest. The protagonist tensed up and was horrified. The guy stood in surprise and listened to what they told him about the fact that where his personality was formed, and probably this was what the future man predicted. Ben was scared and clenched his teeth and realized something. The girl's body was lying on the floor and did not move, and someone was thinking about why he had moved to the day his sister died. Edgar seriously asked if he was right. The hero clenched his fists and confidently said that he was right. He relaxed his hands and thought that the Sword Emperor was not to blame, and he should be grateful for the fact that he was able to see her again. Edgar turned to the young man and said that he had one last question, and he listened to him attentively. He asked about how he had only asked to find him in the past, and he said that he had to tell him something to win the character's trust. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard. He said that his daughter's childhood name was Kloe, and he chose it because he and his wife liked this flower, and the man said that everyone knew about it. The man suddenly unclenched his hands when he heard that he didn't really like him. Ben said seriously that he told him that this was the most important part of the truth, and from this the Emperor of the Sword sighed and shook. He jumped up abruptly, and raised his head up and began to laugh loudly, holding his stomach. The man held back his laughter and said that he could say such a thing. He leaned on his hands and said that even after her death he could not admit it, so he did not tell anyone. Abruptly standing up, the Duke shouted that it turns out that all this is true and he does not know whether to laugh or cry, and the character asked him if he believed him. Edgar clenched his fist and said with fury that now it is clear why his family's jewel was stolen right from his hands in his chambers. Ben said quite glad to hear, and he thought that because he returned 20 years ago, he is more capricious than then. The guy was surprised when he heard a shout that the man needed special proof. The man shouted loudly to call the sir, and the protagonist was surprised by the shout. The hero turned around and asked what for what, and someone behind the door said that the request would be fulfilled. The Emperor of the Sword said menacingly that he was convinced that he really returned in time, but he was not completely sure about him yet. The blonde man angrily asked that his name was Ben and that he was one of the 10 future great knights. The character stood in surprise and listened to the fact that he must show his future ability, which he would appreciate. MC smiled contentedly. 2 people walked along the bridge at sunset and headed to a huge building. Edgar walked contentedly, and the protagonist was unhappy that it was unfair that he asked to find him, and now he was conducting tests. The guy smiled maliciously and thought about what he could play a prank on the Duke, and then he said that the man was curious about what the future would be like. He walked and calmly said that he was very curious. The hero ran around the Emperor and asked if he should tell him a little about the blonde man's family. MC was surprised when he heard that he did not need such information. The man calmly said that he was interested in the eve of the disaster. He looked down at the evil guy and said that besides him, he did not need to tell anyone, nor his daughter, and someone asked why. 2 people were standing on the ground and arguing about something, and someone was talking about how people grow thanks to mistakes and failures. He looked at the sky and said that he was proud to have raised a daughter who would not report, and would not break in the face of trials. The Emperor turned around and asked him not to take away Kloe's opportunity to develop. The protagonist looked and was silent. The man was surprised when he heard that the calm guy said that he knew very little about her, and nothing at all about his family. He was trying very hard to save himself then, so he was not interested in their affairs. Edgar looked down in horror and thought. He picked up the hero and began to shake him, shouting that he just didn't say that he didn't know what would happen to the world next, and MC said that he only knew what incident would lead to a huge commotion. Ben winced and the interlocutor asked him what all this was about, and the guy asked what else he needed to know. The Duke looked angrily and said that in the future there would be people who would unite the army he was talking about, and he should know what happened before. The man screamed and called names, and at that moment the character wanted to say something. Someone grabbed someone by the ear with force, and he began to scream that it hurt. The hero screamed in pain as he was dragged and told what he was advised to remember before he was ground into dust. Clouds of bright orange light floated in the sky because of the sun. At night, people stood in the square, and next to them were columns with weapons. Someone was reading a piece of paper and asking why there was almost nothing here, and the guy whistled shamefully. Edgar angrily said that more than 10 misfortunes had happened, but he only remembered these and he asked about the rest. The protagonist smiled with shame and said that in addition to this information about other events, he heard either from gossip or from his comrades. The Emperor got angry and asked that the character did not have more valuable information, and he awkwardly looked away and thought that he would try his best to grow up faster, because in his past life they communicated with each other as equals. The Duke said seriously that the only useful thing there was that the hero and the saint appeared according to the prophecy and went to war. He carefully examined the paper and said that he needed to be found quickly and trained. Ben smiled and wanted to say something. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what. MC had sweat running down his cheeks and he nervously smiled and said that the man had always been 20 years old, and now he was something. Someone touched something and electricity passed through his hand. The man grabbed his head and screamed in horror about why he decided to test him like this, and he said that should he blame his future self or should he beat this boy who was no good. Suddenly a man appeared behind the Emperor, bowing and saying that the one he called would be here soon, and the Duke shouted for him to bring Derek and tell him that someone needed to be taught a lesson. The man looked at the ruler in surprise and asked again. Suddenly a tall and serious vice-captain appeared and someone said that he had arrived. The brunette looked down angrily. The man shouted seriously that the Emperor had called him. The Duke looked at the soldier and said that he was glad to see him, and he bowed. Edgar pointed at the guy and seriously said that he wanted him to test the young man, to understand whether he had any right to brag. The dark-haired man was surprised and asked about having to fight a child and received in response exactly what. The man was nervous and thought about why he was called to deal with such stupidity, and he thought about the fact that he had done something wrong and was now on the verge of being demoted. He nervously thought about the fact that if he lost his salary, he would not be able to maintain his estate, and suddenly at that moment someone called him. The Emperor of the Sword stood displeased and said that he had thought up too much again and that this was his weakness. He said menacingly that he gave him an important task to fight the protagonist and thoroughly test his abilities, and he shouted about what would be done. The man stood in front of Ben and looked at him in surprise and thought about what the Duke had planned. He was horrified when he saw something. Magic was flying around the hero and he stood seriously, and someone was thinking about the fact that he had the second stage, bordering on the expert rank. Derek reasoned that the character looked about 10 years old, since he managed to pump up so much, and suddenly he asked about what blacksmith forged this hammer for him. The guy ran around the weapon and examined it, and said that it would be better if it were bigger, and a hole should be made in the head, and the handle should be extended by an inch. The Emperor angrily shouted that the protagonist should concentrate, and if he did not take this seriously, he would break their agreement. The boy asked in surprise what he meant by break, but he was already addressing the man with words about giving it his all, but most importantly, not killing the hero. The Duke looked down with displeasure and said that he had not promised to help the character, so everything depended on this fight. MC was surprised and asked about what he wanted him to defeat him, but in response he received that it was not necessary to come to that. The man raised his finger up and said that one blow. He was seriously talking about the fact that if he could hit at least once, the Emperor would recognize his victory. These words surprised the soldier. The protagonist smiled contentedly and said that he said it himself. There were stone buildings in the room and they were barely illuminated by light. Someone was holding a weapon in his hand. Derek and Ben stood opposite each other, and behind them stood the fair-haired man and watched. He silently watched and thought that the hero's way of using mana was unique. A blue shadow appeared behind the character, and he smiled contentedly. And someone thought that according to the arcana he was a genius. The Emperor looked seriously and thought about whether there was something else. Smiling evilly, he thought that since he was able to return the guy from the future, it means he managed to overcome his limit and become an aura master. The hero scratched his nose and the Duke watched him and thought that since he ordered him to return to the past, it means he has an outstanding talent, and he thought about what he saw in him. The man raised his hand up and confidently shouted that someone should try their best. A wolf appeared next to the protagonist, and he thought that he needed to prove himself once again, and then he shouted turning to the knight that they would start a fight. He jumped on the animal's back saying that if he did not want to attack first. The hero ran towards his opponent and shouted that he would take the initiative. Derek smiled and said in surprise that it was a spirit. He swung and apologized for something. The hammer flew under the summoning and the guy with a fast speed and someone shouted that he had no chance. The enemy was surprised and thought that he had dodged. The protagonist was heading towards the enemy with fury, swinging his weapon. He hit the man's shoulder and he staggered. MC stopped and nervously shouted that there was not even a scratch left. He looked seriously and thought that he specialized in both attack and defense. The man leaned over and smiled and said that it was interesting. He jumped on the hero and used force and shouted that he should not worry, because he would hold back so that the guy would survive. The hammer crashed into the ground and a bright light appeared when the character managed to dodge. He was heading towards Derek seriously and thought that then he would surpass him in speed. The pillars on the battlefield sparked and the dark-haired man looked up in surprise. Someone was holding a weapon in his hand and using force. The man hit the floor and cracks formed and he screamed. The guy pushed off the pillars and they gave way. Suddenly something flew into the protagonist's head. He stopped and looked at the magic in fear. The weapon flew past the protagonist without touching him, or the wolf. The hero landed on the ground and thought that the enemy was wielding a hammer that was longer than a bastard sword with one hand, which meant he had a shield in the other, while he was delivering new blows. Jared was focused and thought that, therefore, the enemy's defense was better developed and if so, then something would happen. Derek ran at MC and angrily shouted about how much longer he was going to dodge. He swung and missed, because the boy dodged again. The man turned his head and furiously said that he was a good runner. Edrag stood silently and thought about the character reading the opponent's movements. The dark-haired man dealt new blows, but could not hit the boy, because he moved quickly and someone thought that it seemed that someone had not lost his experience accumulated over 10 years of working as a knight. The Emperor seriously watched what was happening and thought that the guy was talented, but it was too early to decide anything and he wondered if he was still capable of something. Suddenly, the Duke angrily shouted the soldier's name and asked how much longer he was going to disgrace him. Someone looked at something furiously. The man ran furiously at Ben, who was surprised. He screamed angrily. Derek swung and, pointing the hammer at the hero, flew at him. The fair-haired man was nervous, clenching his teeth, and thinking about the spiritual weapon. He got angry and decided that he had to stop the soldier, and then he loudly shouted his name. The protagonist smiled contentedly. The opponents were heading towards each other using magic, and the wolf was moving away. The Emperor looked up in horror and wondered if this was serious. Suddenly, a huge explosion appeared in the sky, and the man was watching it. A large explosion appeared upward and the man looked at him in surprise. Ben was falling down and screaming in pain. People were running towards the falling guy and shouting in panic that someone was crazy, and Derek was screaming and apologizing for forgetting himself. The Emperor was approaching the hero lying on the ground and nervously shouting that he told him to show his talent, but not his bravery. The character was lying on his back tired and smiling, saying that he had won. He pointed his finger at the soldier, and the fair-haired man turned around and was surprised. The dark-haired man looked at his cheek in disappointment and said that it was. The protagonist and the captain were heading towards each other and using magic. The young man swung his weapon with fury. He seriously threw the weapon forward with force. Then the guy began to fall down, and his tool was flying towards the surprised Derek. A scratch appeared on the enemy's face, and he winced in pain and thought that Ben had managed to do it at the last moment. The soldier looked down at the Duke in surprise and someone wondered what he was aiming for. Edgar angrily shouted that he could have died, and he asked why he had to act so recklessly to win the battle. The boy leaned on his hands and, shaking, seriously said that he had not died and had even won, and the blonde man angrily asked why he had been so reckless in his past life. The hero smiled and asked why he was asking obvious things, and he angrily shouted that, what was obvious about it? The protagonist calmly said that if he had not behaved like that, he would have achieved nothing on the streets. The man looked ahead in surprise, and someone said that he had to win at any cost. The guy smiled and said that it was thanks to this approach that he managed to survive. He held himself on his stomach and writhing, said that it was more important what the emperor thought about it, and he asked if he had lived up to his expectations. Edgar folded his arms and said seriously that he would not have done that in the character's place. He looked seriously and thought that he was from the future. The Duke closed his eyes and thought about believing in a man after seeing how reckless he was. The man stood seriously and said that he would keep his promise and give the boy what he needed most. Ben smiled happily and thanked him. Then, for some reason, he began to fall backwards. The guy fell to the ground and Derek screamed in fear. The character was in bed, and the emperor was standing next to him. The protagonist was tired and asked where he was, and the blonde said that he had recovered faster than he expected. He turned around and seriously said that they had a lot to discuss, and he suggested that the hero follow him. They were walking down the hallway, and the guy was asking how long he had slept, and in response he got that it had been almost half a day. Ben was asking with interest whether a high-class priest had been called to him, and suddenly someone shouted to his father. Kloe was standing in the middle of the room and angrily saying that she had prescribed him more rest, and she asked where the man was taking the guy who had just woken up. The girl angrily asked if he was going to harm the character again. MC was standing dissatisfied, and the Duke was standing next to him and pointing his finger at him, seriously saying that he had gotten into trouble himself, and then he asked that he would harm the one who had saved her daughter. The dark-haired man was surprised and wondered if he was the blonde's savior. The heroine angrily yelled at the protagonist, saying that he knew that he had just woken up, having been with one foot in the grave before, and that he had thought that until now it seemed to him that everything was the other way around. Someone smiled contentedly. The hero awkwardly scratched his head and said that, as his lordship had said, his excessive ambitions were to blame for everything. He smiled and apologized for making them worry. The girl touched the guy's hair and, smiling, told him not to be so serious. Someone approached Ben's face and angrily asked what that look was, and the guy got scared. The man held the protagonist by the shoulders, and he was unhappy, and then the Duke said that even though he was a child, he already understood beauty, and he warned MC that if he courted his daughter, but did not have time to finish, when suddenly Kloe screamed. The guy smiled and said that he was simply surprised when he called him the savior of the lady, and the emperor looked at him in horror. The hero calmly said that last time he did not catch the dark magician and did not save the girl, and the fair-haired man looked at him in surprise. The man looked with fear, and someone thought that this was a new event for someone. The woman looked at her father in surprise and asked what he meant, and he said that she should not think about it, and he would tell her everything later if she was interested. The heroine looked in surprise when someone said that she needed to concentrate on the coming-of-age ceremony for now, and the emperor said that he had prepared everything and she would like it. She pressed her lips together in disappointment and agreed. The fair-haired woman turned around and sadly left when two people followed her with their eyes. The protagonist stood seriously and was silent. Edgar sat on a chair in the office, folding his hands, and said that he forgot to give the guy advice that from now on the fact that he had returned to the past should be kept secret, and Ben replied that he was not going to go and shout about it everywhere. He looked ahead with displeasure, and the Duke said that especially the priests should not know anything. The white-haired girl was in a dark space, and in her hands was a large watch, and someone was saying that the flow of time is the core of the faith spread by the Creator, and even the goddess, the mistress of all things, cannot resist this force, and a simple person who goes against the established order will be called an apostate. The ring shone brightly, and someone said that this is the reason their family hides the tempest. The hero asked with interest that the goddess was not the creator, and the Emperor of the Sword calmly said that, of course, he could not know about it, and this information was removed even from the sacred scriptures in the temple. The guy listened with interest about the fact that the real scriptures were passed on only to ancient families. The man stood up, and the protagonist stood seriously and listened to him say that it was necessary to minimize the number of informed people and gave an example. Ben was surprised when he said that only the 10 great knights that MC spoke about could know about this. The Duke seriously said that there was no word about the hand of God, and the character smiled contentedly, and said that he did not plan to leave them behind. He clenched his hand into a fist and smiling, confidently said that they would become even stronger for him. He would use the abilities he had mastered in the future. Edgar smiled excitedly and said with interest that it was excellent, and then he asked what kind of powers they were. The hero looked seriously and asked about the thing he wanted to give him. The fair-haired man looked surprised and thought. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said with displeasure that the Emperor should have a conscience, so he should first give what the guy needed. The man was nervous, and at that moment the dark-haired man insulted his interlocutor. He swung and hit MC on the head and shouted insults. Ben grabbed his head in pain and shouted why he hit him. The Duke happily straightened his tie and smiled. They were heading to the playground on the street, and angry Edgar said that the character first of all needs to be taught manners. The guy screamed in pain and asked that he understands that in his soul he is an adult, and the man shouted that this is even worse. He pushed the hero with the words that since he promised, he would have to fulfill what he said, and at that moment the dark-haired man fell to the ground screaming. The Emperor towered over the man and seriously spoke about sharing with him the special knowledge of the head of his family, and the dark-haired man looked at him in surprise. The Duke smiled contentedly and confidently asked if he had heard anything about the force of gravity. The protagonist sighed and bubbles came out of his nose. He stood upset, his head down. Suddenly, someone hit the hero on the head and shouted that they hadn't started yet, and he was already asleep. An irritated Ben shouted for them to stop hitting him, and the man said that he should listen carefully then. The bald man sat with his arms folded, and someone said that the secrets of their family were represented by 4 techniques, and one of them was mana training. The character held a sword in his hands and was focused, and someone said that this was a defensive and offensive technique. He held the weapon angrily and used magic. This is the acquisition of internal skills of the 3rd stage. The unknown held the weapon in front of him, and someone said that this was the skill of obtaining special skills to reach the 7th stage. The dark-haired man was delighted and shouted with admiration that it was not for nothing that their family was considered the best. The Emperor smiled contentedly and agreed. Winking, he said with a smile that he uses a striking weapon, which means that he has no need for the attacking skill of the sword. The guy swung the weapon and said with a smile that a fragile sword cannot compare with a strong hammer. The hero smiled contentedly and thought that he was interested in something completely different, and the Duke looked at the dark-haired man from behind with incomprehension. The man held a large sword in front of him and defended himself from magic, and someone thought that this was an incredible defensive power. The character smiled slyly and thought that with it his attacks and defense would become ideal, and suddenly someone said that some of these secrets are the most important. Suddenly he was distracted and listened attentively to the fact that these are techniques for obtaining internal and special skills. The fair-haired man smiled contentedly and said that right now he would teach Ben one of them, and it would be a technique for obtaining an internal skill. The guy asked upset and screaming that it would not be a defensive technique. The Emperor smiled contentedly and closed his eyes. A candle burned brightly in the room. People were sitting at the table in dark cloaks, and someone was saying that Monica was dead. An unknown person calmly said that she was a blade piercing the heart of Elfheim, a resource that could not be lost so easily. Someone was shouting menacingly that the expected heir was someone. Someone with red eyes angrily said that they should collect data on him, but so that the kingdom would not know anything about it. The unknown people put their hands on their chests and said in chorus that they would do it. Someone abruptly put a glass of liquid on the table and said that it was true. Someone raised a finger and seriously said that they should not spoil anything. The beaten protagonist stood displeased and said that now the task in Kurun was the most important thing, and then he asked about someone offering him to master the technique of obtaining an internal skill. The Emperor confidently clenched his fist and confirmed the hero's words, and he said that he already knew which skill suited him, and it would be a 3rd stage explosion just like in his past life. The Duke shook his finger and said with a smile that he had analyzed everything and when he carried the character's limp body after the battle. Ben stood confidently and listened to how, even though he was a child, he weighed more than many knights, and then he was asked about using some secret to do so. Someone was pointing at something when the dark-haired man agreed, and someone interrupted him and told him to think about something. Edgar was wearing iron armor, and he stood confidently and asked about wearing heavy equipment in his past life. The hero stood thoughtfully and said that, as far as he remembered, it was really unrealistically heavy, and someone said that, therefore, his body weighed more. The protagonist calmly watched and listened to the fact that the more energy he had, the more clumsy his movements became, and then he received a question about whether he knew why, and he answered that he did not. The man held an apple in his hands, and a knight and a man were running under him, and someone was talking about how some magicians call this law of the universe gravity, and if the guy masters it, then the heavier his body is, the faster and stronger it will become, and the amount of energy will increase. The character listened with interest to the interlocutor, who asked with a smile whether he was impressed. Ben was surprised when he heard that the result of an expert who thoughtlessly chooses internal skills cannot be compared with this. The guy carefully watched and listened to the fact that the body has a force that moves it, and the dark-haired man thought that the more he listens, the more he likes it. He looked in surprise when someone said that it is a matter of mass, and the higher the weight, and then MC asked that this is nonsense. The Duke was surprised and angrily asked again, shouting. He tensed up and shouted that they should listen to him, because there was a force that was pressing down on them from above, and at that moment the hero repeated the words of the interlocutor and asked a question about him drinking too much of his expensive alcohol. The dissatisfied emperor sighed nervously when the protagonist said that if it were so, then all people would have already pressed themselves to the ground. The man nervously put his hand forward and asked about why objects fall from a height, and Ben confidently said that because such is the order. The fair-haired man angrily shouted about why exactly this happens, and the dissatisfied dark-haired man said that this is what happens and that's it, and then asked about why they are picking on him. Edgar angrily clenched his fist and said that he is not even trying to understand what he is being told. Suddenly someone asked about why the emperor complicates everything, and he looked at him in surprise. The protagonist scratched his ear with displeasure and said that if the interlocutor does not understand something, then he should just accept it. Someone looked somewhere with hatred. The man grabbed the hero and shouted that he had his own views on life, and the guy loudly screamed for help. A tall building was in the city, and someone shouted that no one would help someone, and now someone would fly out of here on their own, and then someone asked a question about how he would fly out. The emperor held the character by the collar, and he writhed in fear. He hung in the sky and looked down in horror. The fair-haired man stood confidently and said that the hero would have to learn from personal experience. The dark-haired man was surprised and screamed. Then he noticed that the duke used an ability that freezes mana. The man looked angrily and said that he would ask again about why things fall from a height. Ben smiled awkwardly and asked about the gravity issue. Suddenly, he started to fall down in fear. The hero was heading for the ground and screaming in fear. Edgar watched seriously and said that he should feel it with his own body. The protagonist was falling and screaming bad words about the man. He turned his gaze down and looked in fear. The ground was approaching and someone thought that he would die. MC used the magic that forms armor. He began to call the wolf with panic and scream. The animal ended up on the ground and was surprised by something. It looked up and saw the fallen guy. The young man smiled and laughed to himself. The summoner looked up in fear and expected something. An explosion formed on the asphalt, and someone loudly shouted apologies. The hero lay powerlessly on the body of his pet. It began to bark discontentedly, and the guy said with a smile that he was really sorry. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him, and he looked at it in surprise. The man smiled contentedly and asked if the character felt the force of gravity. The dark-haired man winced in pain and said that every centimeter of his body, and it was a very refreshing sensation, and the emperor said that falling from such a height did not kill him. The guy was surprised when he heard the question about whether he would be able to control gravity. The protagonist was falling down from the building screaming, and someone said that it seemed like they needed to repeat it, and someone shouted that verbal explanations would be enough, but was immediately refused because he learned faster in practice. Ben looked angrily somewhere and sighed. Someone put a hand on his chest and used magic, and he lay on the bed in fear. Kloe was sitting on a chair and was shocked when she saw that the hero had woken up, and he did not understand where he was. The girl smiled contentedly, and said that it was amazing, and she heard that he had already become an expert. MC was surprised by her words and thought about the fact that he was a professional. Surprised, Ben wondered if he had already become an expert. He remembered how the man threw him off the tower and asked if it really worked. Crossing her arms, Kloe asked why he trained so hard, noting that she understood that being her father's student was a great joy, but he was not worth it. Smiling, the girl said that it was great that he became an expert. Everyone in the Blue Wing Order went crazy with this news. Kloe was surprised by the protagonist's question, "Is it okay that she is there?" The girl's hands trembled at Ben's suggestion that she must have a lot to do because of the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The guys looked at each other in silence. Sitting opposite, Kloe replied that it was not exactly like that, she just needed to work on etiquette, so there was not much to do. The protagonist looked at her intently. Sitting in front of him, Kloe heard Ben say that he was sure she could handle it. He noted with a satisfied look that he was talking about the ceremony. The girl hit him on the back of the head. Closing her eyes, she emphasized the fact that she would be the main star that day. Looking at the protagonist, she clarified if it was noticeable that she was worried, and the protagonist replied that he thought everyone she was close to noticed it. Surprised, Ben listened to her words about how there was nothing to worry about, because he was like family to her now. Kloe smiled and said that since his father was teaching him, they were family, so to speak, and from now on he could call her sister. The protagonist was shocked by what she heard. The disgruntled girl asked why he had such a reaction, noting that it was a great honor, since she was the daughter of a duke. Kloe was happy and asked to keep their conversation a secret, since they were now a family. Ben agreed with a satisfied look. The guys were sitting in the stands. Derek stood opposite the protagonist, and said that he had heard that he had become an expert. Keeping his hand on his hip, the protagonist replied that it was true and asked why he had been called. Looking around, Ben said that this did not look like a regular meeting. The guys watched them silently. Derek threw the hammer on the ground and asked them not to pay attention. Grinning, he asked what the protagonist thought about a rematch. Ben, surprised, asked if they would fight without weapons, and then wondered if it was because of the sparring last time. Closing his eyes, Derek replied that it was, and that he had lost his mind in a fight with a child, which was unworthy of a knight. Holding his shield in front of him, shrouded in aura, Derek cried out that the protagonist could attack and fight as he wanted. He would help him get used to his new strength. Grinning, Ben replied that since the knight himself offered it, he would not refuse. The protagonist rushed at him. He struck the shield. The ground beneath Derek's feet shook. Frowning, the man wondered how this was possible and if this was really the boy from a week ago. Ben held onto his shield. The knight threw it aside. The protagonist made a dash. He continued to advance. Ben's mace was shrouded in blue mana. She began to emit a bright light. Derek swung his fist, emphasizing the fact that even a light touch could cause a serious injury. Ben's mace collided with the knight's fist. They flew apart. Derek looked at his hand. The protagonist ran at the knight again. He delivered a series of attacks to the shield. Frowning, the knight wondered what was going on. Ben swung his mace. He found himself behind Derek. The man suddenly staggered. Sitting in the stands, the guys discussed how the protagonist's mace looked quite heavy, and he was wielding it with all his might. Derek picked up the hammer. He suggested with an enraged look that there was no point in holding back. Ben turned around and replied that this was why he had joined in the first place. Derek attacked him and asked him to be on guard. Biting his lip, the protagonist thought that with each blow he was getting the hang of it. He was preparing to attack. Raising the mace above his head, Ben came to the conclusion that he needed to swing lighter and hit harder. The protagonist hit the knight's shield. Derek was surprised by this. He swung the hammer and threw the protagonist away from himself. Ben bounced off the column and thought that when the mana body gets used to this, he can release all his power. He swung the mace. Derek was taken aback by what he saw. The protagonist began to scream loudly. His body was enveloped in mana when he used a lightning strike. A powerful blow was heard on the battlefield, raising a cloud of dust. Garen said with satisfaction that such power belonged to an expert. Sitting on the ground, Derek said that it was obvious that they did not need to spar anymore. Wiping sweat from his face, Ben thanked the man for his help. Smiling, the knight clarified whether the protagonist understood that he had given in. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he had given in too. The man asked again, taken aback. Ben crossed his arms and asked if Derek had forgotten that he was a spirit summoner. The knight began to laugh loudly. The man stood up and said that the protagonist had joined and welcomed him to the Blue Wing. Ben, displeased, asked if the Duke had told him that he had not planned to join the Order of Knights. The dumbfounded knight asked again. Derek, upset, asked why. Looking out the window, Edgar said that he had forgotten to tell them that anyone planning to travel the world had better not join anyone. He noted with satisfaction that Ben had tried hard and exceeded his expectations. The dumbfounded protagonist remembered falling from the tower and thanked him for his help. Without taking his eyes off the window, Edgar said that the preparations for settling the first disaster were almost complete. Pointing his finger at Ben, he said that he would make an artifact for him, a warhammer. The protagonist presented various weapons and told that the artifact is a weapon enchanted with magic. They vary in value, but the cost can be equal to the knight's income for several years. Closing his eyes, Ben asked if it would take a long time to make, to which he received the answer that it had been made for several months. Taken aback, the protagonist asked how Edgar knew that he would need it. Holding his hands behind his back, the king said that it was supposed to be a gift to Derek for long service. Ben arrived at the best forge of Valentino, in Rendel's hammer. The gnome stood in front of the protagonist, and asked if Edgar wanted him to adjust the hammer to him. Enraged, Rendel cried out that he would rather refuse the order and pay compensation. Edgar dared to treat his creation like a toy. Ben thought with a smile that this gnome was just like Heinen. He grinned and thought that he needed to show that he was worthy. Rendel was taken aback by the protagonist's words that he was better than a high-level knight. The dwarf was shocked. The blacksmith saw how Ben could concentrate mana and wondered if he was an expert at that age. He opened his mouth in surprise. Rendel's eyes began to glow brightly. The blacksmith saw the aura emanating from the protagonist, and noted that the Eye of Truth was a skill that, thanks to the waves of emotion in the voice, separated the truth from the lie. The dwarf turned around and said that Ben was not bad. Looking at the protagonist, he asked to wait a little. There was a hammer on the table. Touching it, Randall said that it still needed to be adjusted for Ben. Examining the artifact, the protagonist listened to the fact that automatic recovery, strike amplification, and defense magic also needed to be fixed. Standing in front of the dwarf, the protagonist clarified what about attack magic, after which Randall asked if people were interested in protecting simple weapons at all, to which he received the answer that this was not the case. The blacksmith listened attentively to Ben about the fact that the artifact hammer is an unusual thing, even, he would say, rare. Only a fool would refuse the opportunity to have 3 magical functions. Looking away, the gnome admitted that he has another hammer, which is made of pressed black iron and has a rune to increase the weight, which makes it difficult to carry. Open-mouthed in surprise, the protagonist listened to the fact that the person it was intended for refused it because of the weight. Ben grabbed Randall by the shoulders. He cried out with delight that it sounded amazing, after which he clarified what other features it had, after which the blacksmith said that it had an automatic function to strengthen the blow and self-healing. They went into another room. Stunned, Ben examined the hammer. The weapon stood near the wall. Closing his eyes, the gnome said that the protagonist could hold it if he wanted. It weighed more than 100 kilograms. The protagonist grabbed the hammer with one hand, screaming that it was really heavy. He began to swing it with a satisfied look. Ben slammed the hammer on the ground, and Randall cried out that it would destroy everything there. The lovesick protagonist hugged the hammer, saying that he knew it was cool. Ben remembered himself from his past life and thought that this hammer was a little short, but similar to the nocturne he used in his past life. Holding the hammer in his hands, the protagonist asked if the dwarf would adapt the handle so that he could use it when he grew up, and the blacksmith cried out that he had to pay first. Smiling, Ben asked what the hammer's name was. Holding his chin, Randall asked again, after which he cried out that his name was Stamp. Surprised, crossing his arms, Edgar asked if he had another hammer. Sitting on the chair, he replied that it was even better, because Derek would be happy too, and Ben said that his reworking of the hammer for him would take about 2 weeks, during which time he would train. He didn't even think that he would ever be able to become a Superman. Surprised, Edgar noted that this was a Western word. Pointing his finger at his head, the protagonist said that because of his appearance, he decided to add foreign words to his vocabulary. Many say that he is from a clan of magicians. The king laughed and said that the protagonist is interesting and that he came up with a good idea. Enraged, Ben listened, saying that using strange words is a good idea, because then everyone will be understanding of his collective farm hair color. Looking out the window, Edgar said that in 2 weeks, Kloe's coming-of-age ceremony will take place and she will leave. The protagonist calmly asked if the king still wants to announce this. Closing his eyes, Edgar asked if Ben was talking about his relationship with the royal family and whether he could cancel the engagement with the crown prince. He seriously heard the protagonist's words that he will die the day after the wedding. Ben presented a bloody coat of arms and said that in the summer of next year, all the direct heirs of the royal family of Aslan will die during the second disaster. A picture of knights fighting appeared in his mind, and he noted that because of this, the strongest kingdom would fall apart in internal strife, and the princess would become a widow, and she would be called the unlucky crown princess. The girl was sitting on the throne. Sitting at the table, Edgar said that since he knew everything, he could prevent it, so there was nothing to worry about. Frowning, the protagonist said that he also knew that the second robber prince would also die. The protagonist remembered how Kloe, smiling, asked to call her sister from now on. Slamming his hands on the table, Ben cried out that in his past life he could not help her, and now they do not know any details. Closing his eyes, Edgar replied that her daughter was a bright child. Looking down, he added that her character and abilities are brighter than her appearance. People do not know about it. Standing in front of him, Ben replied that sooner or later they will find out. He pictured a crowd of people on the street and told them that Edgar would help, but in the end, she would have to settle the affairs of the kingdom alone. He remembered meeting Kloe and saying that she did not seem happy to him. Getting up from the table, the king replied that for his daughter, as for the world, he would choose the best path. He said with a serious expression that this must be prevented, or he is not Edgar. Looking at him, Ben said that he would not interfere. Holding his fist in front of him, he emphasized the fact that if something went wrong, he himself would save Kloe. The king hit him on the forehead. The enraged man asked if the protagonist had developed feelings for her, since he called her a friendly name. Looking around the room, Ben screamed for Edgar to stop. Looking at the street, the man said that so many people had gathered because the coming-of-age ceremony was about to take place. The boys walked side by side. Their faces were pleased. People were chatting pleasantly on the street. Standing in front of the window, the boy was saying that the coming-of-age ceremony had attracted many more guests than expected, and that his family was well respected. He happily emphasized that they would try to make sure everything went smoothly, and the plot introduced us to Shane, the captain of the Blue Wing Squad. The king looked away and said that he was doing well, and Shane said that the Roctors would also have a representative, their vile third son. The upset man was talking about the Roctors. Edgar presented a rose and noted that the Roctors were a ducal family with great influence in the kingdom, and that they had been feuding with the Valencia family for generations. He looked at Shane and asked if they really sent him to their ceremony, noting that he needed to be reminded that he was on his lands, not in his home, and the boy said that they had already prepared for everything. Edgar closed his eyes and said that he knew Shane could be trusted. He suddenly opened his eyes. Shane turned around and looked at the king. Frowning, Edgar asked if the boy had an illness that he had kept from him. Taken aback, Shane asked why. The king's face was serious. Closing his eyes, he asked to forget about it. Sitting on a chair, the man said that he did not need to bother so much with organizing the ceremony, and Shane replied that everything was fine. For him the miss was like a niece. Happy, Edgar said that she was always tagging along with him. It seemed like she had 3 older brothers. Frowning, he clarified if Shane was planning on getting married again. The boy's face was surprised. Shane crossed his arms and said that he did not plan on it, and Edgar promised not to ask about it again. Sighing, the king noted that he was just nervous about the upcoming ceremony. He was left alone in the study. He folded his hands. The king remembered how he spoke with Ben. The surprised protagonist cried out that it was impossible that he did not know about Shane. Edgar seriously wondered if Shane would switch sides in the future. Looking around the room, The king reasoned that since neither illness nor marriage would be a reason for dismissal, and in a normal fight a user of the sixth circle cannot die. Edgar, lost in thought, sat quietly. With an enraged look, he came to the conclusion that the matter was most likely in the second disaster. The protagonist put the mace on the ground. Wiping the sweat from his face, he said about Shane. Putting his hand on his hip, Ben noted that it was not in vain that his grandfather was worried. Probably something would happen at Kloe's ceremony, and many people would be drawn into the incident. He turned his gaze. The girl approached him. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she needed to be somewhere else right now, noting that many ambassadors had already arrived, and that she was devoting time to him at such a moment would offend them. Closing her eyes, Kloe declared that the room was too stuffy to stay there. She said with a satisfied look that she could talk to the protagonist about something interesting, and even meet the wolf. Ben summoned the wolf and asked if he could lend it to her for a while. She took the wolf cub and cried out that he would have more fun with her. The guy came there saying that Kloe was irresistible. Kneeling down, the guy said that he would dare to say that she was the most beautiful of all the women that he, Ted Rockler, had ever met. The dumbfounded girl asked him his last name again, to which she received the answer that he was from a family that competed with hers with the best of intentions. Ted bowed and asked to spare him a moment so that their first meeting would be imprinted in his memory. Kloe was surprised. The guy winked and asked if they would become lifelong friends. Kloe was frightened to hear the offer to have a little chat, and that he even brought drinks for such an occasion. Frowning, Ben wondered what was wrong with this weirdo and how dare he offer a drink to an underage girl who was about to be engaged. Vivian put her hand in front of Kloe and said that he needed to step aside. The lady could not accept his offer, she needed to return to the guests. Ted crossed his arms and asked how the girl dared to stand in his way. Graham stepped forward. He asked with a serious expression to leave the room so that the children could talk. Furious, Vivian declared that what was happening was absurd. The knight extended his hand and said with a satisfied look that his master was sincere. He had been waiting for a chance to meet her for many years. The guys stood in front of Kloe and began to apologize. There were smirks on their faces. The protagonist watched this from the side. He thought with a serious expression that this was some kind of suspicious guy. Smirking, Ben suggested that it was time to prove himself. The protagonist approached Kloe and called her sister. He hugged her and asked who these strange men were. Ted pointed his finger at him and clarified who this boy was. Waving his hand, he ordered Graham to get him out of there. Ben slapped him. The protagonist threw the guy. Ted fell to the ground, while the protagonist shouted that he had mastered garbage collection best of all. Enraged, Graham grabbed his weapon. Ben hit him too. Graham flew far away. The boys asked in surprise if the main character had knocked the knight down in one blow. The stranger's face was surprised. The boys were lying unconscious on the ground. Ben had a smug smile on his face. Graham remembered kneeling and listening to the order to take Ted to Kloe so that he could make a scandal there. The dumbfounded Graham said that this would tarnish the name of his entire family. The man with the serious face said that Ted would soon be banished. Graham was shocked by what he heard. Grinning, the man emphasized that settling their main problem and losing only one worthless thing was an excellent exchange. The knight should accompany him and keep quiet about their plan. The warrior fell to the ground. The main character stood above them. The guy looked out the window and asked who this boy was. The stranger frowned and replied that he was a genius who could only appear in fairy tales. The guy laughed and asked if the Duke was raising a monster. Holding his chin, he noted that he would need to meet with the protagonist. Looking at his interlocutor, he clarified whether Duke Rockler really planned to continue to interfere with the royal family. Trent stood in front of him and assumed that the Duke wanted to remain in their sight. Most likely his goal was to destroy the connection between them and the Valentia family. The boy shifted his gaze and emphasized the fact that the two families couldn't compete since Duke Edgar became an aura user. Tren looked at his comrade and told him that Rockler didn't want Valentia to surpass him. The boy frowned at what he heard. He crossed his arms and assumed that was true. Ben continued to stand over his opponents. The boy was suddenly surprised. Looking at the guys on the street, Trent said that the young masters of the Valentia family adored their younger sister, and they had already returned home. The boys' faces were furious. Edgar sat in front of the protagonist, and said that he heard Ted was causing a stir. Looking at Ben, he noted that thanks to this, he wouldn't be caught for attacking an aristocrat. The king slammed his hand on the table. He cried out with an angry face that the protagonist was just lucky. He should stay away and not swing his fists all the time. Looking away, the protagonist said that those guys were acting strange. A trembling Edgar replied that it was true. The man with glowing eyes emphasized the fact that Ted got a good beating. As Ben left the office, he continued to hear the king scream. He turned his gaze. His guys gazed to Edgar's sons. The enraged guys were shouting that they would teach Ted a good lesson. Looking at them, Ben thought that they were familiar faces. One of the guys crashed into the protagonist. Tren flew to the side. The dumbfounded guy thought that Tren was an expert, and yet, the frightened son of the Duke wondered if the boy had pushed him away. A powerful aura emanated from Ben. he asked with a dumbfounded look if it was Ben by chance. Trent stood up and clarified if this was the boy who fought with Derek. Holding his head, the protagonist replied that they had fought with him, but he had given in and had not used his soul weapon. The guys stood in front of the protagonist and discussed that the rumors were true. He really had a high enough level to learn the secret of their family. Leaving Ben, the guys said that they were sorry that they met at such a time. They now had a body. The protagonist looked after the guys who were shouting that they would personally throw Ted out of their duchy. His face was displeased. Ben stood quietly and thought that this was Aaron, the heir of the Valentia family. He looked at the second guy and wondered who he was. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if the fate of Shane awaited him. Walking down the street, Ben cursed at the royal family of Aslan. He introduced the guys and noted that the members of the ruling family consider their Aslan family to be the most aristocratic, so they only allow those who have a blood connection with them. Because of this, even in the Valentia family, few can communicate with them. He presented a multitude of corpses and emphasized the fact that this would lead to misfortune in the future. Baring his teeth, Ben stated that these were the damn aristocrats with their damn kinship with the golden dragon. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. The guys were walking towards him, saying that it was better to say such things when no one was around. Looking at them, Ben clarified who they were. Looking at the guy's face, the protagonist thought that one was done by magic. Putting his hand on his chest, the stranger introduced himself as Hector, noting that he had come there as a guest for the Mrs. Coming-of-Age ceremony. Keeping his hands behind his back, Hector stated that after hearing how Ben defeated the knight, he wanted to meet him. The protagonist stood in front of him and said that he was a guest there and in debt to Edgar, and Hector noted that the Duke was a short-sighted man. He said with an enraged look that they were now on his lands, so it was not very kind to speak of him like that. Hector was taken aback by this. The guy laughed and said that Ben was right. He frowned and said that they give each other advice, like real friends. Looking at the protagonist, Hector noted that he wanted to treat him to lunch. Winking, the guy asked him not to refuse, after which he suggested having fun and talking. Ben seriously wondered if he should pounce on him and find out who he really was. The protagonist remembered how Edgar scolded him. Sighing, the protagonist came to the conclusion that for now he would just keep an eye on Hector. He was taken aback by the words that Hector heard that he was quite close to the miss. The protagonist suddenly slapped him. The guy flew to the side. He flew further and further. Thorn was taken aback when he saw Hector flying towards him. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Edmund looked at his flying friend in surprise. Hector flew to the side with a crash. Ben raised his hand in confusion. He smiled and said that he would get it badly for this. The boy dodged the sword in fear. The man raised his sword in anger and said that he was an impudent brat. The protagonist parried the blow with his hand. Edmund bared his teeth and said that he would tear him to pieces. Frowning, the protagonist asked why all of a sudden. Ben looked at him in surprise, deciding that he had to stop. He stood in front of the fiery opponent, thinking that this was mana territory control. The boy held the sword with all his might, thinking that this was a challenger level. Gritting his teeth, the opponent said that he would chop off his arms first. The protagonist watched tensely, thinking about his iron divine armor. A wolf jumped out from behind the enemy. Turning around, Edmund cried out that this was impossible. He frowned and said that since he had a mana wolf, it meant that he was a summoner. The protagonist brought his fist closer and shouted that this was his chance. Ben delivered a powerful blow. The boy bared his teeth. He looked at the serious opponent and thought that he had not moved an inch. The man grabbed him by the collar. The screaming child flew up. The protagonist landed on his feet. The enemy was swinging his sword furiously. Archie rushed forward. The pet took the attack on himself. Jumping up, Ben called for the moon wolf. He fell to the ground. The boy looked at him in fear, listening to how long he had held out. The enemy raised a flaming sword and said that he would put an end to his efforts. The protagonist looked at the blade in fear. Edmund turned to his friend. Holding his wounded cheek, Hector said that it was his own fault. Shane sat at the table with the boy, telling him that he wanted to see him, but did not imagine that it would happen like this. Looking at the embarrassed child, he said that he had overdone it with suspicion. The boy introduced the wounded Hector and said that he would forgive him, so the matter would be hushed up. Raising the cup, Shane said that he should keep something in mind. He smiled evilly and said that Valentino was not a place for fun. If a person hides his identity with magic, then he has permission to do so. Ben looked at him with fear, thinking that his energy was frightening. He did not even want to object. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that people expected a lot from him. The guy drank tea and said that if he was a little more restrained, he would become great, so said his lordship. Putting the cup on the table, Shane said that he had a lot to do, so he had to leave, to which the boy replied that he wanted to ask a question. He stood up in surprise. Frowning, the child asked who Hector was. The guy waved his hand and replied that this was classified information. Taken aback, Shane listened as the protagonist asked if he was related to the royal family. He put his hand to his face and said that he shouldn't tell him anything. The boy imagined the man who had turned away and said that it was logical, because his knight was at the level of a challenger. Shane lowered his eyebrows and asked not to tell anyone. The boy crossed his legs and thought that he was probably from the royal family. After all, Kloe's ceremony was actually an announcement of her engagement to the crown prince. The plot moves us a week later on the day of the ceremony, where many people were walking around the fountain. Shane was standing in the hall. He smiled sweetly. Remembering how he read a book with a girl as a child, the boy thought that she was his sister. Shane closed his eyes, thinking that he would do everything possible to make today the best day of her life. He frowned. The main character was greedily eating meat next to him. Blushing with shame, the boy listened as the boy asked what kind of food of the gods this was. A happy Shane stood at the table and said that he could eat more slowly. There was enough food for everyone. Having stuffed his mouth with food, the protagonist replied that he was already eating slowly. The boy looked at him with disdain and said that he should stop shoving everything into his mouth, otherwise his jaw would fall off. The boy held the meat in surprise and asked what he said. Putting his hand to his chest, Shane replied that it was nothing, let him forget it, thinking that he was at an age when he needed to eat more in order to grow. Ben chewed his food, listening to the man say that here was the young knight. A happy Hector stood in front of him and said that Shane was a busy man, asking if he would mind talking to him instead. The protagonist got up from the table, thinking that he had come too, and replied that he had behaved disgustingly last time. Watching the child bow, the man said that he should not have asked him that. His strength was impressive. He hit himself on the shoulder and said that if he said something rude, let him hit him again. No one had done that for a long time. The protagonist smiled and agreed, wondering what was wrong with him, a pervert or something. The host smiled and offered to greet the star of the day. Pointing to the side, he said that it was Kloe von Valencia and her father. The king walked in front of his daughter. Edgar took her hand. The girl raised her hand with a smile. Hector looked at her with admiration. Tears came to his eyes. He said that she was very stately and beautiful. Gritting his teeth, the boy wondered if he could really let this freak talk like that. The guys looked at her in shock. Smiling, the guy said that she was the angel of the Valencia family. Kloe looked down in embarrassment, hearing that she was very beautiful. She closed her eyes sadly. The girl walked towards the throne, thinking that after today, everything would never be the same. Ben stood behind him, displeased. He looked away thoughtfully. The protagonist remembered how she smiled and asked to call her sister from now on. The protagonist saved up mana in his hand. Releasing Archie up, the boy thought about praying for her happiness. People looked at the jumping wolf in surprise. Kloe smiled at the beast. Edgar watched as the wolf licked his daughter and said that it was the boy's pet. Kloe sat on the throne. Putting the animal on her lap, she asked it to sit still. The man sighed heavily, listening to people discussing why she was with the dog. Was this really part of the plan? The wolf began to glow brightly. The girl turned around in surprise. A grown Archie was standing next to her. Kloe stroked her sleeping pet. Dumbfounded, the boy shouted that it was an angel along with a divine creature. Hector put his hands on his hips and said that this was a real form of spirit, very elegant. Closing his eyes, he thanked the boy for the brilliant performance. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure, wondering who he thought he was to thank him for this. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was some kind of suspicious guy. He wanted to hit him again. Edgar stood in front of his daughter's throne and said that he knew that he had already said this, but he was grateful because she had grown up so wonderful. Looking down, the king said that he wished her mother could see her now. The girl cried, hearing that it would be wonderful. Derek wiped away his tears. The man turned around and asked what was wrong with him. Edgar picked up the jewelry. He put the cross on his daughter's neck. The people smiled enthusiastically. The host spread his arms and announced that now was the main event of the ceremony. It was time to introduce them to my lady's groom. The king stood seriously and said that his daughter's husband would be that man over there. The man extended his finger with mana. It created a bright glow. The viewer looked at him in surprise and asked if it was a magical projection. An illusion of a guy appeared in front of the people. Smiling, Brad said his name. He said through the projection that he was incredibly happy that the angel of the Valencia family would become his companion. Taken aback, Vivian asked if it was true, adding that he was, after all, the reincarnation of a wise king. Ben stood in front of the girl, thinking that, wise or not, he had died in vain in his past life. Smiling, Hector said that it was time for him to speak. The boy grabbed his hand. He stood in front of the surprised man and asked where he was going. Frowning, the main character said that he very much doubted that now was the time for him to speak. The guy joyfully patted him on the head and called him a young knight. Closing his eyes, he said that he understood his concerns, but he did not need to be wary of him. Hector moved his hand away and asked to try pronouncing his last name, Nausa, backwards. Raising his glowing palm, he said that it would sound like Aslan. The guy turned into his true form. Brad walked ahead and said that they would see each other. The protagonist watched in shock, listening to people discussing how it was His Highness the Crown Prince, who personally came to the ceremony. Remembering how the guy flew back from the blow, the boy thought that he was getting out. He hit the crown prince in the face. Ben stood sadly, deciding that he really screwed up. Sweat was running down his face and he was thinking about maybe letting him die at the wedding next year. Shane looked at him with a smile and asked what he was thinking about. The protagonist stood in front of him and answered that it was a little hot outside today. Looking away, the guy said that His Highness had already forgiven him. He watched as the groom took Kloe's hand, telling her that even if he was unhappy, he would be safe on the territory of the duchy. The protagonist raised his head in surprise. Introducing the seated king and Brad, Shane said that the one who went against the will of the emperor, who chose Rockler and insisted on this marriage, was the crown prince himself. The boy looked away warily, thinking that he wished to unite with Valentius. The guy raised a finger and said that his lordship asked him to convey something. Frowning, he said that the preparations were complete. Let him come to him after the ceremony. Ben stood in front of the king's table. Covering his mouth with his hand, Edgar thanked him for the spirit, adding that he was able to calm her down a little. The protagonist, with a smug look, replied that this was nothing, clarifying whether everything was ready. Frowning, the man said that it was, but to be honest, he still found it hard to believe. Introducing the crystal, he said that the divine artifact of Kurun, Humanitas, would disappear. The king imagined tentacles in the middle of the city and said that he was not sure that a sudden attack of magical monsters and krakens would leave only ruins from the capital of Orcish. Edgar looked furiously and asked why of all the monsters, krakens. Holding up a piece of paper, the protagonist answered that they would have to find out, and clarified what about the warhammer. The man happily crossed his arms and said that it was finished. Let him go to the blacksmith tomorrow. The boy stood in front of Randall. Pointing his hand at the hammer, the dwarf said that it weighed more, was more effective and self-healing, adjusted all the mana waves to tune it to him. He put his hand to his chin and said that no matter how you look at it, it was strange, asking what the kid was made of. Ben happily picked up the hammer and replied that he thought it suited him very well. Crossing his arms, the man asked him to try swinging it. The protagonist smiled confidently. The protagonist pulled the hammer back and said that it felt amazing. He swung the weapon. The boy hit the monster in the face. The enemy's head pierced through. Clenching his fist, Ben cried out that this was what he needed. He looked at the hammer with a smile and said that it was much better than he expected. He should thank Rendell properly. The protagonist looked at the wolf in surprise. Archie rushed into the forest. Looking up at the sky, the protagonist said that it was because of the moonlight. The boy jumped on his pet and asked if he was really jumping like a rabbit today. Grinning, Ben said that everything was fine. They would reach the port city of Anaxon in a week. Meanwhile, the stranger placed a figure on the map. Putting his hand to his chest, the man said that the boy had left the duchy. He imagined a child jumping on a wolf and said that he was riding a spirit beast. The crowd at the table turned around, hearing that his speed was 4 times faster than the palanquin. The hooded guy looked at him and asked where the boy was going. Touching his chest, the stranger replied that he was going to the nearest city in the direction of Kurun, Anaxon. The cloaked guys were taken aback. Raising the figure over the map, the man said that this was annoying. Let them take the opportunity to get rid of him, called the tamer. The protagonist sat on the wolf in front of the guys. Sighing heavily, the protagonist asked who these freaks were. The guy grinned and said that he seemed to not understand the situation he was in. Aiming his bow, the man said that he heard the boy had become an expert, but there were 5 of them here with the same level, and he believed in his strength, having only 1 spirit on his side. The pumped-up stranger looked at him and said that children need to be beaten so that they come to their senses. The archer grinned. The guys, surrounded by mana, ran to the child and shouted that the Black Knights would be able to teach him a lesson. The guy released the arrow with a smile. The protagonist calmly sat on the wolf and clarified whether they were Black Knights. He threw the arrow away with his hand. The gang members were taken aback and thought about the fact that he had simply pushed it away. Was this really an expert level? The man thought with a serious expression that this could not be and shouted that they should not be afraid. Pulling out a spear, he said that this was probably an illusion. He was in the minority. The boy took the handle and said that they were talking nonsense against stupidity. Swinging his hammer, Ben said with a smile that he was prescribing a blow for them. He attacked the enemy with the weapon. The dumbfounded guys looked at him. The man was taken aback and thought that this really was an expert level. The enemy flew to the ground. The protagonist watched him writhe in pain and said that you and the great Black Knight. Throwing the hammer on his shoulder, the protagonist said that they were parasites and servants of the demon. The guy clenched his teeth in fury. The frightened guys ran into the forest and screamed that he was described to them completely differently, in all directions. The boy jumped off the wolf and asked who gave them permission to leave. The ground beneath his feet began to glow. Ben swung his hammer and said that the pathetic mediocrities should die. He struck in midair. The ground split into pieces. The dumbfounded boys fell under the rocks. The protagonist calmly watched through the smoke. The protagonist stood on a rock in front of the wounded boys. The boy smiled and said that it turned out great. Ben happily looked at the weapon and said that it would crush everyone and everything with it. He rode past the knights on the wolf and asked how they knew where he was. Looking away, the protagonist said that at least one should have been left alive. The protagonist glanced at the swaying tree. The trunk fell in front of him. Jumping back at Archie, the boy asked what it was. A two-headed monster peeked out from behind the tree. Gritting his teeth, Ben thought about the fact that it was a troll. The monster opened its mouth furiously. The enemy was stepping forward. The protagonist looked ahead with alarm. Watching the troll swing, he wondered why a high-level monster had appeared here. Ben imagined the silhouettes of the monsters and explained that the level of the monsters was determined based on how their strength correlates with the humans. Then he imagined a centaur with lightning and added that, for example, a level 5 monster corresponds to a 5th circle mage, or a superior level mana user who can handle it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and wondered why a level 5 monster had come for him. The troll swung his weapon. Ben quickly dodged the blow. Then he turned back. The mage opened his mouth and shouted that he was just a worthless boy who was interfering with their organization. Then he clenched the staff in his hands and ordered the monster to beat until nothing was left of him. Ben jumped off the wolf and noted that he was wondering where he came from, but it turned out to be the monster tamer. After which he pointed his finger at the enemy and ordered the moon wolf to grab him. The magician covered himself in red energy and shouted that nothing would work. The troll folded his arms. After which he swung his axe. A moment later, he chopped down the trees above the protagonist. A dark wave from the blow formed under the trees. The protagonist stared at the stumps. After which he gritted his teeth and thought that he had become enraged. A moment later, the monster was above him. The troll dealt a powerful blow, and Ben shouted that this was already pissing him off. After which the protagonist turned around and thought that strength and regeneration, annoying abilities that are enough to make a level 5 monster out of a troll. Then he slid along the ground and thought that his rage has a limit, he needs to be patient and wait for the moment. The troll took a deep breath. Then he opened his mouth and released thick smoke. The protagonist hunched over and thought that this was poisonous smoke, he can use mana. After which he fell to the ground. The axe was aimed at the protagonist. Ben jumped up sharply and swung, noting that he couldn't dodge it now. Then he charged the hammer with blue energy. A moment later, a powerful blow was heard. The troll fell to the ground. After which the protagonist jumped up. Then he delivered a powerful blow. The monster looked at his knee and screamed. Ben smiled widely and screamed that the force of the blow had become more powerful. It was amazing. The troll looked at him furiously and screamed. A moment later, his knee regenerated. Ben sharply dodged the blow. Then he bounced off the felled tree. The protagonist swung his weapon. Then he struck the monster's knee. The sorcerer watched the fight from behind the tree. Then he grinned and thought that no matter how long he ran, he would be finished as soon as he caught up with him. The troll struck the protagonist, and he dodged. After which Ben landed in a dead end. After which he gritted his teeth and looked around. The monster swung his axe. After which the rage disappeared from his face. The sorcerer opened his mouth and shouted in surprise that the rage mode had already subsided. Ben grinned and noted that it seemed he had reached his limit. Constant regeneration was very exhausting. The sorcerer opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was what he was trying to achieve. The moon wolf bit the magician on the hand. After which he fell to the floor and began to scream. Ben smiled and noted that the moon wolf had done a good job. After which he flew up with a hammer and shouted for him to continue holding him back. Then he opened his mouth and screamed even louder. The protagonist powerfully hit the monster. After which a powerful lightning strike was heard. Ben slowly emerged from the dust. After which he looked terribly at the sorcerer and noted that it was time to talk frankly. The protagonist raised his hand and said that the headquarters of the organization is in the lawless city of the Alliance, and their leader is its mayor. The sorcerer smiled nervously and noted that it was all true. Then he backed away when he heard that it was a lie and asked again. Ben raised his head with a wide smile and said that if it were so, the guard dog would have been put under a speech control spell. Then he lowered his head and added that he was quite talkative, even though he was a tamer of a 5th level magical beast. The sorcerer opened his eyes when he heard that they were planning to steal the divine artifact of Kurun. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that it was not so, and the protagonist noted that he would believe it, but would ask one more question. Ben smiled widely and asked him to name the person responsible for this task, and then he would let him go. The sorcerer looked at him in horror and asked if he was sure he would let him go, and Ben asked him to think carefully. Then he leaned towards him and added that he had heard about how people die when their skulls are crushed. Then he clenched his fist tightly and noted that the probability of this happening to him was higher than that of him finishing him off with his bare hands. The mage sweated and looked at the protagonist in fear. A loud explosion was heard over the port city of Anaxon. The residents looked in horror and asked what it was. Maybe someone launched fireworks. The protagonist remembered the smiling man who noted that everything was ready. They would be waiting for him at the Anaxon pub. Ben stared at the building and asked if it was here. Then he entered and opened his mouth wide. Then he pointed his finger at the man and wondered what would help him, the Emperor of the Sword himself. The man looked at the protagonist with a smile. Edgar closed his eye and apologized. The guy transformed and put out his hand and noted that they do not sell alcohol to children. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he wondered what the hell. His face changed, not because of the disguise of magic. After which he stared at the guy and added that he did not feel the presence of mana at all. A drop of sweat ran down Ben's cheek and he wondered if he imagined it. The customers smiled broadly and noted that this was no place for children, and especially not for black-haired ones. The ghost wolf appeared above them and the men added that the owner would lose all his customers like that. After which he opened his mouth wide and growled. Then he jumped onto the floor. The protagonist stared at the trembling men. After which he opened his mouth and noted that he always had to put everyone in their place. The man smiled and noted that he was a summoner, which means he was the customer who made a special order. After which he bowed and added that he asked for forgiveness. He did not recognize him right away. Then he put out his hand and told him to follow him. The protagonist placed the item in the owner's hand. Jay looked at the item and noted that it was definitely his lordship's token. After which he carefully examined the seal. The protagonist introduced the knight with the sword and the two people in the alley and said that Valentino's secret organization, the Black Wing, its people not only mastered the sword perfectly, but also had no equal in matters of finding information and establishing connections. The guy carefully hid the package in the corner of the room. Jay smiled widely and noted that he was the commander of the Black Wing. Ben folded his arms and noted that he wanted to ask a question. Jay looked at him carefully and heard that as the leader he should be at the level of a blader, but he did not feel the presence of mana in him, how he hid his abilities. Then he opened his mouth and noted that his mana had not awakened. Ben opened his mouth wide and asked again in surprise. The guy ran his hand over his face and noted that if he tried to hide it, it would be difficult to disguise himself like that. A moment later, the Emperor of the Sword stood in front of him. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted that this was the most ordinary disguise. After which Jay waved his hand and took his normal appearance. Ben put his hand out, wondering what it meant, if he hadn't imagined it, and remarked that it was a bit risky. Jay closed his eyes and said that it was rather exciting. Then he hid his hands behind his back and remarked that it would be better to think about his task. Then he put his finger out and said that the magician, Gale Anderson, who was supposed to give the recommendation, had disappeared. Ben opened his mouth and asked again, screaming. Then he looked straight ahead in horror and thought that the title of magician was given to those who reached the seventh circle. Considering that Gale Anderson had the power to control the waves, he had no equal at sea. Jay lowered his head and remarked that they could not detect his location, and he was supposed to return 2 weeks ago. Ben folded his arms and said that it was obvious that he would have a hard time getting a recommendation. The guy held up a badge and noted that there was a plan B. Ben glanced at the badge and heard it say that he wanted to meet his new person. He then smiled widely and noted that the Sword Emperor had chosen the right assistant. He then put the badge in his pocket and asked to find out about Hassel, and Jay asked who it was. The guy's mouth fell open when he heard that it was the demon follower responsible for the incident in Kurun. Ben smiled widely and added that since the informant's head would explode if he lied to him. Jay put his hand over his face and noted that it sounded like the name of either a beastman or an orc. He would keep that in mind. A moment later there was a knock on the door. The door was hit with more force and there were shouts for the gentlemen to come out. They were here. Jay looked at the door seriously and noted that it looked like it was time for him to go. Then he looked down and added that the big fish had arrived. Ben looked at him in confusion. A huge number of customers had appeared in the pub. Ben's face darkened and he stared at the room. Jay carried the trays expertly and noticed that they still had an order. The waiters all started crying and noted that it was all because of the gentlemen. They even prayed that there weren't so many of them. Ben looked at them in surprise and wondered why this fake pub was doing so well. 2 days later, a luxurious ship was in the harbor. The sailor opened his mouth and shouted that the Flaxen was leaving soon, and Ben asked if they were heading to Kurun. The sailor turned to him and asked if he could show him his identification badge. The protagonist reached into his pocket. Then he pulled out a badge. The guy looked at the hologram in surprise and shouted that he was an aristocrat. Then he jumped to the side, wondered why he was unaccompanied and shouted that he asked to forgive his rudeness. Ben grinned and noted that everything was fine, he was a former aristocrat. The sailor opened his mouth. Then he bowed and wished him a good journey. The protagonist squeezed the token in his hands. Then he remembered Jay, who told him that there was a family of aristocrats, the Moors, who were mistakenly recognized as followers of a demon. They disappeared 40 years ago. Black hair and eyes are the features of the heir to the main line. Ben hid the token and remembered that without heirs, they were never restored to their rights. Then he imagined the guy with the elf and remembered Jay's words that from now on he, Tiny, would be the fugitive heir of the Moors, the child of noble elves. The protagonist exhaled and said that he was an elf, which meant that he might be a summoner, but this was a bit too much. Then he turned his gaze sharply. Then he looked down and wondered why he felt mana emanating from the ship. The protagonist looked around and realized that it was the energy of evil. Then he looked at the crew and wondered if it was just 1 or 2 people that they were planning. Then he looked at the guy's legs. Ben opened his eyes and wondered if they really wanted to kill everyone here. The man behind him carefully pulled out a dagger. Then he pointed it towards the protagonist. The protagonist turned around abruptly. Then he grabbed the killer's hand. Then he abruptly broke it. The man opened his mouth and screamed, "What the hell?" The crew stared at the bloody scene. The sailor opened his mouth and screamed that it was blood. Then he put his hand out and asked the protagonist what he was doing. Ben looked down and heard to let him go right now. Then he swung his leg over the knife. The dagger spun in the air. The protagonist raised his leg. Then he threw the knife at the attacker. The sailors opened their mouths in horror. The guy opened his mouth and coughed up blood. The crew stared at the corpse in horror. A moment later, dark energy came out of him. The aristocrat opened his mouth and asked why there was smoke coming out of his body. The girl covered her nose, and the man shouted that he had heard of such a thing. It was rotten smoke. He was a demon follower. The sailor clenched his teeth. Then he put out his hand and said that he was grateful to the protagonist. He had gotten rid of the demon follower who had hidden, but he would need to settle something officially. Let him follow him. Ben took his hand. Then he smiled and asked again. Then he grabbed the man's hand tightly. Then he threw him. The sailor flew into his comrade. The protagonist spun the man around in a circle. Then he smiled broadly and began to count. A huge number of wounded appeared around the protagonist. The aristocrats ran away from the protagonist in horror, screaming that he was a murderer. The man opened his mouth and shouted that it couldn't be. Then he stared at the protagonist and shouted that they were all followers of the demon. Ben turned his head sharply. The captain was descending the stairs. Then he opened his mouth and shouted what was going on here. Then he slowly walked up to the protagonist and asked how this was possible. The man looked down in horror. Then he bowed and said that he offered his deepest apologies for having to face such difficulties. Then he looked up and noted that it looked like his subordinates were bewitched by the demon, thanking them for their assistance. Ben smiled widely and noted that he was an amazing captain. Then he stuck his fingers out and added that he was a good actor. A moment later, he swung a hammer at him. The captain fell down to the cabin. The aristocrats looked into the hole in horror. Dust appeared over the captain's body. A moment later, demonic smoke began to come out of his body. The bright sun was shining over the town hall, and someone noted that the crew had been in charge of Flexen for the past 5 years. The butler looked at the king and added that 5 sailors had low-level evil contamination, 2 navigators had expert level. Then he closed his eyes and added that the captain had blader-level contamination. Carl folded his arms and asked the butler again. Ben stared straight ahead and heard that hundreds of living people, and then, if you count the dead, thousands were offered to the demon. The protagonist imagined the dark silhouette of a knight, and thought that if the demon these believers serve is from a high-level evil clan and can pass through dimensions, then the sacrifices will strengthen the believers. Then he presented the man on the altar and added that at the same time, the ceremony itself will grant their clan great power. The protagonist looked forward angrily and noted that they are like pests. Carl opened his mouth and said that he had not met them for 30 years, probably relaxed too much. The protagonist stood up confidently. Looking up and heard gratitude that he had prevented a major sacrifice, he heard that his spirit had revealed his followers. The butler stared at the king in surprise when he heard if he could look at him. Ben lit up and the butler shouted that he might be an elf, but it was very dangerous. A huge wolf appeared behind the protagonist. Ben grinned and noted that if he wanted, then it would only be a joy to him. Carl opened his mouth in surprise. The ghostly wolf raised its head gracefully. Carl opened his eyes and noted that it was magnificent. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he finally believed it. Then he put out his hand and added that he would like to talk to him. Let them wait outside. Ben opened his eyes and wondered what was going on with the stranger, alone. The knight opened his mouth and shouted that he was asking to cancel his order, a personal meeting with the stranger. Carl grinned and noted that it would not take long. The butler began to close the door. Ben stood in front of the king. Carl opened his mouth and told him not to worry about being overheard. He had lied about being a quarter elf. Then he raised his eyebrows and menacingly remarked that he wanted to know the real purpose of his arrival here. Ben lowered his head and wondered where he had gone wrong. Carl looked calmly at the protagonist and remarked that, having held this position for so long, he had heard all sorts of stories. For example, that elven blood could not flow in a person with black hair. The protagonist's eyes widened. The king held out his hand and told him not to worry. Only members of the royal families knew about this. Ben lowered his head and apologized for lying. He had come here to hunt down the demon's followers. Carl opened his mouth wide. The protagonist raised his head and added that he must prevent the theft of the divine artifact and trouble in Kurun. Carl opened his mouth and remarked that this kingdom was like home to him, apparently. Ben backed away and asked how he knew. The king folded his arms and said that Kurun was neutral, but was in the kingdom's alliance. Then he imagined the Battle of the Knights and said that it was difficult for them to trust someone from another kingdom that was in conflict with the Alliance, even if he had good intentions, but he hid his identity. Ben opened his mouth and remained silent in surprise. Carl opened his mouth and remarked that he thought he could trust him. After all, he was a summoner with a pure soul, and Ben thought about what they say, the king of Kurun is called wise. Ben slumped his shoulders and thought that even a wise king cannot protect himself from stereotypes. The protagonist introduced the elf in the forest and said that since summoners control spirits that are the embodiment of magic, they naturally become enemies of demon followers. Then he introduced a silhouette next to a lion and added that this is why the stereotype about the purity of their souls appeared. In a past life everyone thought the same. Ben closed his eyes and clenched his fist, thinking that he even felt a little ashamed. Then he raised his finger and asked if he could ask him for a favor. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that he was asking to appoint him as a guardian of the divine artifact. He would try very hard to sort out the problem in Kuruna. Carl opened his mouth and noted that he approved of his request and believed that he would be able to catch the demon followers. The servant brought a sword and a token on a pillow. Carl got up from the throne, after which he began to descend the steps and said that he was not a supporter of empty rituals and ceremonies. Then he took the token and added that therefore they would omit them. The king displayed the relic and noted that he had already proven his worth as a knight. Ben picked up the token and heard that in the name of the royal family of Kuruna, he was appointing him a knight. Carl walked away from him and added that he was hired to protect the divine artifact. A moment later, the protagonist hung the token on his chest and thought about how he was receiving the title of knight for the first time. Then he clenched his fist and added that he would start his life anew. This time everything would be different. Then he turned to the king and noted that he had something to tell him. Carl shuddered when he heard that someone named Hassel was behind the incident. Ben looked at the fist and noted that either orcs or beastmen used that name. Then he raised his head and asked if the king knew anything. Carl turned around in horror. Then he opened his mouth and asked if he was sure about that, and Ben wondered what that expression was. The protagonist put out his hand and noted that the saint with the fifth circle said so before his head exploded. The king turned his head and told the protagonist to leave, as he needed to think about his words. The staff glowed brightly in the darkness. The octopus's eyes glowed. The sorcerer fell to his knees, and the man behind him noted that as expected, he was perfect. The mage opened his mouth and the man noted that it was becoming difficult for him. Then he turned his gaze. Then he opened his mouth wide and screamed. Hassel looked at the octopus and said that this child who can see through the veil will not let his plan come to fruition. The warriors stood on the training ground. Then they looked more closely at the protagonist and said that he was the one who killed the demon's followers in Flaxen. The man opened his mouth and noted that Ben is part elf, so do not underestimate him based on his appearance alone. After which he raised his hand and shouted that after all he had done well and had received the title of knight. Then he opened his mouth even wider and shouted that this phenomenal boy had been given the authority to join and control their squad. The soldiers looked at him with displeasure. Ben looked at him with displeasure and wondered who he took him for. Then he remembered how he had extended his hand, standing in front of the king, and asked if he could really appoint him so easily if anyone in the yard was against it. Carl turned to him and told him not to worry. For hundreds of years the army of Kurun had been protecting Ordis. The protagonist presented a huge crystal and thought that the divine artifact was now a simple symbol, and the position of its protector was a boring job. Ben exhaled. After which he looked at his squad and thought that, to put it simply, their squad consisted of losers who had no chance of becoming stronger. The protagonist bowed his head and thought that even if there had been no external confrontation, there would have been a massacre inside anyway. Then he turned to Max and asked his name. The soldier put his hand out and noted that he didn't care about the exclusive right given to him and the like, they only cared about the seniority system. A moment later, a huge wolf appeared behind the protagonist. The knights cowered in fear and the protagonist noted that he didn't know what the seniority was, but it was clear who had the upper hand. Ben smiled broadly and added that he was looking for demon followers, and could use that as an excuse. Then his eyes lit up and he suggested that it would be a shame if there were any among them. The soldiers opened their mouths and shouted that they weren't one of them. Ben put his finger out and noted that they should try to serve properly. A moment later, the protagonist put his hand on his chin and thought that it was strange. The king's reaction made him wonder if it was possible that he knew Hassel. After which he turned sharply, hearing that it was enough, he was their new star, the one who caught the demon's followers. The old man looked at the protagonist and noted that it was an honor for him to meet him. Truman raised his hand and introduced himself. He was the captain of the Divine Artifact Defense Squad. Ben turned to him and noted that it was also an honor for him to meet him, and then thought that he was just an expert, somehow weak for a captain. Truman scratched his beard and said that he voluntarily wanted to join their squad. Then he opened his mouth and added that he was interested in the divine artifact. The protagonist looked at him with fear. Then he reached for his weapon and asked what if so. After which he grabbed the weapon and wondered if this old man was really connected with the coming misfortune in Kurun, and Truman noted that he guessed. A moment later, Truman slammed his hand on the library table and shouted that in that case, he had come to the right place. Ben froze in his chair and heard everyone say that a divine artifact was just a symbol. After which the old man threw the books on the table. Then he put more books on top and noted that the holy power had only one purpose, to drive away evil creatures. A moment later, 2 more stacks of books appeared on the table and Truman added that it only worked within a kilometer radius and blocked demonic energy no higher than the first level. After which he gritted his teeth in a smile and noted that, however, if he learned more about it, his opinion would change. Ben opened his mouth and stared at him. The old man began frantically leafing through the books and saying that he recommended that you read these books, had he heard about the promise in the era of mythological times. Ben rolled his eyes, heard that since ancient times people considered divine artifacts as jewels, and thought that it was not surprising that demonic energy did not emanate from him. In vain he thought up too much. A cloudy sky appeared outside. The tired protagonist hunched over and heard that they were created by the gods, even evil hands and those under their influence. Truman abruptly slammed the book shut and noted that they say it is better to learn by doing. Ben opened his mouth and asked again. The old man waved his hand and told him to follow him. He would show him a real divine artifact. The 2 went down the stone stairs. The protagonist slowly followed the old man. Truman turned to him near the door and asked if he knew why no one appreciated the work of the Artifact Protection Squad. Ben opened his mouth and answered because artifacts are perceived as simple symbols. The old man opened the door and noted that the reason is even simpler. Ben stared at the light in surprise. A moment later, they approached a huge crystal. Truman looked at it and noted that the thing is, it doesn't need protection. Ben looked at it in surprise and said that it's huge and beautiful. The old man put his hands on his hips and said that it's unclear how he can float. The crystal was shining brightly in the middle of the room and the old man said that there is a legend that an incompetent person won't even be able to touch it. Ben looked at it in surprise. Truman opened his mouth and noted that that's why, it doesn't need protection. Then he turned around abruptly and noted that he needs to see if he has enough skills to touch it. Then he opened his mouth wide in surprise. The protagonist carefully touched the artifact. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he was level 7. Ben raised his head to the crystal and thought that the cloud of light, which seemed incapable of harming anyone from this world, had the power to reject everything alien. The protagonist's hand was covered in light, and he thought that the barrier was talking. After which he examined himself and added that only he could hear it, due to his distinctive sensitivity to mana. Truman opened his mouth in surprise and heard that it was a glow. Since the barrier itself was an artifact, it could even move. After which he grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, asking if he had just communicated with the artifact. The training ground was empty. The old man moved his hand away and noted that he had a talent for surprising people. After which he laughed and added that he had been in this squad for many years. But this was the first time he had seen something like this. Ben turned to the old man and thought that he lacked strength, but at least he was proud of his work. The old man stepped forward and Ben added that the rest of the squad were not like him. Greg turned back. The old man opened his mouth and asked what business he had, and the knight replied that he had not come to see him. Then Greg opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was the holy half-elf. Ben opened his mouth slightly and noted that he was a quarter-elf, and thought that although both were lies. Greg twisted his face and grinned. Then he pointed his sword and shouted that he was the hero who punished the dark mages. How dare he lie in the royal palace? The knight began to run at the protagonist, shouting that he would immediately reveal his true identity. Ben let out a breath and said that one cannot just take and believe him. Then he sharply dodged the blow. Then he firmly grabbed the knight's arm. The protagonist smiled broadly. Then he threw the knight over himself. Greg fell between the mannequins. Then he opened his mouth and called the protagonist a name. Ben looked at him madly and said that he saw that he was still able to speak, and that he felt fine for now. The knight opened his mouth. Then the protagonist hit him on the ground again. Truman watched the protagonist closely. Ben turned his gaze and wondered whether he should demonstrate good manners. Then he bowed and noted that he had learned a lot from him. The old man froze in amazement. The man looked carefully from the balcony. Then he grinned and noted that an interesting guy had appeared. Robert held out his sword and shouted that he was a knight of the royal order, saying that he had defeated Greg. A moment later, the protagonist struck him in the face. 2 knights opened their mouths and shouted their names and titles. Ben hit one with an uppercut first. Then the second one with a blow to the back of the head. The knight took a step forward. Then he put out his sword and shouted that his name was Randolph Granches and he was the vice captain of the knightly order. Then he grinned and shouted that he wanted to test his abilities. Ben hit his weapon with a hammer. The sword jumped off the hammer. After which Randolph flew away from the protagonist. Ben began to approach the enemy and noted that their hit and run tactics were capable of something. Then he carefully looked at the vice captain and asked if he happened to know who Hustle was. The blonde shook his head and noted that he had never heard of him. Ben grimaced and wondered what was going on. Then he opened his mouth and asked that no one here knew about him at all. The man walked towards the protagonist and shouted that he had dealt with him mercilessly. Ben opened his mouth and asked who else he was. Liam looked down, after which he put his hands on his belt and apologized. Then he smiled broadly and noted that he was the captain of the knightly order. Ben opened his eyes. Then he bowed and apologized for his rudeness. The man put his hand out and noted that there was no need for formalities. He liked to watch young talents. Liam pulled out his sword and asked if he considered him skilled enough to fight him. After which he threw back the scabbard and added that the prize for amusing him would be useful information. Then he put the weapon out and added that he was talking about Hassel. Would that be enough? Ben opened his mouth wide. After which he squeezed the weapon and thought that this was a man of the level of a challenger. Then he stared at his opponent and added that he himself came to him with useful information. Liam grinned and noted that he did not know if he could cope with his level, but he had better gather his determination. The protagonist gritted his teeth, after which he covered himself in a blue glow and thought that he would have to be a complete idiot to refuse. A moment later, the protagonist jumped back, after which he swung his hammer over the opponent's head. Then he struck and shouted that he would be happy to. Ben hovered over the opponent's head. The concrete under Liam's feet cracked. Ben smiled and noted that if he underestimated him, the hammer jumped off the tip of the sword. Ben landed on the ground and added that they were in big trouble, after which he tripped his opponent. The protagonist looked up in surprise. Then he looked at his stone-covered leg and realized that Liam had the stone attribute. The knight turned and said that it was he who was here. Ben jumped back sharply, after which he opened his mouth and thought that this was a challenger-level defensive technique. Liam threw his sword over his shoulder. The protagonist carefully examined the opponent and noted in his head that he was strong and stable. Such a knight was ideal for battles. Liam ducked and said that he took back his words about not being able to handle his level. Then he dashed forward. Then he delivered a powerful blow. The knight smiled widely and remarked that it would be fun. Ben trembled all over and agreed. Then the sword jumped off. The protagonist threw the opponent's sword away. Then he looked at the captain's grin and thought that his technique was flawless. He only lacked experience and level. Then he clenched his teeth and thought about the opponent's name. Ben quickly found himself on the side and thought that when it becomes difficult, he needs to shift his center of gravity. Then he blocked the blow and added that he would attack with all his might. The protagonist quickly maneuvered to reach the opponent. Liam covered himself with his sword and remarked that he couldn't even be called a genius. Then he began to reflect his attacks and added that he was a monster, a beast. The protagonist smiled widely and thanked him for such words. Then he struck the opponent. Liam raised his leg and suggested finishing. A moment later, the protagonist flew back from the blow. Ben tried to catch his balance and thought that he would not stay on his feet. Then the tip of the blade appeared in front of him. The protagonist quickly blocked the blow. Then he flew back to the wall. Liam put the sword aside and noted that it was too much to fight anymore. Ben leaned on the hammer and thanked him. The captain wiped his sweat and noted that he was even surprised at the end. Ben smiled widely when he heard that as a token of gratitude he would tell the promised information. A moment later, the dissatisfied protagonist stood in the hall. Then he turned his gaze to Liam and wondered if he really was Hustle. The protagonist introduced the man to the king and heard that there was a man named Littman, although he was a member of the knightly order of the kingdom, but he only took orders from his majesty. Ben rubbed his chin and asked again, was it Hustle by any chance? Liam lowered his head and noted that little was known about his work, but he was sure that he traveled to different places, so he could know Hassla. Ben looked at the captain in surprise. Then he turned back abruptly. Max opened the gate and called the protagonist. Then he ran up and shouted that his majesty urgently wanted to see him. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. Carl sat on the throne and noted that he found the man he was looking for. Then he raised his hand and imagined that he was very familiar with the East Coast, and his name was Littman. Ben opened his mouth and wondered what he found. Did he ask to look for him? Then he looked up and remembered Liam's words about Littman. Littman approached the protagonist. Then he smiled and noted that he knew that he was a hero who killed the demon's followers. Why did he need him? Ben scratched the back of his head and noted that it was an honor for him to meet him. Carl scratched his beard and wondered why he was looking at him like that. Ben clenched his teeth and thought that if he wanted him to play along, he should have hinted in advance. Littman raised his eyebrows and called the protagonist. The protagonist raised his hand. Then he closed his eyes and noted that due to his appearance, he thought that he might be from the East Coast. His Majesty asked about his desire, and he replied that he would like to visit this place, did not expect that he would arrange everything so quickly. Littman smiled broadly and noted that His Majesty does not hesitate when it comes to reward. Then he remembered the ship in the middle of the wilderness and added that every time he passed a new path, he was generously gifted. Carl opened his mouth and noted that he should not go to the east right away. First, let him fulfill his promise regarding the demon's followers. Ben bowed and replied that he would do everything. Then he opened his eyes and wondered why he suddenly mentioned them. Then he turned to Lippmann. The protagonist activated his vision, after which he began to scan Lippmann. Then he exhaled and thought that everything was fine with him, logically, because the moon wolf would have rebelled if he turned out to be a follower of the demon. A moment later, the wolf began to bark. Ben looked up sharply, after which he saw red mana around Lippmann. Then he saw a huge, red silhouette around Lippmann and thought that both the beast and the man were one. The protagonist opened his mouth and remembered Jay's words. Hustle turned to the protagonist and noted that this was a confident answer, and it was very reliable. Carl looked at the man and noted that he would be very useful for destroying the demon's followers. Ben clenched his fist when he heard what he was getting at. Hassel looked at the king and shouted that he had to leave tomorrow to look for Gale, and the king ordered to cancel. Then he opened his mouth and noted that dealing with the impending threat was a priority. Right now, the most capable person he could entrust with this was him. Hassel opened his mouth wide. Then he lowered his head. Then he put his hand on his forehead and noted that he was worried about Gale. Hassel bowed and added that he would follow his order. Ben looked at him and thought that there was no evil energy coming from him, but it was obvious that this man was Hassel. A moment later, darkness fell on the street. Ben looked up and noted that he did not look like a demon follower. Carl folded his arms. Then he looked at the protagonist and noted that it was better to make sure, let him check him out, and Ben asked why he did not tell about him earlier. The king put his hand on his chest and replied that there was no choice. A moment later, his hand glowed. Ben opened his mouth and asked what the reason was the mana curse. The king opened his mouth and agreed. A bright light shone from the king's heart, and the protagonist said that the mana curse is an oath sealed with mana. The one who breaks it will suffer a shock blow at the level of his circle. Ben looked at the king and thought that the shock of the third level is not so dangerous, but not for an elderly person. Then he opened his mouth and asked why he went so far. The king looked at him in surprise. The protagonist stared at him and noted that Lippmann seemed to have been loyal to him for many years. Carl stroked his beard and heard that he met him only for the second time, and yet. Then he opened his mouth and noted that the Kurun family is in the family line. Then he stared at the protagonist and added that his relative's age, a strange ability to foresee the future, develops. The old man remembered the tentacles from his dream and said that he had a dream about the sacred artifact disappearing and the monster destroying the capital. He had seen it many times. Then he looked at the protagonist furiously and noted that he came after and said that the artifact would disappear. Ben looked at him in surprise. The king squeezed the armrest and said that it would be better if it was a stupid old man's dream. Then he lowered his head and added that if there was a chance to prevent trouble by doubting his loyal vassal, he would only be glad. The moon wolf began to bark in the protagonist's chest. Ben turned sharply and thought that Hustle had just left the castle. The man in the cloak was quickly moving away from the gate. We see Archie running with the boy. Holding on to his pet, he understands that the wolf did not sense the demonic energy, and Hustle is someone else. Remembering the boy, he wonders why he ran away. Sitting on Archie, he says that we need to get evidence. We are near the ocean and see people working. Holding his nose in his hands, he asks them to leave more quietly. Someone starts to approach from behind. Turning around, they see that the man is taking off his hood. Having taken it off completely, we see a man with blonde hair. The guys open their mouths in shock, because it is Hustle. Standing next to him, they say that they were waiting for him. Taking off his clothes, he says that the king ordered to stay with the boy. Putting his hands on his hips, they tell him that he has recently arrived. Hustle opens his mouth and asks him to stop chatting and get ready to sail. The guys run to continue working. A ship explodes behind them. They all turn around and look. The ship is burning and starting to sink. Ben is standing on it. Smiling, he asks what they are doing at night. Then he jumps up, and the people realize that they are under attack. They hit with weapons near them. It was the main character. Hustle opens his mouth and the man says that he took out 4 in a second. Ben kneels and asks if anyone wants to surrender. The guys stand and call him a monster. Hustle scrunches up his face and says that he is an expert and is pretty tired after all the jumping. Sweat is pouring down the protagonist. Pointing at the people with his hand, he asks them not to let him fool him and that this is just a trick to buy time and restore his mana. Sitting on the floor, he realizes that he has been found out. Holding onto the sword, the guy says that he did not expect to come alone. Running towards him, Hustle says that this is a great chance to get rid of him. Smiling, Ben offers to try. Then he strikes the enemy first. Hustle starts to get his sword with his hand. After that, he starts to swing. His eyes widen sharply. There is a blue hand near the boy because he stopped the sword. Ben holds the sword while the enemy's hand is shaking. Archie starts running behind. The guy closes one eye and bares his teeth. Archie stops and growls. Hustle's eye turns red and he asks how dare he hurt him. Holding a sword in his hand, he wants to tear him to pieces. The protagonist puts his sword away and is told that if he can forcibly cancel the summoning. Hustle starts running towards the dog and wants to surprise the summoner. Opening his mouth, Ben understands that things are bad. Then he decides to jump. The guy holds swords in his hands and decides to get rid of Archie. Swinging his weapons, he says that he will kill his master. The dog looks at him and bares his teeth. Ben opens his mouth and calls him. We see the wolf's paw. He is standing near Ben. Hustle starts to bare his teeth and turns his head. Kneeling down, he is surprised because he dealt a lot of blows. He looks and thinks how the boy kept the summoning from being cancelled. Ben and Archie have a blue aura around them and he was protecting his pet and only the target attack area to reduce mana consumption. Holding swords in his hands, he says that he must die. People start running at the protagonist. Ben swings his weapon and throws them back. Sitting on the wolf, he decides to continue. Smiling, he starts calling him names. Hustle opens his mouth and is silent. Holding onto his pet, he says that he has little mana and let the pet control his movements for now. Looking into the distance, he is told that the king probably told him about him. There is a shadow on his face and Hustle says that the old man has no sense of gratitude. Ben looks at him. He bares his teeth and asks if the guy left the castle. Then he turns around because the king tells him that this is a man with countless stories. Folding his arms, he says that beastmen usually inherit the skills of local animals, but sometimes they are born mutants. We see the monster wanting to kill someone because they remind them of the mermaid tribe that opposed their god. Ben opens his mouth and asks what he is talking about. Then his eyes widen. Hustle is walking along the shore because he somehow managed to survive far from his homeland by hiding his identity. There is a man standing next to him, and the king needed his abilities. He starts coughing up blood because he voluntarily took the oath of mana and kept his identity a secret. Hustle looks at the water and understands what he was told. Then he turns and asks if they were talking about him. The water starts rising around him. The king opens his mouth and talks about the enemy. Sweat runs down Ben's face, and he was told not to fight him near the sea. The eye and sword start glowing in his hands. A killer whale appears behind him because it is one. Then he swings at it. There is an attack of water on Ben. Archie runs away from the blow along with the boy. He closes his eyes and makes sounds. Hustle starts running and wishes him death. After that, we see a wave and a red aura. The wave gets bigger near him. Ben looks up and sees a ball of water. Opening his mouth, he understands that the water has strengthened his spiritual weapon. Suddenly, a water explosion occurs. Opening his mouth, Hustle asks if that's all. Looking away, he says that it's boring. Archie starts running away from the explosion. Then Ben swings his weapon. Hustle starts defending himself with swords from the attack. Widening his eyes, he thinks about him. Ben's mouth is open because there was an unusual speed of recovery. Holding a sword in his hand, he understands that it will be difficult, and if the fight drags on, then the support squad will arrive. Archie throws the guy back. Widening his eyes, they ask him if he is running away. Ben looks and sees that something is happening in the water. Squeezing his hand, he calls him a bastard. He looks up because he saw something. Water rises around him, and they say that he is unusual. The killer whale bares its teeth and its eye glows. After that, Hustle jumps into the water. He starts swimming through it. Ben clenches his hand and says that he can't chase him through the water. Then his eyes widen. Archie looks at him and closes one eye. We see that the dog can walk on air. Opening his mouth, he understands what the pet meant. Looking at the wolf, he asks if he's shown his ability just now, to which they bark. Then he puts his hand to his mouth. Archie gets upset because Ben isn't ready to figure out how to do it yet. Remembering the killer whale, he understands that they'll see each other later. The boy looks into the distance and at the boxes, wondering what he's planning. The guy goes into the cave. His feet were bare. Holding onto the strap, he says that's what he thought. He's holding an object in his hands, and they tell him that he lived up to expectations. Opening his mouth, he calls him a bastard and asks him to close his mouth. Kneeling down, Hustle says let the train go because he's worried. He starts to take out loaves of bread from his bag and says that if he doesn't eat, he'll pass out. Then they both look in one direction and Hustle asks what they're going to do with the monster. Not far from them, we see a monster with a red eye. Hale moves his hands away and makes sounds. The eye was white and had a red aura. The man trembles and straightens his hand near it. Smiling, Hustle says that it's a miracle they got him. We see the monster because if they let him go, he'll telepathically contact his mother, and if they kill him, he'll know about it too. We see the octopus destroying the area. Smiling, Hustle says that in order to save his hometown, he needs to try harder. Looking at him, Hale says that his people will be punished by God. Then he opens his mouth. The man kicks the backpack with food and says that it struck him on his birthday. His eyes turn red and he says he's just taking revenge. Water is dripping from the ceiling. Hale's hands were in a blue aura and he looks to see if the guy is gone. Then he starts casting a spell. We see a circle near the octopus and that it's making sounds. Opening his mouth, Hale says that his plan is not destined to come true. People are standing near the king. Liam looks at him seriously and says that all the movers were followers of the demon. The king sits and asks about the cargo, to which they answer that it consists of objects that are used in magical rituals. Putting his hand on his chest, he says that it will be half of the kingdom's annual budget. Clutching his head, the man says that it was worth doubting Hustle earlier. We see how the guy is on the ship and he is burning with thirst to show the world what he is capable of. Raising his hand, he says that Hustle has truly proven his skill. Ben puts his hand on his chest and apologizes for the interruption. Remembering the boy, he says that little is known about his work. The king opens his mouth and thought that he needed to do so to avoid being pursued by werewolves. Keeping his hand on his chest, he says that ambitious people never hide. Raising his hand, the king says that he noticed correctly and should have realized earlier. Folding his hands, he says that it is useless to complain about the past. Looking at the boy, he asks him to say something. Opening his mouth, he asks if there is another way to track the demon's followers since Hustle slipped away. Smiling, Ben answers in the affirmative. We see a box and a dark aura near it, because everything will work out if you help. People are carrying boxes from the carriage. The guy knocks on the door with his hand. Jay opens the door and says that they are closed for now. Raising his hand, Ben asks, "How are you?" Smiling, he understands that he was remembered. The guys are carrying boxes with things. Sitting at the table, Jay says that since they have difficulty identifying the demon's followers, the matter is complicated. Putting his hands on the table, he says that there is simply no demonic energy. We see Hustle with a red eye and he has united only with the followers. Putting his hand to his face, Jay says that such people exist. Folding his hands, he says that he did not expect to see him. Looking the other way, he wants to show the true power of the Black Wing. Smiling, Ben says that he has a chance to prove himself. Then the two of them look at the boxes. The protagonist takes one of them and puts it on the table. Putting his foot on the table, he says that he asked His Majesty for a favor. Showing the package, the boy says that he took the remaining cargo. Throwing it into the boxes, he is sure that the Black Wing has at least one expert with the ability to track. Jay is surprised, and they tell him that it is time to get down to business. Showing him a fist, he says that let the experts check the entire cargo and figure out all those guys. Starting to get things, he asks to call them. Opening his mouth, Jay calls him by name. The guy holds a frog in his hands and is told that it is difficult to do. He remembers how people are sitting on their knees, because they tried to do this and they are too careful. Looking down, Jay says that they covered their tracks. Clutching his head, the protagonist says that he went through all the suffering in vain. Looking the other way, he is told that not quite. Jay gets up and says that almost all the things of the demon followers ended up with them. He goes to the boxes and says that such a quantity cannot be sold at once. Smiling, the guy says that almost everything necessary for the ritual is here. Ben looks at him in surprise. We remember how a person is checked for a backpack, because after surviving the fire, in Kurun they began to carefully catch everyone who has artifacts with them. Raising his finger up, he says that this does not apply to materials. We see the book because to create an artifact, a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 10 ingredients are required, and since they have lost almost all of them, then reproducing the same amount will take a long time. Raising his hand up, he says that if such a store appears in Kurun, they can sell all the items. Opening his mouth, Ben is told that they will have no choice but to go there to save time. Squeezing his hand, the boy says that he is good not only in business. The waiter begins to approach them. Closing his eyes, Jay asks to try what he has prepared. Then a dish is placed on the table. He opens it and says that it is popular on the menu. The protagonist is surprised, looking at the chicken. Looking at Jay, he says that now is not the time. Raising his finger up, he asks to just try it. Ben takes a leg and decides to bite once. Then he bites off the leg. Looking at it, he is surprised. Holding a plate in his hands, Ben eats it completely. The boy puts the plate in his mouth, because it is delicious. Then he opens his mouth. Jay is surprised because his name is being called. Ben remembers the old man and asks why he doesn't give it his all. He folds his hands and says that he can now be proud of his skills and is confident that they will be able to do it without arousing their suspicions. He squeezes his hand and decides to start preparing to find the demon's followers, and the chance will definitely come. 2 months pass and 2 people walk down an alley. Looking at each other, they think if it is safe there. Smiling, he says that he has already checked the owner. We see Jay because he was a good businessman. Then they come to the door and one of them did some investigating. They enter the building and realize that they need to spend their time wisely. Jay holds a book in his hands and asks what they wish for. Showing a piece of paper, the guy asks to bring what is on the list. Holding onto his glasses, he begins to look. Smiling, he understands everything. People are carrying boxes and they are asked to rest. Jay looks at the object and asks not to interfere. Then he gives the book to the girl. He closes his eyes and realizes that they have not worked for 2 months in vain and that he will prepare everything now. He opens his mouth and asks them to wait. Jay holds a bowl in his hands and one of the guys is shaking. Looking at him, he hears that the sergeant major told them to be careful. Someone is walking down the alley. Then we see his shadow. The guys turn around and get scared. Jay opens his mouth and the people say that they are having an interesting conversation. Smiling, he asks them to share with him. Looking at him, they ask why the sergeant major is here. The guy turns away and wonders if they will tell. He goes and says that he can't stand it anymore. Opening his mouth, he says that they were given a task. The guys open their mouths and are afraid. Pointing a finger at one, they tell him that he doesn't have to worry because they didn't tell him and checked everything. Suddenly, something starts happening to him, and he screams. Jay is surprised and he hears one of them asking for forgiveness. The man has become a statue, and they will not disobey anymore. The chief comes closer and asks to clean up. Approaching the counter, he apologizes. Smiling, the guy says that he had doubts. Lightning appears near Jay. Raising a finger up, we see magic near him. Then he strikes Jay. He crosses his arms and screams. The chief looks seriously and bulges his eyes. Ben begins to shake him to wake him up. Jay's clothes were torn. Opening his mouth, the boy asks what happened. Looking into the distance, he says that he was unlucky. The guy's eyes widen from these words. The chief stands next to him and asks if there is a person who cannot use mana at all. He turns his head and says that he has good goods. Then a circle is created near his hand. Jay begins to cough and holds onto the floor. Coins are thrown onto the counter. The guy looks, and he is told that he will pay generously and therefore expects to get more things. Opening his mouth, he says that if he tells about what happened, he will not get away with it. Smiling, he says that the chief was not awakened. Looking at him, Ben asks if he will just let the situation go, because he must be sure that he can finish him off. Then they look at the black dust. Closing his eyes, the protagonist says that he can no longer use mana. Does not mean that he will have to close his eyes to what happened. Squeezing his hand, the guy says that he is brave, since he left traces behind. Looking at him, Ben says that they will call a professional Pathfinder mage here. The guy sits silently while they look at him. Looking at the boy, he says that he would like to check something. He remembers the chief and says that this incident may indicate a greater danger than they think. We see the man walking towards the others because the aura that emanated from the Duke during training was beyond human capabilities. We see the chief because we felt it too. Looking down, Jay says that his level is like that of the captain of the 7th Corps. Ben looks at him and says that they must figure it out at any cost. Squeezing his hand, he decides to make it work. Jay looks at him. Bowing his head, he agrees with him. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy decides to trust and follow his orders. A month has passed and Ben is sitting on the stairs. Looking at the document, he says that they were able to track the demon's movements. They are standing near the circle, because a couple of days later, a large magical ritual was recorded on the neighboring islands. Making a serious face, he thinks about attacking them from an ambush and together with the Black Wing. The boys are training, and they were able to pass on information to the royal family, and therefore will receive help. Sitting on the stairs, Ben understands that his lordship is also organizing support. After this, the door opens. They come to him and say that many knights have been sent on leave. Putting his hand on his head, Truman says that Liam took a long day off. Removing the source, Ben asks if they are on good terms. Smiling, he says that they are old friends and often drink. Raising his hand, the man asks if he wants to join them for dinner. Closing his eyes, Ben asks for forgiveness. Looking down, he says that it is very sad. Smiling, he is advised to rest and return. A few days later, we see ships and it was the day of the operation. People are walking down the stairs and say that there are a lot of knights missing and they cannot miss the chance. Then the doors begin to open. We see the crystal that the guys went to protect. Folding his hands, Ben says that it is good that he decided to stay. Coming out from behind the wall, he asks for forgiveness, but they are acting too obvious. Ben opens his mouth, unaware that they were involved. Truman looks at him and remains silent. Looking at him seriously, he asks why he does this. The guy stands near the allies and says that he is just an outsider, and what can he even say about the captain? We see a young Truman standing near his subordinates and training them. Grimacing, he says that the captain was the one who founded the order. Waving his hand, the guy says that he should not have been left to guard the relic. Putting his hands on his hips, Ben asks if he started out as a knight. We see Truman standing on the training ground. Looking down, the captain says that thanks to a brilliant comrade, he quickly realized his limits and knew where he belonged and decided to join the service. Holding the document in his hands begin to shake. Opening his mouth, he realizes that he is being transferred. Turning around, Truman says that it was unfair and the current king did nothing about it. Looking down, he says that at that time, Hal was on a first-name basis with him. We see the captain standing because the boy gave him a dream, because he was not recognized since childhood. Approaching with his hands, he says that Hal did not do it for personal gain, but for the common good. Opening his mouth, he shouts that he wants to build a new kingdom. Turning his head and sighing, Ben laughed. Grinning his teeth, they ask him why he explains the alliance with the demons like that. Shifting his gaze, Truman says that there is no turning back. People start running at the boy because they were ordered. Starting to take out his weapons, he smiles. The protagonist kills people with one swing. Truman opens his mouth in shock. Smiling, the boy says that it suits him. All of the captain's killed allies fall to the ground. Sitting on one knee, they begin to call him. Getting into the bag, he understands that he cannot allow it. Then Truman throws something at Ben because he wants to end it all. Ben throws the object back with his power. The ball falls to the ground not far from Truman. It breaks and we see an aura. Then everything starts to turn into magic. Ben looks at it, grinning. The sphere starts to grow, and there is magic around it. Then it gets bigger. Suddenly, a hand starts to appear from it. A monster with horns appears. Standing on its feet, the monster starts to scream. Truman opens its mouth in shock because it is a demon, and they are next to a relic. Suddenly, the monster takes it in its hand. Squeezing the man, it tries to eat him. Ben is behind, swinging. Then the main character hits the monster's hand. Truman falls along with his hand. Sitting on the floor, the boy asks where it came from. Blood is coming from his mouth, and he says that Hustle gave it to him. Looking at him, Ben is told that this sphere should have been used as a last resort. The monster holds his shoulder because it is bleeding. Raising his hand, he says that the sacred barrier dissolves it. Squeezing his hand, Ben thinks that they could not know about it. Turning away from him, the boy says that he has many questions and should stay here. The monster starts running towards the relic. Jumping up and holding a weapon in his hands, the boy orders him not to climb. Then Ben hits him in the stomach. The monster falls and a hole appears in his body. Bleeding, the protagonist just watches. He trembles and opens his mouth. After that, he gets to his feet. The monster tries to get closer to the relic. Opening his mouth, Ben begins to scream. The monster stretches out his hand to touch it. We see a ship that is standing near the shore. People near the circle are lying dead. Putting a hand to his chin, he is told that there is an obstacle on the island. Looking at it, he asks what is the matter. Putting his hand on the circle, the guy says that someone is using concealment magic. Putting something under his clothes, he asks what it means. Particles appear near his hand, because he does not know anything and it is better to stop the ritual and go back. Looking at the man standing next to him, the guy says that their real goal is Kurun. Shane looks seriously and says that Ben is in danger. Opening his mouth, the protagonist starts to run. Pushing off the wall, he flies further, because following orders is more important than his own life. The monster is still trying to touch the relic. Near him, we see a sword that will pierce him. Ben kicks him and the monster falls to his knees. Looking down, he decides to remove his lava. Then the boy hits him on the head with a weapon. We see a powerful storm and the floor begins to break. The monster lies on the floor. Opening his mouth, he begins to scream. Ben is above and is approaching. The monster begins to smile, looking up. With wide eyes, the boy wishes him death. The protagonist hits him, and we do not see the monster. Standing near the relic, he is surprised because the monster moved freely around the area. Looking back, he says that the Demon King's followers use higher-level magic. Opening his mouth, Ben wonders where Truman is. Mounting Archie, they begin to run. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that he saved the captain, and he was abandoned. His eyes glow because he cannot be allowed to escape. We see traces of blood on the road. Truman walks in the corridor and holds onto the wall. Bloody traces remain behind him. He sees a door that glows blue. Sitting near it, Truman holds his chest. Putting his head on the wall, he understands that the demon is scary. The captain remembers the boy because he will not get out alive. Looking ahead, he understands that nothing else will come true. Truman remembers his allies because his subordinates died because of him. Looking at the crystal, he realizes that he considered divine power precious. The man closes his eyes and says that this is the end for him, and suddenly we hear the boy's voice. Ben is standing next to Truman. Blood is pouring from the man's mouth. He looks at him seriously and asks what he is surprised at. Putting his hands on his hips, he asks if he is surprised that he is alive. His eyes begin to glow and the protagonist asks if it is because he found a secret place hidden by magic. The man widens his eyes and falls silent. Standing next to him, Ben says that he never thought that he had a hideout in the sewers. Truman closes his eyes and laughs. Holding his face, he says that he is definitely finished. Holding a gun in his hands, the boy says that he still has questions and what the fools are planning. Looking down, he says that he does not know the details. Getting up from the floor, Truman says that he knows one thing. The boy starts looking up. Approaching Ben, he says that he will not forget the promise. Opening his mouth, the boy asks again and asks to wait. Truman falls face down on the ground. Feeling his pulse on his neck, he asks if he has reached his limit. Getting up from his knees, Ben says that if he had not become an accomplice to the demon's followers, he would not have died like this. Archie begins to growl and look at the boy. Standing near the door, the protagonist asks if he feels strong mana behind the door. Opening the door with his foot, he answers negatively. Suddenly, his eyes widen from what he saw. Hale is lying on the floor. Taking him in his arms, Ben tries to wake him up. We see the magician's face and it was obvious that he was dead. Looking the other way, he asks whose mana Archie felt? Turning his head, he sees a Kraken child. Coming up to him, Ben asks where the beast from the mystical era came from? Then he looks down. The boy sees that Hale was casting a spell on the child. Putting his hand on him, he understands that this was expected from the tsunami sorcerer. Looking back, Ben says that Hale is protecting the Kraken after death. As suddenly, the picture changed in colors. Looking up, the guy feels a frightening evil aura. We see a monster with a red eye. Grinning his teeth, he understands that this is the same level as gluttony. Straightening his hand, the main character says that there is no time. A circle is created around him, because there are 2 spells left. Opening his mouth, he decides to use the mana of the first one, whose effect is suspended. Still standing near the Kraken, he decides to restore. Then we see a blue line. It was visible even on the street. The king goes to the window to look. There was writing in the sky, and the handwriting was Hale's. The man opens his mouth in fear, because he understands that it is a Kraken. Carl stands by the window and asks if he is swimming here. The guy opens the door and goes inside. Henry stands next to the man and says that they have a big problem. He remembers the tsunami and says that it is coming and that one evacuation will not do. The king stands next to him and is asked to declare the highest level of warning. Turning his head, Carl understands that if it really is a Kraken, then they will not save it. Opening his mouth, he asks, "Is this the end?" They come in and ask if they are giving up already. Ben carries Hale in his arms. Squeezing his hand, the guy asks how dare he burst in here? Henry opens his mouth in shock when he sees the body. Hale has his eyes closed and his mouth open. Carl looks on in surprise and is told that he fought for Kurun until the very end, but died. He begins to squeeze his hand. The boy starts to approach, and he is told that he was killed by the demon's followers. Putting his hand on his eye, Henry says that they defeated one of the pillars of their kingdom. Sitting on his knee, Ben says that even in such a situation, Hale took care of the kingdom and left something. Looking at Hale, he says that they heard right. Opening his mouth, Ben remembers the Kraken and says that he left a shield that can save. Henry stands near the king and asks if this is true. The boy looks at the man and is told that what Hale left is not enough to save. Turning his head, he says that he cannot tell yet. Ben looks up and is told that the holy power has a limit. Henry, looking fearful, calls the king. We see a Kraken and a boar, because the divine artifact must protect against animals. Opening his mouth, Carl says that he alone is not enough to protect against the Kraken. Standing behind him, the boy asks if he is the same monster from the legends. The 3 of them turn around and are told that they are wrong and that the divine item will come in handy. Turning his head towards them, he asks to remember the legend. We see Truman, because even in ancient times, artifacts were valuable. Looking seriously, Ben says that they were created by God. Opening his mouth, Carl is shocked, and he is told that they will always be stronger than monsters. We see a monster in the water, because the Kraken is a legendary monster, and if the ancient scriptures are true, then the holy power will always prevail over it. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that the Kraken is different from other monsters. Raising his hand, Carl asks to evacuate as many people as possible. The guys start running and say that it will not be possible to evacuate everyone, and it is better to carry out internal assistance. Holding his hand in front of him, Carl asks to pass on the order and evacuate every single resident. Standing near the door, the man says that they have a problem. The guys are surprised, because the ships in the port are destroyed. We see a reservoir and the fact that the ships are broken. People are standing on the stairs. A guy comes up and says that he destroyed the remaining ships. Looking away, he replies that they took away their last chance to escape. Kneeling down, they ask him what happened to the rest of the sorcerers. We see a man holding a sword. Bowing his head, the guy says that they reported that the knight interfered with the plan, and after that there was no news. Opening his mouth, the man says that someone knows about them. He trembles and is ordered to call for reinforcements and get rid of all pursuers. Smiling, the man says that everything is going well. Turning his head, he understands that they will have a hard time. People start flying towards him and he orders to kill the knights who will stand in the way. Then he stands near the allies and says that the show is just beginning. The villagers run along the path, because Kurun will have to try to protect himself from the tsunami. The magicians create shields to protect. The sphere begins to crack because they will use up all their strength. Opening his mouth and making a face, he speaks of panic. We see a Kraken with red eyes because they will use to see evil. Carl and Henry are standing because the royal family and the light of the divine stone will be destroyed, and Kurun will be buried. Raising his hand, the man says that their time has come and it is time for the world to know what Malum is. 2 days later, much of the city has been flooded. People are sitting on the floor because everyone is exhausted. Carl holds his chest because they have been defending themselves from the tsunami without a break. Ben looks at him and asks him to rest. Then the picture changes because the boy feels magic. Sitting on the floor, they begin to call him. Smiling, he looks at Carl. Baring his teeth, the boy says that he has arrived. The inhabitants begin to look in one direction. A mound appears in the water. Suddenly, we see a kraken tentacle. The monster begins to approach them. A huge tentacle crawled out of the water in front of the settlement. A huge kraken began to destroy the city. The dumbfounded residents ran away, trying to save themselves. Examining the monster, the knight asked what it was. Ben was dragging a huge bag and turned to His Highness. Carl paid attention to it and asked what he had there, to which he received the answer that Hale had left it for them. Frowning, the protagonist called the moon wolf. Carl looked after the protagonist and cried out that he was counting on him. Ben held the bag with both hands. Carl's face was serious. The protagonist remembered how they stood in a dark room and asked His Highness for forgiveness for leaving him. He imagined the dying Hale and asked to know that for him and their people, he fought to the very end. Flying further, Ben said that he would leave the remains of his loyalty to him and hoped that they would serve him well. The protagonist approached the kraken. Looking at the tentacles, the protagonist said that this couldn't be. The monster dealt a crushing blow to the ground. Stunned, Ben thought that its main body was too far away. Looking at the wolf, the protagonist said that there still had to be a solution, but he didn't know what it was. The protagonist remembered the wolf jumping through the air. A blue aura enveloped him, and Ben noted that he had experienced this feeling before. Grinning, the protagonist suggested trying. They rushed at the kraken. The protagonist rode the wolf at great speed. Holding the bag, Ben noted that this was crazy, but he liked it. Looking at the kraken's face, the protagonist asked to get closer to it. The monster's eyes began to glow brightly. A very loud sound began to come from it. Ben covered his ears. A huge tentacle appeared in front of him. The protagonist managed to dodge the attack, dragging a small kraken behind him. Frowning, the protagonist asked if the monster thought it was the one who killed his child. Moving forward, Ben cried out that he would try to deal with it quickly. A magic circle appeared near the monster's corpse, and the protagonist stated that traces of its killer were sealed in the baby kraken's body. He imagined Hale releasing streams of energy at him and said that even though the kraken had the cognitive potential of an animal, it would still be able to sense and find the culprit. Ben swung his hammer. His face was furious. The protagonist threw the monster's corpse. The kraken watched it closely. The little monster flew up to the kraken. The corpse began to glow brightly. The kraken suddenly trembled. Watching this, Ben asked if it worked. The monster suddenly began to scream loudly. The protagonist covered his hand from powerful streams of mana. The monster approached him. A powerful blow was heard. Ben fell from the wolf. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if he had failed. Looking at the ground, the protagonist began to scream in fear. The guy opened his mouth and asked Ben to relax. He caught him. The kraken pointed its tentacle at them. The mysterious stranger was flying away from there. A cloud of dust rose around the guy. Looking at him, Ben asked if it was Shane. The protagonist stood up. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist asked if he could be there, and if he had his own business, and Shane asked him not to worry. Ben opened his mouth in surprise and said that if Shane interfered with Kurun's showdown, it could lead to political problems. Closing his eyes, the boy asked to calm down, because he was wearing a mask. The protagonist imagined how Xingya was enveloped in a bright aura, and he noted that this was a person who possessed both silver mana and the attribute of the cold wind. This was a young knight with the level of aspirant. Standing behind, Ben emphasized the fact that there was no other such guy. Frowning, Shane said that this was interesting, because the kraken suddenly calmed down. Turning around, the guy clarified why this suddenly happened. Looking at the corpses, the protagonist asked if these were the demon's followers. Surprised, Ben asked why they were there. The protagonist remembered how a powerful blow was heard. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if they really planned the attack. Ben thought with a satisfied look that he had succeeded and Hale's plan had worked. The monster suddenly went berserk. The guys were scared when they saw this. The protagonist, confused, wondered what was going on if there were no more demon followers nearby. Ben held out his hand and asked what was up with Shane's summoning magic, which he had been studying. Looking down, Shane introduced the men in dark cloaks and told him that it had the ability to hide anyone's presence anywhere, and that they had destroyed most of the circles. Ben, dumbfounded, assumed that even now, he, the one who knew more about the demon followers, was plotting. The protagonist, taken aback, cried out about the divine artifact. His body was suddenly enveloped in a blue aura. Magic eyes appeared in front of the protagonist's face, and he asked to show him the location of the divine artifact. Ben saw a red castle. He asked the moon wolf with a serious expression to show him more precisely. The protagonist saw two mysterious men moving towards the castle. The protagonist suddenly began to ride the wolf. Shane followed him and asked if it was worth leaving the kraken alone. Looking at the guy, Ben said that the demon's followers wanted to get the divine artifact. Frowning, the protagonist said that his protection was a priority, because this was the only way to keep the holy oaths. Huge tentacles rose above the city. People began to scream in fear. A huge crystal appeared in front of the knight. Looking at it, The guys discussed that they should be happy. Standing in front of the crystal, they said that thanks to the divine artifact, the area around the temple was safe. The demon's followers came there. The knights grabbed their blades and asked who it was. The people moved towards the artifact, saying that they knew that the concealment spell was useless, after which he clarified whether the guys were tired of standing guard all the time. The man with a serious look said that they were only in the way. Dark energy began to spread from the demon's follower, and he said that it was easier to kill them than bugs. Stretching out his hand, he cried out that the knights were no match for him. A stream of dark energy rushed past the warriors at lightning speed. The knight began to scream loudly. The sorcerer threw the guys aside. There was an evil grin on his face. Shane ran next to the boy and asked how much longer it was to the artifact, to which he received the answer that it was already close. The guys ran into a crowd of demon followers who said that they should not be allowed to get closer. Holding the hammer in front of him, Ben cried out that they had enough work without sorcerers, and Shane said that he would deal with them. His legs began to glow brightly. The guy moved at great speed. The demon followers were taken aback by this. Shane rushed past them and killed them in one blow. Smiling, Ben thought that this was expected, because the guy was incredibly fast. Turning around, he looked at Shane, who asked if the demon's followers would be able to touch the divine object at all, noting that there must be some kind of protection against them. Ben answered seriously that it was, but he had already seen an example of one person almost taking the artifact. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek while the protagonist said that he had a bad feeling about this. They ran at great speed and Ben said that they had caused a big commotion with the Kraken, and things could only get worse. Surprised, Shane asked again. The knight was watching them from the roof. Holding a blade in his hand, the man said that he hadn't seen the guys for a long time. Jumping to the ground, Liam asked what happened. Ben's face was puzzled. The guys jumped away from the Kraken's tentacle. Having landed, the protagonist loudly asked what it was. He was shocked by what he saw. A mysterious magician appeared in front of him. In his hands was a lantern, from which a blue light was coming. Looking at the lantern, Ben wondered if this was the core of the divine artifact. The enraged protagonist cried out that they stole it after all. That's why the Kraken was there. Tentacles stretched to the sky, while the protagonist reasoned that because of the theft of the divine artifact, holy oaths could not be kept. Frowning, Shane stated that now it was clear to him what, worse, Ben was talking about. Dark energy was emanating from the man, while Shane said that first there was the Kraken, and now one of the dark sorcerers with the seventh circle. Holding his chin, the mysterious stranger said that they were earlier than he expected and he thought it would be fun. Looking at the opponents, the man stated that they were the heir of Morsov and 2 knights of the challenger level. Shane adjusted the mask on his face while the stranger reasoned that he didn't know who they were, but they seemed strong enough to stop their plan. The maddened sorcerer said that's why he would finish them off right now. The man released a dark lightning at them. It was aimed at Ben. Taken aback, Shane thought that the protagonist was in danger. He suddenly jumped up. The guy covered the protagonist with himself. Ben noticed that Liam also took the blow. Gathering mana in his hand, the man said that resistance was useless. The guys continued to cover Ben with themselves. The enraged protagonist thought that they would not last long and needed to return the artifact. He noticed that the second sorcerer, who had the artifact, was missing. Raising his head, the protagonist saw the demon's follower flying away. Ben began pursuing. Frowning, he cried out to give him the artifact. The magician watched from the ground and said that nothing would work. He stretched out his hand. Holding the sword in front of him, Shane thought that the stranger was aiming at the main character. The guy rushed to help. Shane flew into the air. Surprised, Liam thought that the guy parried the blow of one of the sorcerers with the seventh circle. This is recklessness. Shane's blade was enveloped in a blue aura. He was preparing to attack. The guy swung the sword. Shane frowned. The dark mana dissipated. Dark particles flew around him, while he thought that Ben's protection should be a priority. Shane remembered how Edgar stood in front of him and listened to how this was necessary for a common enemy, for the safety of the world. Frowning, he noted that if Shane did not trust him, he should at least trust him. Landing on the ground, Shane said that he could not disobey Edgar's order. Taking a fighting stance, the guy said that he would be the sorcerer's opponent. Drawing his blade, Liam noted that it would be difficult. The stranger smirked and asked if Shane was trying to provoke him. Shane looked serious and thought he was counting on Ben. The protagonist was catching up with the mage with the artifact. The sorcerer looked at the guys and said that they were 2 challenger-level knights. Standing opposite him, he offered to see what they were made of. His face was furious. The stranger sent dark lightning at the guys. The energy was moving towards the guys. Liam held his blade out in front of him. His face was furious. Liam had managed to reflect the lightning. His blade was covered in a light aura. Liam threw particles at the sorcerer. A powerful blow hit the ground. The stranger raised his finger and said that it was a good try. Hitting the ground, he screamed that it was useless. Liam was shocked by what had happened. Shane found himself behind the sorcerer, who was asking if Liam thought everything was going according to his plan. Turning around, he wondered what kind of energy it was. The guy swung his blade. A powerful whirlwind of mana hit the bandit. Gusts of wind rose from Shane's spell. Watching the spell in action, the guy assumed that they succeeded. Liam ran up to him, saying that he did not know that Ben had such a friend. Looking away, Shane replied that this was not entirely true. The guys were suddenly taken aback when they heard the enemy's voice. The sorcerer was flying in the air and saying that he finally understood who Shane was, after which he clarified whether Valentino's dog thought that he had the right to fool around there. Taken aback, Liam asked again about Valentino. The guy answered with a serious look that he knew that his disguise would not last long. Raising his hand above his head, the stranger said that since Shane had appeared, he would get rid of him with his own hands. The guys watched the magician. A huge dark sphere appeared above the demon's follower. He lowered his hand and wished death upon the boys. A cloud of energy flew at them. The boys were taken aback and thought that they would not be able to repel this attack. The magical attack was moving towards them. The boys jumped in different directions. A powerful explosion was heard. Shane covered himself with his hands, emphasizing the fact that the sorcerer was very dangerous. Watching his opponent, Shane noted that he needed to do something before he was attacked again. The guy turned his gaze. A huge rock was flying at him. His face was scared. Shane was crushed by a huge rock. The guy turned around at the protagonist's scream. Ben stretched out his hand and said that the magician was caught. The stranger fell off the cliff. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the protagonist thought that he was a scumbag. Ben was surprised by the words, that he was some kind of stupid. Hustle with a smirk on his face said that only a fool would fight him in the water. He looked at the protagonist. The wolf jumped off the cliff. The protagonist flew into battle screaming that this time everything would be different. Spreading his arms, Hustle agreed and asked to try to defeat him. Water tornadoes surrounded Hustle. Holding two blades in his hands, he declared that this sea would become Ben's grave. Streams of water headed towards the protagonist. A grin appeared on his face. The water surrounded him. Hustle called the protagonist a naive fool with a satisfied look. He was taken aback when he heard Ben's voice. The protagonist was hovering in the air. Looking at the protagonist, Hustle thought that his strength had increased significantly over the past time. Swinging his hammer, Ben cried out that it was his turn now. Swinging his blades, the guy sent streams of water towards the protagonist. The protagonist dodged many attacks and approached the enemy. There was a powerful blow to the water. Hustle jumped back. He looked at the lantern in his hand. The guy dove under the water, where he turned into a huge killer whale. The dolphin held an artifact in its teeth. Ben's hammer ended up under the water. Having hit the monster, the protagonist threw it out of the water. The lantern fell out of the dolphin's mouth. The protagonist grinned and emphasized the fact that it was now his. He had caught the artifact. Hustle, in the dolphin's body, was thinking that he would not let Ben take it. The monster shifted his gaze. Swinging his hammer, the protagonist declared that he had to finish him off too. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow to Hustle. The scaly whale began to cough up blood. The monster went under the water. He began to drown. Holding the lantern in his hand, Ben said that he had almost lost and had to go back. A kraken suddenly appeared in the water. The protagonist was taken aback by what he saw. Standing in front of the monster, he thought that he would not be able to save the artifact this way and that Kurun would be destroyed. Looking at the kraken, Ben came to the conclusion that he had to stop it. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist thought that the evil force was very powerful. It felt like his head was about to split. The protagonist tore the seal off the lantern. Pulling it out, Ben asked the divine monster to stop attacking. Standing in front of the kraken, the protagonist cried out that innocent creatures were suffering from this, to which he received the answer that he did not care. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. The enraged kraken said that a sacrifice was inevitable so that it could cleanse this world of evil. The ominous aura reached Ben. Waving its tentacles, the monster said that the divine item was no longer in Kuruna, so it would not break its promise even if it killed its inhabitants. The dumbfounded people looked at the tentacle flying at them. The protagonist, with a serious look, cried out for the kraken to stop. Watching what was happening, Ben began to repeat that he told it to stop. The monster looked at the protagonist and said that he had the divine item. The kraken's eyes were angry. Trying to stay on the wolf, Ben heard if it was asking it to forget the pain of losing a child. The protagonist coughed up blood and thought that the monster's rage was strong. Standing behind the kraken, Ben emphasized the fact that even so, he could feel its deep sadness. The protagonist said with a serious expression that he would bring those who killed his child. Steam rose around him. Holding the lantern in front of him, Ben asked to trust him and stop. A bright light enveloped the monster. Turning around, the kraken said that the protagonist was holding a divine item, but it lacked strength. Surprised, the protagonist replied that he knew and would still come up with a solution. The ominous aura dissipated and the kraken agreed to Ben's request, noting that it would help him. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. Clouds of dust rose in the city. Shane woke up. Liam was holding him. Rising to his feet, the guy said that he was fine and that he was lucky. Remembering how the stone was flying at Shane, he said that for a moment it seemed that this place would become his grave. Smiling, Liam said that there was good news. They looked at the tentacles of the kraken. The sorcerer was lying under them. He thought with an enraged look that this was not the right time. His gaze fell on the knights, after which he noted that these bastards still do not give up. He surrounded his hand with mana. The sinister energy covered his entire body. He soared into the air. Trying to stay on his feet, Shane said about his evil power. The mana began to spread quickly. Grinning, the villain said that in pitch darkness he would burn them to ashes. His face was crazy. The guys were taken aback by this. The sorcerer watched the knights run away. A tentacle flew at him. A powerful blow was heard. The magician began to scream in pain. The kraken raised a tentacle. Lying in the ruins, the man thought that 2 attacks in a row on him could not be a coincidence. He looked back. The monster struck again. The sorcerer flew to the side. He hit the wall. Dumbfounded, Liam asked how it was possible that the kraken attacked a demon follower. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. An ominous aura was directed at the bald stranger. Dark red energy struck him. The man's body began to swell. The knights watched what was happening. Liam stretched out his hand, saying that Shane needed to run. Stretching out his hands, the boy touched the mana. Watching the fight, the knight said that this power only affects the sorcerer. Shane's face was calm. Inspecting the gust of energy, he said that the mana will not harm them and the kraken itself chooses the target, which means everything worked. The sorcerer's body continued to grow. His face was dumbfounded. He stretched out his hand, thinking that this was bad, but he would not die without a fight. Roots came out of the ground. Liam, dumbfounded, asked what that sound was. A tree appeared in the air. A flower blossomed. A bud flew towards the knights. Looking at the roots flying at them, Shane asked what it was. The vine tied them together. The bud flew towards the wounded sorcerer. The flower absorbed it. The boys were shocked by what they saw. The plant began to fly away. Liam began to try to break free. He cut the roots with an enraged look. They suddenly flew to the side. The boys landed on their feet. They began to catch up with the magician, saying that they cannot let him get into the castle. They ran to the doors. Liam knocked the door down with his shoulder. They were surprised by what they saw. A crowd of knights who had lost their minds appeared in front of them. The enchanted warriors began to say that they would kill them. The soldiers were walking towards the boys. The man hit the railing with his fist. He bared his teeth and said that because of them this important task had failed. Touching the door, the stranger said that he still hoped that there would be a way to achieve the goal. He opened the doors. Grinning, the man asked to try to stop him and give it his all. Looking at him, Liam said that this path led to the chambers of His Majesty. The warriors were enveloped in red energy. Liam surrounded himself with energy, saying that the king was in danger. The knights rushed at the boys. Standing in a fighting stance, Liam said that he would deal with them. He hit the boy with his sword. The soldier flew across the entire hall. He suddenly came to. Dumbfounded, Shane asked if the knight would cope, to which he received the answer that he hit them with the side of his sword, so that they would not die. Enraged, Liam rushed into battle shouting that they must get to His Majesty. He began to scatter the warriors. Shane, puzzled, thought he should have been gentler. The sorcerer raised a soldier with his magic. The dumbfounded man asked His Majesty to run. The sorcerer killed the man. Passing by the corpses, he supposed that he should have introduced himself, but those midges got in the way. Raising his hands in front of him, the stranger said that he would at least greet the king properly. The sorcerer covered Carl with his body. The king, looking furious, cried out that this man was to blame for everything that had happened. Lowering his hands, the sorcerer replied that he understood correctly. Spreading a powerful aura around himself, the sorcerer emphasized the fact that as a reward, he would put an end to the bloodline of Kurun today. He suddenly turned around. Shane rushed into battle with a cry. First of all, the end would come for him. Liam was behind him. He wounded the sorcerer in the back. Standing behind the king, Liam loudly apologized for being late, noting that they had just arrived at the palace. A joyful Carl replied that he was glad to see him safe. Grinning, the sorcerer asked not to make him laugh. Flying above the floor, he stated that the fact that they were there meant that there would be 2 more corpses. Holding the spheres in his hands, the villain asked to watch carefully. Hitting the ground with magical projectiles, the sorcerer declared that he was the embodiment of their death. Stunned, Liam wondered if the magician had that much power. Turning around, Liam thought that even if he dodged, the king would not have time. There was only one thing. He grabbed Shane by the cape. Holding him in front of him, Liam apologized for this. The stones began to bind the boy's body, while the knight said that he must do everything necessary to protect the king. A powerful magical flow was moving towards them. The blow reached them. Liam remembered the king touching his shoulder, saying that from now on he was one of the royal guard and must serve for the good of Kurun. The knight was kneeling. The amazed warrior heard a voice that said that he had always been too passive, he should always risk his life. If he wanted to become a more noble knight, he should give his life more meaning. A dark aura hovered around Liam. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the king said that an evil force was trying to affect the most vulnerable parts of his mind. Holding the knight's shoulder, Carl asked him not to give in to it. Standing behind him, the king said that even if he did something thoughtless, it was important not to give in the end. Liam stood up and asked His Majesty not to overexert himself. He thanked the king with a smile, noting that he felt better now. Shane, furious, said that the knight was alive only because of him. Kneeling on one knee, he asked where Liam's consciousness was when he used him as a shield, although he came there to help him. Looking at the knight, Shane said that he would never forget what he did today, and Liam replied that he would repay him somehow. Turning his gaze to the sorcerer, he offered to deal with him first. Gathering energy in his hand, the man asked how dare they. A powerful aura began to emanate from him. The guys prepared for battle, saying that they only had one chance, they needed to completely destroy his evil magic. Black lightning began to spread from the mage, who shouted that this was the end. Gathering energy in his sword, the guy used the Valentius sword technique, Shane's second technique. Many blades appeared around him. Swords flew around the knight. He pointed them at the mage. The dumbfounded man thought that this couldn't be happening. He suddenly turned around. Liam swung his blade, preparing to throw. His face was furious. The knight threw the blade. The sword wounded the sorcerer. His face was scared. There was a powerful blow. Looking up, the mage asked if it worked. The king fell to his knees. Shane was surveying the battlefield. He rose to his feet and spoke words of displeasure. Holding the sorcerer's hand, Shane asked to look at it, noting that they had only managed to cut off one of his hands. The mage tried to escape from there. He was suddenly taken aback. Ben appeared in front of him. Looking at the contented face of the protagonist, the man clarified why he had a divine artifact in his hand. Walking across the sky, the man cursed. Looking at the corpses, he asked why the shadows did not answer him. Russell bandaged his hand, thinking that they had lost 30% of their men on this mission, even he had somehow managed to get injured. The man stood in the sky, surprised. He looked up at the boy. The protagonist held the lantern with a smile, listening to him ask why he had a divine artifact in his hand. The boys were in an energy cube. The protagonist smirked and asked if he had any guesses. Russell raised his hand with mana and said that he did not know how he got it. The man swung and said that it did not matter now. He aimed the attack at the child and shouted at him to get out of here. Ben smiled and asked the moon wolf to act. Archie rushed forward. The boy confidently galloped towards the enemy. Taken aback, the opponent asked why he was running towards them. The protagonist created the armor of the Iron God on himself, thinking that it became heavier when he accelerated. Jumping up, he thought that it was getting lighter when it started to work. The protagonist confidently swung the hammer. After striking, Ben thought about how the armor was getting heavier again when it came down. Covering himself with his hand, the man asked what the hell was going on. Russell looked at the child surrounded by mana, asking if he had managed to break through. Holding the artifact in his teeth, the boy answered that he had and was now going for his head. Turning around, he called the moon wolf. The protagonist straddled Archie. The opponent gritted his teeth. The protagonist threw him back with a blow. The man was holding his wounded hand. Covering one eye, Russell said that he was a fool. Joyful Ben sat on the wolf, thinking that he was definitely weaker than before, and shouted that they were continuing. He looked up in surprise. Watching the enemy create a crack in the barrier, the boy asked what it was. The man grinned. The opponent was releasing bright mana from his hand. Dark energy was enveloping his body. Russell raised his hand and said that he forced him to do this. He bared his teeth and said that he would never forgive him. The opponent's leg dissolved. The protagonist looked in shock, thinking that this was a fire sacrifice. Dark mana was hovering behind the man. The protagonist sat on a wolf in front of him, thinking that his evil energy was rapidly gathering. Russell glared at him and said that he was a filthy Moor's bastard. The enemy was accumulating mana in his hand. He looked angrily and said that he would burn him and kill him in the most painful way. The man lowered his hand. The flow of energy rushed forward. It moved behind the child. Baring his teeth, Ben thought that now it was useful to fight at a distance. The boy took the lantern. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that if this was the case, he would use what the divine item had taught him. Usually this was only possible if he became a superhuman. He picked up the artifact, thinking that given the experience accumulated in his soul, everything would work out. The evil mana emitted light. Leaning down, the enemy told him to look at himself. He was finished. Russell was taken aback. The protagonist held a bright lantern. The dumbfounded man looked at him and said that this was incredible. Ben sat surrounded by sparks, using compressed spirit. The opponent raised his hand in shock and asked how someone with an expert level could do this. The boy looked at the opponent's torso. He smirked. Swinging his hammer, the protagonist shouted that this was his chance. The protagonist struck in rage. The man flew to the side. Russell struggled with his hands. Looking away, Ben asked if it worked. The opponent grabbed his hand and said he couldn't believe it. He approached angrily and shouted that he would tear him apart even if it was the last thing he did. Looking at the happy child, the man asked why he was smiling. A kraken appeared above the boys. Russell rushed up and said that he would not grab him this time. Grabbing his leg, the boy asked where he was going. The opponent raised his hand and said that he should let go, he would die too. The man pulled his leg back and shouted that the child was crazy, this was all because of him. Russell looked up in shock. The kraken hit him with a tentacle. The opponent's hand broke through the debris. The protagonist fell down and said that he did not have mana left, even to summon a moon wolf, he would die if he fell from such a height. He flew down excitedly, shouting that everything could not end like this. Having fallen on a tentacle, the protagonist asked if it was a kraken. Ben stood with the help of the monster, thinking that there was a strange feeling, but he held it tightly. Could it be evil energy? The boy raised his head in surprise, hearing the kraken say that he was grateful for the help. Because of it, he felt that his anger had been calmed down a little. The protagonist smiled sweetly. Putting down the hammer, the protagonist replied that it was nothing. Ben imagined the palace and the evil men, thinking that the kingdom of Kurun soon made an announcement about the event that had happened. According to him, due to the antics of the demon's followers, the kingdom was in trouble, but thanks to the young hero, it was saved. Imagining the corpses on the ground in the kraken, he thought that without a doubt, the demon's followers were defeated, and the monster that the enemies brought was taken care of. The boy sat on his knee in front of the king, thinking that with great gratitude to the young hero, Carl granted him the title of Shining Knight. 3 months later, Shane was walking on the ground and saying that he was unrecognizable. He stood behind the protagonist and asked how this was possible. The muscular protagonist looked at him in surprise. The guy imagined a little boy next to him and said that he had grown so much in 3 months. The teenager smiled and said that this was the power of his secret technique. He had been focusing on growth for some time. Shane stood on the training ground and answered that it was still very surprising. It was very quiet here. Imagining Henry on the throne, Ben answered that he thought it was because the coronation was approaching. The guy smiled and said that they should also go see such a great event, asking if they would mind taking a walk first. He walked with the child down the street and said that everything here was completely restored while he was resting. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked if he was sure that he could walk now. Shane remembered sitting on the ruins and replied that he was referring to his injuries and the effects of mana depletion. He closed his eyes in displeasure and said that he was almost completely healed. Remembering how the wounded man lay on the bed, the guy said that he did not need to rest for so long at all. Shane surrounded himself in red flames and explained that it was because Sir Liam used him as a shield. The boy was taken aback when he asked how about him, if he was okay. Imagining the child on the wolf, the boy reported that he had released the power of the sacred artifact, being at the expert level. He imagined the enemy holding Ben's hand and said that he had fought someone who was much superior to him. The protagonist frowned, hearing that this should have taken a strong toll on his body. The protagonist held out his hand. Looking at his palms, he said that they did not quite obey him. Shane looked at his laughing friend and said that this was the very consequence, he should rest, to which the boy replied that he was almost recovered. Taken aback, the boy asked how so. He stood in front of the teenager and reported that he was sure that he should have more symptoms. Clenching his fist, Ben thought that thanks to this, he got something in return. The protagonist held the flame in his hand, thinking that he had learned the power of the soul. Remembering how he sat on the edge of the bed, the protagonist thought that in an attempt to heal his body, from which he had squeezed all the mana, filling its gaps with his soul, he had gained this power. He created accumulations of mana in his palms, thinking that it reacted to mana, but the principle was completely different. The boy looked away. Lifting a brick with energy, the teenager thought that because this power replaced depleted mana and stamina, he was able to minimize the consequences. Ben looked at the flying stone, thinking that in addition, he can do this. Closing his fingers, the protagonist thought that he cannot use mana. The brick disintegrated into particles. The protagonist happily looked at the fist, thinking that he did not know such a thing existed. Imagining himself lifting the artifact, the boy thought about what he had done right, not giving up until the very end. Smiling, the teenager thought that this power opened up new possibilities for him. Ben imagined his serious adult self and decided that the legend of the Aura Master controlling the soul must be true. Putting his hand in his pocket, Shane said that it was great that he had no problems, then he would like to hear his decision. He handed over the envelope and said that it was about his next destination. Looking away, the boy said that in fact, the Duke wanted them to go to Elfheim right away. Shane frowned and said that he would like to visit the capital to take part in Valentino's celebration, clarifying what about him. The protagonist looked at the envelope in surprise, thinking that this moment had come. Imagining Kloe with her fiancé in the palace, the protagonist thought that this was the moment of the second calamity, the wedding of the royal family of Aslan. He looked away, confused, wondering if Elfheim was just an excuse. He imagined the king standing in his office, thinking that when he heard that Shane wouldn't survive the wedding, he must have wanted to give him a task that wasn't related to the second disaster. He imagined the elves in the forest, thinking that it wouldn't be so bad if he went to Elfheim, where the third disaster would happen. He remembered the girl's hair blowing in the wind. He imagined Erina turning around, thinking that he would meet her there. He imagined Kloe smiling and asking him to call her sister from now on. He frowned, thinking that the princess was his savior and family. He wanted to help her in any way he could. He remembered the boys breaking into the house. He imagined the man screaming, thinking that in the past, even when Shane was in the palace, the disaster couldn't be stopped. Ben covered his face with his hand, wondering if they could do it without them. His friend was taken aback by his decision. The protagonist clutched the letter and said that they would go to the capital. The boy smiled and said that it was a good choice. The happy kids stood in the palace, listening to the city's reconstruction going well. The protagonist stood with his friend in the crowd as the king explained that he had spread a warning about the divine artifact and the demon's followers following the advice of the Shining Knight. Carl, holding his staff, said that he thought it was a good time to wish Kurun safety and prosperity. He raised his hand in front of the hall and said that they were beginning the coronation ceremony for Prince Henry. The man watched as the boy sat in front of his father and said that the prince was a loyal man. He stood behind the boys and said that the king would be much calmer now. The boy looked at the smiling Liam and said that he was here too. Shane frowned and told him that he had a duty to the royal family, so he would let him get away with his past. The man smiled and said that everything was fine thanks to him. He looked at the boy who had turned away and whispered that he had heard that there was a reason why the Lion of the North Wind was called the seventh deity. The teenager was taken aback and thought about that. Liam put his hand on Ben's shoulder and said that of course, and he had done well. The man smiled, saying that people talk about it a lot. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had never heard of the seventh deity in his past life. The protagonist looked forward seriously, thinking that there were probably many other people more talented than Shane. He turned around when he heard that the king would now pass the crown on to him. Carl placed the crown on his son and asked him to take care of the kingdom. Henry stood up happily. He stood in the middle of the hall and said that for him it was a great honor and the pressure of responsibility. The boy listened, dumbfounded, that he would like to take the opportunity to reward the Shining Knight. The teenager remembered how Carl had christened him with a sword and thought about the reward. Ben put his hand to his chest, thinking that he had already asked for the right to borrow the divine artifact. The protagonist smiled and said that he had already been rewarded. Looking away from his father, Henry replied that they thought that this was not enough. He extended his hand and asked for it to be brought in. The knights opened the doors. The boy was carrying a pillow. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that they knew that he was growing quickly, so it was useless to give him an armor artifact now. The king extended his hand with a smile and said that therefore, it would be different. Looking at the pillow, Henry said that it was one of the artifacts that the adventurer King Kurun used. He looked at the decoration and said that it was a mana necklace. Dumbfounded, the boy asked if they would give it to him. The boy stood before him and answered that he wanted to give him excellent armor. The king spread his hands and said that, alas, it was considered a national treasure. He looked at the necklace, saying that he should not worry. It was also an excellent item. It had the sixth circle of mana. The dumbfounded teenager stood before him, thinking that he knew he was magnanimous, but not that much. Imagining the shining weapon, Ben thought about how excellent armor of the seventh circle had the power of a Superman. The protagonist imagined himself with the guys in the past and thought that even 10 knights of the continent touched such treasures once or twice. Remembering the turned away man, the protagonist thought that with the exception of the master of weapons, he was a special case. Carl held onto the staff and said that he did not need to worry. Even if he spent all the mana in it, it would be renewed in a day. The boy nodded with a smile and replied that it was a great honor. Picking up the necklace, Henry asked him to remember them when he looked at the jewelry. He extended his hands to the teenager and said that Kurun would remember him forever. People joyfully raised their fists and praised the knight. The king lifted Ben by the hand in front of the crowd. The boys walked through the sunny city. Smiling, Shane said that they were all wonderful citizens. He turned around and asked what was going on. The protagonist held out the necklace and asked to take it. Taken aback, the boy asked what was going on. Shane waved his hands and said that it was too much. Looking at the glowing hand, the protagonist said that he could not use much mana at a time now. Even if he managed to hold on to it, nothing good would come of it. The boy stood in front of him, confused. The boy confidently held out the necklace. Shane closed his eyes and agreed. He happily extended his hand and said that he would keep it until he was ready. The teenager smiled and thought that everything was fine. Ben put the decoration in his hand, thinking that he didn't expect him to agree. The protagonist rolled his eyes, wondering what it would take to stay strong. The protagonist walked in front of his friend, thinking that he was leading him to the place where he died in his past life. The guy stood with the boy on the beach and said that he thought they should take a boat from here. Holding out his hands with mana, the teenager replied that it would not be needed. Shane was taken aback. Ben stroked the wolf and offered to save time and money. The guys rushed to Archie through the water. The guy fearfully held on to his companion. The protagonist turned to him and asked how he was doing. The guys cut through the water and the protagonist said that he was talking nonsense. They were almost there. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought about what he had completely forgotten. For the owner of the Moon Wolf it was a trifle, but for an ordinary person, a ride on it was hell. He looked at his friend in fear and asked if he was holding on. Shane threw up in the sea. We see a city from which the noise was coming. People looked down in confusion. The stranger looked at the guys sitting on the ground and asked who these tramps were. The teenager screamed with a desperate look. Leaning his hands on the ground, the guy said that he thought he was going to die. He needed to rent a horse from here. He looked down in surprise. Ben was shocked. Grabbing his clothes, the protagonist asked him to wait. Dumbfounded, the protagonist shouted that his wallet was missing. The guys clutched their heads, thinking that their wallets were missing. The boy remembered pushing his friend on the wolf, wondering if he had really fallen into the ocean. Shane sat sadly on his knees and said that it was his fault. He was very sorry. The teenager calmly looked away. Raising his hand, he said that they could always make money. Ben smiled and asked if he knew about it. The protagonist stood behind the criminals and said that they usually live in cities. Shane looked over his shoulder in surprise, thinking that money bags were made for such situations. The protagonist looked at the fortress in the distance and said that he thought it was because the city was free. Sitting on the wolf, the boy said that those scumbags had some money in their pockets. The guy turned around with displeasure. He rode in front of him and said that he had the title of a shining knight. Shane grinned and pulled on the reins. Having climbed on his horse, his friend asked if he wanted to lose it. The guy galloped in the other direction and shouted that he did not conduct an investigation and did not evaluate their sins, but simply used brute force. Such behavior will lead society to chaos. Smiling, the teenager thought that he was too diligent, but at the same time great. Ben watched Shane ride behind, thinking that on a horse he galloped 3 times faster than any rider, an amazing talent. Imagining Kloe with the groom, he thought he hoped he made the right decision by taking him along. The guy punched his companion and said he hit the target. The protagonist flew up on a wolf. He raised his hand mockingly. Sitting in front of his friend, the protagonist said he wanted him to know something before the ceremony, asking if he knew anything about the second prince. Looking up, Shane replied that his reputation was fine. He heard he was close to the crown prince. The boy was taken aback and asked again what had been said. Remembering the bloody corpses in the palace, the teenager reflected on the fact that in his past life, according to rumors, the second prince staged a coup d'état and they died. He sat on Archie in amazement, wondering what was going on in the royal family. The plot moves us to the palace in the middle of the night. The light was on in the room. The boy was sleeping on his mother's lap. Sitting in front of the fireplace, the woman said that the crown prince almost woke up. She stroked him with a smile and asked him to sleep soundly. The queen looked at him seriously. Looking down, Cardia asked if their plan had worked. The man answered through the magic ball that it was true. He could not give details. Smiling, he said that he could not worry about the result. The woman sat on the couch in front of him and said that she had already heard about what happened in Kurun, a terrible failure. Looking at the ball, she said was surprised that they had been hatching a plan for several years and spent 3 months preparing. Frowning, the queen asked if he was really saying that the plan had failed now. How much longer should she believe them? The man held the ball with a grin. Smiling, he said that even if she did not believe them, he doubted that it would be possible to break the contract. Cardia in the ball was taken aback and asked what had happened. The stranger smiled madly and said that otherwise they would be very sad. He pictured the woman among the corpses and asked if she had said she wanted to kill all the Aslans she hated. The queen grinned furiously. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the man told her that she should think carefully, as such an opportunity was rare. Cardia clenched her fist as he asked what she would do. The woman asked with a wild look if he was sure they would achieve the desired result. Smiling, the stranger agreed. The boy in her lap woke up and called for his mother. The queen looked away at the globe. She hugged her son and said that he was awake. The woman held him by the shoulders and asked if the lesson would start soon. Tinel looked down sadly and asked if he could skip it, adding that he was only half royal and did not even have golden eyes. His mother looked at him in surprise. Cardia placed her hand on his head. Smiling, the queen asked not to upset her with such words. She looked at him lovingly and told him that he should just continue to grow up, as he had done before. Tinel looked at her in surprise. Jumping up, he agreed. The prince clenched his fists in joy and said that when he was older, like his brothers, he would sit her on his back and run around the palace 10 times. With her hands clasped, his mother said that he was very nice and believed in him. Tinel extended his hand and said that a lot had happened during the last lesson. Meanwhile, the demon's followers sat in the basement, listening to her finally realize stupid woman. Clenching his fists on the table, the boy said that they could not have done anything even if they had been more prepared. He pictured a bandaged man and said that the first elder was seriously injured and was now healing. Recalling the corpses on the ground, the cult members said that many of their people had died. The boy clenched his fists, saying that it was all because of that degenerate Morsov. The ally looked away and asked what he was doing now. Frowning, the stranger replied that he seemed to have gone to Assyrian. Taken aback, the man asked if a great thing was really going to happen there. The elder bared his teeth and ordered them to remain silent. The demon's followers looked surprised when they heard that they should continue to watch him but not do anything. He looked forward seriously and said that now they would concentrate on the great thing and use the blue fox. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the portrait of the king and said that the report was finished. Leafing through the papers, Brad asked if he had really come all this way to report to him personally, if he was continuing to make his life difficult. Lester stood before him seriously, listening to his thanks. The second prince kept his hands behind his back, saying that he was currently working with the local information group, asking if he had done the same thing in his time. Raising a finger, the brother replied that he had done a little, but it did not suit him. The boy lowered his head sadly, hearing that he was sure he would lecture everyone and command his subordinates. Brad spread his hands and said that he would remain silent. Smiling, he asked how the second queen and Tanel were doing, adding that there had been no news from them lately. His brother stood calmly and said that it seemed that their mother had called the head of the knights again. The prince lowered his eyebrows in displeasure. Standing near the table, Edmund listened to him say that he was still in charge of the royal detachment of knights. This could not go on like this. It was necessary to strengthen the influence of this detachment. The boy closed his eyes. Imagining the king and queen with their subjects, he thought that the policy of disdainful attitude towards the royal knights must be to blame for everything. Brad looked ahead sadly. He folded his hands in a lock, hearing that there was something else. Clutching his head, Lester said that she treated Tanel like a child, and he was already 14. The brother smiled and asked about his age. The prince tapped his finger on the table. The boy raised his hand and said that it made him childish. Remembering how Ben had hit him in the face, Brad said that one boy had hit him, even turning over in the air a couple of times. The second prince was taken aback. Edmund remembered the confused protagonist, listening to how he had recently become the main character of gossip. Lester put his hands on the table in rage and asked how he could let this ignorant fool go. The brother clasped his hands with a smile and answered that the boy could handle it. Imagining Ben on the wolf, he said that he was sure everyone had heard of him, the shining knight who saved Kurun. The boy raised his hand in confusion and asked if he was talking about the one who stopped the kraken and caught the demon's minions. Looking out the window, Lester asked if he was 14, adding that they said he was a half-elf in his 20s. Brad looked out the window happily and said he wanted to see him again, asking where he thought he might be now. The plot moves us to Valentia's second estate, where the sun was shining brightly. Edgar touched his chin and said he was surprised. He watched as Ben crossed his arms and asked if he had grown that much in a year. Sitting at the table, the man wanted to know how it happened and what he had eaten. The protagonist frowned and asked if he was too angry. Extending his finger, the protagonist furiously shouted that they had not seen each other for a long time, and this was the first thing he wanted to tell him, although he had just returned from a major mission. The Duke nodded and replied that he had done well with him. The boy looked at him in surprise, wondering what was wrong with the old man. Clutching his neck, the teenager said that this was not the issue. Edgar frowned and agreed with him. He imagined the bride and groom at the altar, saying that the second disaster that would happen in the royal palace during the crown prince's wedding was more important. He thought of the people under the protective dome, saying that if no one from inside interfered with the barrier, the second disaster would not happen. He imagined the hooded guy and the evil guys saying that there was a traitor among the royal family. Edgar imagined the great magical barrier above the palace. He thought of its walls, thinking that it was an ancient relic connected to the outer wall of Assyrian. He imagined the surprised man under the dome, thinking that it blocked energy, froze mana, and had magical effects. He imagined the soldiers, wizards, and the ruler, thinking that the restrictions only extended to the members of the leading family, the imperial knights, and the magicians. Edgar remembered the royal family standing under the shield and thought that without the help of someone who could influence the barrier, the second disaster would not have happened. Imagining the furious people with glasses, he thought about what it meant to have a traitor among the high ranks. Sitting opposite the boy, the man said that they could only trust the eldest prince. The Duke extended his hand and asked if it was possible for the criminal to be deceived by the demon's followers, since they would surely use him. Frowning, Edgar said that it was only possible if he was as stupid as him. The protagonist jumped up in anger and questioned him. The angry man clasped his hands and asked if he had misdescribed the careless fool who never did what he was asked to do no matter how many times he explained it. The protagonist imagined the shield and the serious grid, thinking that he was the only superhuman in the royal alliance. Remembering the Duke desperately holding his sword, the boy thought that this man had proven his strength to the world in the battle between the kingdom and the alliance. The weapon master confidently walked forward. Edgar swung his flaming sword. Imagining Grid holding the weapon, the teenager thought that he had fought the sword master countless times. Ben remembered the man creating a bright flash, thinking that he had kept the alliance together. The protagonist imagined a terrible explosion. The protagonist imagined Edgar parrying his opponent's blows, thinking that he was still fighting the sword master even after the war was over. Remembering the man standing behind the emperor, the boy thought that their level was obvious. Grid had become the owner of the aura 3 years ago. The teenager watched as the Duke angrily looked at the letter, thinking that he had become the owner 2 years ago. As Ben imagined the armed men in the arena, he thought that it was at that time that the world was shaken by the fight between these two superhumans. Edgar clutched the paper and shouted that he had found the time. He did not understand where his place was. The Duke filled his hand with mana. Throwing the paper at the wall, he asked if he really thought that now was the right time to find out who was stronger. The man was taken aback when he heard the boy wonder why he did not accept the challenge. Raising his finger, the protagonist said that on the condition that it would be useful for their plan. The plot moves us a week ahead to the Colosseum outside the city. The boy in the stands looked surprised and said that there was black hair. He looked at the protagonist and assumed that this must be the Shining Knight. Standing next to the teenager, Shane said that there were too many people. The spectator turned to his friend in surprise and said that everything was strange. He calmly asked why the sword master agreed to fight. Turning around, the man replied that he had heard that the wound caused by the aura would not heal. The stranger sat behind them and said that the rumor was probably true. Ben and his friend were taken aback when they heard that it was about the rumor that the sword master was against this marriage. Shane walked towards the Duke, saying that he was a little worried. Looking worried, he asked what the sword master thought about the king's decision regarding this fight. The guy looked away and said that he even wanted Rockler. Interrupting him, the man answered with a serious look that he shouldn't worry. If he hadn't given permission, he would have personally asked him for it. Edgar stood in front of the protagonist and said that the king simply had to trust him. The protagonist desperately extended his hand, thinking that the thing was that he was still young. Compared to the past, the old man had a more acute sense of loyalty. The boy looked surprised and asked if the crown prince was really here. Brad calmly walked along the bridge. Smiling, the boy listened as people asked if the rumor about the problems with Valenti was a lie. The teenager looked at him carefully, thinking that he was sure the king did not like him very much. Watching Edgar standing in front of the boy, Ben thought that the crown prince knew about it too. Bowing, the protagonist thought that judging by his actions and the fact that he came here, he could be trusted this time. He smiled calmly. Brad stood in front of the Duke and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The prince happily looked away. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and asked if he came to watch the fight. The boy scratched his cheek embarrassedly and answered that in fact, it was not for that reason. Imagining a happy Kloe with Archie, he said that his fiancée wanted to see his dog. The boy created a wolf in his hand and thought about how, with his sensitivity to mana, he somehow managed to keep it inside the barrier. Picking up Archie, the teenager asked if he was talking about him. Brad happily picked up the animal and told him not to worry too much. Grinning, the prince said that they were in the same boat. The guys watched him enter the room. Edgar watched him go and said that he had already told him that they should post guards in case of an attack by the demon's followers. Looking away at Ben, he asked to be prepared if something strange happened in the palace, especially near Kloe. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he understood him. Frosty fog spread across the ground. The spectator hugged himself and asked what it was. Edgar watched his opponent appear and said that he had not changed at all. Grid confidently walked forward. Grid stood opposite the Emperor of the Sword. The protagonist watched attentively from the stands. Starkey smiled and noted that it seemed that he had finally managed to come to his senses. Edgar opened his mouth and said that he was fooling around at foreign festivals, so his words meant nothing. He should remember where his place was. Grid looked at him with displeasure and asked again. Then he scratched his cheek and remarked that this is why he thought he was boring. The tone of his speech did not match the title of an aristocrat. Edgar smiled widely and said that if he had time to think about the tone of his voice, then why not think about his actions? Then he brightened red and added that his harsh statements deserved more attention than his lack of class. Grid brightened and remarked that they needed to stop chatting. The host leaned forward and shouted that the rules would be as follows: superior armor is prohibited for safety reasons. Then he pulled his hand back and added that at Edgar's request, the loser will fulfill the winner's wish. Ben stared at the arena with a smile. Grid pulled out his sword and said that it was time to end this. The glowing red sword emperor looked at his opponent and asked what he was using a sword against him. He thought it was time to stop his pointless attempts. The old man walked towards his opponent and said that he had learned something when he became an aura master and would teach him a lesson as an elder. Edgar clenched his teeth tightly. Then he swung his sword and shouted that they would see what kind of lesson this was. Grid ducked and blocked the strike. The sword emperor looked down furiously. The old man clenched his teeth and looked up. Then he threw his opponent back and asked what he called this fencing. Edgar landed on the ground. Grid pulled out his shield and shouted that he would show him real swordsmanship. Then he walked forward. Edgar opened his mouth wide. Then he extended his sword and parried the attack. The old man clenched his teeth and thought that he was able to parry the power of aura destruction using a beginner's trick. Then Edgar pointed his sword at him. Grid quickly pointed his shield at the area of impact. Then he flew back. The old man flew high into the air. The Sword Emperor looked at him and said that he had shown him a good move. Then he jumped back and added that he would show him his. Grid opened his mouth and remarked that this was nonsense. Then he pulled the bowstring with an ice arrow. The Sword Emperor opened his mouth. Then an arrow flew into him with great force. Edgar landed on his feet. Then he gritted his teeth. Then he held his sword in front of him, and the arrow was cut into 2 parts. Grid began to quickly release arrows and shout that this was not all. A moment later, a hail of arrows appeared above the head of the Sword Emperor. Incredibly sharp, ice arrows flew down. Edgar looked up and remarked that this was an excellent attempt. After which he destroyed the arrow and noted that these ice arrows were useless against him. Then he opened his mouth wide and looked away. A powerful explosion was heard next to him. The old man opened his mouth and shouted that he had relaxed. His vision was not so simple. The Sword Emperor closed his eyes. After which he thrust the sword into the ground. A huge, red field appeared next to him. Grid gritted his teeth and wondered what it was. After which he landed on the ground. Ben watched the red aura with a smile. The spectators stared at the arena surrounded by a protective barrier, and shouted that they were incredibly fast. Edgar raised his head. Then he put out his hand and asked what he seemed to say, that he would teach him a lesson, and this, in his opinion, is the Elder's sword arts. Grid grabbed the axes and noted that this is true, but he cannot defeat him with this sword, he is his sworn enemy. Edgar extended his sword and, with his mouth open, noticed that he had changed his shoes without blinking. The old man opened his mouth wide and laughed, shouting that the second round was beginning. Then he slowly raised his heel. A moment later, he lunged forward and shouted that they needed to fight until one of them died. Then he swung at his opponent. Edgar parried with a quick blow. Then he opened his mouth and asked what all this chatter about aristocrats was necessary for. Then he began to quickly reflect the opponent's attacks and added that he was fighting like crazy. Grid smiled widely. The arena was filled with a red and blue aura. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The spectators stared straight ahead in horror. The mage gritted his teeth and shouted for the eastern part of the shield to add more mana. Energy began to slowly leak out of the barrier, and the mages shouted that they could not hold it back. They really were superhumans. Grid and Edgar clashed head-on. Shane opened his mouth and remarked that this was a great fight. Then he scratched his chin and added that this element of ice, he was gradually beginning to grasp the essence, and Ben asked who, in his opinion, would win. The guy looked down sadly and replied that of course, his lordship, but the chance was small, they had been aura masters for different amounts of time. Grid ran towards his opponent. Then he flew back from a powerful blow. Then he reached for the weapon on his back. A moment later, he twirled the spear. Then he put it in front of himself and remarked that it was time to finish. Ben smiled widely, thought that the master sword would have lost by now, and said that in a normal situation, yes. Shane opened his mouth and asked what he meant. Edgar was covered in a red glow, and the protagonist replied that this time everything would be different. Grid quickly headed towards his opponent. He tightly gripped the hilt. Then he sent ice arrows at the enemy. Edgar stared at the projectiles. Then he put his sword in front of him and used the force control field. Grid's mouth opened in surprise. Then he raised his spear. The Sword Emperor looked closely at the huge spear. The old man held an incredibly long weapon above himself and asked how about it. Then he waved it. Edgar carefully covered himself with his sword. The barrier began to crack. The magicians tightly clutched their staffs and shouted that the western shield had fallen, the eastern one too, and the northern one was barely holding on. The spectators looked closely at the crack. Shane's mouth opened wide in fear. The commentator looked down in surprise. Grid stood on a log in front of Edgar, and the Sword Emperor was declared the winner. The spectators jumped from their seats and shouted that Duke Valentius had won. What happened to the Master of Weapons? Their empire was better even with one sword. Shane looked at his master with pride. Grid slowly rose. After which he trembled all over and asked what kind of ability it was. Such an honest man like him saw through his trick. Edgar carefully wiped the blood from his face. Then he leaned forward and asked if he had finished talking about aristocracy, and Grid shouted for him to shut his mouth. The old man opened his mouth wide and shouted that his attack had definitely passed. Then he remembered how Edgar hid behind the sword. Grid's attack carefully bypassed the Sword Emperor's barrier. The old man opened his mouth wide. Edgar unclenched his hand. Then he released a powerful wave at his opponent. Grid opened his mouth and said that it seemed to him that his body had changed strangely. The Sword Emperor swung his sword. Grid looked up with displeasure and noted that he would have died if he had not stopped his sword. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that it was magic. The Sword Emperor smirked and replied that it was a force control field, an ability he would use in the future. As he said, it was a trick, but not that bad. Grid opened his mouth and shouted, "What the hell?" Edgar opened his mouth wide. Then he looked at the audience and shouted that he asked them to fulfill his will as a winner. Grid looked away with displeasure. Then he clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he couldn't even see his brother. This had definitely caused damage to the allied countries. Then he stared at the Sword Emperor and added that he had reached the top a few years before him, and he didn't think he would lose. The old man closed his eyes and noted in his mind that a promise was a promise. Then he stood up and shouted that if he asked for too much, he would rather die. Edgar opened his mouth and said that Grid would stay in the Empire until the prince's wedding ceremony was over. The old man looked at him in shock. Edgar opened his mouth and added that this was his will as a winner. The spectators looked at him in surprise and noticed that he showed magnanimity before the enemy, as expected from the Emperor of the Sword. Grid opened his mouth wide and asked what he was planning. Edgar looked over his shoulder and replied that if he was curious, he would put it on later. The old man frowned in displeasure. Leaflets with information about Duke Valentius' victory fell from the sky. The princess looked at the leaflet with a smile, and the plot said that the master of the sword was stronger than the master of weapons. The prince looked closely at the leaflet, and the plot added that Sir Valentius was now the Emperor of the Sword. Edgar sat confidently on the throne. The next day, the sun shone into the Emperor's room. Ben looked at the paper with a smile and noticed that he received the same title as in his past life. Edgar looked attentively and silently to the side when he heard his name being called. Ben and the Emperor stared at the door, and the butler announced that Mr. Grid had come to see him. The old man rolled his eyes in displeasure and noted that he had asked for it, so he had come. Then he sat down and asked why he wanted to see him. Edgar turned to him and noted that they would omit the typical aristocratic chatter. Grid opened his mouth and said that aristocrats had to remain respectable even in personal conversations. Then everyone looked at him, and the old man added that his subordinate was also with them, so they would have to maintain order. Ben looked at him with displeasure and said that a person with power must remain graceful and remain stern. He said that this habit was developed in him by trauma. Grid opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist opened his mouth. Grid placed his sword on his shoulder and heard that he killed his relative, unable to cope with his strength. Then he glared at the protagonist and asked who he was. Ben looked up and replied that he himself told him. Edgar opened his mouth and noted that he was telling the truth. After which he looked down and added that yesterday he asked what trick he used. Ben smiled widely when he heard that this boy taught him it. Grid looked at the protagonist furiously. Then he looked at the Emperor of the Sword and asked what to understand. Edgar opened his mouth and noted that since he still called him that, it meant he was ready to listen. Let him calm down, he would explain everything. Grid looked at the protagonist furiously and heard that he had to know something. After which he silently turned his head. The old man closed his eyes and thought that apparently, these are the kind of people that are called terrible friends. After which he exhaled. Then he put away his sword and agreed. Edgar looked up and said that he never expected to hear his nickname. Grid opened his eyes and noted that his name was too long, he would not even pronounce it at an official meeting. After which he turned to the protagonist and asked what he needed to know. Then he clenched his fist and added that he shouldn't talk nonsense. Ben stared at him in surprise. The old man opened his mouth wide and shouted that otherwise he would break his bones and rip his skin to shreds. The protagonist smiled broadly and noted that this was good old Grid. The old man looked at him furiously, and Edgar asked him to just listen to him. Ben gritted his teeth and said that Grid was about 56 years old, and in a normal situation they would first meet in 15 years. Grid stared at the guy in surprise and heard that when his shining blue hair would turn half gray. The old man opened his mouth and noted that it sounded reasonable. Then he folded his hands and added that he would do it. Then he held out his hand and clarified whether the future would definitely be shitty. Ben opened his mouth and replied not to worry, this time 10 knights would prevent trouble. Grid turned his gaze and noted that it was still unusual to hear about these knights. There were 8 of them now. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked where the other 2 were, and Ben replied that he did not know how to get close to them yet. The protagonist imagined a guy in a hood and replied that the Reaper was probably training somewhere. Then he imagined a dark silhouette of a mage and added that the night spellcaster must be in the sage's tower. Grid stared at the protagonist and asked what their names were. Then he scratched his cheek and noted that he thought that in times like these, all means were good. Then he looked to the center of the room and asked that they were asking him to stay because of the disaster. Ben clenched his fist and shouted that it was true, and Edgar said that he came up with it with his tiny brain. After a moment, both of them glared at each other. Grid looked up and asked what about that ability. The protagonist smiled widely. The bright sun was shining above the palace. A moment later, the building shook from a loud scream. The old man opened his mouth wide and yelled that he taught him the ability that he used against him at the end of his past life. Then he twisted his face and asked how it all ended. Ben closed his eyes and replied that they were both on the same level. Then he remembered the battle in the arena and smiled and noted that his sword technique was superior to his level. That's how Edgar received the title of the Sword Emperor. Grid opened his mouth and shouted that this was impossible. They needed to agree on a time for the duel again. Ben smiled maliciously and told him to calm down and listen to him. Then he approached the old man and whispered that he would teach him his future ability too, so that they could fight him fairly. The old man abruptly put his hand on his face and replied that it was possible. Edgar looked at him and heard that he had 5 eternal armors. Ben smiled widely and noted that he was sure of it. Grid turned to him and remarked that he was still suspicious of why he told him this. Then he opened his mouth and added, because they were future allies, but now everything was different, he could use the knowledge for himself. Ben smirked and asked what the point was. The world could end at any time, glory meant nothing to him. Grid turned pale and asked again. The protagonist smirked and remarked that he knew for sure that he was a true warrior who would keep his promise at the cost of his life. The old man widened his eyes and fell silent. Then he laughed loudly. Then he turned his gaze and remarked that he would have to trust him, he would do as Ben asked. Edgar opened his mouth and remarked that he just wanted to make sure that this conversation remained between them. Grid smiled and remarked that he was not stupid and understood everything. Ben looked at him and asked if he was sure about that. Then he rolled his eyes and remarked that Grid and Heinen always got into trouble. The old man opened his mouth in surprise. Then he closed his eyes and said that Heinen was as energetic as he was, and Edgar remarked that if he was not sure, he should just shut up, stop acting defiantly. Grid walked alone along the path. Edgar and Ben watched him from the window. The protagonist approached the chair and remarked that the conversation went well. The Sword Emperor opened his mouth and said that of course, to build a bridge between the Alliance and the kingdom, they need Grid. Then he introduced the old man and remarked that he was a duke from the kingdom of Selden, the center of all magic towers and alliances. Ben smiled and said that he was sure that he would keep his word. Edgar stared at the protagonist, hearing the contradiction. The protagonist looked straight and asked when he was going to tell Sir Zenas everything. The Sword Emperor lowered his head. Ben leaned forward and asked if he had better prepare in advance. The Emperor of the Sword folded his arms and said that he would tell him how he would sort everything out. He would go crazy if he asked him to keep quiet. The protagonist put his hand on the top of his head and noted that they knew him better. They also needed to prepare. Edgar folded his arms and said that it was true. He and the prince would use all opportunities and find out what was going on. Ben opened his mouth and said about the prince. Edgar stared at him and asked what was the matter, did he dislike him? And Ben replied that all members of Aslan's royal family were fools who had sold out their own country through their own fault. The emperor looked at him furiously and noted that he should watch his words, let him not underestimate the intelligence of the royal family. The prince sat on a chair and carefully looked at the document, after which he looked at it more carefully and Edgar added that they had probably already guessed something. The man folded his arms and noted that he was more worried about the fact that the disaster might not be connected to the demon's followers. Ben opened his mouth in surprise and asked how that was possible. Edgar leaned forward and noted that if it was caused by a political war between members of the royal families, then he was powerless. A servant could not interfere in the battle of his masters. The protagonist looked at him in shock. The emperor stared at him and heard him say that they would simply watch from the sidelines, even if the capital was blown up. The man shook his head and replied that this was just one of the possibilities. Then he looked up and added that the thought of protecting the palace made him doubt even more. Ben smiled and noted that the answer was already obvious. Then he put his hand out and added that he wanted to say that he suspected someone from the royal family, and that the demon's followers were also connected to him. Then he grinned and noted that he knew that he was not part of Valentino. Edgar opened his eyes and asked what he was up to. Ben clenched his teeth. Then he raised his thumb and told him to tell him who he suspected, he would get rid of him and run away. The Sword Emperor clenched his fist and shouted that he was a crazy bastard, and Ben replied that he should just make it so that he had somewhere to retreat. Edgar closed his eyes and asked him to stop talking nonsense. Ben smiled and asked why he did that all of a sudden. The man opened his mouth and noted that he realized that his mana was growing to match his physical development, since he was already almost at the level of a blader. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered that this was exactly it. Edgar smiled furiously and noted that he would personally train him. Ben sweated and asked that he would train him. Then he waved his hand and added that there was no need to bother. Edgar ran after the protagonist and asked why he was running away. A month later, 3 tornadoes appeared over the palace. The protagonist stood right in front of them. Then he took off his jacket. Then he looked up confidently. Ben squeezed his hammer and summoned lightning. Then he swung. Then he delivered a powerful blow. Another tornado approached the others. Then it collided with the others. A huge typhoon appeared. Ben opened his hand and wondered what he could do this time. Then he put his hand forward. Then he imagined a girl in armor and thought that everyone calls them bladers because they use swords. But the most important thing for a level 4 mana user is the use of mana, which is a common ability that everyone uses at this stage. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted in his head that he needed to create physical strength where his body could not reach. Then he put his palm out and added that there was still a little left. Ben was lying on the ground and Edgar asked him that he was going to defeat a member of the imperial family. After which the man looked at him madly and asked that he wanted to be put on a wanted list throughout the kingdom. Then he started running after the protagonist and asked if his mana body had absorbed the knowledge, and Ben shouted that he just needed more time. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and added that it was better to hurry up with the leveling up. Then he clenched his teeth tightly and thought about the shit he had to go through. Shane slowly climbed the stairs. Then he stood in front of Edgar and heard that Ben would soon reach the level of a blader, let him check it out and go to the dragon's eye. Then he looked up and thought about what at such an age. The guy stared at the stairs and added that Ben was very talented, but Mr. Edgar expected too much of him. A moment later, Shane opened the door. Then he opened his eyes wide. He stared intently at the huge tornado. The protagonist stood in front of him with an outstretched hand. Then he strained his gaze and noted in his head that he almost did it. Then he squeezed the hammer and added that there was one more detail left. Ben picked up the hammer and thought about forcing himself to reproduce the ability he used in his past life. Then he struck the tornado and added that only a blader could master it. An orange beam hit the tornado. Then a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist stared in surprise. Then a shockwave flew. Shane covered himself with his hand and hunched over. The protagonist stood still. Then he squeezed the hammer. Fire surrounded the hammer. In front of the protagonist was a destroyed training ground. Shane stared ahead in surprise. The protagonist smiled. Then he jumped up and shouted that he could do it. Then he put his hand on his back and complained about the pain in his muscles. Ben fell to the ground and thought about what the mana body was driving his normal body. Then he smiled and noted that he needed to eat. Then he turned around and added that he wanted more. Shane clapped his hands and noted that he couldn't even imagine that. Then he smiled and added that he became a blader at such a young age. The protagonist turned to him in surprise and asked why he was there. Shane looked at him and replied that the master asked him to keep an eye on him. He said that he would soon surpass himself. Ben looked displeased and thought that of course, he knew something would happen. Shane put his hands on his hips and noted that it looked like it was time for a snack, and Ben replied that he was damn hungry. The guy pointed to the side and said that they needed to go grab something, and at the same time he would tell him something. Ben opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. Shane turned and said to follow him. He knew a great restaurant nearby. The protagonist looked at his hair and asked why he dyed his hair, and Shane replied that the master asked. Ben opened his mouth and heard that the Emperor of the Sword decided on what mission to send him on. After which Shane went forward and added that the new hair color will allow him not to attract much attention. Then he looked at the people and noted that the Shining Knight is very popular these days. The guy covered himself with his hand and said that from now on his nickname will be Torin. Ben gritted his teeth when he heard that he was a knight in training and his servant. Then he looked angrily at the guy and asked if it was necessary to go so far. Shane imagined the furious face of Edgar, who noted that if he refuses, let him tell him that he will wrinkle his face. Ben gritted his teeth and thought that he knew that he was serious. Shane closed his eyes and noted that Ben was watching his speech. Then he turned his gaze to the protagonist, heard that he was simply not used to it, and replied that it was not the matter. Then he smiled and added that he needed to calm down, then his spirit and body would be better synchronized, which would help him achieve greater heights. Shane introduced Edgar and added that the master had also conveyed this to him. Ben widened his eyes. Then he remembered how the elf screamed that he had beaten them again. Then he looked at him and asked what happened. The girl adjusted her hair and replied that she understood, he had his reasons, but she was disappointed. If he could control his temper, he would become stronger. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that in his past life he had said something similar. Shane smiled and noted that he was sure that the color of his mana changed when he became a blader. Ben lowered his head and thought that for some reason he was different from the one in his past life. The guy opened his mouth and said that in the Valentino family it is believed that the mana of a person with strong faith and will reflect his spirit. Then he introduced two people with different auras and added that he himself is becoming similar to an aura user. In order to maintain a strong faith, it is better to learn to control his temper. The protagonist stared at the burning hand and thought about the reflection of the spirit. Then he bent his fingers and added why he was different in his past life. Then he opened his mouth and started talking about the moon wolf. The protagonist stared at two burning hands and thought that elemental creatures are created by spiritual power. If his spirit affects mana, maybe he can. Then he put out his hand with fire. Then he looked at the second hand and thought that the fire on one side is heavier than on the other. Shane turned to the protagonist. The protagonist connected two flames. The guy stared at him in surprise. Ben clenched his teeth and thought about squeezing it to the limit, after which he doubled over from the effort. A moment later, the protagonist sent the projectile into the sky. Shane opened his mouth wide. The protagonist opened his mouth and screamed. A moment later, the entire sky turned red from the explosion. The inhabitants turned sharply towards the explosion, after which the shock wave began to sweep them away. Shane looked up at the sky and screamed that it was amazing. Ben smiled and thought that it was great. Shane put his hand out and asked how he did it, and Ben replied that he himself did not understand. After which he opened his mouth and thought that he used powerful abilities twice in one day. What a talent. Ben scratched the back of his head, heard that when he understood, let him know, and replied that his advice helped him a lot. After which he looked up and asked if he was sure that he could tell him. Shane smiled and replied that of course, they were one family after all. The protagonist, smiling, introduced all the members of the family. The civilian covered himself with his hand and told them not to approach him. Shane turned to the civilians and noticed that he had attracted attention. Then he put his hand out and added that he should be more careful next time. A moment later, they were near the building. The protagonist stared at the rune and read that it was from the aristocrats to the aristocrats for the glory of aesthetics. Shane headed for the entrance, and the protagonist asked him to wait. The guy turned and asked what was wrong, and Ben replied that this place looked very expensive, and he ate a lot, maybe they would eat better at the estate. Shane stared at him silently. Then he grinned and noted that as the captain of the Blue Wing Squad, he received some money. Ben gritted his teeth in a smile. Shane opened his mouth in surprise. Then he looked at the empty plates. The protagonist ate everything with particular passion. The waiters looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then they ran away in different directions. Shane turned pale and thought that today God taught him a lesson. Then he looked at the protagonist and added that a person can fit even so much food inside himself. The protagonist stared at his hand and thought that there was more mana. The element of gravity also became stronger. Then he looked to the side more closely and added that he could control 8 times his weight, and now it was 16. Then he clenched the bone and noted in his head that from now on only superhumans could resist him. Shane clenched his fists and asked if Ben was full, and he replied that he still had room for dessert. The waiter closed his eyes and noted that 11 gold pieces were for 150 servings, and Shane replied that he had no change. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and noted that he was full. Shane sadly stared at the sheet. Ben smiled and asked that only 1 plate was enough for him. Then he stared at the sign. The waiter took hold of the doors. Then he closed them. Ben stared at the guy and asked if he could ask him a question. Then he looked at the waiters and asked what this restaurant was like. Shane smiled and noted that they should get down to business then. Then he put his finger up. The protagonist looked at the blue aura and realized that it was a sound blockage, and Shane was not simple. The guy looked at him with a smile and Ben thought that he was very good at controlling mana and elements. The guy put his hand up and said that this was a great restaurant. Then he looked at the waiters behind the counter. Then he stared at the 3 people and added that it also served as a branch of the Royal Information Gathering Organization, the Dragon's Eye, located in the capital. Ben opened his mouth and asked again. Shane opened his mouth slightly and noted that the Dragon's Eye existed with the support of the prince due to his succession to the state. Then he put his hand in his pocket and added that this was the only organization at court. Pulling out the scroll, the guy continued that they, Valentino's people, can trust. Then he put it on the table and said that the gentleman asked to bring him here at least once. He thinks he underestimates the influence of royal connections. The protagonist looked at the guy nervously. Shane stuck out his finger and noted that there was another reason why he brought him here. Then he introduced the ceremonial hall and continued that there were about 10 days left until the wedding, and, as far as he knew, only members of the royal family, royal knights and direct heirs of Valentius can attend it. Then he remembered how he stood with the Emperor of the Sword and added that the knights were not so good, so the gentleman wants you to pretend to be a servant. The guy put his hand out and noted that he needed to infiltrate the ceremony. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and asked if it was possible to do this earlier. Shane smiled widely and replied not to underestimate the gentleman. They had already found him a position. After which he put out the scroll and added that in an emergency he should go here. The protagonist took the map, asked what it was, and Shane replied that it was the location of the artifact. The guy smiled broadly and noted that he had taken good care of the artifact in Kurun, so he expected the same this time. Ben gritted his teeth into a smile and replied that he could handle it. Shane laughed and noted that this was great. Let him study the map, it might come in handy. The protagonist looked at the ceiling. After which he looks around and notices that all this is strange. The waiter bowed and asked if he liked the menu, and Shane replied that it was very decent. The protagonist looked at the guy with displeasure. After which his eyes lit up. The guy looked at him in surprise. The prince sat down on the other side of the table and noted that what a coincidence, he did not expect to see him here. Ben opened his mouth and noted that Duke Valentius said that he and he were trying their best to find the demon's minions. The guy opened his eyes wide. After which he folded his hands and said that it was better to protect himself. Then he clenched his fist and added that with him, the one who saved Kurun, he was definitely calmer. Ben opened his mouth and noted that then he could tell. Then he glared straight ahead and asked what was going on between the members of the royal family. This would help protect everyone from potential dangers. The prince looked closely at the protagonist. The protagonist stared straight ahead and thought that his question was too direct. Then he became sad and thought that he would beat him again. The prince smiled and replied that it might come in handy, but he was more than sure that he had gotten most of the information from the dragon's eye. Then he stared at the protagonist and asked what he wanted to know. Ben opened his mouth and asked if, in his opinion, there was someone among the royal family who wanted to destroy the country. The guy folded his arms and noted that he did not understand his intentions. Then he opened his mouth and replied that there were a couple of such people, about 3 of them. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted who they were. The prince raised his finger and answered, firstly, the mother of his beloved brothers, the second queen. Ben opened his mouth and heard that there was a rumor going around the palace that 10 years ago, when the second one refused to marry. The prince imagined the girl in the middle of the room in the corpses and added that his father killed his entire family. Ben looked surprised and asked again. The prince rested his thumbs on his toes and noted that he was saying it was just a rumor, but if it was true, then he had an answer to his question. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked who else. The prince glared and replied that they were the royal knights. Then he remembered standing next to the king and telling him that they were discriminated against in Aslan, that magicians were treated much better there, so perhaps they wanted to destroy the country. Then he strained his gaze and added that the last one was his father. The guy folded his arms and stared at the protagonist. Ben opened his mouth and thought that the king himself wanted to destroy the country. The prince folded his arms and noted that for some reason he was he was deeply unhappy with Duke Valentius, who had recently earned a name for himself in a duel. Then he remembered how the king was watching the arena and noted that this infuriated his father. The trembling king glared straight ahead and the prince said that he needed to be careful, he and the duke. After which he introduced the silhouettes and cloaks and added that it is known that the father has a secret power. It is a big secret, so do not tell anyone about it. The protagonist silently looked at the table. After which he bowed and thanked for the information. The prince grabbed a chair and noted that it was time for him to go, because today he had to meet his father and his bride. After which he smiled broadly and added that they would see each other again. There was a dark sky above the palace. Edgar looked at the protagonist and asked what the prince told him. Ben opened his mouth and noted that the situation could be much more complicated. The man put his hand on his face and said that he could not believe that he was thinking about such a thing. Then he leaned back and added that it complicated everything. Ben opened his mouth and thought that the moon wolf, who was now with Kloe, was sending him an alarm signal. The Assyrian palace was brightly glowing from the moonlight. The girl bowed. The teacher put out a pointer and noted that it was very elegant. The princess turned around with a smile, heard that their manners lesson would be over for today, and thanked her. The teacher left the room. The girl stood in the middle of the room. Then she stared at the ceiling. Then she remembered the lesson with the chair and asked why the position of her fingers while sitting had any significance. Who did she have to be to think about such things? The princess began to cry and added that only Vivian visited her here. She should have connected her life with the temple. Moonwolf looked at her sadly. After which he was stroked and the girl noted that she was glad that he was here. The girl turned sharply at the voice that the crown prince had come to see her. Brad smiled and noted that she had worked hard today. The girl stood up from her chair and said hello. Then she went up to him and noted that he had been visiting her often lately. The crown prince blushed and noted that when he saw her, all his fatigue seemed to disappear with his hand. The girl blushed and was surprised. After which she looked at him carefully and wondered how the prince of the kingdom could say such sweet things. Brad raised his hand and asked if she remembered that they had a meeting with His Majesty in the evening. The girl smiled and replied that she remembered. The crown prince put his hand on his chest and said that he could be strict, but he asked her to be patient for his sake. After which he opened his mouth and added that His Majesty was angry with Valentius. Then he stared at Kloe and said that more precisely with his father-in-law. Kloe opened her eyes wide. After which she remembered how she looked at the maids and thought that she had heard about this, but considered it just gossip. Then she clenched her fist sadly and added why he chose her for the role of the princess. The crown prince lowered his gaze. Then he grabbed the princess's hands and noted that he did not share his views, as they would be together, so the kingdom would unite with the duchy. Then he took a step towards her and added that he was rushing the marriage a little, and that this might irritate His Majesty even more. The girl smiled broadly, hearing that he wanted her to understand him. Then she looked down and thought that her father had said that he had known His Majesty for a long time. If the king's anger was greater than rumors said, she would have to tell the family about it. The king walked towards the throne. The servants bowed to him. The crown prince and the princess also bowed. A moment later, the king sat down on the throne. Brad knelt down and greeted His Majesty. The king opened his mouth and told him to raise his heads. The two walked towards the throne. The crown prince opened his mouth and asked if he had been well. The king grinned and replied that of course, his son had taken on most of the affairs of state, so why should he be unwell? Brad looked at him attentively. Then he bowed and noted that his participation was a mere convention. The kingdom belonged and would belong to him. The power he had was given to him by him. The king stared at him in surprise. Then he frowned and asked if he wished to give it back. The crown prince looked down in horror. Then he trembled and replied that if such was his will. The king smiled broadly and noted that there was no point in this, since all the nobles would be against it. The king, whom he had pushed away by surrendering the tower and the knightly order, could not return. The guard stood straight and did not move. The crown prince looked up and noted that this was necessary according to the law of the kingdom. The king stared at them and said that it was curious that the law stood above the ruler himself. Then he looked furiously at the girl and added that the companion he had brought irritated him even more. The king remembered how he had trembled looking at the Erina and noted that she was the daughter of the Emperor of the Sword. Brad opened his mouth and shouted that this title was given to him by ignorant commoners, and that he should not take it seriously. The girl opened her mouth slightly. Then she bowed and greeted the king. The king glared at her. The princess looked at him and noted that her father had recently defeated the Sword of the Alliance and earned excessive honors. Then she frowned and added that it was done for the glory of the kingdom. The king opened his mouth and grinned. Then he raised his head and laughed out loud. Then he looked at the couple and noted that the prince had chosen the one who looked so much like him. The king patted her and noted that she was brave. Then he glared at her and noted that, however, he must warn her and her father. The crown prince opened his mouth and shouted. The wolf watched closely. Then he clenched his teeth in anger. Ben opened his eyes and felt a signal. Then he stood up abruptly. Then he looked to the side and thought that the king was addressing her. The king began to descend the steps. Then he stared at the girl in horror and said that the Aslan family had ruled people since ancient times. Then he came closer to her. The king looked down furiously and shouted that such simpletons as Supermen could not change this, and the crown of their family, the king. The girl looked up. Then she looked closely at the king and thought that perhaps his majesty wanted something more than a kingdom. Vincent has a crown on his head. Kloe looks at him and calls him. A foot steps near her. Lester opens his mouth and asks to calm down. The king silently looks at them. Turning away from them, he asks to leave. He begins to get angry and looks at him. Putting his hand on his chest, Lester said that if he wants it that way. Going in the other direction, he also calls the girl. Then they both leave. Opening his mouth, Vincent says that this is too much. Sitting on the throne, the man says that he has grown up too fast. The invisible one stands near him and asks why he said this to the princess. Closing his eyes, he says that he was simply delighted and perhaps getting old. We see the corridor, and they ask if the bloodline of Valentius is so disturbing. His pupils have become larger, and he says that it happened 40 years ago, and a boy came up to greet me, introducing himself as the heir of the Duke's family. They are holding swords, and the boy was about 10 years old, and said he had just started learning the art of the sword. Smiling, he realizes that he personally taught him. We see the sword on the floor. Vincent sits with his mouth open. Then he looks at the sword. Raising his hand, he is asked if he is okay. The boy holds out his hand and calls him. The king's eyes widen and he realizes that he was ashamed and then gave up on the idea of becoming a knight. Standing next to the men, he convinced himself that their family was originally predisposed to the possession of magic. Looking at their hands, he realizes that there is no talent for it either. Opening his mouth, Vincent says that he does not favor the family not because of personal hostility. We see the guys because the world has been long. The pathetic family of an aristocrat has no right to overshadow the rights of the royal family. Then they break up because this is a threat to the fundamental laws of their country. Squeezing his hand, Vincent says that this is no different from treason. The king, clutching his face, says that the prince knows nothing about this because he is a sensible young man. Grinning, he says that you can't go against the law. We see the city because this is the reason why a kingdom with so much power cannot rule the entire continent. Vincent stands with the boys because the royal family is bound by the law, and there are more and more aristocratic families. Widening his eyes, he says that power cannot become centralized like this. Squeezing his hand, he says that in order to rule the continent, it must be all in his hands. We see a room and someone says that he is right. Smiling, Vincent says that the reason for this will be created by the stupid queen and that worthless person possessed by demons. Sitting on the throne, he is told that they themselves cannot defeat the Duke and can clearly assess the limits of the demon's minions. Looking the other way, he asks if the secret weapon is ready. Narrowing his eyes, Vincent heard that he is talented. Raising his hand, there is a man next to him, and the king is told that this is clearly the best genius born after the Shadow Group, and if he continues to grow at the same rate, he will become the first ruler to control an aura user who is an assassin. Putting his hand to his face, he is told that it will take 10 years. The guy is standing near the mages, because if they act together with the kingdom's magic tower, then this will be enough. Smiling, Vincent says that this is how it should be. Sitting on the throne, he is told that the prince did not go to a certain place and is apparently discussing business with the Dragon's Eye. Opening his mouth, Vincent says that they can give him unimportant information, but he should not know about their plan. We see Lester, because he will receive urgent news at the most important moment. Looking into the distance, the man says that the rebellion of the demon's minions against the royal family will happen. The guy is lying on the floor and we see a knife, because the Duke will die. People are surprised, and sit on the throne, because he will give them a sufficient reason. Putting his hand to his face, he says that to say that the lack of centralized power, which is in the wrong hands, can lead to the collapse of the kingdom. Near the door is a shadow, and he says that they will turn the situation to their advantage. The shadow begins to approach them. He stands near the king and says incomprehensible things. Vincent looks and asks what it is. We see the shadow and he says that his subordinate brought useful news. Smiling, Vincent asks if this is true and he is told that they will be able to give it earlier. We see the building and they say that the emperor hates him. Edgar opens his mouth and asks if he threatened Kloe. The guy folds his arms and remains silent. Looking at him, he asks if he should kill him. Raising his hands, he understands that this is not possible. Sighing and closing his eyes, Edgar thinks about why this happened. The man remembers how he stands near him, because apparently he is still angry. Looking down, Edgar realizes that he tried hard for his own good to make amends. Spreading his arms, the guy says that it is curious and useful thoughts have appeared in his head. He scratches his ear and asks what is bigger than the Demon King's army. Turning his head away, the man answers negatively. Blowing on his finger, he asks why chase then. Looking at him, the guy says that everything will end the same if the Demon King comes and whether they want it or not, they will have to unite. Opening his mouth, Edgar says that there is only one way out. Sitting on the chairs, he understands that it is necessary to preserve the strength of humanity. Smiling, the man says that sometimes he envies his mindset. Opening his mouth, he asks again. Folding his arms, Edgar says that thanks to him, his thoughts came into order. Suddenly, someone comes to them and says that there is a problem. Holding a paper in his hands, the boy says that this is urgent news from the Dragon's Eye and that rebellions have begun in small towns in the royal family's possession. Standing up from his chair, he asks again, and is told that according to the report, the king will order him to be brought in. The boy's eyes widen in shock. Running up with the paper, Shane says that this is the content of the official announcement they received. Edgar reads the paper, because he must suppress the rebellion in several small towns as soon as possible and prove that he is worthy of becoming the royal family's father-in-law. Clenching the paper, he says that the deadline is before the wedding. Ben opens his mouth and asks how much courage they have, since they started it in towns with a small number of people. Spreading his arms, he says that the people behind this are thinking of joining the demon's followers. Ben puts his hand to his chin, and they tell him about the present time. Opening his mouth, he says that the demon's followers are trying to divide the military force of the royal family. Edgar closes his eyes and says that they will attack during the wedding. Standing next to them, Shane says that they cannot know that they will decide to act on that day. Putting his hand on him, he says that they have a reason to believe so and will tell you soon. Looking at him sternly, Edgar says that they need to settle the problem first. Looking down, the boy agrees. Raising 3 fingers and remembering the villagers, he says that they started in the small towns. The man walks next to the boys, because Serengal and Lahuyai will be dealt with by the kingdom's army and the magic tower. The ice flame mana was sent there too and they will have to go to Tsarin. Everything was on fire, because it is located between Valentino and the royal palace, so they can send some of their people. Opening his mouth, Edgar says that they will have to send high-class knights in time for the wedding. Shane looks and answers affirmatively. There are high-class knights standing and they were all in the palace. If they come out, they will quickly finish. Shane widens his eyes and says that they will not have time before the wedding. Opening his mouth, Edgar says that even at such a time, the king wants to exhaust his forces. Standing near the guys, he says that it is better to destroy them. Ben looks away. Folding his arms, the man says that because of Kloe and the family, he cannot act rashly. Putting his hand to his chin, he thinks. Smiling, the main character says that this can be settled in a week. Pointing to himself, he says that he will go alone. Surprised, Shane asks if he wants to use the spirit of the wolf. We see the guy sitting on Archie, because 3 days to go and the same back and 1 day to deal with them. Then he holds a weapon in his hands. Opening his mouth, the guy says that it is possible. They are very surprised, and Edgar says that this is an uprising. He spreads his arms and says that the city may be small, but there are at least a couple hundred knights there, and it is still unknown what the demon's followers have planned. Straightening his arm, Edgar says that he will not risk it for such a trifle. They answer that this is a test and if there is a chance, then you need to pass. They stand and look at him. Smiling, the protagonist says that he is used to living like this and therefore asks for a holy object and perhaps they can borrow it from the royal family. Lester opens his mouth and asks if they want to borrow the armor. Standing near the table, he says that it is a valuable item. Sitting at the table, the guy says that it is amazing. Then Lester puts his hand to his chin. A man stands next to him and asks to convey that he will receive it. Smiling, he says that he needs to help him somehow. The king sits on the throne and the guy was worried that he could not stop his father. A shadow is next to him and says that the holy object is missing. Frowning, Vincent asks him again. We see Ben because the prince needed him and he disappeared after the knight came to the palace. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that the armor is just a symbol. We see the shadow and it says that the knight went to Tsarin. His eyes widen sharply. The guy is holding a lantern in his hands, because if he uses the sacred object, the demon's followers will melt from the light. He did not even manage to approach him, and the people will wake up. Vincent frowned at such information. Sitting on the throne, he asks if they will do without losses, to which they answer affirmatively. Grinning his teeth, the man says that he does not like this and let them not let him return alive. We see a moose and they tell him that they will take care of it and send a secret weapon that was being grown. The moose raises its head. It starts to run away because the protagonist is running with a pet. Ben holds on to Archie. They sit on a branch and say that he moves unusually. Holding onto the branch, he says that they are heading straight to Tsarin. There was a mask on his face, and he says that it is impossible to catch up with him, and there is a good chance that he will go back along the same path. Then the unknown person starts to evaporate. Archie jumps over a rock with Ben. After that, he stops. Then he runs again, and the protagonist is hungry. His stomach starts to rumble because he has been eating wild boar meat for 3 days. The wolf looks at him and thinks about meat. The boy holds on to him and asks if he feels any characteristic of a 4th stage elementalist in him. With his mouth closed, he thinks that his soul has already experienced the level of a Superman. He remembers himself from the past. Looking down, he realizes that if he were to compare himself to him, nothing would change. Archie is still running, and he thinks that he has gained something new by becoming an elementalist. Remembering himself, he thinks that the higher the quality of the soul, the easier it is to become an aura user. Smiling, Ben thinks that even though he is far from the 4th stage now, he will think of something. Holding on to Archie, he remembers the girl, because he can turn to her. Then the wolf stops. They see a lake and a city. Smiling, he says that they need to deal with them. We are near the palace in Tsarin. Grinning his teeth, he says that he is right. His eyes widen and he trembles. Clenching his hands, the guy says that he is not mistaken. There are people behind Byron and he thinks that several generations of his family worship the landowner of Tsarin. A foot is placed on the guy and he thinks that he was just enduring it. Putting his hands to his head, he understands that he did the right thing. They come up to him from behind and say yes. Heron stands next to him and says that there is no need to worry. Opening his mouth, he said that Byron is now the owner of the city and they should prepare for what awaits him. Squeezing his hands, he asks, Heron is talking about that night with the sacred object, to which they answered yes. Smiling, he says that he will be soon and wishes good luck. Opening his mouth, he asks if they are abandoning him. Looking at him, Heron asks to calm down, because he has the sacred object and nothing can be done. With wide eyes, they told him that there is a way out. Raising his finger up, the man asks who will lead the knights and soldiers if not the landowner? Clutching his head, he understands that there is no choice. Opening his mouth, Heron wishes him good luck. Standing near the guards, he wants to do everything possible for the sake of the new world. Standing people in hoods and says that they will gather information while they occupy the night. Opening his mouth, Heron remembers Ben because he wants to know where he got the sacred object from. They start looking around because he is already here. Raising his hand, he asks them to calm down. There was an explosion outside the window. Ben is holding a weapon in his hands, and the people want to leave him. The man starts to bare his teeth in shock. Waving his arms, he explains that it is too late to run and let them activate the trap. Putting his hand to his ally's throat, he says that it is too late for them. Some hooded people are on the street. Smiling, the protagonist says that he will crush them with one blow. Then he raises the armor in his hand. Everything begins to illuminate with a bright light. The people in the building try to block it from him. Suddenly, an aura appears near them. Baring his teeth, Heron starts to think. Looking at his hands, he realizes that this is the power of the sacred object. Closing his eyes, he decides to activate the trap before it is too late. Opening his mouth, the man asks the Great One to borrow something. Then Archie starts running towards him. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist asks to try to survive this. Then he throws his weapon at him. It starts spinning and stops near Heron's hands. Opening his mouth, he starts bleeding and screams are also heard. Ben is standing near the fire. We see broken boards. We see protection near the guy's hands. He himself is all glowing and wonders what kind of explosion that was, and it doesn't look like he died. Then he looks down where his weapon was. We see Heron and there was a ball near him. Then Ben puts his hand on the floor. Picking up the weapon, he says that they usually wouldn't use the clone's sacrifice for such a pathetic attack. After that, he notices something. There are balls lying near Ben. He remembers how the guy told him that they contain powerful magic, more destructive than most artifacts used by the demon's followers. Opening his mouth, he says that they can explode. Ben's eyes widen, realizing that this is dangerous. The red spheres begin to crack. Archie opens his mouth in anger. Ben begins to bare his teeth. Around his hands begins to electrify, because he used this ability only that time in the royal palace. Raising his hands up, he creates a large ball, because he does not have a stronger one. The balls begin to crack even more. Straightening his hand, Ben says that there is a wide distribution. An explosion occurs near him. The protagonist and Archie begin to fall. He bares his teeth and wants to weaken the explosion. A blue aura appears near them. Archie opens his mouth in the fire. The explosion was very powerful. We see smoke and say that this is an absurd power. The protagonist lies on the floor with his mouth open. Holding his head, Ben says that it as best he could, but Archie disappeared and cannot feel the response of his mana. Widening his eyes, he remembers the royal palace. Having jumped, he decides to tell about it. Then he breaks the door and asks to give a communication device. Byron shakes and asks for mercy. Clenching his fist, Ben orders to close his mouth and give what he asks for. He is told that there is nothing like this in the village. Then they start to run. Grinning his teeth, the protagonist thinks, how can you do without a communication device in the village? Archie opens his mouth and barks. They run through the forest. Holding on to his pet, he says that the wolf has just recovered, but let him be patient a little. Their faces were angry, and he says that they can get there. Suddenly, he is cut in half. Ben opens his mouth in pain. His eyes begin to widen. Archie looks into the distance, and is asked to dodge. Something flies near the guy. Archie decides to stop at this moment. There was a white stripe near them. Opening his mouth, Ben says that it was close and would have already fallen dead if he had not expanded the range of his senses. Then an arrow flies at him. Ben has a cut on his cheek. Then they try to attack him from below. He raises his head and thinks about the ability. Archie decides to jump at this moment. Running away, he asks why she is here. Grinning his teeth, Ben realizes that she is not the Reaper he knew in his past life. Something starts to glow in the forest. 2 more arrows fly past him. The protagonist starts to bare his teeth, and eyes are visible behind him. Looking back, he sees a man who wants to kill him. Taking up his weapon, he says that he will not allow it. Ben looks back where the girl was. Smoke appears near him, which was implied by the illusory gate. Grinning his teeth, he thinks that this is bad and that they ran from Tsarin without a break, which is why there is little mana left. Suddenly, even more arrows start flying at him. The protagonist closes his mouth. He creates an iron barrier. Archie is still standing on the ground. Blood is coming from his cheek and Ben realizes that his body can barely cope with the shadow poison. Opening his mouth, he realizes that he cannot die here, but at the same time, one of the 10 future knights cannot be killed. Then he squeezes his weapon. Opening his mouth, he asks why the girl came for him. Ben becomes silent, sitting on the wolf. He still sits on him and Lena asks how he found out. Smiling, Ben understands that she is still inexperienced, and the Reaper should not answer. He looks into the distance, because this is the only chance. Closing his eyes, the protagonist knows the technique of the magic circle, which she learned from the law of shadow. Looking in the other direction, she says that she only knows. The protagonist remembers how he communicated with her in a past life and was an exact version. Smiling, Ben says that he also has a similar technique. Closing his mouth, he understands that he needs to use as much of his remaining mana as possible. Lena starts throwing an arrow at him. Archie glows and he decides to copy it more accurately. The wolf starts running in the other direction. Lena opens her mouth and understands that this is an illusory gate. Then the wolf stops and she asks if it was true. Smiling, Ben understands that it worked. Then he takes hold of the wolf's fur and is unlikely to be able to use it again. Looking up, he says that he came from the same place. Sweat runs down his face and he wonders what kind of reaction this is. The girl in the mask opens her mouth and asks if he is really the heir of her family. Folding his arms, he says yes. Bare feet begin to approach. Taking off her hood, Lena says that she thought it was a lie. She holds onto the mask and says that she did not know. Taking off the mask, the girl says that someone besides her also survived. Ben's mouth drops open in shock. He puts on a serious face and thinks that Lena is the heir to the family, but she never told him that. Her bare feet start to walk further because she thought that there was no one else left, and she was told that if she worked for the royal family, she could return to her homeland. Taking his hands, she says that she did all this for the sake of the house, but she will not kill a relative. Lena opens her mouth and asks how he knew that he was working for them. His eyes widen, he realizes that this is a failure and that she is smart enough. Putting his hand on his head, the guy says that he went to Tsarin and if someone tried to kill him, there is a good chance that the royal family is behind it. Opening her mouth, the girl understands everything. Looking seriously, he asks why she attacked. Looking at him, she replies that she followed the king's orders and was told to kill him before arriving in Tsarin if possible, and otherwise on the way back. Looking surprised, the protagonist asks again. Squeezing his hand, he understands the reason and his real target is not him. He remembers the guy in the hood because the demon's followers are everywhere, and they almost destroyed Kurun, and now they are going to fight each other for power. We see the king and the nobleman because they really have to defend themselves. Looking down, Ben thinks. Straightening his hand, he says that he needs to go back as soon as possible and also asks what she will do. A blush appeared on her face because she was called sister. Putting his hand on his head, the guy says that he is 14. Lena begins to press him to her chest because he is hers. Pressing herself to him, she says that she is no longer alone, and the guy feels guilty, but will apologize later. Taking her hands, she says that she will figure everything out. Looking at her, the protagonist understands that he has a bad feeling, namely regarding many aspects. The man stands near the table and says that an ally was blown up. One of them opens his mouth and says that he has 3 days left to the city. The guy with red eyes says that then he will tell about the bomb. Sitting at the table, they say that they themselves did not believe it until they saw it with their own eyes. The guy opens his mouth and says that he went to the city without revealing his identity, and no one will believe him. Grinning, he says that they will hurry up to carry out the plan. Opening his mouth, the guy says that this will affect him. Everyone looks at one person and asks when else the royal family will gather together. Folding his arms, he answers no. Opening his mouth, he says that the wedding is not the only reason for their gathering. He remembers the guy because they are going to have a rehearsal the day before the wedding, as required by etiquette, and all the members of the royal family will be there except the king. Sitting at the table, the guy says that they will be guided by time. Opening his mouth, he asks what to do about the king. Smiling, he asks to tell someone to take care of it. Cardia holds a cup in her hands and says that the plan has changed again. Sitting on a chair, the woman is not sure if they can be trusted. Opening his mouth, he asks not to worry, because they are completely prepared. Holding a gun in his hands, the guy says that everything will be fine, despite the postponed date, and they will take care of the obstacle in the form of the king. The woman takes his hand. Looking at the picture, she asks again about the obstacle. We see Vincent, because he took his position, because he was the eldest, although he did not have much power. Looking back, she says that he is not the one to be afraid of. Smiling, Lester says that the king is not a problem, but the situation is different with the mages. Opening her mouth, she says that we should not forget about the assassins. Looking down, he asks if this is not just a rumor. The woman's eyes widen sharply. She slammed the table, denying. Getting up from her chair, Cardia says that they destroyed her family. Looking at the boy, she says that she saw it with her own eyes and saw her relatives being killed. Her eyes turn red and tears come out. The woman says that he must understand why he is going so far. Picking up the chair, he says that he understands everything. Kneeling down, Lester says that the next few days will determine their fate, and if everything happens, their child will become king. Then he takes her hand where the ring was. Smiling, Cardia says that otherwise it will be over for them. Putting his head on his hand, he says that he understands everything. Vincent sits on the chair and asks if they have changed their plans. We see a shadow who says yes, and the second queen has changed the date of removing the barrier stone of the inner palace, and plans to get down to business the day before the wedding. Holding a glass in his hands, the king asks during the rehearsal, when will all the family members gather together? The shadow is on the floor and says that they suspect that they may try to attack him here, but it is unknown how many there will be. Holding a glass to his mouth, he says that the lowly ones can do nothing. Putting the glass down on the table, Vincent says that the problem is Edgar, and that the lower beings will not overcome him. Looking at him, he asks if he will figure it out himself. Picking up a jug of wine, Vincent says that his safety will be fine, and there is a plan. Looking into the glass, he is told that he does not think that they necessarily have to eliminate the Duke immediately. Holding a jug in his hands, the man asks to monitor the situation and report, and if he thinks that his safety is not in danger, then let him deal with Edgar. Starting to drink, he says that if necessary, let Ludwig go with him to make sure it works out. Vincent drinks the wine in one gulp when they want to tell him something. Liquid runs down his chin and says that there is nothing more to add. Clutching the jug in his hand, he is told that the uprising in Sarin has been suppressed. Vincent opens his mouth and screams and asks if the boy survived. He then breaks the jug and is told that they have a plan to make sure he doesn't come back and not to worry. Opening his mouth, the man says that the scumbags have earned an achievement by not losing a single man. Getting up from his chair, they don't answer him. Walking to the door, Vincent calls him useless and they start to apologize to him. Looking back, the man puts him in charge of dealing with the scumbags. Lester folds his arms and asks if she has started to act. Edmund opens his mouth and answers yes because he heard that someone gathered the knights and changed the plan, and they think they are going to start the day before the wedding. Putting his hand to his chin, he realizes that it was during the rehearsal. Looking at him, Lester says that his father will not be there but is told that their assistants said they will take care of him. Smiling, he asks if the man is talking about a bunch of useless demon minions. Putting his hands behind his back, Edmund asks if he should stop them. The man mentions Ludwig because he will make things difficult. Putting a finger to his chin, the boy agrees and his uncle will stay with him because his father never keeps knights around, and it has been several decades since his father began to despise knights. We see Cardia because he has collected the fuel. The king points at the man because it has burned so much that the queen and the commander of the knights took part in treason to ruin their plan. We see Vincent's face because he is preparing. Opening his mouth, he calls out to the man. Edmund opens his mouth and is told that in this situation, cutting off the corrupt parts of the royal family is not a bad idea. Lester looks at him seriously and says that he does not have to dirty his hands. His eyes widen and he asks again. Lester starts to walk away from him and says that they will act according to the plan. Pointing at him, he asks him to call the family to the Crumb Palace, where the ceremony will be held. Opening his mouth, he says that he will tell his father-in-law about the plan personally. Kloe lies down on the bed and says that it was better when she had to attend classes for the bride without a break. Vivian sits next to her and says that she always complained that she was too busy. She is told that it was before. Smiling, the girl says that it is strange to realize that she, who looks like a child, is getting married. Getting out of bed, Kloe asks why she doesn't confess to Shane. The girl's face blushes because she respects her commander. They come up to her and ask her again, and she gets scared. Turning her head away, Vivian says that he is a genius who reached the level of a contender at only 30 years old, and looks good. Raising her finger up, she asks if he wants to talk to him. Kloe lies back down on the bed and says that she is jealous because she can date anyone she wants. Opening her mouth, the girl says that it is not about the prince. We see the room, because her family has given her many privileges and therefore she must repay. Exhaling, the girl asks again. Squeezing her hand, Kloe says that since she needs to get married anyway, then this is the best option. Snapping her fingers, the princess asks Vivian to go on a date, and for this she will talk to Shane. There is a knock at the door, and they ask to talk. Kloe starts touching her hair to fix it. Lester opens the door and comes in. Removing his hands, he says that Vivian is here too. Looking serious, he says that there is something important that needs to be discussed. Kloe opens her mouth and waits. We see Archie's pause. Ben is sitting on the wolf and trying to catch his breath, because they have already arrived. People are running to him, and he wants to report everything. Looking at them, he asks what they are doing here. They tell him that his father wanted to convey the news and left him waiting. With wide eyes, the guy is told that the date has changed and that he should go to the ceremony. The golden bell starts ringing. The man stands near the stairs and says that the rehearsal wedding will begin soon and that they should remain quiet. Everyone looks at him, and he says that they should be careful during the ceremony so as not to make a mistake. Smiling, the hooded man says that when the plan is put into action, he should inject mana into it and throw it so that he can summon the destroyer himself. Taking the balls, he asks if he will see the signal. They answer that he does not need to know. John looks ahead with displeasure. Standing next to the Duke, he understands that he is too cautious. Grinning his teeth, he understands that he needs to get him out of here. He calls Charlie to him. Looking at him, John whispers that the Duke is acting suspiciously and maybe he knows something. Looking into his eyes, he wants to say something. Edgar turns his head and understands that they are planning something. Then they begin to bring out the cake. Putting his hands behind his back, the man thinks that no matter how hard he tries, he does not feel mana. 3 guys are sitting at the table and he understands that he is watching them. Lester fiddles with his fingers and looks into the distance. Raising his hand, he closes his eyes. Putting his hands on the table, Edgar asks if a coup d'état will happen during the rehearsal. Looking serious, Lester answers yes and says that the second queen and the commander of the knights have teamed up with the demon's followers to stage a coup on the day of the rehearsal of the ceremony. Squeezing his hand, Edgar asks if it should be moved. He is answered negatively. Standing up from his chair, he asks the man if it is okay to endanger the lives of relatives. He is told to protect them. Opening his mouth, he asks if the king knows about this. Smiling, he says that he probably does. It was light behind him, and he is still laughing. Standing near the cake, he realizes that this is not normal, and it is not only about the demon's followers. Lester begins to look away. There are guards near the door, and they could not understand why they were going to stage a coup. 2 waiters take the cake, and he thinks that if the demon's followers are behind them, then for now the barrier around the royal palace holds, and they will not dare to get through. Brad sits near the cake. Closing his eyes, he decides not to worry, and if something goes wrong, then his father-in-law is with him. His hand begins to tremble because he wants to concentrate on his plan. A small hand places it on his. Tanel holds his hand and asks if he wants to get married. The boy had green eyes and he did not inherit them from his family, and from this day on he should hate Brad. Smiling, he says that he has been waiting for this day. Scratching his head, he says that adults have to think about many things and that he should not worry about him, and his brother begins to congratulate him. Taking his hand, he says that tomorrow there will be no such opportunity. Closing his eyes, Brad thanks him. Then he turns his head and someone wonders why he is here. The servants stand quietly, and Edgar says that they were told not to come. Squeezing his hand, the man begins to scream even louder. One of them holds a wolf in his hands. Looking up, he says that only direct family members and palace servants can enter, so the protagonist could not go in and is waiting outside. Ben is sitting near a tree and closed his eyes. Archie jumps onto his hand. He is standing on his hand. Looking at him, Edgar realizes that there is a powerful artifact without mana and has found it. Squeezing his hand, he understands what his plan is. He begins to look the other way, because he was called. Charlie comes up to him and wants to tell him something. Raising his hand, he says that they received information that they are planning to cause a commotion during the rehearsal of the ceremony. Edgar looks seriously, and they tell him that an order was received that no one else is to be allowed in except for members of the royal family and servants. Looking seriously, Charlie says that even if he is worried, it is for their safety, so he should be understanding. Opening his mouth, he asks how dare the fathers of the bride say such a thing? He holds a weapon in his hands and is asked to carry out an order. Straightening his hand, Edgar asks who gave the order, and the answer depends on whether he will draw a sword or not. People look at them and think if they are going to fight. Brad comes up to them and asks what is going on. Holding a weapon near him, Charlie apologizes for the inconvenience, and that they simply did not understand each other. With a sword to his throat, Edgar asks if he will ignore his question. The guy comes up and asks him to calm down. Opening his mouth, he says that this is an unnecessary measure and let him return to the palace. Looking at him, Charlie apologizes and the royal knights carry out the orders of His Majesty. Turning his head, he says that the king gave the order. Grinning his teeth, they tell him that if he refuses, it will be considered treason. People are standing near them, and Charlie says that it will be considered treason. Archie stands near them and listens, because first they need to figure out the explosives. Ben closes his eyes and remembers the black balloons because he knows what they look like. Archie walks on the floor because he needs to figure it out. Then he starts running. Edgar stands and asks again. Brad closes his eyes and says that if this is his father's will, then there is no choice. Looking at him, he says that the ceremony will begin soon. Then the two start leaving. John looks down and holds the balloons because he will not have to spend on the Duke and most of the aristocrats will die. Then we see the doors. Raising his hand, Edgar says that the rebels are hiding behind the king. Brad opens his mouth and says that they have no reason to stop them, and if they take on checking their father's words, they will miss their chance. Taking his hand, they tell him that something can happen to the aristocrats. People are sitting near the cakes, and the man says that the guests will be in danger. Opening his mouth, he calls the prince. Holding it with a trembling hand, he says that in order to cut off the rotten flesh, you must be prepared for the healthy one to suffer too. Looking at him, he says that there is a large-scale plan and therefore asks to calm down. The golden bell begins to ring. The priest holds a book in his hands and asks to pay attention, because there was a problem outside. Then everyone decided. People look back, because the ceremony continues. A man in white shoes walks up the stairs. Kloe has a white dress and she is walking down. People open their mouths, because the prince is lucky. Straightening his hand, Brad says that she is beautiful as always. Putting her hand down, she thanks him. Then they both walk. When suddenly, his eyes widened. The priest is standing near them and says that the heroes of the occasion are here and will begin the ceremony. Someone walks up the stairs and asks for forgiveness. The waiter lights a candle on the cake. Archie sits nearby, and the ceremony continues. Looking up, he realizes it should have been easier. He looks at the chandelier. Next, on the chandelier, he looks at the stones because everything is round. Also, the gold earrings were round. Grabbing his head, Ben realizes that they were repainted to confuse and cannot tell the difference. The guy looks up and asks if they smell. Two guys look in different directions and answer yes. Archie makes his eyes bigger and listens to the conversations about the smell. Then he starts to sniff. Opening his mouth, Ben realizes that these are balls. He starts running to the cake because that is the smell before the explosion. He goes down the stairs and runs. Ben runs past people. The priest stands near the guys and says that at tomorrow's wedding, the prince will be the first to come out. The man starts looking down because something slipped under the table. While below, he understands that he couldn't sneak in unnoticed. Then he starts to get bigger and fangs appear. The table is on it, and the cake falls. He stands near the cake with his mouth open. Then Archie breaks it. Charlie opens his mouth and doesn't understand what's happening. There's a guy upstairs and wonders if this was a signal. Taking the sword in his hands, he understands that Archie wasn't hostile to the aristocrats and is trying to stop them. Grinning his teeth, he runs to the window because he's not too late yet. We see a window with a golden frame. There's a man upstairs who wants to strike. Then the ball falls from the wolf's mouth. Ben looks into the distance because the ball is starting to crack. There's an explosion in the building. He puts his hand to his head and asks if the roof of the chapel blew up. Ludwig stands next to him and says that the demon's followers have created new artifacts and it's unclear what damage will be done. 3 people show the king an explosion, and he says it doesn't matter if a couple of members of the side family are killed. Holding onto a chair, they tell him that there was a prince and princess there. Ludwig looks at him, and they tell him that it's okay. Smiling, he says that it will serve as a great excuse. Raising his hand, Vincent says that when he takes back the power stolen by the aristocrats, he will retake the entire continent. Making a crazy face, he says that this is a great reason to start a war. Ludwig looks down and says that this is an outstanding decision. Looking at him, he calls him Majesty. There was a lot broken in the building. Charlie opens his mouth and asks to kill all the members of the royal family. People start killing them. Holding the balls in his hands, he thinks that he definitely did not miss such a signal. The man holds bright balls in his hands and wants to start. Raising his hand, Brad calls the girl. People asking for help are killed near him. Grinning his teeth, he understands that there was a risk. He understands that in order to cut off the rotten flesh, he must be prepared for the healthy one to suffer. Brad bares his teeth and understands that he did not expect this. Edmund is standing next to the guy. Brad folds his arms and says that the king will be killed by the demon's followers tomorrow. There is a man standing behind the man, and if not, then let him put an end to it. Baring his teeth, he understands that he almost died, failing to carry out the plan. The enemy kills the man and asks him to die. Baring his teeth, he calls them fools. Then he kicks him. Brad takes up the sword to kill him. He looks angrily and wonders if everything is okay with the princess. The enemy lies dead on the floor. Looking away, he understands that he planned everything regarding Kloe, and the father-in-law must come, and first he will try to survive so that all their deaths are not in vain. Next to him is a monster with horns. There were several of them, and they all had red eyes. Opening his mouth, one of them begins to approach. Shane lies on the floor and realizes that there was no warning about the explosion. He remembers the man telling him to go there as the princess's knight. Shane narrows his eyes and thinks that he didn't know anything either. A rock falls on his shoulder. He jumps back because something fell. Looking at his hand, he realizes that after the explosion, his body goes numb and will be able to use limited mana. His pendant starts to glow, and Shane thinks that thanks to the artifact that Ben gave him, he will be able to hold out. The girls run up to him. Kloe gives him the sword because they don't have much time. Vivian holds her and helps her. Chloe's eyes widen because there are demons there. Brad tries to fight them. The monster is near him. He opens his mouth and starts screaming. Kloe stands next to the prince and creates magic. Everything around the demon starts to glow. Putting her hair behind her ears, they call her. Vivian straightens her hand and asks to be careful. The guys look up and open their mouths. A demon runs towards them. Shane cuts off the monster's arms. Chloe's weapon falls to the ground. Standing next to them, he asks them to leave. He had a serious face, and the guy thinks that he was aiming for the neck, but missed because of the mana limitation. He stands next to the monster and understands that he cannot defeat them all at once. A blue aura appears near him and he decides to buy time. The monster opens its mouth and screams. Suddenly, something starts to happen near it. They start to cut his arm. Shane's eyes turn blue and he kills one monster. The guys look at the whirlwind, because the guy used the song of the mad wind. Covering Kloe, he now knows what a storm night is. The demon opens its mouth and roars. He ducks and makes sounds again. Shane turns around and thinks. Suddenly, an explosion occurs near the guys. Kloe sees the guy and screams. The monster comes to them again and holds out its hand. Vivian sits on his neck and tries to kill him. There is another monster above. Brad looks at the princess and calls. Then he holds her when they fall from the monster. He remembers how he said that they received information that a coup d'etat will happen at tomorrow's rehearsal. Raising her hand, Kloe says that it is worth canceling. She is answered negatively. Looking at her, he says that he discussed it with his father-in-law. Squeezing his hand, Brad says that he has a plan to change the fate of the kingdom. Taking off the bracelet, he says that he will not risk it. Kloe takes the bracelet in her hands. Opening her mouth, she is told that this is a protector artifact. Looking seriously, Brad promises. The girl squeezes her hand, where the bracelet is. Holding Kloe, he says that he will be safe. Blood dripped onto the grass. Frowning, Ben thought that he briefly passed out because of the explosion. The embittered protagonist noted that the shock was too great. Ben suddenly smiled and emphasized that he had made a great contribution after all. He was sure the old man would handle the rest. Edgar waved his hand and shouted for the guards to get out of the way. The furious king asked if they wanted him to wait after seeing the explosion. Putting their hands in front of them, the boys replied that the knights were responsible for the safety of the royal palace. They would handle everything, so Edgar should not worry. The king suddenly grabbed the blade. He began to draw his sword. Edgar suddenly turned around and said that they had done better. The surprised protagonist wondered what the king was doing and why he was not drawing his sword. Watching what was happening, the protagonist asked if this was the old Edgar he knew. Frowning, Ben came to the conclusion that this was not the case, and the king was completely different. Edgar bumped into the protagonist. Standing in front of him, the king said that they needed to wait. The guys stretched out their hands and asked the knight from Valentino to step aside. The protagonist hit one of the guards with a hammer. The stunned man screamed that if Ben attacked them, it would be considered treason. Throwing the hammer over his shoulder, the protagonist replied that he didn't care, because now it was important not the reason for his action, but how he would get through. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Edgar was taken aback by his words. The warriors rushed at Ben, shouting that he was a traitor and needed to be killed. The king grinned and noted that the protagonist had run into trouble. He drew his blade and declared that he was the protagonist's debtor. Edgar rushed past the guards. He lowered his gaze, saying that thanks to Ben, he decided to take out his sword. A powerful energy threw the warriors to the sides. Blood began to splatter. The protagonist stood in front of the corpses. Edgar held out his hand and shouted that Valentino's knights had to save the crown prince and crown princess. The boys rushed into battle. The king looked at Ben, who said that they couldn't waste time there, they had to go in. A huge whirlwind appeared on the battlefield. Looking after the protagonist, Edgar asked what he was planning. Ben flew over the warriors. Having defeated the guards, the king said that the protagonist was a fool and not strong enough to withstand the barrier. Grinning, the protagonist replied that they would see about that. The ground beneath Ben shook as he began to change his gravity. The protagonist prepared to dash. An orange aura enveloped him. Ben rushed into battle. He looked at the wall of the fortress and thought that he needed to guess the right moment. The protagonist swung his hammer. His face was furious. Swinging the hammer, Ben made a powerful blow. An explosion was heard. Kloe and the crown prince turned around, surprised. The protagonist jumped into the room. He asked the old man with a satisfied expression what he would say to that. Edgar suddenly stepped on his head. The enraged king said he was there. He swung his blade. The knights began to fight the demons. One of the monsters wanted to attack the man from the side. It began to approach the king. Edgar turned around with lightning speed. He cut the demon in half. His face was serious. Kloe stood behind him and turned to her father. Edgar did not turn around and said that he did not know what the plan was, but he could risk his daughter's life. Dumbfounded Brad replied that it was not so, calling Edgar his father-in-law. The king asked with a satisfied expression if they would be able to pay off this debt by taking responsibility for her in the future. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Edgar looked at Ben and assumed that it was almost all over. He was attacked by a bandit from behind. The king swung his blade and wounded him. His face was furious. The king saw many glowing eyes on the ceiling. Brad, dumbfounded, said that they had to leave. Edgar noticed the dagger sticking out of his chest and thought that these were the shadows of the emperor, which he had heard about from rumors. A red aura enveloped him while the king said that they were not the only ones there trying to take advantage of the opportunity. The duke sat on the throne and watched the man through the sphere. He screamed with a mad look that he would see the last moment of the life of this bastard Valentius. Looking at the chandelier, Vincent turned to his brother Ludwig. Holding his staff on his lap, he said that his offer to send the shadows was a good one, all thanks to him. Wilhelm, with an evil grin, said that as soon as Edgar died, he would kill all the nobles one by one, and the empire would belong to him alone. He looked at Ludwig and said that he wanted Ben, who was sent to suppress the rebellion, to die there too, to which he received the answer that the ice flame mage would not die so easily. Touching the staff, Vincent said that it was so, but he had to, so that Ludwig would gain full control of the magic tower. He noted with a satisfied look that they should deal with the main character after the bastard Valentius. Ludwig listened to him silently. Standing in front of the blue sphere, he asked if they wanted him to kill the king when the plan began to be executed, to which he received the answer that it was true. Examining the sphere, Ludwig said that this was impossible unless they dealt with his staff, after which they clarified whether it was a simple decoration. Frowning, the guy said that it was naive to think so. He introduced the young king and told him that he had no talent for magic or fencing because of Duke Valentius, so he protected himself by surrounding himself with magical artifacts, but of course, they were useless against a man of his level. Vincent sat on the throne. Ludwig presented the king's staff and said that the staff was a different matter. Putting his hands behind his back, he noted that it would nullify the magic of any mage in the tower, even him. Ludwig smirked and said that there was a way out. The king saw demons through the sphere. Vincent slammed his fist on the throne and asked if there were monsters there too. The dumbfounded king cried out that the useless worms were busy with anything but protecting his palace. Ludwig looked at him and said that with the magic cast on his chambers, they would easily defeat low-level demons. Leaning down, he noted that, however, an artifact would be needed for it to work. He looked at the king's staff and asked to borrow it. Vincent stared at his staff. He waved his hand and ordered the knight to go and deal with them quickly. The guy with the staff began to walk away from there. Ludwig smiled and thought that the king was stupider than he thought. A red aura enveloped him. Edgar covered his daughter with himself. Dark streams of energy flew from the ceiling. The king of Valentia was serious. He swung his blade many times. The wounded guy suddenly fell. Drops of black liquid fell to the floor. People tried to get up. Black mana emanated from them. The dumbfounded king asked if his opponent had survived. Vivian rushed into battle. Edgar turned his attention to her and cried out that it was dangerous. The girl ran at the enemies. She swung her sword with an enraged look. The enemy's eyes were pupilless. Vivian was suddenly scared. Ben appeared in front of her and struck the shadow with a hammer. He said with an enraged look that normal blows would not work against them. Frowning, Brad assumed that this was the queen's doing. She made changes to the barrier, so the demons went mad. Looking at the enemies, the crown prince thought that they were not followers of the devil, but his father's personal guards. He thinks that they have only one goal. Brad looked at Edgar. The floor under them suddenly shook. The protagonist was taken aback by what happened. The crown prince with a stunned face said that the epicenter is in the middle of the palace, where his father's office is. Ben looked at Edgar, who asked to save the king. Standing behind, the protagonists began to say that they first need. Turning around, the man cried out that what they need is a reason. Only then can they justify the murder of knights. Frowning, Ben turned to the old man. Leaving from there, he said that he would return soon, so Edgar should not die. The man was furious. Looking at the protagonist, Brad thought that if he left, Edmund would come. The guy's face was serious. Looking at the smoking castle, he wondered if the devil's followers had come for the king too. Edmund waved his hand and asked to remember the task the crown prince had given them. He suddenly looked at the familiar voice. Looking at the broken sphere, Ludwig thought that there was still a backlash to his magic, probably because the staff was not far enough. With his hands behind his back, Ludwig asked if he was too impatient. Looking at his hand, he stated that because of the foolish queen, he used too much mana to change the barrier. Standing behind, Ludwig emphasized that it did not matter because the person who took the staff also worked for him, and the king came to the conclusion that he was also a devil's follower. The rubble was covered in red mana as Vincent said that Ludwig was just a pig who could only squeal. The enraged boy cried out that he was just doing what he had to do as a true heir to the house of Aslan. Ludwig began to beat the king, screaming that he took this position simply because he was born rich, but in fact, he was completely incompetent. He squeezed Vincent's throat and said that now he would have to suffer before he died because of the artifacts. Ludwig, looking mad, said that everyone would think that the king died from an attack by a devil follower, and that he would become the next ruler, and everything would return to normal. Suddenly, a powerful blow was heard, raising a cloud of dust. Looking at Ludwig, Ben clarified if it was him. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that the king's brother was the disaster that had befallen the palace. Standing in front of him, Ludwig asked who he was, noting that he had never met him before. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that it was none of his business. The boy shot a fireball at him. Ludwig extended his hand and asked who the ignorant brat had called a disaster. The protagonist pounced on him. Ludwig pointed his finger at the floor and said that although Ben was walking confidently, he had expected more from him. Ben hit the wall. He landed on the floor. His face was furious. The protagonist dodged the magic blow. He was thrown to the side again. The protagonist frowned in pain. Another fireball was flying at him. Having dodged the projectile, Ben came to the conclusion that Ludwig was a mage with at least the sixth circle. Watching the sorcerer, the protagonist wondered how he managed to use magic without casting spells. A magic circle appeared behind him. Ben dodged another blow. His face was scared. The protagonist fell to the floor to dodge the explosion. Ben frowned and thought that Ludwig was attacking very quickly, but he could not feel the flow of mana. Looking at the energy hovering around, the protagonist came to the conclusion that Ludwig was using the extra mana that came from the barrier, and his mana body could track it, which meant the protagonist noted that he would be able to predict his actions. The protagonist jumped back from the flow of fire. Moving towards Ludwig, Ben thought that he would succeed. His body was enveloped in energy. The protagonist suddenly accelerated with a cry that he was advancing. Ludwig gathered mana in his hand. Frowning, Ben noted that he could feel it. The protagonist felt energy from different sides of himself. A powerful blow was heard. Jumping up, the protagonist noted that there would be an attack from below first. Ludwig smiled and cried out that Ben was caught. The protagonist's face was angry. He saw a huge stone above him. Ben swung his hammer. A powerful blow raised a cloud of dust. Ludwig released a fireball and wished death on the protagonist. There was an explosion. Standing in front of a cloud of smoke, Ludwig said that Ben should have chosen the right opponent. He turned around and said that the protagonist interrupted him while he was busy with an important matter for the kingdom. The protagonist hid behind a stone and thought that luckily Ludwig did not notice. If he had hesitated even a little and had not pushed off with gravity, he would have been crushed. Ben had a smile on his face. Holding a hammer in his hands, the protagonist rushed into battle. Ben jumped. Turning around, the guy clarified if the protagonist was still alive. The protagonist's face was furious. Ludwig created a fiery whirlwind in front of Ben. The wounded protagonist fell to the floor. Looking at him, the guy called him a stubborn bastard. Looking at the king, Ludwig emphasized the fact that he could not waste any more time and needed to finish him off as soon as possible. A magical seal appeared under his foot. Holding onto his hammer, Ben wondered if he could survive this attack. Suddenly, a blast of blue energy was heard. The protagonist noticed an ice arrow. Grid adjusted his mustache and apologized for being late, noting that the path to Aslan's palace was difficult. Ludwig, dumbfounded, asked what he had forgotten about the Alliance sword. Trying to get to his feet, the protagonist replied that the old man was late, and Grid emphasized the fact that it was ungentlemanly to be late. Stepping forward, the old man said that he did not expect the opponent to be a blue-blood mage, and asked if Ben knew about him. Looking up, the protagonist replied that they had met for the first time. Grinning, Grid concluded that in that case, the protagonist would not mind if he killed Ludwig. Pointing his finger, the boy shouted that they were interfering in domestic politics. If he retreated now, he would pretend that nothing had happened. Frowning, Grid asked if Ludwig had tied up the king and called it domestic politics, and if he was part of the opposition. Dumbfounded, Ludwig turned around and looked at the king. The boy surrounded his hand with mana and declared that it was even better that way. He threw a fireball, shouting that they would pass for the criminals who killed the king. Holding his shield close to him, Grid asked if the enemy would use fire against him. After reflecting the magic attack, the old man cried out that there was a limit to how much he could be underestimated. Grid was suddenly taken aback when he heard the attack from behind. Crouching, the old man managed to dodge the sudden attack. A smile appeared on his face. Swinging his blade, Grid asked Ludwig if this was a technique. The old man suddenly opened his mouth. There was lightning above his head. Ludwig, with a smug expression, replied that it was not a technique, but a trap. Ben pounced on him, screaming that he would not allow him. Ludwig clenched his hand into a fist. He created a barrier around himself. Ludwig stuck out one finger. A pile of rocks appeared above the protagonist. The boulders crushed Ben. Ludwig, looking mad, began to laugh. Grid approached him. He swung his sword. The dumbfounded guy asked them to get away from him. Grid was suddenly surprised. The boulder threw him aside. Ludwig wished him death while creating a fireball. Streams of energy were directed at the old man. Grid managed to dodge. Displeased, Ludwig called him an annoying bastard. He sent rocks at him. Grid's face was angry. He pulled out his spear. The old man covered himself with a shield from the attack. Ludwig jumped away from the spear flying at him. He cried out with a smile on his face that this was his last blow out of despair, which was predictable. Grinning, Grid replied that he was not sure about that. A powerful explosion was heard. Ben's face was pleased. The protagonist's hammer was in front of Ludwig's head. An explosion was heard in the tower. Vincent tried to catch his breath. Holding his throat, he asked where his brother had gone and if he was dead. Looking at the corpse, Grid replied that Ludwig was dead only if his leg could not move at will. Enraged, Vincent called him a damn traitor. He shook his head. Standing over the corpse, he asked how someone like Ludwig dared. The king kicked him. He asked loudly, looking furious, if he had the nerve to think of taking his place on the throne, noting that there were many freaks like him around him. The boys watched as the old man continued to beat the corpse. Their faces were calm. Walking towards them, Vincent said that it served the traitor right. He sat back on the throne. Looking at the rescuers, he said that he had watched how they fought and would generously reward Grid, who had done an excellent job. Putting his hand on his chest, Grid replied that he did not need a reward, because he had come there to do a favor to his friend, Duke Edgar. Stunned, Vincent asked again. His hand began to shake. The enraged old man asked who the king of Valencia took him for, and who he was to save him. Holding onto the crown, a dumbfounded Vincent cried out that he was the king, he ruled the country, he was at the peak of his power, he was omnipotent and capable of anything. The dumbfounded king asked how long he would compete with him. The boys stood silently before him. Their faces were serious. Vincent lowered his head and asked if they were one of them. With a smile on his face, he assumed that Edgar was helping the demon's minions take his throne. He opened his mouth wide and cried out that Edgar was planning to become a hero by pretending to save him. Grid extended his hand and asked if the king was okay. Vincent hit him on the hand, shouting that the dog of the alliance should take his hands off him and that it was his destiny to be the ruler. He did not need help. Grid listened with a serious expression as they said that in a little while the alliance would also be his. The man began to draw his blade. Looking at the king, he emphasized the fact that as the heir of the leader of the alliance and the ancient wizards, he could not turn a blind eye to his words. Enveloped in blue mana, Grid clarified whether the king's words should be considered a declaration of war. Touching the man's shoulder, Ben said that everything was fine and the old man would take care of the rest. Grid turned around and said that he did not mind. After all, he was just a guest from a foreign country. Closing his eyes, he noted that the protagonist did well. Leaving from there, he emphasized the fact that whatever happened there next did not concern him. Smiling, Ben assumed that he was able to receive his calling. A joyful Vincent cried out that this was the prince's escort, and his son must be there. Edmund bowed his head to the protagonist, saying that they would take care of the rest themselves. Turning around, Ben said his name and that he was from the house of Edgar. The king was furious. As the protagonist left, he noted that he had a bad feeling. He summoned the wolf with the thought that they did not know what Vincent was planning. Edmund came across Ludwig's corpse. An enraged Vincent asked him to come to him, because he had something to tell him. Edmund knelt down and heard that from now on he was the commander of the king's knights. The distraught king declared that his first task would be to prevent this knight Valentius from leaving there alive. Edmund listened to him silently. Rising to his feet, he replied that the position of commander of the king's knights was too honorable for him. Standing in front of Vincent, he said that he emphasized the fact that the king did not even know his name. Edmund, looking serious, ordered the guys to grab him. The guys grabbed the king's hands. He was forced to his knees. Edmund stood over him and asked to listen to the dethroned Vincent, that he had brought the country into chaos because of personal feelings and absurd motives. He was planning to start a war and put the kingdom at risk. The dumbfounded ex-king asked to let him go. Swinging his sword, Edmund said that by the will of the new King Brad, his punishment for his sins would be the death penalty. Edmund's face was serious. The dumbfounded old man cried out that he wanted to talk to the crown prince. The wolf looked out from behind the stone. He saw how the king's head was cut off. Looking out the window, Brad clarified whether Vincent had been taken care of. He frowned and asked if he had made the right decision, to which he received a positive answer, because the dethroned king was starting a hopeless war. Brad nodded his head. He imagined the battle and thought that thanks to Shane and his son-in-law, he managed to save the princess. But he saw the power of his father's squad of shadows. The dumbfounded guy noticed the warriors. Edmund was surprised. He introduced the Knights of Valencia with Edgar, and told that when he came, the Knights with the Duke and later the Master of Weapons who arrived in time killed everyone. The guys were standing over the corpses. Turning around, Brad clarified whether it turns out that everyone in the squad of shadows is dead, and Edmund replied that fortunately, the next leader, the deputy commander of the squad, and her group went on a mission, so they are alive. Edmund introduced the girl. Closing his eyes, he noted that they are adherents of the rule that obliges them to follow the orders of only the official king, so they said that they will come to see him after the coronation. A dumbfounded girl appeared in Brad's imagination and he asked about Cardia and Grohl, to which he received the answer that they were arrested immediately after the suppression of the uprising. Grohl fought against the knight, and Brad asked if Tanel was found. The boy stood behind Grohl, and the future king heard that after the uprising, Grohl kidnapped him. Taken aback, the boy clarified why this was done. Surprised, Brad heard that they said that Prince Tanel was the son of Cardia and Grohl. With his hands behind his back, Edmund said that they staged a coup d'état to make Prince Tanel the new king. Holding his head, Brad assumed that as king, he would have to make a decision. He frowned and said that they would execute Cardia and Grohl. Edmund extended his hand to ask if the king was sure, noting that the second Prince Lester would be against the execution of his own mother. To which Brad replied that they could not leave someone who could cause discord, so Lester would understand. Edmund waved his hand and asked what to do about Tanel. The king turned around and replied that the prince would continue to live with them, since he was still his brother. Edmund closed his eyes and accepted all the orders. Brad looked out the window and asked for everyone to come to a meeting, adding that he wanted to reward the main characters of the incident. The king turned around. He said with a smile on his face that this would be completely different from the usual reward. Ben knelt and asked if he could receive something different as a reward. Surprised, Brad assumed that the protagonist did not know what a superior weapon was. The protagonist happily recalled his past self with such a weapon and noted that superior weapons had strange conditions, making it extremely difficult to find a suitable one. Closing his eyes, Ben concluded that the nocturne he would soon receive would be enough. Bowing his head, the protagonist replied that that was not the case and that he had a request. Extending his hand, Brad asked Ben to voice his request. Raising his head, the protagonist stated that he wanted the heiress of the Morse family to be freed. Leaning down, Edmund informed him that this was the next leader of the Shadow Squad he had told him about. Crossing his arms, Brad replied that he could not fulfill this request. He winked and added that he could not do it right now. Surprised, Ben listened as she explained that she had to do something, but he promised that he would give her freedom within 6 months. Bowing his head, the protagonist thanked the king. The boy extended his hand and said that if the protagonist's reward were to be like this, he would be disgraced, so he asked to search for a superior weapon in the royal vault to obtain it, with his permission alone. Frowning, Ben thanked him loudly. He thought with a satisfied look that he did not expect to receive it, but since Brad insisted, he did not mind. The old man met the protagonist and asked if this was the Shining Knight. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that it was. Bowing his head, Ben said that it was an honor for him to meet the pillar of the magic tower, and then asked to be called by his name. Extending his hand, the old man said that he would take him to the vault as ordered by the king. The man walked ahead and said that it was different from the pathetic vaults of the aristocrats. The security system there is on a completely different level. Looking around, the protagonist thought that he was curious about what kind of weapons the royal family keeps there, noting that he had never heard of it and had not been there in his past life, so he was very excited. The old man raised his finger to emphasize the fact that it was also a symbol of the kingdom's long history. Ben was surprised. He saw many gold bars and noted that when the demon army came in his past life, the kingdom spent all its money on the war. The protagonist introduced the various people and noted that it was not only the humans who tried, but also the allies of the various races who contributed greatly. The protagonist was surprised. Standing in front of the man, he said that it was amazing, and then heard that after his story, there was nothing more to be surprised about. Raising his hand, Ben replied that it was not like that at all. Looking at the mana streams, the protagonist concluded that it was clearly a powerful spirit. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ben guessed that it was the power needed for him to become an aura master. Grinning, the protagonist noted that he would regret and become furious if he refused such a thing. Extending his hand, the man said that this was superior equipment. Ben's gaze fell on the various objects. The man laughed and said that the protagonist had not reached the level of a superhuman, so he had prepared only what conditions he could fit, and the protagonist noted that one would have been enough, but he had brought more than he expected. Inspecting the items, Ben emphasized the fact that he could not understand from there what the strength of the spirit was. The old man with a smile on his face asked not to think so, because he could examine everything in detail. The protagonist reached out his hand for the boots. The man snatched them from Ben's hands, saying that only those who had reached the level of a blader before the required age could wear them. The smug mage said that they had been applied to the wind magic of the third circle, and also an effect that allowed him to use the magic of the seventh circle once a week. In short, they would make him very mobile. Raising a finger, he noted that they were also called wind rulers. Since Ben used a hammer in battle, the increase in speed would greatly help him, and once a week he would be able to use the magic of the seventh circle, Black Storm. It was perfect for an ambush or a finishing blow. Sighing, the old man emphasized the fact that the protagonist had reached the level of a blader, but was no longer old enough, so their conditions did not suit him. Pointing at himself, the protagonist stated that he was only 14. Surprised, Ben looked at the bracelet. Holding it in his hands, the protagonist heard that it was designed only for girls who could use magic of the third circle. Raising a finger, the mage added that it strengthened its owner and gave the ability to use magic of the sixth circle once a day, seventh once a week, and eighth once a month. Ben introduced the demon and emphasized that the magic of the eighth circle was enough to block the blow of gluttony. The old man with a smile on his face noted that there was an explanation for this. The one who created it was trying to protect his daughter. Putting down the bracelet, the protagonist asked why the magician brought it. The protagonist looked at the armor. Holding his beard, the old man said that he had a complicated condition. Ben heard with a satisfied look that a person was needed who could control the power of the spirit, and had a joint spirit. The protagonist grabbed the armor, shouting that he would take it. His body was enveloped in an aura. The armor began to disintegrate into particles. The armor appeared on his shoulder. The surprised magician watched this. Smug Ben noted that he knew it, and was right. Looking at the armor, the protagonist emphasized the fact that this would make him a master of aura. Standing near the table, the old man asked how he managed to make the armor change its shape. The protagonist smiled and clarified what effect it had. The protagonist clenched his fist in joy, hearing that proportionally to the level of the elementalist, his body, spirit, and soul power were strengthened. He filled his hand with mana. Raising the flame, the boy thought that this was definitely it, the key to becoming an aura master. Ben examined the fire, thinking that this was the level that he did not reach in his past life. Putting the flame in his hand, the teenager asked what the armor was called. The old man looked at the armor and answered that it was called the Animus Spiritual Armor. Standing by the carriage, Edgar asked if he had met the crown prince. He looked at the smiling boy and reported that he saw that he had new armor. Opening the carriage door, the man said that it was great luck to meet suitable equipment of this level. The protagonist watched the coachman riding and said that it was unexpected luck. Crossing his arms, the Duke said that he heard from Grid about what happened, specifying whether the blue mage started the disaster. The protagonist remembered sitting in front of the ice floe and saying that it was good that the weapons master had arrived. The boy sat seriously in the carriage and said that without him he could have died. Edgar closed his eyes and said that it was really luck. Ben looked at him tensely. Sitting opposite his companion, the teenager asked if he had told him anything else. He raised his hand, thinking that he knew it. It looked like he would have to do it himself, and said that it was about the dead king. The protagonist was taken aback. Looking at the window, the man said that he was just his vassal, he did not need to know much. The protagonist frowned, hearing that especially when it came to rivalry with a higher-ranking person, the less he knew, the better, and thought that he had changed. Remembering how the Duke took out his weapon, the boy thought that this was not the sword god he remembered. Ben grinned and replied that those bastards who used shadow abilities were not simple. He imagined the villains dissolving. The teenager stretched out his arms and asked if he knew they were assassins sent by a foolish king. The protagonist frowned and asked if it was good for them. The king who had been pursuing him had died and the new one was loyal to them. Edgar turned his head away and said that this was not how a vassal of the kingdom should act, after which the boy interrupted, asking if he was ready to do whatever the king wanted. Imagining Grid raising his sword in anger, the protagonist shouted that he was trying to start a war. Did his comrade not tell him about it? The man was taken aback and asked him again. Ben stretched out his arms and asked if he would have continued to follow him, if that was why he could not draw his sword even when his own daughter was in trouble, adding that the man he knew in his past life acted differently. The Duke desperately covered his face with his hand. He listened with a frown as he heard that even if it meant sacrificing an innocent person, he would do it for the greater good. Edgar jumped up in anger and asked if that was how someone who wanted to save the world had to do it. The teenager lowered his eyebrows and interrupted, saying that it wasn't him saying that, but the men in his past life. Recalling how the boys had stood before the monster, he said that they would have been able to get close to the demon king, Gluttony, by sacrificing 3 of the 10 greatest knights. The protagonist imagined the Duke standing there confidently, and saying that this was his plan, and everyone had agreed to follow it. The protagonist said with a serious expression that back then, in order to achieve his goal, he had correctly prioritized all things, which was why people, including himself, believed him. Putting his hand to his face, Edgar asked if that meant he had sacrificed innocence. The boy looked at him calmly. He lowered his head and said that as far as he knew, no. The man looked down desperately as he said that if that happened, they should ask for forgiveness by committing suicide when the goal was achieved. Leaning over, he said that he thought he had prepared well, but it seemed his mind was not ready yet. The Duke looked at him seriously and said that he would change. Edgar lowered his eyes and said that only if necessary, for now he could say only this. Ben smiled calmly. A voice came from the moving carriage saying that this was enough for now. Taken aback, Kloe asked who he was. Stepping on the ground, the teenager said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist smiled and called her his older sister. Remembering the surprised newlyweds at the wedding, the protagonist asked what was wrong. The shocked girl clenched her fists and screamed that she was too busy to take a closer look at him and only saw him from behind. Showing his height with her hand, she said that he was a small and cute child. Vivian ran excitedly and asked why she left so quickly. The princess pointed at the boy and screamed that he had changed a lot. Clutching her head, Kloe asked how so, why was that cute little boy like that? The girl looked at Archie and said that it must really be him. She picked up the wolf in her arms. Ben was embarrassedly scratching the back of his head and saying that he had changed. The princess turned away displeased. Edgar stood behind the teenager and asked what was wrong with her. Kloe walked away from the guys with the puppy, thinking that he had become creepy. We see a room in the palace. A man with a serious look asked the green one if what he said was true. Grid was smoking a pipe. He sat on the couch and asked not to call him by his nickname, he was too old for that, specifying what he had said. Edgar clasped his hands and replied that the king was preparing to start a war, and his friend interrupted him, saying that he was talking about the actions of the crown prince's knights. The master of weapons waved his hand and said that he did not know, he thought Ludwig had killed the king. Introducing the man holding the letter, the Duke said that the traitors Ludwig and Carthia had contacted the demon's followers and were the culprits of what had happened. All the traitors had been executed. He frowned and said that his friend knew that he had not wanted this. Grid held out the phone with displeasure and replied that it was his problem, always too honest, specifying whether he really needed to say this to make him feel better. Edgar, sitting opposite, said that it was. His comrade closed his eyes and said that he had brazenly declared that he would take the alliance into his own hands. He imagined Edmund looking surprised and saying that he would admit it was just the crown prince's knights. The master of arms frowned and said he would have finished him off himself. The Duke bowed his head and said that if he had known earlier, he would have prevented everything. Grid leaned his elbows on the sofa and said that if he had known, he would have spent his time caring for the old sick king. He pulled the pipe away from his lips and asked if his friend had understood yet. The man imagined the boy reaching out to the king and telling him that he had said he would help stop the disaster Sir Ben had told him about. Frowning, his friend said that the current king had announced that the previous one had been killed by demon followers. Grid poured out the ashes, saying that there was a risk of chaos in the country, which would make the people recognize the danger of demon followers. He sat on the sofa, telling him that this would not have happened if the old king had lived, that this was the best outcome that could have been achieved in any scenario. The weapon master said with a serious expression that he and the king had a similar trait. Grid slammed his pipe on the table and said that he couldn't understand what really needed to be done because of his personal feelings. Edgar looked at him in surprise, listening to what would have happened if he hadn't challenged him, and that if he hadn't been able to convince him, his daughter would have died along with the crown prince. The Duke was taken aback when he heard that after that he would still think he had done the right thing. Let him wake up, there was no need to act the way he thought was right until the very end. The comrade imagined the protagonist clenching his fist and saying that now it was important not to prepare for the consequences, but to do something, and said that if he doubted what was right and what was wrong, then it was worth discussing it with others and listening to others. Edgar looked down in surprise. Closing his eyes, he agreed. The man clasped his hands and said that he was right, he needed to overcome his own pettiness. Now everything would begin to become clear. Grid smiled. Grinning, the Duke suggested proceeding with the next part of the plan. The sun was shining over the city. Garen, wearing a cloak, approached the guys and said that they had called him. Smiling, Edgar said that he thought he would be perfect for this job. The guy raised his hand in confusion and replied that it would be the first time he would do this in such clothes. Taking off his hood, the protagonist said that he had not seen him for a long time. The protagonist smiled and asked if he remembered him. Taken aback, Garen said that they had met a couple of months ago, and he had grown so much. Remembering how the boy had hit the shield with a hammer, he said that he knew it. The guy smiled and said that during his fight with Derek, he realized that he was unusual. Looking at the happy teenager, Garen said that his facial features had become more masculine. It suited him. Edgar looked away and said that they would talk later. It was time for him to go. We see the market where the stranger asked if Ludwig had killed the king. The boys walked past the crowd, hearing that he had contacted the demon's followers. They had so much power. The boy looked at the man asking what would happen to the kingdom now. Where was the world heading? Frowning, he said that after the announcement of the current king, more and more people were afraid. Ben turned to him, hearing that an attack had been staged in the city considered the strongest. Garen walked in a hood, saying that the death of the ruler at the hands of the demon's followers meant that there was no safe place anywhere in the world. Introducing Edmund and the evil king, the protagonist thought that the Sir only knew what had been announced to the public. The protagonist frowned. Introducing a map of the states, Garen said that Aslan was located in the center. The news of the demon's minions spread throughout the area. Edgar introduced the fireballs and said that the current king was planning to announce the bomb as well, so the other powers connected to the kingdom would soon know the news. Touching his lips, the boy mused that most of the disasters he knew of were internal wars, but he hoped that they would not be known. The Duke walked in front of the surprised teenager and informed him that it would be more difficult for them to take action from now on. Turning around, the man explained that the kingdom was still standing firmly on its feet, so they needed to somehow become mediators between the other four powers. What they had achieved this time was important. He smiled and said that Ben had tried his best. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, wondering what had come over him. Clasping his hands, Edgar said that he should control his expression if he valued his life. The protagonist saluted, saying that it was commendable for him to receive his approval. The boy held his hand to his temple. He looked at the house, hearing the stranger ask if it was him. The crowd stood around the boys and discussed that it was the Shining Knight who killed the traitor. They heard he saved Kurun, and Duke Valentius was next to him. Covering himself with his hood, Edgar listened that the members of this family had black hair and dark eyes and said that he had become quite popular. Garen smiled behind the boy and said that he thought it would be difficult to explain to them. It was time to move on. The boys walked along the sunny street. The protagonist grabbed his head and said that this was some kind of madness. People thought that he was from the Moors family, to which his friend replied that they were semi-aristocrats. Besides, none of them were left, so it did not matter. Introducing a girl with a dagger, the protagonist objected that it was very important. Looking away, the Duke asked when this fool managed to become famous. The boy laughed and said that the king had announced to the entire country that the teenager had made the greatest contribution to saving Kurun and the Aslan family. Extending his hand, Edgar said that it was even better this way. He smiled and said that he would soon have to go to Elfheim. It would be better for a famous person to meet with the stubborn elves. Garen looked at the confused Duke and asked why he was being sent there. Raising his hand, the boy answered that the demon's followers were looking for sacred objects. He had to convince the elves of the need to protect them. Taken aback, he asked if the boy had a friend. The boys stood in front of him in surprise. Closing his eyes, Garen said that they were both very rude. The dumbfounded man looked at him, asking if he really had an elf friend. The boy was remembering. As he turned to the stranger in the robe and told him that when he went to the lands of Rodman to kill a monster, he met a man there who was heading to Elfheim. He extended his hand and said that they had become friends. The teenager stood in front of his disgruntled comrade and asked how so. Frowning, Ben said that people do not become friends at the first meeting, to which the guy replied that they did. The protagonist was taken aback. Laughing, Garen said that they discussed a lot of things at first, so everything happened quickly. He thinks this can be understood, and that is how they became friends. The protagonist grinned, thinking that he really did not understand. The guy smiled in front of his companions and said that you can quickly become close to people if you talk sincerely. Putting his hand under his clothes, he said that he was a little upset that they did not believe him. Garen held out an open pendant and said that he received this symbol from that friend. The boy leaned towards it and replied that it looked real. The sun was shining on the treetops. Edgar smiled and said that the boy should go with Ben. The knight sat on his horse and replied that he understood. Introducing a smiling Jay, the man said that he did not know if it would help, but he sent the commander ahead. He crossed his arms and asked to find him first upon arrival. Archie raised his paw. Turning to the Duke, the boy said that they were leaving then. The teenager smiled and said that they would see the old man again. Edgar watched them go, listening to the wolf's orders. Smiling, the man said that he hoped the results would be just as good this time, but if he called him an old man again, he would kill him, regardless of the results. The stranger looked at the lantern and asked if he had interfered again. The man walked through the tunnel, asking if Ludwig was dead, to which his comrade replied that the crown prince had taken the king's place. He punched the wall and shouted that Ludwig was a complete idiot. Ralph bared his teeth and said that he had said he could handle it. The man frowned and said that the Morse family's degenerate was to blame for everything, and how did he know about their plan? Clyde stood behind him and said that perhaps there was a dragon I spy among them. The elder stood in front of the door, answering that then the king would not have died. Imagining the knight drawing his sword, Ralph assumed that this was a hero who had been blessed by the goddess. Extending his hand, the guy asked if he wanted to say that the creator of this imperfect world had started a war with the demonic and created another hero. The man walked forward. He asked with a serious expression if his comrade remembered the story that Malum had told him. Introducing the goddess, the elder said that the creator could only see the predetermined fate of the imperfect world. Ralph imagined a furious demon and said that too much interference would change it, thinning the border between worlds, after which their inhabitants would become stronger than they should. The world whose course of events had gone astray would be destroyed earlier than it should. Standing in front of the painting, the man said that a creature called a goddess once changed the fate of this world full of destruction by creating a hero and moving the demon to another world. He stuck his hand under his clothes. Opening a map, the elder said that fools who believe in a goddess consider themselves victors. Ralph examined the map of the area and reported that the trace that proves their victory was left when they created the demon station and the great labyrinth. Clyde looked at him calmly and said that since several heroes were now chosen, interrupting him, the man continued that the end of this world is near. The elder grinned and said that their dream will soon come true. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that it is possible that there is a spy among them. Ralph placed the piece on the map and explained that after the kingdom they intended to go to Elfheim. Imagining the girl holding the mana, he explained that their trump card, Elaine, had died, so they would change course to the Orc Alliance. Moving the piece, the man said that their other trump card was there. He placed a stone on the map, saying that if he went to Elfheim, then he was a hero, and if he went to Batar, the Orc City, then he was a spy. The elder raised his hand and asked to deal with him if he went to Elfheim. Closing his eyes, Clyde agreed. The boy looked at him seriously, and said that it was for the sake of the new world. Standing in front of the table, the man mused that if he was a hero, then he would take responsibility, saying that this was part of the prophecy. Ralph moved the stone, thinking that he would kill him. He watched carefully, thinking that if he went to Batar, there would have to be an investigation. The man was looking at the map, wondering where the Morsov bastard would go. Meanwhile, the protagonist put his hand to his forehead. Smiling, Garen said that they were finally here. He stood in front of a golden field and said that these were orc fields. The protagonist confidently rode the wolf and suggested that they hurry. The monster furiously extended its claw and said that it was pretty good, but it was not enough to defeat it, and said goodbye to the boy. Ben screamed in panic. He sat on the ground and asked if he had traveled through time again. Archie bit his leg. Looking up at the sky, the teenager said that there was a full moon. Let him have fun. The pet stepped on the ground. The wolf crossed its hind legs, telling us that a lot of time had passed since it went on an adventure with the protagonist. A lot had happened since then. Imagining the boy in front of many corpses, he thought about losing all his allies because of the demon king, Gluttony, who destroyed their world. He imagined Edgar activating the ring and thought that Ben was able to return to the past. Archie remembered the beaten Erina, thinking that thanks to the help of the head of the 10 greatest knights. But he was a little late, and his sister died. The wolf imagined the boy looking at the corpse and saying that this is not his blood, the beast is already dead, and told us that he took revenge on the wolf for the death of his sister. Imagining how the teenager held his paw, the pet thought about making a contract with him, the spirit sealed in the body of the beast. Archie remembered the man killed on the bed, thinking that after dealing with Lord Timon and the demon's minions, Ben left that place. The wolf imagined the boy standing in front of the princess and telling us that he had accidentally met Edgar's daughter, Kloe, and needed her help to meet the Duke. Imagining the girl hugging him and asking how he could be so nice, the spirit mused that it was unfortunate that they had managed to go with her, although in the end it was he who had arranged it. Remembering the woman smiling evilly, the pet thought about how while they were all together, a disaster had happened. He imagined himself fighting her bravely, telling us that they had been attacked by an elf who worked for the Lord, and they had barely managed to defeat her in a tense fight. Archie imagined the followers sitting at the table and saying that Elaine was dead. The wolf remembered the man moving a piece on the map and thought that after this incident, they had attracted the attention of the elders of the demon's followers. He imagined Edgar sitting at the table and saying that, after all, Ben was just a dreamer who had thought out the story perfectly, and telling us that when the boy finally met the Duke, he told him about the tragedy that had happened in his past life and the disasters themselves. Imagining the protagonist falling to the ground, the spirit reflected on how he had trained to deal with them afterward. Archie remembered the teenager falling on him and thinking how he really wanted to cancel the contract. Wolf imagined Ben hugging the hammer and telling us that that was when he got the weapon from the forge. Imagining the boy riding it and saying that they would get there in a week, he thought about how, after completing the preparations, the master went to Kurun to stop the first disaster, but they learned something. The spirit remembered Jay raising a finger and saying that Gale Anderson, the sea mage who was supposed to receive a letter of introduction, was missing. Archie imagined Ben standing before the beaten enemies, thinking that things had already started to get worse. Having dealt with all the demon followers hiding on the ship heading to the city, he was recognized as the king of Kurun. Wolf imagined Carl extending his hand and saying that he had proven his worth as a knight, and told us that he had been able to prepare for the disaster at the palace. Imagine the boy standing next to the ruler. He told us that after a while the king introduced Ben to the navigator Hassel. Pet remembered how the enemy crossed swords, wondering if he was a beast whale who had sided with the demon followers. Spirit imagined how the boys chained the monster, thinking that he was the abandoned half-beast, the one who had locked up the missing mage and kidnapped the child of the ancient monster Kraken. Remembering the Kraken destroying the city, Archie thought he was planning to lure the monster onto his child to destroy Kurun. Wolf imagined Hustle smirking. Imagining the boy furiously striking the enemy, he thought of Ben dealing with the demon's followers who were trying to steal the sacred object. The spirit remembered the protagonist standing in front of the monster and telling us that he had resolved the misunderstanding with the Kraken. The pet imagined the teenager standing joyfully on the wall and telling us that this was how the disaster in Kuruna ended. Archie imagined Carl putting his sword to Ben's back. Remembering his muscular master, the wolf thought about the protagonist receiving the nickname, Shining Knight, and growing a lot. He imagined the bride and groom standing under the altar, thinking about how the next disaster was already waiting for him. It was supposed to happen in the royal palace, during the wedding of the crown prince. Imagining Grid walking, the spirit thought about how Edgar's opponent, and at the same time his future ally, the master of weapons, tested the duke in a duel. The pet remembered the man throwing the letter aside and asking if he thought it was time to find out who was stronger. Edgar extended his sword towards his opponent. Archie imagined Grid listening in shock that he would stay in the capital until the end of the crown prince's wedding, telling us that he had stayed until the end of the event, as promised. The wolf imagined the guys sitting in the office, thinking that he had been told about the coming disaster. He remembered the members of the royal family holding glasses, thinking that at that time a large conspiracy was being organized in the palace. Imagining Cardia standing among the corpses, the spirit thought that his goal was to destroy the royal family. She wanted to cleanse the line of the hated Oslans. The pet imagined the woman grinning. Remembering the queen with two guys, Archie thought that she had teamed up with the demon's minions. The wolf imagined Vincent pointing his finger at the duke and telling us that the king had ordered the secret royal squad to kill Edgar. He imagined the man smiling as he said that the royal family only gathers for a wedding, thinking that the demon's minions, who were trying to destroy the kingdom, had resorted to explosives. Remembering Ben swinging his hammer, the spirit thought that the boy, who was prepared for the impending disaster, had been attacked by a member of the royal shadow squad, Lena Moores. The protagonist was riding a beast and asking the Reaper of Death why he was here. Grinning, the boy thought that this was the worst-case scenario, that he couldn't die here, nor kill the one who would become one of the top 10 knights in the future. The pet imagined the girl hugging the protagonist, saying that he was her family, her brother, and told us that by pretending to be her relative, he managed to escape danger. Archie imagined Ben sitting on him gravely, thinking that when the disaster happened, his master was trying his best to stop the explosion. The wolf remembered the fireballs, thinking that the demon's minions had already set the explosives. He imagined being taken aback. Imagining the explosion, the spirit told us that they had detonated, causing chaos. The pet remembered how people were running around the palace in alarm. Archie imagined the protagonist standing in the smoke, asking if it was him, and thought about the teenager, having received orders from Edgar, going to save the king. Imagining a saddened Ludwig, the wolf thought about what he had learned about the king's brother conspiring with the demon's minions. He remembered Ben kneeling in front of the boy, thinking that he was not strong enough to defeat him. Imagining the master of weapons standing in front of the boy, the spirit told us that Grid had come to his rescue. An explosion occurred in the building. The protagonist grinned. The pet imagined the man standing over the corpse, and saying that he was dead unless he could live in the form of just a leg, thinking that together they had dealt with Ludwig. Remembering the maddened Vincent, Archie thought that the king who tried to start a war was executed by the crown prince. The wolf imagined the man saying with a serious expression that he was sentencing him to death. He imagined the guards entering Cardia's room and telling us that the rebellion ended when the queen was arrested. The spirit remembered the boy holding out his sword to his rival. Imagining the boy bowing before the throne, the pet thought that when power passed to the crown prince, he received armor as a reward. Ben clenched his fist happily, hearing that the armor gave the user a boost in soul, body, and spirit, as well as an increase in level. The protagonist examined the fiery hand. Archie remembered Edgar smiling and saying he had done a great job, thinking that the boy had obtained a superior weapon, the Animus. The wolf imagined Ben glaring at the man. He imagined Garen riding away on a horse, saying they would be back soon, thinking that the teenager had gone to Elfheim, where the third calamity was about to happen. The protagonist stood in front of the wolf, shouting at him that the sun was high, to wake up. Archie stood up, thinking that he had become emotional because of the full moon. The wolf winked happily and told us that he had to go, and we were following him. The pet stepped on the ground, hearing that they had arrived. The plot moves us forward a week, when the boys stood in front of the orc meadow. Garen turned around, smiling, saying that he was sorry for the delay, he would have made it in a day if he had ridden alone. He rode on a horse and asked if his companion knew what was most to be afraid of in this place. The boy calmly turned to him and said that if there was industry here, they would simply pay the fee. But the orcs did not allow weaklings to cross the meadow, so they would have to. Smiling, the protagonist interrupted, adding that they must bravely accept their challenge. Leaning towards the wolf, the protagonist reported that on the way from here to Elfheim they would meet 3 tribes. If they defeated them in battle, they would get there faster, they should hurry. Garen watched as his companion rode ahead. He looked thoughtfully into the distance. The boy remembered how Edgar clasped his hands and said that there was no need to ask how they knew everything. One day he would tell him the reason, and for now just let him support the boy. Garen imagined how he closed his eyes and replied that even if it were not his order, he would keep the secret as a friend. He smiled calmly. The boy rushed forward on his horse. The sun was shining on the meadow, from which a voice was heard repeating the word, more. The orc was swinging her sword and ordering action. Ben parried the blows. Archie grinned in front of the boar. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist asked to swing harder. He ran back. Nana jumped back on the boar. Grinning, the protagonist wondered if her huge sword had seemed so light to him in his past life. He did not feel its weight at all. Garen sat on his horse in surprise. Watching the battle, he thought about the fact that the matter was in the excellent armor. His strength and endurance did not match his height. The guy watched as the orc tried to catch her breath and thought that he thoughtlessly rushed forward dozens of times, but she got tired faster. Ben beckoned her with his hand and asked if she really wanted more. Grinning, the girl answered that she had had enough. Nana quickly galloped towards him, shouting that he was an ignorant person. The wolf bared his teeth in rage. The boar was absorbed by his mana. The beast backed away with a cry. Frowning, the boy decided it was time to act. Taken aback, Garen shouted that he shouldn't kill her. The teenager swung his hammer. The tip was approaching his opponent's face. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the protagonist replied that of course he knew. The protagonist sat next to his prone rival, thinking that even though he had trained a lot, the gap between them was huge. Imagining the furious pet, he wondered if it was the moon wolf that was causing the feeling of fear, and not him. Ben smiled. Joyfully glancing at the armor, the boy thought that elementalism had almost reached a new level. He had done the right thing by choosing the animus. Nana was lying on the boar. Garen waved after the monsters. He looked at his companion in surprise and said that he had taken a risky course. The boy held out his hand with a fong and said that they had passed through the second tribe. To be honest, he had never seen such weak orcs. Clenching his fist, the teenager said that he agreed and thought that it was easier than he expected. A pity. The protagonist sat behind his friend and asked if they could stop in Jamingwood on the way. Turning around, Garen asked him again. He was sitting on a horse, telling him that this was the city of the wild boar tribe that they had defeated. They would get there in 2 hours if they went west, asking how he knew about it. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion, answering that he had simply heard it somewhere. The boy watched him go, thinking that he had many secrets. The guys were approaching Jamingwood. Looking up, Garen said that this must be the entrance. The orc stepped on the ground. The travelers were taken aback, hearing him ask them to stop. The monster crossed his arms and said that they didn't look like merchants. The boy held out his fong and said that they had already passed the warrior's test. The guard looked at them seriously. Closing his eyes, he said that they could go. The orcs watched them go. Ben frowned and said that they weren't that friendly, and his friend replied that of course they were. They had fought many times in the past. The boy looked down thoughtfully. Remembering the orcs holding the bags, he thought that even in his past life, when there was an internecine war in the Empire, monsters came in huge groups to steal. He imagined the orcs fighting and thought that there was a war within their tribe too. The teenager looked forward seriously, thinking that they were destroying each other. Putting his hand to his forehead, the protagonist thought that Elfheim was a problem, but he didn't know too much about the upcoming internal war of the orcs. Looking away at the guards, the protagonist thought that battles and wars were nothing new to them, which is not to say about the war within the tribe. No species would exterminate itself. It is necessary to see if there are prerequisites for this. Frowning, the boy asked if his companion would mind staying there for a day, to which the man agreed. Garen turned around and said that he knew he was not the type to act without reason. Ben smiled calmly and thanked him. The boys walked through the city. The teenager was walking with a friend and said that it was more spacious than he thought. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had simply heard stories from his friends. The protagonist looked up happily, thinking that it was no wonder that Jerry bragged. If Jamingwood was like this, then the capital of Bader was even more majestic. At this time Jerry should be there. Looking away, he listened as the man said that there had been unrest in the past few days. The orc glared and asked if they were really 2 armed men. Brock held an axe, asking what business they had with them. Garen handed over the pendant, and said that they had passed the warrior's test and had only just come to them. There was nothing to worry about. The chief touched his chin and asked how they had done despite their modest stature. The guy jumped out in front of the boy and replied that he was not big compared to the orcs, but one of the geniuses of the empire. Their warriors had lost in a worthy fight. Extending his hand, The chief asked if he would show him what he was capable of then. Taken aback, the orc shouted that now was not the time for this. Smiling, Ben said that he agreed. Brock stood furiously in front of his subordinates. The teenager grinned and said that they also had things to do, so they would hurry. The chief smiled. Turning to his subordinates, he muttered in their language. The orc looked away at the boy and told him to follow him. He would accompany him. The spectators watched the opponents and discussed the fight. Brock stood in front of his opponent and said that there were many spectators. Did he mind? Their presence was probably oppressive. Waving his hand, the protagonist replied that he did not care, but he was afraid that it might be a little rude of him. The orc smirked, hearing that he would beat him like a doll in front of his own people. Throwing back his cloak, the chieftain said that the orcs accept everything that concerns combat with honor, so he should not worry. The boy touched the armor and replied that then he would not mind. Ben tore off the robe with a smile. Taken aback, the opponent asked if this was really excellent armor. He watched as the teenager stretched out his hand and clarified if the rumors were true. The protagonist stood in front of him and said that he was leaving. He recognized him from the very beginning. Throwing his hammer, Brock said that he could not believe that the Shining Knight was barely a blader class. The protagonist caught the weapon and said that the outcome of their fight would hardly depend on the class. The opponent threw the axe over his shoulder and said that this was a good answer. The chieftain rushed forward furiously, shouting that he had to prove himself. Frowning, Ben replied that he would gladly do so. Brock parried the blow. The boy clenched his teeth. He flew back. The orc grinned angrily. Leaning his hand on the ground, the teenager thought that without the animus, everything was different. The protagonist watched as the opponent got up, thinking that the chieftain was stronger than he thought. The protagonist grinned and extended his hand, deciding that he hadn't felt like this for a long time, as if he had returned to the past. Brock was stepping on the ground. He swung the axe. Ben held back the attack. The orc pressed with the weapon. Grinning, the boy thought that this was funny. He couldn't do anything about it. He remembered how he held back the enemy's hand. The teenager held his weapon out in front of him, wondering how far his brute strength would take him. There was a flash between them. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if this was an Orcish method of mana. The protagonist looked at his opponent's shoulder, thinking it was a tribal tattoo. Brock filled himself with red mana and asked why he didn't use his superior armor. Swinging his weapon, Ben smiled and said that what he had was enough. The orc rushed forward, shouting that he shouldn't disappoint him. The boy smirked and said that he had high expectations. He held back the enemy's onslaught. Garen covered himself with his hand and asked if they would really go that far. Brock furiously pressed his axe. The orc spread red mana with a shout. Reflecting the blow, the teenager thought that this was it. How exciting. The protagonist remembered how Jerry stretched out his fist and said to fight like a man until he was broken or broke his opponent. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was the way of a warrior. He held back the blow, thinking that he needed to be stronger, even stronger. Brock grinned in confusion. Ben pressed on the hammer with a cry. The weapons began to crack. The blades flew over the guys. A glow appeared around the rivals. The spectators squinted from the wind. Garen stretched out his hand. The leader smiled. Approaching the teenager, he said that now it was clear what his self-confidence was based on. The boy grinned and replied that he could say the same about him. The orc smiled. Brock stretched out his hand. Hugging the protagonist, the monster said that this was enough to confirm the rumor. The leader approached him with a smile and asked to let him be honest with him. He took the protagonist by the shoulders and told him to follow him. They would discuss it elsewhere. Garen ran after them and asked them to wait for him. There was a piece of meat on the table. The orcs sat at the head of the table and said that they could eat as much as they wanted. They had a good fight. Now they would have something to eat. Smiling, the boy thanked him for the treats. Ben greedily bit off the meat and said that it was delicious. His friend sat next to him, wondering if he was a man or an orc. Raising his hand, the chieftain asked to listen to him for now. The boy chewed his food, listening to him say that he had brought them here for a reason. Brock frowned and asked if he and the new emperor were close. Looking away, the protagonist replied that he would only not say in public that they were close personally. He had once hit him. The orc laughed and said that this was cool. Who would dare to do such a thing, not being a close person to him? He called the teenager with a serious look. The chieftain frowned and asked to answer honestly if the empire was ready for war. The protagonist held the meat with displeasure and asked what made him think of that. Imagining Neville raising his staff, the orc told him that there was currently fighting on their lands. He frowned, saying that the chieftain of the Black Rhinos was preparing for war, advocating for the unification of the orcs. The protagonist sat in front of him and asked if it wasn't natural for their race to fight. Brock looked at the serious guys and answered that it was true, but there was a man behind him pushing for war, asking if he was from the Empire. The protagonist remembered Vincent kneeling and shouting that he should wait a little while and the alliance would be his, thinking that perhaps it was the work of the previous emperor. Putting the meat on a plate, Ben said that he swears on his honor, the Empire would not do that. Turning around, Garen shouted in panic that he shouldn't say that without being absolutely sure. The chieftain looked at him calmly. He put his hand on the table and said that he believed him. Brock sat in front of the surprised boy, telling him that the tongue can deceive, but fists cannot. The orc slammed his hand on the table. Jumping up from his chair, the chieftain said that the fight with him was a real brutal duel, so he respected his honor. Stretching out his fist, he said that he believed him. The protagonist in response extended his hand and thanked him. They bumped fists and the boy said what kind of friendship this was. Brock extended his fist, asking if he knew their language and added that now his trust was even stronger. Garen covered his face from tears, thinking that he knew that true friendship is able to break through the species boundary. The next day, the teenager stood next to the horse. He turned around in surprise, hearing that the girl knew that he was heading to Elfheim. The orc sat on the boar and said that she would lead him to the border of the great forest. Taken aback, Garen asked if she was the one who lost a couple of days ago, to which she objected that there was no need to remember. Smiling, Nana said that she was the head of the wild boar scouts, and they would ride to the great forest together. The wolf stood next to the horse. The guy stood behind her and said that they had not yet conducted the last warrior test, to which she replied that their tribe was friends with the neighboring one. The protagonist looked surprised and asked if this was possible. The girl rode a boar in front of them and told them that Chief Brock was the best warrior and leader. He taught them that unnecessary killing should be avoided. Closing her eyes, she said that she followed him and learned the common language, and their tribe began to develop. The protagonist thoughtfully lowered his gaze. Remembering how he looked at the crowd in the past, he thought that if he thought about it, it was strange. In his previous life he met some residents of Jamingwood, but he had not heard of Brock. Ben frowned worriedly. Imagining the smiling chief, the boy wondered if he had really died before the disaster happened. The teenager sat on the wolf with a serious look and asked if it was possible to somehow send a letter to the Empire from here. The protagonist looked at his friend, saying that he had to warn Valentius about the changes in the orc tribes. It was important. The horse walked forward and Garen reported that he had already thought of something else. Raising his finger, he said that he could not worry. He had already asked his friend from Jamingwood to send a message about the conversation they had with the chieftain. The guy looked at his companion, asking if he was a little worried when he said those things with great confidence. Smiling, Garen said that the orcs could not use ancient magic to communicate with it, but that friend would personally go to Valentino and report the situation, so he did not need to worry about it. The protagonist was taken aback, hearing that he had a friend since yesterday. Remembering how he shielded the orc from the wind, the guy said that they met in the arena. The length of acquaintance does not affect the strength of friendship. Ben desperately rolled his eyes, listening to him say that he can be trusted. If he does not believe him, let him trust his instincts. Garen rode a horse and said that he knew that he would trust him. The orc stood in front of the girl and spoke their language. Nana sat on the boar in front of the guards. The boys watched in silence. The monster pulled out his club and said that the travelers were heading into the forest. He put the club on the ground and said that they were friends of the wild boars. They would let them through. The boys turned around, hearing a voice. The orc was pressing the club into the ground. Frowning, he said that he heard the knight on the spirit wolf, who stopped the disaster, crossing the meadow. Looking at the disgruntled boy, the monster asked if it was him, the little man. Frowning, Nana replied that she had already said that they were friends of the wild boars, specifying why he was delaying them. The orc extended his hand and said that nothing of the sort, he just wanted to ask for help. Stroking the wolf, he said that they needed his wisdom. He had lived long enough to become a spirit. Ben sat on Archie and asked if he was really talking about his direwolf. Looking at the pet, the teenager said that there was a wolf there, which weakens with age. The protagonist looked at the beast, thinking that it was clearly smaller and thinner than the direwolf. Ben suddenly leaned back. His wolf began to run quickly. The protagonist was surprised. There was a blue aura under their feet. The orc took the grass in his hands. He examined it. Looking up, the orc said that it was with its help that Ben became an orc, noting that for them it was just bitter grass. Looking away, the protagonist replied that this was not true, but it would increase his life expectancy. Smiling, the orc thanked Ben. The orc grabbed the protagonist by the hand. He called himself bold with a satisfied look and noted that as a candidate for the place of the leader of the direwolf tribe, he swears on his honor that if the protagonist turns to him, he will do everything to help him. Leaving from there, Ben mentally asked about honor and the direwolf tribe. The protagonist thought with a satisfied expression that Bold reminded him of Jerry and that he would soon find out what the orc was doing. 5 days later, the protagonist was riding through the great forest. Ben looked at Nana and thanked her for her help. The boys exchanged glances. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that they had finally reached the great forest. Ben turned around and said that he had never been there before. Garen looked at him silently. Standing in front of the tall trees, Garen told him that the great forest was home to elves and ancient monsters. This place was called the Shield of the Continent, which stopped the spread of pollution coming from the Demon region. Everything from the Demon region in the west to the Great Forest were traces left after the war against the ancient Demon King. Garen added with a serious expression that their center was also located there. Looking at Ben, he noted that they said that deep inside their lands there was a great labyrinth, but no one knew what was inside. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that one day he would have to go there, because Naktum, his weapon from his past life, was there. If he went there now, he would simply die. Garen looked at him silently. Standing next to him, he said that as a friend, he would not ask about his secret, but Garen hit his chest and asked to let him help him in a friendly way, noting that he could tell him why this mission was needed. Ben lowered his gaze. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that if they failed, the sacred artifact of the elves would disappear, and the tree of the world would be burned. Stunned, Garen imagined the tree and cried out that if it was destroyed, evil energy would penetrate the great forest, and then the world would end. Holding his face, he emphasized the fact that they would have to risk their lives on this mission, and Ben noted that he could return home. Garen suddenly rushed into the forest. He moved at a great speed and shouted that there was no time to waste, they needed to go to Elfheim quickly. The protagonist sighed with a smile on his face. A loud cry was heard in the forest about someone not wanting to die. The guy ran through the forest and noted that he could not die. His face was furious. The demon grabbed a tree. A huge monster was chasing the guy. He ran after it. The stranger took a gun out of his sleeve. Looking at the sky, Garen said that he was sorry. They stopped and the knight said that he could not ride any longer, and Ben replied that it was nothing special, because he had used mana for 6 hours straight to gallop. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were already close to the elven scouts, so they could slow down, after which he suggested that they rest there for a while. Sitting on his horse, Garen agreed, but noted that they would not light a fire. He seriously emphasized the fact that the fire could spread to the trees. Joyful Ben agreed and said that he did not know who you have to be to light a fire in the forest. The fire suddenly flared up behind them. The surprised guys turned around. The guy was running towards them. The guys watched what was happening intently. The burning demon was chasing the guy. His eyes were shining brightly. Closing his eyes, the guy loudly asked for help. The guy ran away from the monster and shouted to do something with it. Ben clenched his teeth and noted that gnomes were not uncommon in the great forest, but he was being chased by an ent, and that was already bad. The gnome stopped in front of the protagonist's hammer and asked to save him. The protagonist looked at him and asked him to stop, and the gnome shouted what they were doing. He had not done anything wrong. The protagonist stood next to the gnome and noted that they could not know for sure. Then he raised his head and heard that he was called an elementalist man. The girl stood on the ent and added that she had brought a man who was neither a mercenary nor a hunter to the great forest. The protagonist opened his mouth and stumbled, and Garen, dismounting from his horse, remarked that he would figure it out. After which he smiled broadly and said that a favorable wind would come with her, which would allow her to jump like a bird from branch to branch. Ashley touched her forehead and said that she wished them to meet the end of the world and return, finally turn into earth and preserve wisdom. Garen bowed and remarked that he was glad to meet the child of the tree of the world, and the elf said that they knew the greeting of the accuser, very unexpectedly. The knight put the watch on his hand and said that a friend who was an elf accuser shared it with him. Ashley stared at it, and said that it was a symbol of friendship with a lock of hair the color of Harel's hair. After which she smiled broadly and added that the elemental knight on the wolf and the knight with the symbol of friendship, she had no reason not to welcome them here. The protagonist covered himself with his hand and whispered that she recognized the man by the color of his hair. Did she have magnifying glasses in her eyes? And Garen noted that they say that knights are able to distinguish them. The elf opened her mouth and said that he saw that they were friends of the elf. It was time for him to take responsibility. The dwarf clenched his teeth and shouted that he was sorry. After which he bowed and asked to forgive him this time. Ashley opened her mouth and shouted that he had harmed their spirits, and even allies, and the dwarf replied that he really did not know, he was just wandering at night and misunderstood everything. After which he looked up and added that she also knew very well how often monsters appeared in the great forest. The elf stared at the dwarf and shouted that he had no right to use an artifact that caused explosions. The dwarf clenched his fist and noted that this was the only weapon he had for self-defense. He made it himself. Ben held out the hammer and asked if it was suspicious that a young dwarf was wearing something like that in the great forest. After which he stared at him in surprise when he heard what kind of seal it was. The dwarf stared at the hammer and shouted that it was on his weapon. It was a seal. They bought it from his father in Rendell's shop. The protagonist remembered how he hugged the hammer after buying it. After which he gritted his teeth and asked how he knew if he was really his son. Gary pointed his finger at himself and shouted that he was Rendell's son. He was the one who made this hammer, so let them help him. And stared at them carefully. Garen scratched his head and said that they were also surprised, but it so happened that he was their acquaintance, so he asked for his forgiveness. Ashley doubled over with anger and shouted that this time she would turn a blind eye to what happened because of the symbol of friendship. After which she pointed at the dwarf and added that he should not dare to use such a weapon within the great forest again, and he shouted that he simply needed something in Elfheim. The girl folded her hands and noted that this time she would believe, and Garen thanked her for understanding. A moment later, everyone turned sharply, hearing screams. 3 people ran towards them and the main one shouted that Gary was safe. After which he stopped near the dwarf and said that they were surprised to hear a sudden explosion. He had problems with the elves. And Gary replied that everything was fine. He was lucky to meet a traveler who uses a weapon forged by him. The man opened his eyes. Then he stared at the knights and called them by name. The wolf looked angrily at the protagonist. The man put his hand on his chest and said that he was a little sad that they did not recognize him. After which Jim took out a token. The protagonist turned to the man and asked what he had built the industry after the events in Kurun. And Jay smiled and noted that he thought he knew. Ben opened his mouth and remembered Edgar, who had said that he should send Jim before him to help, let him find him first. Then he leaned on his hands and asked that he could get into Elfheim thanks to her, and Jim replied that they could sell things, elves like human items for daily use. Ben opened his eyes and asked what he was here for sales, and Jim replied that they would be able to find out what was going on in their society if they learned about their preferences. There were various ways to get information. The protagonist looked at the dwarf and asked what was wrong with him. He was also a member of the Black Wing, and Jim said that they had met him in front of the entrance to the Great Forest. The man smiled and added that he was collecting resources to create the best equipment. He could not ignore him because of Randall. The dwarf suddenly stood up and stared at them. Then he pointed at himself and said that his dream was to create a weapon better than the superior ones made by representatives of his race. Ben stared at him and asked what materials he needed in Elfheim. The dwarf put his hands on his hips and answered that he needed a branch of the world tree. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he wanted to get it from the elves, who have the meaning of life, the protection of the tree, and this being a dwarf. The dwarf opened his mouth and noted he knew it sounded meaningless. Then he folded his hands and shouted that giving up is impossible. You need to try to do everything in your power. Let others say that it is impossible, that it is fiction. The protagonist opened his eyes and noted that he was right about that. The dwarf opened his mouth and shouted that he knew that he would help, and Ben noted that he did not say that. Harry covered his face with his hands and said that his father was driven out of their hometown because of him. He must prove that a gnome without a beard can also become a master blacksmith. Then he turned and asked that the protagonist help him. Ben closed his eyes and replied that he just wanted to try making a weapon. Then he pointed his finger at the gnome and added that if it works out, he would be first in line for buyers. Let him promise. And Harry shouted that of course, it would happen thanks to him. Then he clenched his fist and asked that he agreed. Let him not forget. And Ben said that it was unlikely to work out, so he did not count on much. Jim turned to the protagonist and asked if he would really get a branch of the world tree for him, and Ben replied that he would try. The protagonist closed his eyes, heard that he could have simply refused, and replied that he did not know. Then he smiled and looked away. Then he remembered how he swung the hammer. The protagonist was sailing across the ocean on a wolf in his thoughts. After that, he was standing in the middle of a battlefield with a hammer in his hands and thought that it was hard to ignore a fool rushing towards his goal. Gary clenched his fist and noted that he could handle it. 3 days later, the protagonist and Garen stood in front of the gate and said that the journey took several days. They arrived a day earlier than planned, so everything was fine. The knight turned his head and said that he wondered if the others would make it, and Ben replied that they would. The protagonist remembered how they fought monsters and noted that they had dealt with all the monsters on the way here. Ben looked down and thought that meeting Jim had helped. They had received some supplies. Then he remembered how he looked at Jim and added that he had also sent messages through him about fights in the orc tribes. A moment later, the gate opened. Ben and Garen stared at the open gate. The girl stood on the grass and noticed that a scout squad had contacted her. The guys stared straight ahead in surprise and heard that they were glad to see the wolf and Harel's friend. Lucy opened her mouth and noted that she was the guardian of the Elfheim fence, so he should follow him. After which the guys followed him. The elf pointed her hand to the weapon and said that she asked them to follow her instructions as closely as possible while they were here. After which she stroked the hilt and added that if they had any business besides meeting Harel, they should let her know. The main character stared at her sword. After which he pressed his lips together and froze. Lucy turned to them and said that first she would take them to the waiting room. The horse and the wolf continued walking. Ben and Garen opened their mouths wide. After which they stared at the luxurious palace and said that it was an amazing building. It was no wonder that elves felt ill from living in human houses. Garen turned to the protagonist and asked if he also had an elf friend. Ben looked back nervously and replied that he did, and the knight asked why in the past tense. The girl turned back and said that the waiting room was over there. The tea was on the table and someone noted that the strangers called it elf tea. Lucy put out her hand and remarked that she was not sure if they would like it, and Garen added that it was luxurious. Ben looked down with displeasure. The elf looked at him and asked what was bothering him, and Ben replied that she could already guess. Then he looked at her angrily and added that it had been bothering him since they entered the castle gates, why they touched the sword every time they looked at it. Lucy grabbed the sword abruptly. Then she put it to his throat and noted that he was the Shining Knight, the one who killed their sister Elaine. Since the moment she learned of his arrival here, she was waiting for the opportunity to chop off his head. Ben sat silently. Garen jumped up and shouted, "Why is she like that?" The protagonist looked down furiously. Then he remembered looking at the elf in the forest, and she said that they, the elves, can be more cruel than anyone else when there is a reason for it. But thanks to this, they are smart and hate to follow the lead of emotions. The girl opened her mouth and added that especially the elves from Elfheim, there is always a reason behind their actions. The protagonist slowly put away the sword and said that they would not have let them in if they really planned to kill. Then he turned with a smile and added that there is no need to swing the sword for fun without the desire to kill. She is not completely sure of her words. Lucy opened her mouth and asked again. Garen put out his hand and said that what happened to Elaine was reported to the central temple. Hadn't they contacted her from there? The weapon in the elf's hands trembled. Then she hunched over and said that she wouldn't treat him differently just because the temple vouched for them. They threw it in her eyes, since their race has a task concerning evil energy. Then she turned to the protagonist and added that he, they say, can sense it and find the demon's followers. Lucy stopped in the passage and said that they would check it out at the elders' meeting, hoping the rumors were true. Ben grinned and said that this was great news. He thought the demon's followers would be found among their leadership. Then he gritted his teeth into a smile and added that if the words about his ability were false, he would be held accountable. Lucy gritted her teeth and said that she would see how long he would remain so self-confident. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he could not see the great spirit of Kulam. Then he turned to the girl with a smile and added that it seemed that this time Estina would not be among the elders. Lucy opened her mouth and wondered what he knew about Kylam, the spirit of Estina, and then asked if he had met her. Ben smiled and said that he had not. Lucy walked away and said that it was none of his business, she could not tell them anything, and there was no need, and Ben thought that it seemed like she really was not here, she was not good at lying. Garen held out his hand and asked if he planned to meet the guardian of the world tree alone, and the protagonist replied that he thought it was better to warn him about the demon's followers. Ben smiled widely, heard that then maybe his friend should know, and asked what he was talking about an elf named Harel. Garen smiled widely, introducing the warriors, and noted that if the elf accuser returned to Elfheim, then let him join the knights who would stop the monsters from the demonic region. The knights receive orders from the guardian, so they should know where to find him. After which he put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Then he smiled broadly and said that he would go and ask. A lantern was burning in the dungeon, and the stranger asked where he had gone. The man opened his mouth and noted that he was right. After which he introduced the orc sitting in front of him, and added that he had headed to Elfheim. The mustachioed man smiled and said that he was clearly a hero. After which he threw a stick to the servant, and added that this artifact removes traces of evil energy and bursts of destructive force. The man opened his mouth. Jim put out his hand and said that he should go with numbers 6 and 7 to look for him and let them take care of him. Bright chandeliers were burning in the establishment. Garen opened his mouth and noted that he was not there. Then he stared at the protagonist and added that Harel, that friend, they say that all the knights have left, and Ben asked that he could deal with the influx of monsters. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he didn't know why yet, but it happens that monsters start to leave the demonic zone. Then he introduced a horde of monsters. Then he introduced an elf with a bow and added that he heard that most of the search party and knights were heading there. It was no wonder that they encountered so many monsters on the way here. It turns out that all the defenders were sent elsewhere. Ben put his hand on the back of his head and said that the influx could last about a month, so he would just wait here, and Garen asked why they were staying for such a long time. Lucy approached them and called the protagonist. Then she turned and asked him to follow him. It was time for the test. Ben looked up at the audience and said that the man who stopped disasters. The old man opened his mouth and noted that the man who was called the demonic energy pursuer, the man who killed one of them, it was time to test his ability. Ben put his hands on his hips and said that they say the elves are in no hurry to do things, but the elders quickly gathered. The old man stared at him silently. The protagonist raised his head and noted that they seemed to be waiting for him. The woman opened her mouth and shouted that this was ignorance. Then she turned to the elder and added that the great elder, there is no need to test him, it is impossible for people not to agree, their Elaine was not a sorceress. The guy looked at her and said that they were too emotional, their great elder was trying to act rationally, and the woman shouted how dare he, after all, he only recently became an elder. The old man closed his eyes and told them to stop. Then he stared at the protagonist, and said that even they did not agree, so they needed to test his abilities. Ben smirked and said that judging by the fact that the argument was in the common language, and not elven, they wanted him to understand everything. Starkey lowered his head and asked that he understood correctly that they agreed to take the test since they came here, and Ben bowed and replied that he did. The protagonist turned around, hearing that they were brought in. The wolf bared his teeth furiously. Ben looked at the animals and thought that they looked like the wolves that the members of the search party rode. The wolf looked at him furiously. Another one sat sadly in a cage, and Ben wondered why the elves put them in cages. The old man opened his mouth and said that one of their wolves was infected with evil energy. He killed several wolves of other riders and a young elf. Ben put his hands on his hips and looked up. The elder opened his mouth and asked if he could determine which one he was. Ben pointed his finger at the sad wolf and replied that it was that one. The elder looked at the protagonist and asked where such confidence came from. Ben smiled and replied that it was because of the ability of the spirit he had a contract with, that he could easily sense evil energy. The wolf looked at him through the bars with rage, and Ben added that the reason that one was so aggressive was because he could smell the blood of his own kind from the other wolf. The woman clenched her teeth. The elder looked down and said that he was more impressed than he had expected. Then he became sad and added that he had recognized the evil energy that they had barely been able to determine after a long investigation. Ben opened his mouth and noticed that something was fishy. There was a dark energy hovering around the wolf. The protagonist looked up and added that someone had taught him to hide the evil energy he possessed. The woman clenched her teeth when she heard that someone was like an elf named Elaine. Then she opened her mouth and screamed at him. Who did he think he was to mention her? The elder looked at the protagonist and said that these wolves were trackers. They were being led in a search party, if his words were true. The elf opened her mouth and interrupted, shouting that only humans were capable of such things. She would not believe him. The protagonist opened her mouth and shouted loudly for silence. The woman looked at him in surprise when she heard that he had proven that he had the ability. Further suspicions were unnecessary. The elder glared at her and noted that he had told her to stop suspecting him. The woman gritted her teeth and agreed with him. The old man turned to the protagonist and called him. Ben raised his hand and heard why he believed that the wolf was hiding evil energy. Then he turned to the wolf and replied that he was infected enough to mutate into a monster, but showed no signs of it. The elf held out his hand and said that the tragic event that happened a couple of days ago proves that he is not hiding evil energy. The elder folded his arms and noted that thanks to that incident, they learned about a monster that does not emit evil energy. Then he introduced the army of knights and added that they sent knights with scouts to the demonic zone to find the cause. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked how many knew that he was here, and Ben replied that even the orcs knew, so he thought many. The elder turned to the elf. The protagonist looked at them thoughtfully. The guy put out his hand and said that perhaps someone knew about Ben's arrival and deliberately arranged all this. The old man turned to the woman and said that how they dealt with animals that were infected with evil energy. Ben opened his mouth and heard that this was the idea of the guardian of the fence. Little, she spared him to test him. Ben smiled as he pictured Lucy, who had said that she had been waiting to chop off his head ever since they had learned of their arrival, and wondered if she had a plan. He turned to his comrades and said that perhaps the demon follower had not expected them to spare the wolf and show him to Ben. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that his goal had been. Then he raised his head and added that he wanted to avoid him and move as many forces as possible away from Elfheim. The elves opened their mouths and asked that in that case they might be aiming for the world tree. Then they all looked at the protagonist and shouted that they needed to gather their forces. The elf opened his mouth and shouted that they still had a reserve army in Elfheim, and the woman shouted that she wanted to say that there was a traitor among the knights and scouts. Ben grinned and wondered if they were now arguing in Elvish. The elder opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to be quiet. After a moment, silence fell in the room. The old man clenched his fists and said that he would ask one more question. The elves looked at each other and said that he would use his ability and tell if there was evil energy. The elder looked down gloomily and added that in this place. The protagonist strained his gaze and thought that someone with evil energy. Ben silently stared up. The elves looked at them carefully. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and replied that there was no one. The elder closed his eyes and noted that this was a relief, a shining knight, a pursuer of evil energy. According to them, what is the purpose of their enemy? Ben put his hand on his chin and thought that they should also know in order to prepare. Then he looked at the elves and said that the holy relic, justice, and the tree of the world. The elf clenched his fist. After which everyone opened their mouths and shouted that they needed to prepare for this, the world tree. No elf would do this, and if it was true, they needed to protect the world tree. Ben looked up and thought that none of the elders had mentioned the holy relic. He understood that the tree was more important, since it was a strong piece of mythology, and the source of the elves. Then he looked at the wolf and asked if he was sure that there was no evil energy here. Then he looked down and thought that after the situation with Huzzle, he could not completely relax. Then the woman stared at him. The elder opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to stop. The old man looked down and said that they did not need to discuss the plan regarding the world tree here. All suspicions about Ben were dispelled. He would repay him for their rudeness. Then he turned to the elf. The woman opened her mouth and heard, to take care of their guests. Ben stared at them silently. A moment later, he was following her across the bridge. Then he turned and thought, what is uncomfortable? The woman's legs trembled when she said Elaine's name. Then she stopped and asked if she really was a dark mage. Then she clenched her teeth tightly. A moment later, she clenched her fist. Then she turned and asked again if Elaine was a dark mage. Ben looked at her with fear. Then he stared at her silently. Then he lowered his head and answered positively. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that she was a dark mage of the fifth circle. The woman looked away and asked if he was curious. Then she turned sharply and said that the reason why the noble elf could not resist the temptation of demons, and Ben answered that to tell the truth, no. The elf turned and asked if he was the one who almost died trying to stop these demons. Ben opened his mouth, heard that he should find out why his enemies are growing, and asked her to tell him. The woman turned to him and noted that since ancient times, people have been making slaves out of representatives of other races, which is why they almost died out. Then she introduced the king with the elf and told him that this is why they helped the slums, who were against slavery and founded a new order within their kingdom. Then she introduced slaves in shackles and added that the slave trade had only gone underground, the situation had not changed much. Ben stared at her in surprise and heard that Elaine had been kidnapped by people his age. The woman opened her mouth and added that she had returned home after 20 long years. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that she had heard that he was from a fallen family of aristocrats, which meant that he himself had to go through slavery. Ben looked down with crazy eyes when he remembered slavery. Then he clenched his fist and noted that how could a miserable past justify a person's sins? The elf opened her mouth and screamed that he did not understand how desperate that child was. Ben opened his mouth wide and shouted that she knew how many she had sacrificed. There were dozens of mana users and mages, and hundreds of ordinary people. There could be innocent people, or even comrades of the elves among them. The woman waved her hand and shouted to watch his language. Then she put up her finger, heard that not everyone with her fate stooped so low. She herself decided to become a dark mage, and shouted to shut his mouth. The minds of elves are not so weak. Ben hit his chest and noted that she knew about everything he had done, but she still did not believe him. The elf folded her arms and said that wherever he was, there were accidents. He would not be surprised if he was the cause of them. The protagonist waved his hand and shouted that she was exaggerating, and the woman said that isn't it strange that the demon's followers are still strong despite the fact that he stopped them twice. The protagonist looked at her stunned. The protagonist remembered how the servant put out the pillow and thought that it was true. He interfered with their plans twice. Then he imagined the prince on the throne and added that therefore they would not be able to do anything again if he was nearby. The protagonist looked down. Then he looked at the woman and noted that she was right. Then he smiled broadly and shouted that she was right and he was grateful, and the elf asked why he suddenly did this. The woman raised her hand and heard that he could have made a mistake at the meeting. He knew about the tree of the world and the holy relic. Ben opened his mouth wide and said that they needed to find Estina. It would be too late if they waited for the wave of monsters to arrive, and the woman asked, "Find the guard." Why would she tell him about her? She thought she would help. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered that it was so. Because elves have noble minds, he believed that she would not make a decision based on the past. Mary looked down with displeasure. Then he remembered standing in the cage with Elaine and saying that she had killed everyone who had done this to her. Elaine raised her head and asked if she had killed everyone, and Mary replied that they had paid for their sins, and now she could. The prisoner opened her mouth and remarked that she should have killed them. Mary backed away. Elaine looked down madly and said that she should have killed them herself. The elf looked at them in fear. Mary closed her eyes and remarked that she had hoped that this child would be able to overcome her past. Then she lowered her gaze. Then she looked straight ahead with displeasure and said that someone should pay for her sins. Ben opened his mouth and heard that, however, she herself did not know anything. The guardian could be anywhere in the great forests bordering the territory of demons, and said that this would not help him. Mary looked at him with displeasure and asked if he really needed to meet her. Then she looked down and asked him to release the spirit. Then she stepped aside and said that that was all. She advised to do it on a hill. The protagonist looked at her hand. Then at the back of her head and thought that he hoped she was the hero their world was waiting for. The wolf raised his muzzle and howled at the moon. Ben smiled and asked if he liked it. Then he looked at the sky and said that they had not rested like this for a long time. It was wonderful. The wolf began to walk around him and Ben noticed that it seemed that he had failed. Nothing had happened in 5 hours, and it was very cold here. The protagonist grinned and noted that since he was having fun, everything was fine. If nothing happened, he would just return to the elders. A moment later, the protagonist looked at the glowing paw. Then he stood up and asked what was wrong. The moon wolf began to walk towards the protagonist. Then he raised an eyebrow and remarked that he had worked hard to get here. Ben looked at him in surprise and asked if he was the world tree. Moon wolf stared at him. Then he turned around and said that he had heard from another child that he was looking for him. The protagonist climbed onto the wolf and soared into the sky. Moon wolf ran confidently towards the sky. Ben stared at the city that was getting further away. Then he turned around and asked why they were all getting taller. Then he stared at his reflection. The protagonist began to fan himself with his hands. After a moment, he began to be pulled into the portal. The protagonist slowly walked into it. Then he stared at his hands and asked that nothing happened. Then he looked up. Ben stared at the huge tree and asked if it was the world tree. Moon Wolf touched the ground. The protagonist slowly followed him and was surprised. Then he looked up and thought that who would have thought that it was hidden in the sky. Then he looked at the city and added that it was not visible from below, because it was surrounded by a protective barrier. Ben turned around abruptly when he heard his name being called. Moonwolf lay down near the tree. Then he stared at the protagonist and asked why he was looking for him. Ben opened his mouth and asked what he knew. Where Erina was, he urgently needed to tell her something. Moonwolf turned his muzzle and said that he was talking about the guard. Then he opened his mouth and asked what he wanted to tell her. The protagonist put out his hands and answered that there were people in Elfheim. Then he came closer and added that they came for the world tree and the holy object. He needed her help to stop them. A moment later, the protagonist looked surprised. Moonwolf looked at him tensely. Ben opened his eyes wide. An elf with a bow appeared in his and he wondered if this person was Erina. The arrow flew straight into the skeleton. After which she looked at the clearing and Ben thought that the place where she was, he had seen before. It was the westernmost part of the great forest. Ben opened his eyes wide. After which he looked at the wolf and thanked him. Then he sat down and added that if someone brings a round object, let him be careful, especially red and emitting smoke. Moonwolf turned to him and said that he saw it in his memories. After which he smiled. A moment later, the protagonist began to descend on the wolf. Ben looked back. After which he saw the crystal and thought that the holy object, it turns out, it is hidden near the tree of the world. The demon's followers are unlikely to find it here. Then he looked up. Ben and the wolf entered the portal. The wolf's eyes lit up. Then they returned to their normal color. The protagonist smiled and greeted the wolf. Then he squeezed his fur and noted that he had received the information he needed from the world tree. Then he squeezed the fur even tighter and added that he now needed to find Erina. Ben opened his mouth and shouted to speed up. Under the moon stood the sacred mountain Nidus, the central temple of Soul. The statue sparkled in the sun. The man adjusted his hair. The old man walked towards him and noted that of His Holiness, who was able to receive divine messages from the goddess. Then he smiled and added that he would sigh in front of her like this. Wouldn't she hear his sighs? And the guy greeted the cardinal. Then he sat down on the bench and asked what about the messages, is there any progress? And the guy replied that there was none at all. After that message there was silence. The priest extended his hand, introduced the knight, and asked what about Lord Godhand, and the cardinal replied that he was the same as her. The boy sat down on the bench. Then he grimaced and heard that he refused to mobilize the knights of the temple without clear instructions from the goddess. The old man turned his head and noted that he should rest, in case he lost consciousness at an important moment, and the boy asked that wasn't that why he had put him in such a position. Then he opened his mouth and noted that the path to completing the destruction was blocked. Then he looked at the statue and added that who, if not him, could understand the meaning behind the divine message. The priest closed his eyes and said that he had asked her many times whether to speed up or avoid the destruction, but she had not answered. Then he turned to the old man and shouted that this was the same as not receiving the message at all. He could not declare their victory and begin preparing for the destruction. The old man introduced the crowd to the cardinal, opened his mouth and remarked that if they shared the message, the corrupt priests would use it to sell indulgences for the absolution of sins again, which is why Lord Godhand and the knights of the temple were too cautious. The boy held out his hand and said that he thought those false cardinals wanted to proclaim the message as soon as possible. Then he hit his forehead and added that if only Lord Godhand was willing to make a move, they would get rid of them all, and the cardinal shouted that he asked them to watch their words. If they were heard, they would start a religious war. Then he looked at the ceiling and asked if there was any news from outside. The cardinal stared at him and said that there was news. It seemed that the demon's followers were active again. The priest's mouth fell open in surprise. The cardinal held out his hand and said that serious incidents did happen, but their consequences were nothing compared to the number of cases. After which he introduced a huge tentacle and said that a mystical monster, the Kraken, had appeared in the sea kingdom of Kurun. After which he introduced the cardinal and added that they said that King Aslan had been killed. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that in his opinion, these were not serious problems. The old man closed his eyes and said that it would sound incredible, but the demon's followers had failed to achieve their goals because one hero had stopped them. The priest opened his mouth and asked who it was. The old man opened his mouth slightly and replied that he was called the Shining Knight, and the details were still being investigated. After which he turned to the guy and asked if it was possible for him to meet him. The guy put out his hand and said that a hero of such a level deserved to be awarded by the priest himself, and they should also support him as much as possible. After which he smiled and added that who knows, maybe he is connected to a divine message, and the cardinal noted that he understands if this is the desire of their holiness. Then he put his hand on his chest and added that he would text him as soon as possible. The guy smiled widely and thanked him. The protagonist hovered over the forest and said that it had been a long time since he had seen a wave of monsters. Then he raised his hand. Then he saw the goblins. A stone golem stood in the middle of the forest. The protagonist looked at the spirits, and noticed that the army of monsters ignored the level of their enemies and would simply attack. Then he reached for his sword. Then he jumped off the wolf and shouted that it was time to join the fight. The army of skeletons walked forward. Then one of them turned around. The protagonist hit the skeleton and shouted for it to die. Then a powerful blow was heard. Ben smiled and said that this is better. Then he raised his hand and added that one thing is for sure. Ben stared at the army of monsters and said that such a scale of attack had never happened before, but the fact that the great forest was safe meant that. Then the goblins attacked from behind and he added that the elven knights had done a good job. The goblin hit the protagonist on the back of the head. A moment later, a shield appeared on the back of the protagonist's head. The goblin stared at it in surprise. Ben threw everyone back with a sharp movement and shouted for them to back off. Then he ran with the wolf. Then he jumped on it. The protagonist galloped forward. Then he smiled widely and shouted that he must see Erina. The giant's head appeared from behind a tree. The protagonist's hammer fell over the grass. Ben opened his mouth and said that there are a hell of a lot of monsters here, there is no end to them. The spirit slowly walked out from behind the tree. Then he jumped on the protagonist. Ben killed the spirit with a sharp blow. The spirit threw its head back. The protagonist smiled and said that usually only aura can hurt spirit-type monsters, but the power of spirit that he possessed can also do this. Then he stared at the forest and noticed how many of them were crowded there. Then he turned his head and noticed that he was finally here. A huge hand pushed the goblin away. The troll looked at the protagonist with fury. Ben smiled and noticed that he was just in time. Then he looked up and added that he wanted to test something. The club approached the protagonist. A moment later, the monster's weapon broke. Magic armor appeared around the protagonist. The troll looked at the protagonist in horror. Ben stared at him and asked if it was his turn now. Then he dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The troll fell back. Ben looked at his hand and noticed that thanks to the animus, he could use his iron body to its full extent several times in a row. Then he looked at the troll and added that in the past it was difficult for him to fight against such monsters. He believes that the power of destruction has become as powerful as the power of the spirit. The monsters lined up behind him and Ben clenched his fist and noted that he was having a hard time controlling her, so he would drop it now. Then he turned around with a smile. The monsters were running at him. The protagonist raised his hammer sharply. Then he smiled broadly and shouted that he could just do it like this. A moment later, waves of fire appeared around him. Then a fire typhoon appeared. Ben raised his hand and laughed loudly. Then he turned back. A bird's wing appeared above him. Ben opened his mouth and called Erina. Then he jumped on the wolf and shouted that they needed to run after the bird. Erina confidently flew on the bird. Then she put her fingers in her mouth and whistled. 3 bird phantoms appeared next to her. The girl turned around. Then she saw a huge number of trolls in the forest. The monsters stared at her attentively. A moment later, many birds dived at them. The bird approached the monsters. Then a powerful beam appeared from the sky. A second later, several more beams appeared. Ben covered himself with his hand and noticed that it was a spiritual wave. Then he looked deep into the forest and added that she said that this ability was created specifically to counter monsters and it hits only them. The protagonist remembered how the fog rose above the forest. Then he looked at Erina, who said that this ability uses a divided aura. The trick is to create a spirit from the aura. Ben pointed at the griffin and asked that she has so much of it that it is enough to create 5 such huge spirits, and in addition she uses them when attacking. The elf smiled and noted that after this ability, she runs out of aura, due to excessive animation. Then she opened her mouth wide and added that if she trains hard, maybe one day she will become a master capable of possessing 7 relics. At least this is how she has been calming herself for the past half a century. Ben smirked and thought that now that he had tamed the spirit himself, he understood her. Erina was the closest of them all to becoming an aura master. Then he clenched his fist and added that if he could learn this from her, he would be one step closer to becoming an aura master himself. Then he sped up on the wolf. An arrow flew into the back of the goblin's head. The troop of elves stood in the middle of the clearing. Erina knelt down. Then the other elves stared at her. One of them opened her mouth and asked that she had used excessive animation. Then both turned to the side. The protagonist suddenly appeared in front of them. Ben raised his hands. The elf in armor looked at him in surprise. The protagonist smiled widely and noted that he came from Elfheim in search of Erina. The elves looked at him with displeasure and asked that he was a human spirit tamer. Ben opened his eyes and said that it was true, he had to tell Erina something. Then he saw demonic energy in the chests of all the elves and thought that they were all minions of the demon. Then he opened his mouth looking at them and thought that Erina was their target. Ben threw the hammer and shouted for her to be careful. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. The hammer flew sharply around Erina. Then it landed on the ground and the elves shouted that it suddenly changed trajectory. The elf turned and asked what happened. The wolf bit the girl on the hand and she shouted for him to let go of his hand. The warriors put out their weapons and asked what to understand this. Ben grinned and noticed that he was surrounded. The sun was shining brightly on the tent. The girl raised her hand and asked how she was feeling, and Erina replied that she was fine. What about the prisoners? Then she turned around, heard that they were looking after the man, and said that she was not talking about him, but about the other three. The redhead looked at her in surprise and replied that if she was talking about Liling, Erina and Uriel, then the girls were tied up, and Uriel was being treated. Then she imagined the two girls tied up. Then the elf being bandaged. The elf opened her mouth and screamed that she really believed the man's words about them being the demon's minions. And Erina replied that she knew it was not easy, but Uriel really tried to kill her. Then she remembered how the girl began to take out her sword. Then how the hammer flew, and she noticed that the man wanted to save her. The redhead looked at her and shouted that he must have done something to her. Uriel would never do something like that on her own. Erina looked up sharply and noted that this was not the first time the elf had turned into a demon. She knew why their mission was to stop all demonic forces. The redhead introduced the elf with white hair and replied that the dark elves she knew. Erina opened her mouth and noted that according to the records, they were all elves with a difficult past, just like the three they were currently watching. Ramuel looked at her silently. Erina twitched her ear. The elf clenched the dagger in her hand. Then she jumped on Erina. The guards stood under the canopy and asked what she wanted to say. One of their precious elves did it. The protagonist twitched in his chair. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that that was exactly it. She was trying to pierce Erina with a sword. The guards looked at each other and talked about whether they had seen such a thing. No, it all happened quickly. Ben gritted his teeth and thought that it wasn't like the bonds and guards could stop him, but it would be difficult to subdue them without harming them. Then he raised his head and added that it would only complicate things in the future. Ben's face changed dramatically when he heard that the dark-haired warrior controlling the spirit of the wolf. Was it possible that this was the Shining Knight? The elf turned to his comrade and noted that he had heard about him too. They say he stopped the demon's followers twice. And Ben opened his mouth and shouted that they finally recognized him. It really was him. A moment later, the elves looked at him with displeasure and noted that he had also killed Elaine's assistant. After which Ben opened his mouth and shouted that they had discussed everything about this incident in Elfheim, and the guards turned and noted that they would find out when Erina recovered from her excessive excitement, and they would quickly return to Elfheim with Kellam. The elf quickly ran forward, shouting that they were being attacked. The protagonist broke the rope. After which he opened his mouth and ran forward. The elves opened their mouths and shouted that he was running away, and they needed to catch him. Ben stood in front of the guards and called the moon wolf. After which he clenched his teeth tightly. Then he jumped over the guards on the wolf. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. After which he saw the demon's follower running out of the tent. The moon wolf landed on the ground. Ben clenched his teeth tightly and thought that it was obvious that they weren't guarding her very well. Since she was their comrade, he couldn't miss any of them. The girl jumped over the thorns. The protagonist approached them and thought that he needed to catch her. The arrow flew sharply past his neck. Then it hit the girl. Ben turned around abruptly. Then he saw Erina with a bow. Then he stared at the skeleton. The protagonist looked closely at the trembling elf. Ramuel put her hands out. Ben opened his mouth and shouted why she did this. He would have caught her. Then he came closer and added that elves take a long time to recover, while overexert themselves, and Erina replied that she was her subordinate. It was better to deal with her himself. Ramuel put her hands out and shouted for Ben to step back, because this is the business of the elves. Ben opened his mouth and shouted that it is really possible to cope with such a level of excessive animation with divine power and herbs, and the elf shouted at him to step back. Then he pushed her and noted that he should help her, otherwise her body will receive even more damage. The redhead grabbed his shoulder and screamed at him. How could she trust him? The protagonist looked at her and asked if he wanted her to suffer the consequences for the rest of her life. Ramuel gritted her teeth. A moment later, demonic energy appeared around them. Then they stared at the skeleton, and the redhead noted that it couldn't be. Erina was also a demon follower. Erina closed her eyes. Then she opened her mouth and told him to let him do what he wanted. Then she began to fall. The protagonist caught her. Ramuel bit her lip. A moment later, she spread her arms and screamed for everyone to run here quickly. The protagonist laid her on the bed, heard what he was planning to do, and told her to just rely on him. Ben put his hand on her forehead and thought that even in her past life, slow recovery was her main problem. Then he lit up. Then he approached her and added that, however, with the animus, even in his current state, The protagonist put his forehead to her head and added that he could help her. Ben closed his eyes. Erina was unconscious. Then he remembered how the girl put her finger on her forehead and said that they, the elves, created a special magic circle called the power of Mother Nature, with which they absorbed the energy of the world around them. The protagonist put his forehead to hers and asked if it would be dangerous for her. Erina opened her mouth and answered that he was right. The source of their power was in their brains, so if something went wrong, they could fall into a vegetative state. Then she smiled widely and asked, he could handle it, right? The girl stood in the middle of the cliff. Then she turned around, hearing that she was grateful to her for everything. The elf turned to the protagonist in the crowd and asked if she was going to say goodbye for the last time. Ben gritted his teeth and asked what he meant for the last time. They would see each other very soon. The girl climbed onto the griffin and noted that as long as she was alive, they might actually see each other again. Then she smiled broadly and noted that he wouldn't lose anyway. Then she flew up over the forest. Erina watched her fly away in the past. Then she opened her eyes in surprise. The girl turned around abruptly when she heard that it had finally become quieter. He would soon die too. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that he had little mana. Then he looked at the hole in his stomach and added that all his efforts had been in vain from the very beginning. He thought that if he had trained properly, the outcome would have been different. Erina opened her mouth. Then she put her hand out to the protagonist. Then she woke up abruptly and screamed for the protagonist not to die. The girl looked at the protagonist near the bed. Sadness appeared in her eyes. Ben opened his mouth slightly. Then the girl stroked his head. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The girl smiled widely and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A tent appeared, the girl's name was heard. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that he was really okay. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl replied that no, he was not okay, he was here instead of her. Did you know, he should rest for at least a month, to which he asked who she took him for. Half a day would be enough. Ashley hit him sharply on the back. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it was a curse, to which she replied that she saw that his wounds were even worse. Frowning, she added that he had always been like this. You lie so as not to seem weak. Looking at her, Ben asked what, but by the way, since when did she react so naturally? The girl took his hand and replied that she herself did not understand, however, she seemed to have an idea about it. Grinning, she added that she perceived him as the previous one, that's all. Looking at the hero, the girl asked how he managed to do it, to which he asked again that she didn't know about him sharing his memories. Looking away, the hero said that he thought it was all thanks to the animus. Perhaps it was possible because she was an elf. The protagonist looked at her, hearing that he had seen her memories too, to which he asked again. He lowered his head down. The girl started to cry. Looking at the corpses, she turned to her parents. The man extended his hand forward and said that she had killed her parents in public, and then asked if guilt was as strong as a sense of duty. The girl frowned angrily. Looking down, Ben said yes, to which she replied that that was how it was. In fact, she had also seen memories associated with his sister. The hero turned sharply at her and asked again, to which she responded approvingly. Ashley smirked and said that now they both did. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that they knew a lot about each other's past, to which he replied that well, it seems so. Extending her hand forward, the girl said that they had been given a second chance, looking forward to the opportunity to cooperate with him. Ben shook her hand. Smiling widely, he replied that he had too. A view of the tent opened up. Looking straight ahead, Ashley asked what had changed with the wave of monsters while she and Ben were unconscious, to which the girl replied that there had been a battle, but there were few casualties, since they had weakened them. The hero frowned, hearing what about her orders. Looking away, the elf replied that everything was ready. The girl sat among the guards. Bella looked up, hearing her name. Standing in front of her, Ashley said that this was her last chance if she named the traitors. Smirking, the girl asked what traitors. She never had any doubts. Widening her eyes, she added that regarding the reason why they must live to fight vile monsters, for the sake of humans, orcs, and dwarves. Frowning, the elf replied that it was their duty, for the sins of their ancestors, and Bella asked what dark elves. Ashley looked at her in amazement when she heard that this was the only reason. They were the heirs of those who fought on the side of their own kind, not the devil. What sins were we talking about? The guards froze when they heard that she was not tired of everything, of continuing to shed blood in the forest for hundreds and thousands of years. Smiling widely, Bella continued that she never thought why their proud elven knights should die at the hands of monsters, she just. Lowering her head, the elf asked that she wanted to leave. Looking at her in surprise, the girl asked again, to which she replied that she asked if she wanted to leave. Frowning, Ashley said that from what she knew, she was striving for a big world. Looking to the side, she asked that they agreed with her. They wanted to abandon their duty and gain freedom. The girl stuck her sword into the ground and said that if they wanted to become wanderers, without a family and home, she would not interfere. She widened her eyes and added that they should remember that the land suppresses evil energy and protects the world since its creation, to which Bella shouted that it was nonsense, they were just being used. Raising her sword, the girl said that if she knew where their roots came from, she would understand their role, to which the elf asked that the world tree was really that important. She had been fooled. Swinging her sword, Ashley said that they only fight for it, they are the roots that support the world, their departure means the end of everything. Widening her eyes, she thought that she had finally managed to collect her thoughts. Suddenly, the girl chopped off the elf's head. The head fell to the ground. A purple glow emanated from it. There were traces of blood on the sword. The guards looked surprised when they heard that what happened today would remain a secret until the end of the monster wave, and then they should gather all the elven knights and scouts. Walking forward, Ashley said that they would find the traitors. A view of the tent opened up. The girl sighed heavily. Looking at her, the hero asked if she was okay, to which she replied that yes, she was just a little upset. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Ashley smiled and said that she found out that he was interested in developing spirits after what happened yesterday, and she planned to teach him how. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked how, to which she asked again that why doesn't he try living with the families of wolf scouts. He looked surprised and asked what was wrong with the wolves, for how long, to which Ashley replied that until she understood them, she would say what. Putting his hand to his face, Ben objected. He grabbed his head, hearing that he couldn't use mana anyway, he wasn't capable of anything at all right now, just a mountain of muscles, how he was going to stop the wave, catch the traitor, what would happen to his target if he died here, maybe the world would just end, to which he shouted that it was enough. The wolf looked straight ahead. The hero frowned, looking at him. Standing in front of the wolves, he asked that this would definitely work. The girl grinned and replied that this was how elementalist elves trained. He would develop potential by understanding the spirit. This was a great way to become a 4th level elementalist. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said yes, that's right, but is there another way? Smiling, Ashley replied that she should stop grumbling. Let him call him, not necessarily physically, let him just concentrate on understanding him. Stretching his hand forward, Ben said okay, got it. He smiled widely and added that he would finish this quickly. What next? The girl closed her eyes and answered for him to bark, to which he asked again. Opening her eyes wide, she repeated. A view of the hill opened up. It was heard that he really needed to go that far. Frowning, the hero said that he was not going to become a wolf or anything. He looked at the meat. Standing in front of him, the girl asked why he was worried, said that even raw meat would not be a problem for his stomach. Looking to the side, she added that he should have already understood that the best way to rise to the master of aura. Looking straight ahead, Ashley said that he should grow together with his spirit. She frowned and continued that for this he would first have to understand him, let him go, and not come back until he understood his wolf spirit. The wolf opened his eyes in surprise. He jumped up, and the protagonist said that he did not understand anything. Ben looked away, hearing barking. He turned back. The wolf was looking at him. A question was heard, what is the leader? The boars were running away from the wolves. The hero watched them. Holding the meat in his hands, he asked what the boar hunt was. Why was he showing it to him? The protagonist looked at the wolf and added what he wanted to say. Looking at the spirit, Ben asked what he was offering to participate. In his opinion, the hunt was already over. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The boar's eyes lit up, and the hero asked what even wilder boars were here. They looked forward angrily. The wolves clenched their teeth furiously. The protagonist looked at the spirit and asked what to do with them. Looking at the wolf, he asked what it was like. Swinging, Ben said that it was easy as pie. The boars looked at him in fear, hearing that here he was, let them stop. The hero smiled broadly and asked how dare they attack his allies. The wolves suddenly rushed forward. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that even if he couldn't use mana, he put his hand on his side and added that it was no problem with them. The boars' eyes widened when they heard what was for dinner today. Suddenly Ben jumped up. He stuck out his tongue and shouted that there would be boar meat. A blow flew sharply across the ground. The wolves rushed forward. It was heard that this bone was useful to him, a throw of a dice. The hero stood in the smoke. Grinning, he asked what he would say. Enough? The leader of the wolves shook his head. The protagonist looked at the spirit in surprise and asked that he didn't want this. Throwing the guest behind his head, he added that then what? Suddenly the bone flew up. The wolf looked forward. Sitting on the ground, Ben asked what the owlbear. He gritted his teeth and thought that things were bad. He left his weapon in the cave and could not use mana. Looking at the spirit, the hero shouted about physical form. Archie opened his eyes wide. The wolf stood in front of the hero, and he asked what the leader was. Suddenly the leader rushed forward, and the protagonist added that he should stop. He could not cope alone. Turning around, Ben asked what the others did too. Suddenly the monster swung his hand. The wolf dodged his blow. The owlbear turned around abruptly. He opened his eyes in surprise. The wolves began to attack him. They bit him until he bled. Raising his head up, the beast screamed. He fell to the ground. Opening his eyes wide, the hero asked that they defeated the owlbear. He froze in amazement. Sitting in front of the leader, the protagonist asked that this is how wolves hunt. He opened his eyes in surprise and said that the animus began to shine. Looking down, Archie replied that he did, exactly that way, to which Ben asked what he was talking about. Looking at the leader, the wolf said that he was not trying to say. He dropped to the ground and added that he would say. Archie looked straight ahead. Turning his head, the beast said that he remembered it, to which the hero asked again. The wolves ran forward quickly. It was heard that he, too, once had allies. Archie ran. It was said that the more he became like a spirit, the more he wanted to grow and become stronger, so he decided to stay alone, but suddenly he looked in surprise. The thought appeared that the stronger he became. The wolf ran through the forest. It was said that the more alone he felt. The moon appeared. A thought appeared that if you think about it, it was not worth doing this. With allies he did not need to be strong alone. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at his hand, he thought that this was the 4th level of elementalism. The protagonist frowned and added that he could awaken the potential that Archie lacked. The wolf raised his head up. It was said about a potential connection. The wolves howled, closing their eyes. A glow appeared around them. A thought about a new ability appeared. Ben raised his head up and thought about enhancing the species. A view of the camp opened up. It was heard that he had already coped. Looking at the hero, the girl asked that in 3 weeks he rose to the 4th level of elementalism, and recovered after he healed her. Raising his hand, the protagonist answered that yes, to which she asked why he was talking like that. Ashley closed her eyes and said that it was great, but he still had a long way to go, so he shouldn't be too happy, to which he asked again. Ben sat in front of the wolf, and it was heard that well, he hadn't managed it only thanks to her. He grinned and said that Archie and the leader of the wolf pack had helped him a lot. The hero turned around and said that thanks to the animus, Archie's potential had awakened, to which the girl asked how many spirit abilities he could use. He closed his eyes and answered that spirit detection. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that air step, and from the new species enhancement, 3 in total. Looking at Archie, the girl said that from the 5th level he would be able to directly use spirit abilities, then he would master species enhancement in full. Stretching his hand forward, she added that he understood what that meant. Frowning, Ben shouted that he didn't. The guy raised his sword up. It was heard that he should at least pretend to think. In his past life he acted thoughtlessly. Particles flew around the hero. It was said that but this time he would be the center of the strategy. He would be able to strengthen everyone in the middle of the battlefield. The protagonist smiled broadly and said that it was very cool. Looking at the girl, he asked, by the way, how are things with the wave of monsters? Closing her eyes, Ashley replied that she should not even mention it. Everyone was tired. She also had to use a spiritual wave again, to which Ben asked what again. The eagle flew forward rapidly, and the girl said that everything was fine. She replenished her mana, to which the hero asked how and what. Looking to the side, she added that in his memory she saw her ability. Everything worked out, since he is an ancient spirit, to which the protagonist asked what about other abilities. Clenching her fist, the girl said that she also learned speed. Looking at her, Ben thought that it must have been as simple as he had with studying the mana body. Ashley turned her head and said that it seemed that this wave would end soon. It did not seem like the Great Labyrinth was in its normal state. The rocks appeared. It was heard that the last great battle would take place today. But as long as the Great Labyrinth existed, the wave would not end completely. Either the Aura Masters nor they were able to capture this place in the past. Lowering her head, the girl said that even if they successfully stopped the wave this time, to which the hero replied that there was no use worrying. Smiling, he added that they needed to concentrate on what they could do, they would worry later. Looking at him, Ashley turned. People were packing up tents. It was heard that well, he thinks he is right, they still have a lot to do after the end of the wave, to which the protagonist asked what it was about the traitors. Standing in front of him, the elf responded approvingly, and he said that he would help. Grinning, she thanked him. Turning her head, the girl said that he should take care of the northern side, to which the elf responded approvingly. Looking at the hero, she added that they were on the western side, and the hero responded approvingly. Smiling, the protagonist said that they would warm up a little, to which Ashley replied that no, this time she would take care of everything. Frowning, Ben asked why, and she added that she was not asking him not to come, just that he should be a little late. The girl grinned and said that he should watch her use the ability. It would be a good experience for him. Then she whistled. Turning her head, Ashley said that she would help her when needed, to which the hero responded approvingly. The monster looked away and growled. Looking at them, the girl said that a group of undead with a Dullahan, she knew that this was the main stage. She frowned. The headless knight walked forward. Smiling widely, the girl shouted that every time the monsters killed the proud elven knights, she wondered why they had to die. Ashley looked to the side. The monsters walked forward. A red glow flew around the monsters. The elf's eyes lit up. The girl clenched her teeth angrily. She aimed her bow at them. The monster walked straight. Suddenly, an arrow pierced it. A devastating explosion thundered on the ground. The girl began to fall down. She landed on the ground. The monster appeared behind her. He swung his sword sharply. A spiritual combat style was heard. Ashley deftly dodged his attack. The monster froze in bewilderment. Swinging her sword, the girl spoke of a potential connection. She opened her eyes wide and shouted about speed. Ashley began to attack the monsters. The creatures flew to the sides. Raising her head up, the girl addressed the pet. It suddenly rushed down. A bright flash appeared in front of the hero. He looked at her in surprise and said that it was amazing. Throwing the hammer on his shoulder, the protagonist added that she did not even use the spirit wave. He thinks that with the power of the spirit she would have surpassed him. Smiling, Ben thought that Ashley had clearly become stronger. It was good that he came here. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that forward. The carriage was moving through the forest. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that the wave of stubborn monsters was finally over, to which the girl replied that yes, she was damn serious. Turning his head, he asked that by the way, nothing was happening in Elfheim, to which Ashley replied that she thought, no, she would have noticed if something happened to the world tree. The protagonist put his hand to his face and said that he had no information about this from his past life, so he did not know whether they had managed to stop the disaster or it had not yet begun, to which the girl said that they would concentrate on what they could. Smiling, Ben replied that they had. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was doing great. Her image appeared, and a thought appeared that, by the way, had Egli been so bright before, in her past life she had a sour smile on her face. Looking away, the hero thought that her character had changed because of the memories he had seen. He looked in surprise when he heard that, by the way, it was a bomb. She was talking about an artifact capable of destroying even the tree of the world. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that yes, that was right, to which the girl asked where they were creating it. Putting her hand to her face, she added that was such a size of the artifact. Ben looked surprised when he heard that wouldn't they need a large facility, to which he asked why he hadn't thought of that. Looking straight at him, the girl said that they would need a village-sized base to produce them. There was probably a secluded place like that somewhere. Crossing his arms, the hero said that he only knew that the demon's followers had spread all over the world. He hadn't taken that into account if they told the Sword Emperor. Clenching his fist, the man shouted that it was great work. He would immediately order an investigation into it. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he would be very happy, yes. Looking at him, Ashley replied that the Sword Emperor had probably already begun to look into the matter. He wasn't the type to miss something like that. The man frowned and shouted that of course, he was already concerned with the investigation. He thought he was the only smart one. Looking away, Ben thought that he should probably keep quiet. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that their task was to root out the demon's followers from Elfheim. Smiling widely, the hero replied that he should leave it to him. He looked away in surprise and added that by the way. Sitting on the wolf, the protagonist asked that he could get a branch of the world tree, to which Ashley asked what a branch for what. Standing in front of the man, Ben asked what material he needed from Elfheim, to which he replied that a branch of the world tree. Smiling, the hero said that he promised it to a dwarf he knew. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked what he was talking about him, said that she would try to get it. Closing her eyes, she added that since he was asking, he would not refuse, to which the protagonist thanked her and thought about how many of his memories she saw. A view of the room opened up. It was heard that no one was there. Standing in front of the elf, Ashley said yes, absolutely, to which she replied that she had 3 squads. A crowd of people appeared. It was heard that it was true. They carefully checked all the elves' knights and patrol squads. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that but no one was found. Frowning, the elf asked what she wanted to say. Were the traitors only in her squad? To which Ashley replied that maybe there were more of them, for some reason. Standing still, she heard that he should check again then, to which she replied that they checked 3 times, and did not find anyone in the other squads. Looking away, the hero asked if he was sure of that. Raising his hand up, the guy said that he heard that after the end of the monster wave, the patrol squads continued their work. Maybe someone escaped during this time. Looking at him, Ashley replied that the patrol's shift changes according to schedule, so they would hardly have missed them, to which he said that it was true, but... Closing his eyes, the guy said that Imperial Knights often do this, they change shifts. The elf looked surprised, hearing that he did not even report this to his superiors. Ashley's eyes widened when she heard that, and she was curious if the elves could do the same. Frowning, the elf turned to Ashley. Standing in front of her, she said that she would personally report this to the chief elder, to which the girl replied that it was fine. They would gather the main forces and capture everyone who was currently on patrol. Looking straight ahead, the elf said that she was allowed to execute anyone who showed resistance. Frowning, Ashley responded approvingly. As they walked down the stairs, the guy said that he hoped he had helped in some way. Smiling, the hero replied that of course, thanks to him they had found a way out. Stretching his hands forward, Garen turned to the elf, to which he replied that here he was. Smiling, Harel said that he had been looking for him everywhere. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought it was Harel, the elf who had given Garen the token. The guy turned his head and said that it was him he was talking about, to which the protagonist said hello, and the elf said that he was glad to meet him. He had heard about his impressive deeds in the Great Forest. Raising his eyebrows, Ben thought. They shook hands. The guys raised their hands up. The thought occurred that now it was clear how they became friends. Looking at the elf, Garen asked what brought him here so suddenly, to which he replied that his human friend urgently asked him to pass on this message. He held the note forward. Looking at the paper, the guy asked what he had written there. He opened his eyes in surprise and said that it was the same. Looking at him, the hero asked what was wrong. People were standing on the street. It was heard that the Orcish civil war had begun. The protagonist, standing in front of the man, heard that 5 clans had united to start a civil war. Monsters appeared. It was heard that they had not had an internal war for almost 50 years, so the Empire saw an opportunity in this. Ben crossed his arms and asked what an opportunity, to which the guy replied that the orcs were a frightening force. If their numbers decreased during the internal struggle, the threat to the west would be reduced. A map appeared. Garen closed his eyes and said that this was bound to happen, to which the hero asked what but why now. Looking at him, the man said that the Duke had already begun to react, and the protagonist asked what, how so? The man stood in front of the orc. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that the orc had delivered the message to him. Turning his head, Garen asked what he saw, remembered how she made a friend in Jammingwood. He and the orc were dancing. It was heard that the orc had fulfilled his promise. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought it was true. The boy looked surprised when he heard that the Duke had requested mediation from His Majesty the Emperor, to which he asked how it happened. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked what the problem was, to which Garen replied that he should think about it himself, as it was against the interests of the Empire. Closing his eyes, the man said that, as he himself had said, public opinion regarding Edgar's family had worsened, but even so, His Excellency intended to settle the matter, even if it meant using all the forces of the imperial family. Frowning, the boy asked again. Ben looked down. The man smiled widely. A thought appeared that the probability that this was the former emperor's plan was small. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it was possible that the next disaster would not happen here, but with the orcs. Looking at him, the man said that it seemed that Sir Ben knew something that was true. Smiling, the hero said that not at all, he just thought that maybe the demon's followers were somehow involved in this. The guy asked what he wanted to say. These madmen were also involved in the Orcish civil war, and the man added that where did such thoughts come from? The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that if he said so, he must have a reliable source. He looked away and mumbled, and then thought about how to answer. Sitting at the table, the man said that he should remember that the fact of his return in time should remain a secret. He could only share it with a few. Frowning, he added that he should be especially wary of the temple, where they would consider this blasphemy. If they found out, they would burn it. He should not forget about it. Smiling, the hero shouted that there was a traitor among the elves, to which the man asked again. Looking surprised, he asked that he interrogated her. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that yes, she was one of the knights and had said something similar, and the man said that it was indeed suspicious. Ben closed his eyes and thought that no one knew the truth except him anyway. He asked again in surprise when he heard that if possible, he should meet with that traitor. Perhaps he could find out more information. Jim raised his eyebrows and said that how, even if the elves were secretive, there were ways. After all, he was in Elfheim now, to which the hero replied that no, that was not what he was talking about. Smiling, the protagonist shouted that she was dead. She was executed on the spot, and then thought that he could guarantee it. Lowering his head, the man said that it was a pity. She probably had valuable information, and he thought that thank God. Standing in front of the hero, Jim said that he doubted that His Majesty the Emperor would take any action, and Garen said that Edgar's house would not be able to officially get involved due to its position in the Empire. Closing his eyes, the man said that it seemed that the war could not be stopped. Putting his hands on his hips, Ben replied that no, there was a way, to which he asked what he had come up with. Frowning, the hero said that he was not sure, but they needed to go to Bader. The protagonist turned around, hearing that Bader was a secret land of the orcs. Forgive me. Looking at the elf, the guy asked why she was here, to which Lucy replied that a man was waiting for him at the gate to the castle. Ben smiled, hearing that he called himself a paladin from the temple, to which he asked why a paladin was looking for him. Standing in front of the elf, the hero asked again, to which the elf replied that she said the pontiff wanted to meet him personally. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and thought about it. The man frowned and shouted about blasphemy. Ben grinned and asked why the pontiff needed him, to which Lucy replied that she had no idea. People angrily shouted that manipulating time was against the will of God. Let them give the blasphemer to God. He had desecrated God. Let them kill him. To which the hero thought that he would be burned at the stake. Looking away, the elf said that she would bring the paladin here, to which he shouted that he should stop and say that he was not here. Turning around, Lucy asked that she did not want to meet him, to which the protagonist replied that he would leave today. Looking at him, the man asked what right now, and Garen asked what about him. The elf stretched her arms forward and shouted that they should wait. He promised to help root out the traitors from the patrol squads, to which Ben said that was true, but the Orcish civil war was a more urgent matter. Rushing forward, he added that they should just lock them in for now. The man stamped his foot. Looking to the side, the stranger said that they were all ready, to which he was told that fine, let them hide in the designated places and wait for him. The man looked surprised, hearing that this was it. Holding the staff in his hands, the man said that the first elder had given it to him. This artifact destroys traces of dark magic and increases strength, OS Virga. Smiling broadly, he added that this way they would be able to deal him a strong blow, to which the man replied that, but given the level of strength he had demonstrated in the demonic territory, one could not be sure of that. The mage looked to the side, hearing that they had also prepared an extreme measure just in case. Putting his hand to his chest, the man said he couldn't wait to get started. Leaves flew through the air, and it sounded good. Sitting on the wolf, the protagonist said that if they continued at the same pace, they would get there in 3 days. Looking away, he added that by the way, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to explain his quick departure to Ashley. The girl grinned and asked why he just left. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he didn't even help her finish searching for the traitors. Closing his eyes, he continued that but if he met the paladin, it would arouse suspicion, so there was no choice. First they would deal with the orc problem, and then. Suddenly, particles appeared around the wolf's neck. It was heard that they were tying up. Archie raised his head and shouted, to which Ben asked again. He flew up sharply. Falling down, the hero shouted. He abruptly activated the animus. An explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. Lying on the ground, the protagonist said that the hell? He opened his eyes in surprise and asked what was going on here. Suddenly, the monster struck. Gritting his teeth, Ben shouted about the demon. He dodged the enemy's blow. Grabbing his weapon, the hero shouted for him to go away. Striking, he added that he was gone. The demon slid along the ground. The protagonist looked ahead angrily. Looking at the monsters, he thought that more demons. The man held his hand out and shouted for them to attack him at once. Ben smiled and asked if they had set a trap on the path he was supposed to take, and then thought that it was clear that the Orcish civil war was their doing. The demons jumped up and shouted and the hero said that he didn't feel demonic energy and didn't understand why Archie wasn't showing up but. He smiled widely and added that they really thought they would win. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. Suddenly the protagonist used the storm swing technique. The mage's eyes widened in amazement. The demon was flying towards him. Suddenly the monster fell to the ground. The man turned around and asked what the hell, he couldn't even stand that. Walking towards him, Ben said that it was a good job of convincing Jerry. He smiled and added that he needed to bring him his head as proof. The mage held his hands out and shouted that he wouldn't give up that easily. Suddenly the hero's legs were shackled. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that it was black magic. Looking to the side, the man shouted that now, to which he asked what the hell, there are others here. The magician extended his staff in front of him. A purple beam rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist shouted that a curse. Smiling, the dark magician said that for the sake of a new world. Suddenly, a devastating explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. The trees were covered in flames. Smiling, the man said that they. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that they were able to. This is the power of 100 bombs. Standing in the smoke, the hero heard that he was definitely dead, to which he asked that they were also just bait, to which the magician asked again how he survived. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that insignificant, they are all dead. He struck with an axe. The thought appeared that if he had not managed to cope with the control of the power even a little, he would have died. He was barely able to neutralize the strong explosion. Ben gritted his teeth and thought about what he had taken the blow with the seal. Looking away, he added that it was hard for her, we need to deal with them quickly. Extending his staff, the man said that there was no choice, let him start quickly. The hero thought, his eyes widening in surprise. Unbuttoning his cloak, the magician shouted that damn, he didn't want to resort to this. He brought the weapon to his chest and added that there was no choice, he would have to summon a real monster. Looking at him, the protagonist shouted that he should stop. Stretching his hand forward, the magician mumbled. Ben struck him and shouted that to the side. He frowned and added that damn. A glow appeared on the man's chest. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that what an overwhelming demonic energy, what he had done. Standing in front of him, the magician replied that it was a commander-level monster from the demon army. Smiling, he added that he was finished. Suddenly a monster appeared. It was heard that for the sake of a new world. The man stretched his arms out to the sides and shouted. Frowning, the hero thought, what the hell? The monster's eyes lit up, and he added that this was the commander of the demonic monster squads of the Gluttony Legion. Red smoke appeared around the demon. The thought arose that he was a monster at the level of a 7th stage or a user. The man laughed broadly. A bright light appeared around the hammer. It was heard that he should forgive. The protagonist clenched his teeth furiously. The monster looked angrily. It was heard that he could not release this monster. He needed to deal with it here and now. Swinging, Ben shouted that he had to. Suddenly, he used a lightning strike. The hammer flew into the monster's skull. A loud explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. Debris from the trees appeared. The wolf raised his paw up. The orc held the weapon in his hands. A view of the forest opened up. It was heard that he was sure that there were survivors in such a place. The orc's eyes lit up. The hero was lying on the ground. It was heard that a small man. Turning around, the monster said that they should take him, to which he was answered approvingly. The protagonist was unconscious. The monster took his hammer. Then was put on the wolf. The orcs were standing in front of the pit. Opening his eyes, the hero asked where he was. He clenched his teeth and said about the head. The monster appeared in front of him and said that he had finally woken up. Let him raise his head and look. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again. The orc grabbed his face and replied that he could not even raise his head normally. Smiling, the orc asked what he saw now. Opening his eyes wide, Ben asked what Jerry was. A view of the house opened up. It was heard that he had become a woman. The man frowned. He hit the table and asked what to understand failed. The magician looked furiously and shouted that a valuable artifact, bombs, even 3 elders attacked him at once, but still failed, to which he was told that they saw 2 massive explosions in the great forest. Leaning on the table, the dark magician asked what to understand his words about failure, to which the man replied that when he came there. The man stood in front of the door. It was heard that the elders were dead. The man looked down. He opened the doors. The magician stood in the middle of the room. He looked in surprise, hearing what was happening. Falling to his knees, the man shouted that he came to report on recent events. Stretching his hand forward, the skeleton said closer, let him come closer, just in time. Standing in front of him, the magician heard that he had completed a grand technique. Bowing, he shouted that he congratulated on its completion, to which the skeleton replied that yes but. The skeleton's eyes lit up, and he asked what about the task he had given him. The mage's eyes widened and he mumbled, judging by his expression. The man trembled, hearing that something had gone wrong. He bowed and said that he begged them to forgive him. He had used all he could, but he was much stronger than they thought. Looking at him, the skeleton said that after failing the task, he had the audacity to come to him and congratulate him on completing the technique. The man's eyes widened and he said that no, he had no intention of doing that. The skeleton's eyes lit up. He raised his head and said that all right, everything was fine. Now that the technique was complete, he had both the means and the power. Suddenly, the fire in the room burst into flames. The man's eyes widened in amazement. The skeleton raised his hands. Looking at him, the mage heard that he had become a lich by the grace of the Great Ones. A glow appeared around the skeleton, and he added that he should grant this power to him too. The mage looked surprised to hear that he would need it to deal with him. Creatures began to appear behind the lich. The mage looked in amazement, and said that they were. Kneeling, he added that they were death knights. Smiling, the skeleton said that he would give him 2. The mage grinned when he heard this. Bowing, he shouted that thank you very much. Looking straight ahead, the lich said that this was his double. He had the same power as him. Now let him go and deal with the boy. This was his last chance. Kneeling, the man shouted that he understood him. He would not let him down. The doors to the room were open. Looking at the flames, the skeleton said that how touching, it seemed like it was time to start acting. He stood still. The lich's eyes lit up and he said that they needed to prepare for the next step. The view of the building opened up. He heard that she was Jerry's sister. Bold grinned and said yes, and also his mother, and the orc said that she was the leader of the dire wolf tribe, Byril. Raising her hand, she added that they said that they owed him a lot. Raising his eyebrows, the orc asked what could keep the fact that he had become a spirit a secret. Turning around, the hero heard that he swears on his honor that he will help him. The protagonist rolled his eyes. The orc looked surprised, hearing that by the way, since it came to this. Smiling, Ben said that he would give them a chance to repay him. He slammed his hand on the table. The hero frowned and said that they should help dissuade Jerry. Stretching his hand forward, the orc said that the wolf was able to recover and gain strength. Now he is not inferior to the younger ones and is the healthiest in the tribe. Thank him very much. Grinning, the protagonist said that Archie did all this. He was worried about his relatives. The orc looked surprised, hearing that, but how he got there. He only remembers that he lost consciousness. Standing in front of Ben, Byril asked that he believed in prophecies, to which he asked again. Closing her eyes, the orc said that sometimes their sorcerers have visions. Looking straight ahead, she added that sometimes they come true, to which Bold asked what it was. This time it was true. Lowering her head, Byril replied that no, she only saw a bright flash of light in the forest last night, and thought something had happened. The hero's eyes widened, hearing that if he could. Crossing her arms, the orc asked that he share his story with them, and tell them why he was there. A view of the building opened up, and it was heard that to think that the demon's minions were trying to change their fate. Frowning, Byril said that in the end, he needed their help to convince her brother, and stop the impending war. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that yes, that's right. Holding out the staff, she said that she took it just in case. Bold extended his hand forward and said that it was still full of demonic energy. He thought it was a powerful artifact, to which Ben replied that he was right. They tried to summon many demonic beasts, so he. Looking around, the hero asked where his things were, and the armor. Grinning, the orc replied that he should not worry about the weapon. The best blacksmith of their tribe took on the repair of it, to which he asked what would happen, and Byril added that it would be impossible from scratch. But thanks to the built-in self-healing function, it should work. The protagonist's eyes widened. He heard that shock amplification and self-healing function. Grinning, he said that what a relief. Putting his hand to the staff, Ben said that then he would take it and try to convince the great warrior. Perhaps they do not believe him now, but they need to stop the Black Rhinoceros tribe by any means. The orcs raised their weapons up. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that the leader of Bader was also worried about the next move. In general, he is trying to lure as many tribes to his side as possible and unleash an even bigger war. Sitting on the couch, the orc said that she knew him well. The orcs gritted their teeth. It was heard that he was fighting for the title of the greatest warrior with her brother. A weapon appeared. It was said that Jerry took the path of a warrior, using martial arts, and Neville tried to surpass him with magic. The orc was kneeling. It was heard that in the end he could not defeat Jerry. Crossing her arms, the orc said that Neville wanted to have the power granted only to a great warrior, but he himself could not surpass Jerry. Lowering her head, she added that this is why he gave up his dream of becoming a great warrior, and decided to be the leader of a respected tribe. At least that's what she heard. What a confusing situation. The hero asked in surprise, hearing that by the way, he had met Jerry, to which he replied that no, not personally, to which Byral said that at that time he was not yet familiar with his stubbornness. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that yes, he was not familiar, and then thought that no way, of course he would not know how stubborn he was. Looking straight at him, the orc said that he would rather die than go against the code and give up his honor. Looking at him in surprise, Ben replied that damn orc, now is not the time to think about the code, they need to attack the enemy now to complete the task. Frowning, Jerry said that it was better to die than to start a dishonorable fight. Grinning, the hero thought that if the code and honor are not touched, then he is not bad. He asked in surprise, hearing that he was warning, Jerry will not believe him. Byral crossed her arms and said that it would be better to die than to go against the code and interfere in the fight between the tribes, to which the protagonist thought, which is very similar to him. Standing up, the orc added that if there was even the slightest chance to go against the code, he would choose not to, but let him try. Grinning, Byral said that if he was right, then their tribe had definitely raised a great warrior, so they could not just stand aside, especially being his debtors. She would send Bold with him. Looking away, she added that he should go with him and tell what he saw, to which Bold responded approvingly. Putting her hands on her hips, the orc said that it would not be easy. Even if she came with Bold, it would be better for him to come up with something. Stretching his hand forward, the hero replied that he already had. The orcs rode swiftly on their boars. Looking to the side, the girl shouted that they were almost there. It was a short way to Bader. The man smiled broadly. It was heard that the war in which people fought was blasphemous. Gritting her teeth, the orc said that the great warrior would do everything to stop the wrong war. Raising his hand up, the monster shouted that this is it. This is the tribe of the Yellow Eagle, to which she asked what the hell. The fiery spheres began to fall down. It was heard that they were attacked. Gritting her teeth, the orc shouted that the tribe of the Yellow Eagle attacked. Suddenly a powerful explosion flared up. A loud scream was heard. The orc flew to the side and exclaimed. Lying on the ground, she said that these are insidious bastards. They beat with some strange artifact. The eagle held the sphere in its paws. Grinning, the orc said that the man said the right thing. Looking down, he added that his words about the enemy coming to them through the path to Bader were true. Frowning, Nana asked that he betrayed the honor of the orcs, said that he should take a weapon and fight her. Looking at her, the orc asked what for, if he already had an excellent weapon here, and besides, the honor goes to the winner. The eagle rushed forward. It was heard that and not to the one who was about to die. Suddenly, something flew in front of the orc. An explosion flashed in the air. The orc opened his eyes in surprise. The hammer rushed towards him. Nana looked in surprise. The hero rushed forward. He angrily clenched his teeth. Eyes wide open, the monster screamed for him to stop. Grinning, the protagonist asked what his last words were. An explosion flashed behind him. Nana raised her head up. The orc fell to the ground. Holding the weapon in her hands, Nana asked what that was. She turned around abruptly. Frowning, the orc shouted that it was a fight between orcs. Rushing forward, he added that he had already said many times that he could not just interfere in it. The wolf stopped. It was heard that why not, he was not an orc. Smiling, the hero said that he just wanted to save his friend. The girl grinned, hearing that they had not seen each other for a long time. Putting her hands on her hips, she replied that she was glad to see him. A view of the canyon opened up. Sitting by the fire, Bold said that let their enemy resort to cheap tricks. Looking away, he added that the death of her comrades was noble, so she should not worry about it. The orc exchanged glances with the hero. The girl sighed. Nana lowered her head and asked that they were not behind schedule because of her. The protagonist smirked and replied that it was fine. Even if they had arrived today, it would still be too late to meet the great warrior. Looking at the fire, he asked, by the way, was it safe to make a fire in the open? To which Bold replied that he shouldn't worry. Orcs don't fight at night. It's considered shameful. Ben held out his hand and said that things had changed a bit now. They had people on their side who would make them attack them. He suspected that they were the ones responsible for the war strategy. To which the orc asked that it was worth putting it out then. Nana closed her eyes and said that they wouldn't get here quickly, to which the protagonist asked why. Looking straight ahead, she said that the nearest battlefield was on the Ledens River, where she had been, but it was far away and the Eagle tribe's base was even further away, so they probably wouldn't risk attacking again. Sitting next to her, Bold asked, by the way, why she was in Bader, to which Nana replied that she wanted to stop the war, which was contrary to all laws and codes. He asked again in surprise, hearing that she was going to meet with a great warrior. The orcs were sitting on boars. It was said that a little earlier the tribe of the Black Rhinoceros and the tribe of the White Rhinoceros. The orcs raised their weapons up. The thought arose that in alliance with the tribes of the Yellow Eagle, Blue Dinosaur and Blue Hippopotamus, they began a war of conquest. The monsters looked angrily. The thought arose that their opponents in it were their tribe. The orcs went on the attack. It was said that together with the tribes of the Red Lizard and Blue Lion, the monsters moved along the canyon. It was said that having fought back, they came across people. The man was lying on the ground. The thought arose that they managed to grab one of them. Nana held out her axe and said let him speak, then asked why humans were participating in the war between the orcs. Smiling, the mage replied that it was to create a new world. The orc opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the explosion was huge, but fortunately, the leader of the tribe was not injured, to which the hero thought that in his past life, Brock died in this war. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist heard that something strange had happened, the remaining people, to which he replied that they had rotted. The girl looked in surprise, hearing that, and emitted a disgusting smell. Looking at the hero, Nana asked if he already knew about it, to which Ben replied that this was the reason he wanted to talk to the great warrior. The hero stood in front of the monsters. The thought occurred to him that now that he was sure that the demon's followers were planning to do something to the orcs, he needed to quickly find out where their relic was. For this he first needed to convince Jerry. Grinning, the protagonist said that since everything had happened like this, they would go and talk to him together. Looking straight ahead, Bold said no, she needed to go back and get treatment. They would talk to the great warrior. Frowning, Nana replied that it was nonsense, she would follow Brock's orders. The boar was sleeping on the ground. It was heard that what was wrong with this boar, his wounds were quite deep. What if his spirit animal died? Clenching her fist, the girl shouted that he wouldn't die from such scratches, which he couldn't say about his old animal, to which Bold asked what she was talking about. He was stronger than her boar. The beast looked surprised, hearing that, by the way, why she called her spirit animal an emergency ration. The hero watched their argument. The moon appeared, and he asked that at least he gave it a good name. Looking away, the girl said that she took it with her in case it turned out to be useful. She held out the fragments, and the protagonist shouted that the fragments of a depth charge, no matter how useful they were. Sitting in front of him, Nana asked what a depth charge was. He knew about this artifact, to which Ben replied that it was used during the uprising in the Empire. Clenching his fist, he added that if they told that they resorted to it, then the great warrior would definitely be defeated. People were walking through the desert. It was heard that there were always so many people in the orc castle. Bold looked away and said that he heard that most of them had found refuge here. Not only was it a neutral zone, but there was even a ban on talking about the war. Looking at him, the hero asked why, to which the orc replied that well, the head of the orcs, Brock, who united everyone, was buried here, so the law simply required it. The girl turned around, hearing that the law applied to them too, to which she replied that they had not come to discuss the war, but to expose their dirty tricks and plans. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that then, standing in line, he asked if he could ask them to let him go first due to the urgency of the matter, to which he was told that no, the code forced everyone to stand in line. Closing his eyes, the hero said that this damn code would bring them to the grave, and then thought that in the end even Jerry went against the code. Looking straight ahead, the orc said that the code was simply a tool to shackle and suppress the natural instincts of the orcs. Frowning, the protagonist asked what that meant. The laws they followed so stubbornly were shackles. Was it normal for a great warrior to say so? To which Jerry replied that he was only voicing the truth. Looking forward, he added that the orcs relied heavily on their excessive urge to fight and instincts. Without the code they would be no different from animals. Looking away, Ben said that this was why the beast tribes valued him so much, to which the orc replied that if he compared them to animals again, he would cut off his head. The orc turned his head to the side. Standing still, he said that it was pointless to criticize the code now. Standing next to him, the hero heard that since they had nothing to return to. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the code. Looking straight ahead, the orc asked what he was trying to correct him, the defender of the code. Lowering his head, the monster replied that not at all, he just wanted a clear answer. A view of the room opened up. Suddenly, a blow flew at the orc. He fell to the ground. Clenching his fist, the monster shouted that he should go and tell Neville, if he wanted to legitimize this war so badly, let him not break the code first. The orc was lying on the ground. Judging by the tattoo, it was heard that he was a shaman from the Black Rhinoceros tribe. It seemed that this was Neville's messenger. Looking to the side, Nana said that the Yellow Eagle tribe blocked their path so that he could convince the great warrior, to which the hero replied that it seemed that he was in no condition to convey the message of the great warrior, for what words he was so dealt with. Frowning, Bold said that the important thing was that it had no effect. Standing still, the protagonist heard that welcome, Nana of the Red Boar tribe, Bold of the Direwolf tribe. Suddenly, the orc frowned angrily. Putting his hand to his face, he said that the little man too. Grinning, Ben said that he welcomed the great orc warrior. His name was Ben, to which the orc asked him to tell him what brought him here. Looking up, the hero said that nothing else but. Suddenly he looked at the glow and thought that it was a relic. He was using it as a lamp. Sitting in front of him, the orc leader asked what was the matter, to which the protagonist replied that nothing. Smiling, Ben thought that at least he found out where she was. He thought that next to the great warrior was the safest place for her. Looking straight ahead, the girl turned to the great warrior. Frowning, she added that the impending war was dishonorable, asking to stop it. The orc's eyes lit up, and he asked why she was talking about war right in front of him. Looking at him, Nana replied that it wasn't that, it was started by the demon followers, so it couldn't be protected by the code. Sitting in front of her, Jerry asked what the evidence was, to which the orc replied that they were attacked by orcs supported by the demon followers and they took one hostage. Frowning, the orc said that words were not proof, let him show the proof. Taking a step forward, Nana replied that he should look at the artifact, they used it when they attacked them. Putting his hand to his face, the monster said that it was interesting, but not enough. Raising his staff up, Bold said that they used this artifact too, it still contains demonic energy, let him check. Frowning, the orc asked again. The hero put his hand to his face, hearing that, but he was having a hard time finding a connection between the two based on the objects alone, which he thought he was being stubborn again. Looking straight ahead, the monster said that he was speaking as a defender of the code, he would do nothing that the code did not require of him, so let them go and get more evidence. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that he could. Smirking, he added that he would provide him with the evidence in question. The artifact was hanging in the air. Sitting on the throne, the orc asked what he was talking about. His name was Ben and he had evidence, to which the hero replied that he did not have it with him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that but if he visited the Black Rhinoceros tribe, he would definitely find it. Looking down, the orc replied that he had plenty of courage. Did he really believe that the words of a pathetic human could make him move? Nana's eyes widened and she said that Sir Ben had already stopped the demon's followers twice. When it came to them, he could be trusted like no one else, she vouched for him. Putting his hand to his face, the orc replied that it seemed she had forgotten that humans had been at odds with them for a long time. The hero frowned, hearing that they had always fallen for their treacherous and cunning promises. Looking at him, the orc said that no matter how great his achievements were, he would not allow the code to be broken. If they understood it, they could go. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked that the code was more important than the lives of the orcs who were now being sacrificed, to which he asked again. Jerry, wide-eyed in surprise, asked what was being sacrificed. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that because of this dishonorable war, countless orc warriors were dying. Was it wrong to consider them victims? Stretching his hand out to the side, he added that so, the code is more important to him than his people, or he does not want to take responsibility for the leader who broke the code. Looking at him, Nana turned, and Bold asked what he was trying to achieve by angering the great warrior. Frowning, the orc said that he was giving the last warning, a little more, and he would send his head flying. They looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what the code was. The orcs froze in surprise, hearing that it was not just a tool for restraining and suppressing. Suddenly, Jerry rushed forward. Frowning, the protagonist asked what the natural instinct of the orcs was. A loud sound was heard in the building. Blood was dripping onto the floor. There were abrasions on the hero's face. Bold, opening his eyes in surprise, turned. Clenching his fist, the orc said that he did not put mana into the blow. Turning around, he added that he should be grateful he spared his life, because he wanted to talk in private. Going forward, Jerry said that he needed to make sure of something, the others should wait outside, to which Bold said that although he spoke thoughtlessly, he was not a bad person. They looked at the hero in surprise, hearing that they should not worry. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he would definitely be able to convince him. Sitting on the throne, the orc asked what those words were, he himself thought of them. Wiping the blood off his face, the protagonist replied that no, an orc had once told him so. Frowning, Jerry asked what he was trying to deceive, saying that no orc would dare say anything against the code. Standing in front of him, Ben replied that if he was so interested, then let him come with them, then he would tell who the orc was, to which Jerry replied that this was a completely different matter. Looking straight at him, the hero said that it was the same, the demon's followers took everything from the orcs who believed so. Looking at him angrily, the orc replied that he should not try to fool him, he would never believe a human. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he would believe if he bet his life on it. Looking straight at him, Jerry replied that the life of a dishonest and deceitful man was meaningless to him, because he would renounce his words if everything went wrong. Grinning, Ben asked what was true. He frowned and said that then they used the oath blade. Suddenly the orc looked at him in surprise and asked where it came from. The orcs stretched their hands out in front of each other. The thought came to mind that the oath blade has an effect on the power of the soul called the soul of a warrior. This artifact takes the life of the one who breaks the oath. Almost no one knows about its existence. Information about it is passed on only from one great warrior to the next. Frowning, the hero asked that in this case he will not be able to refuse his words, right? Grinning, Jerry asked who that orc was. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that he will tell him when the war is over. A view of the building opened up. Holding a cup in his hands, the guy said that he has a lot of trouble because of his frequent visits. Even a simple tea party in his office is condemned by many. Sitting in front of him, the man replied that yes, he knows, to which the prince said that he came today. Looking straight ahead, he added that to ask again to interfere in the affairs of the orcs. Frowning, the man replied that it was true, the demon's followers were connected to him. Smirking, the prince asked what evidence there was. The man lowered his head, hearing that from what he could see, the number of orcs, the enemies of their empire, was rapidly decreasing. He raised his hand up. It was heard that according to the duke. The guy sighed and said that he was the one who provoked the orcs to overthrow the ruling family. To which the man replied that it was nonsense, he would not do such a thing. Stretching his hand forward, he added that if they did not stop the demon's followers, not only the empire, but his entire family would be in danger. Sitting in front of him, the prince asked what Ben thought, to which the man replied that he thought the same. The guy looked at the cup. Putting it down on the table, he said that he owed Ben. Lester crossed his arms and said that officially nothing could be done, but he would lend him his shadows. The duke smiled and thanked him. Looking at him, the prince asked that he understood why he was sending them and not the regular troops. Placing his hand on his chest, the man replied that of course, he thanked him for making such an important decision. A sandstorm appeared. Looking away, the hero said that he wanted to ask him for a favor, to which Bold asked what. Sitting on the wolf, the protagonist replied that he should tell the duke to send reinforcements to Harkonnen as soon as possible. To which the orc asked that he meant the village of the Black Rhinoceros tribe. Frowning, Ben said that yes, he should definitely tell him that he could die if something went wrong. Looking at him, Bold asked what was that, to which he replied that it was because the great warrior insisted that they go alone. The orc, his eyes wide with surprise, asked what if they had to face an entire army there. Looking at him, the hero replied that that was why he was asking them for a favor. He would also try to delay him as long as possible. To which the orc replied that he understood. Turning his head, the protagonist said that she was, to which Nana replied that she was listening. An image of an orc appeared, and it was heard that he should return to the Ledens River and tell Brock. Looking straight ahead, Ben added that he would be able to convince Jerry, so he should avoid fighting and not waste his strength, to which the girl asked that he would really succeed. Turning his head, the hero said that he was sure of it, and then thought that he had sworn on the blade, so he would have to prove it to him. Stretching the blade in front of him, the orc said that if his words were true, this blade would emit a warm light. Frowning, the protagonist thought that Jerry would understand everything when he saw Neville. Standing behind him, Jerry asked if he was ready, to which he responded approvingly. Taking a step forward, the orc said that if they did not find anything there, he would blow his head off, so he should not even try to escape, to which Ben replied that he had already said that he would not do that. Crouching down, the orc asked that he did not need to say that he could catch up with him. Standing next to the hero, he added that he should try to keep up, and the hero said that he should not worry, he had Archie. Suddenly, they rushed forward. Bold, opening his eyes in surprise, said that he had said that he did not want to delay him, to which Nana replied that she was sure he had a plan. The mages watched them. Looking away, the man said that this is how he managed to defeat the great warrior. His eyes widened and he added that it would only help them speed up the plan. Releasing the bird, the dark mage said that it should fly and tell Neville. The orc ran forward at a rapid pace, and it was heard that the great warrior and the boy were heading to Kurun. The smoke from the fire was flying upward. The hero and the orc were sitting next to him. The protagonist smiled broadly. Winking, he said that he could say that he had won this little race, to which Jerry asked again. Closing his eyes, he added that what was he talking about? He was only asking him not to fall behind, they were not arranging a race. Ben was riding a wolf and thought that he could remind him of every attempt he had made to keep up with him. Grinning, he asked if it was true. Turning his head, the hero said that okay, I'm sure he had spent a lot of energy trying to keep up with him, so he should have some refreshment, to which the orc replied that it was nonsense, and that he was not tired at all. Sitting on the ground, Jerry said that it was a trial run, tomorrow they would run properly, to which the protagonist replied that of course, that was possible. The orc ate, and the thought came to mind that he would kill Jerry and make him take long breaks, which would buy them time. Grinning, Ben thought that his character was exactly the same as it was in his past life. Everything was going according to plan. Sitting in front of him, the orc said that he would not give in anymore, to which the hero replied that yes, he understood, and then thought that it was difficult to keep up with Jerry's speed. Archie did an amazing job. Grinning, he added that well, everything was not so bad, Jerry grew up strong, as he was in his past life. Frowning, the orc said that it was interesting what would have happened if he had met him earlier. Sitting on the ground, he added that only after meeting him he learned to control his anger and became an aura superior, to which the protagonist asked what was wrong with the code he was always talking about. Looking down, Jerry said that the code was not omnipotent. Until now no one had shown him what it was like to lose, so he was full of pride. Looking at him, Ben asked what he wanted to say, that losing to him taught him something. Smiling, the orc replied that how arrogant, I'm sure he had many more victories. Sitting by the fire, he added that he needed to learn, to which the hero said that he needed to be retrained. They silently looked at each other. A flame appeared. It was heard that maybe now he was a human offspring with a sudden burst of growth. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that okay, they'll fight. The girl silently looked at them. She stood up abruptly and shouted that they should stop this immediately. If they had any strength left, let them go and kill the demonic beasts, to which they responded approvingly. A view of the room opened up. A question was heard. Stretching her arms out to the sides, the elf asked that Ben had gone to stop the orc war. Putting her hand to her face, she wondered that oh no, could it be that the demon's followers had started something with the orcs too? Standing in front of her, Lucy said that after Ben left, a huge explosion occurred in the great forest. Ashley looked at him in surprise and wondered, wait, is it possible that he was attacked? Suddenly, someone ran into the gate and shouted. The elves looked at the guy in surprise. Ashley froze in amazement and mumbled. Garen frowned, hearing where he had come from in such a hurry. He got off his horse and said that he went to where the big explosion happened, since Ben went in that direction, to which the elf asked what about the explosion, what about Ben? Lowering his head, the guy said that when he arrived there, only a huge crater remained, everything was destroyed, no traces were left, to which he was asked what about Ben. Showing gestures, he answered that in a panic he searched that area and reached the border of the orc territory. Frowning, Garen said that while wandering through that area, he met scouts on direwolves, to which the girl asked what about Ben. Looking straight ahead, the boy replied that he was fine. She put her hands on her hips, hearing that he had gone to the Black Rhinoceros tribe with a great warrior, to which the girl asked, by the way, how did he know this? It was unlikely that the orcs had just told him that. Grinning, the boy replied that someone who believed in true friendship could befriend anyone. Frowning, Lucy said that they had imprisoned all the scouts, and would deal with them. Lowering her head, the girl replied that they needed to check if there were any demon followers among them, but without Ben. Stretching his hand forward, Garen said that even if he was not here, he had shared a way to find out. A view of the dungeon opened up. The people's hands were tied. It was heard that at such a critical time, when a wolf appeared, hiding his demonic energy, changing shifts without permission was a clear violation of their rules. Standing in front of the cage, the girl said that she was telling them this as a guard and their commander, punishment for breaking the rules. Frowning, she added that death. Looking at her, the elves heard that however. Looking straight ahead, Ashley said that whoever revealed the location of the demon's followers, where they were developing their artifacts, would get a chance to save their lives. The elves glanced at each other. The man pursed his lips. Suddenly he said that they. A loud sound was heard in the building. The guy shuddered in surprise, hearing what kind of new world. Purple smoke appeared from the entrance. Covering his nose, Garen thought that this smell. The girl began to leave the dungeon. Wide-eyed, the guy asked how everything went. Looking straight ahead, Ashley answered that they were all demon followers. She silently raised her head up. Standing still, the girl thought that she hoped that Ben and Jerry were okay. The orc shook the hero's hand. Looking straight ahead, he said that he would clear a path for him. Standing in front of the hero, Jerry said that he shouldn't worry, he only needed to survive 5 restorations, to which the protagonist replied that he was crazy, let it not be in vain. Ben frowned, hearing that they had fought to the death, doing their part of the job, now it was his turn. Grinning, the orc said that he shouldn't get the wrong idea, it was just that his fighting style was suited to fighting a large number of enemies. Rushing forward, he added that they would duel when he returned. Lying on the ground, the hero said no. The orc was sleeping next to him, and he said that this time. Jerry, looking straight ahead, heard that he would not let him die. The beasts quickly ran forward. The orc, sitting on him, shouted that he was faster. Grinning, he thought how stupid it was to go to Harkonnen without a squad. A glow appeared around him, the thought that their ill-fated relationship would soon come to an end. Neville's eyes lit up, and he thought that it would end. Running forward, the hero said that he heard that Neville was his rival. Looking straight ahead, Jerry answered that it was true, in the end he won. After that he gave up his goal of becoming a great warrior. He heard that he became a good ruler of the tribe that adored him. That's why it was hard for him to believe these sudden tales of demon followers. Running to the gate, the protagonist said that he himself would like it not to be true, but the situation speaks for itself. The orc opened his eyes in surprise. Standing on the tower, he shouted that a great warrior had arrived. Looking straight ahead, Ben asked what the. His eyes widened and he thought that there was more than just 1 or 2 demonic energies coming from here. When Jerry and Ben arrived at the settlement, the orc on duty in the tower informed everyone that a great warrior had arrived. After which the order was given to open the gates. This order was carried out immediately. After the two went inside the settlement, Jerry was asked what brought him here. To which the great warrior replied that he came here to meet their leader Neville. This answer slightly puzzled the orcs, because their leader was not in the settlement at the moment, since there was a war going on. Jerry was not surprised by this and suggested that Ben just look around first. But the guy refused, since thanks to the studying gaze he was able to immediately understand everything. The sought-after evidence of Neville's guilt was in one of the huts. The magic dagger on Jerry's belt lit up at these words. And this meant that Ben was telling the truth. In order to be fair, Jerry demanded to call the tribe's judge so that he would be present during the search. When the judge joined them, they entered the hut Ben had pointed out earlier. Once inside, the boy began to study the room with his scrutinizing gaze. And thanks to this, he was able to quickly spot a door in the floor. Under it was a descent underground. Without a moment's hesitation, all three of them went down. Jerry was already having trouble controlling his anger, and so he literally kicked out the last obstacle. And what he saw behind him shocked him to the depths of his soul. In a small room, in the middle of a magic circle on the floor, sat several tied-up orcs, emitting a demonic aura. The orcs were clearly in a clouded state, as they could not speak clearly. Looking at them, Ben remembered the wolves in Elfheim. The orc who had come with them as a judge could not believe his eyes, as warriors who were thought to have fallen in battle appeared before him. What he saw confirmed Ben's words, and Jerry had to admit that Neville had betrayed them. At the same time, Neville and his fighting squad approached the walls of his settlement. Even before entering the village, the leader of the Black Rhinoceros tribe called on his fighting squad to defeat all the enemies who had appeared in their home during their absence in order to restore the honor of the tribe. His words inspired the warriors following him. But at that moment, Jerry's voice was heard from the heights, calling Neville by name. The great warrior declared to the traitor that he should be punished for violating the code. The orcs who had arrived were very surprised that instead of invaders, a great warrior had appeared in the village and did not understand why they deserved punishment and how the code was connected with this. Seeing Jerry and Ben, who were practically alone here, Neville was delighted. This was his chance to deal with his sworn enemy, accusing him of exceeding his power and siding with the enemy. Of course, such a shameless statement could not help but anger Jerry. Having declared the leader's shamelessness, the warrior demanded to explain the situation that was currently happening in the village. At that moment, several orcs appeared through the gates of the settlement, who were found in the hut. When Neville saw what was happening in front of him, he was very surprised. He clearly understood who exactly was in front of the gate. The warriors who followed him also recognized their fallen comrades and those who came out. Following the found orcs, the rest of the villagers came out. The judge of their settlement declared that Neville was no longer their leader, since he sacrificed his people for the demon. Neville was shocked by what was happening, since he could not understand how exactly they were able to find the captives. At that moment, a heavy axe broke through the stone. And above the warriors standing under the towering rock, an uncontrollable cry rang out, calling the former leader of the Black Rhinoceros tribe by name. At the top of his lungs, Jerry declared that Neville would be punished immediately for betraying the tribe and soiling the name of the Holy War. Upon hearing these words, Ben tried to stop the great warrior, as from his point of view it was necessary to first end the senseless war in order to return to Bader and gather a squad. But Jerry did not agree with him, as he was the keeper of the code and could not remain inactive after admitting someone's guilt. Ben could barely contain his anger, remembering that in his past life it only got worse when Jerry began to push back against his sense of justice. The next moment, the great orc warrior confirmed the guy's fears, accusing the leader of the Black Rhinoceros tribe of uniting with the demon followers and violating the sacred code. After which he gave an order to all the warriors present. He ordered to seize the traitor, and they happily obeyed him. But Neville was not going to just stand there idly, especially when he saw that all the weapons of his fellow tribesmen were aimed at him. Everyone who had previously followed him had now become his enemy, and this angered him. Ben also knew that Neville would not let himself be captured, which meant that something was about to happen. And he was right, because a demonic aura began to spread around the former leader. It burst out of the orc in a powerful stream, and this wave engulfed those standing around. It literally swallowed up all the orc warriors. The spread of demonic energy became the final proof that Neville had indeed sold his soul to the devil. Suddenly, Ben realized that Jerry, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. The great orc warrior rushed towards the traitor with all possible speed. Having fallen into a berserker state, and releasing a bestial aura, Jerry ran towards Neville to tear him apart for tarnishing the honor of the orcs. At this point, the former leader of the Black Rhinos was able to finally take control of the warriors nearby. Using this, he ordered the death of Jerry. Possessed by demonic energy, the orcs, riding on rhinos, rushed towards the great warrior. Looking at all this from the side, Ben was a little upset, as he realized that it was impossible to stop the chaos happening in front of him. And although Jerry was strong, the guy also understood that he would not be able to cope with so many people alone, which meant Ben and the Moon Wolf would have to join the fight. The great orc warrior rushed forward in an unstoppable stream. He literally swept away everyone who opposed him. Neither the orcs nor the weapons could stop him. His goal was Neville. He, in turn, did not try to run away, eaten up by the deepest hatred for his brother, since he believed that he always stood in his way. When Jerry reached Neville, he brought down his axe on him. But unlike expected, he was unable to cut the enemy in half, as he did before. The shock wave from the collision of the weapons literally scattered everyone around with a gust of wind. Jerry's axe bore the proud name of Huntertail and was passed down only among great warriors. In Neville's opinion, this axe should have belonged to him, but Jerry clearly did not agree with this. Neville was determined to take this weapon away at all costs. The demonic energy gave him more strength, and he was able to strike back. Sensing danger, Jerry jumped back. At that moment, Neville's body began to be covered in dark thick mucus, covering even the body of the rhinoceros beneath him. Then this substance began to spread across the ground to the fallen orcs. Just like the body of the former leader earlier, the mucus covered the bodies lying on the ground. The sight was not pleasant, because at that moment Neville even rejected his essence as an orc. Looking at what was happening, Ben asked the great warrior to step back. The amount of demonic energy that was contained in Neville's body was simply enormous. Looking at what was happening, Jerry accused Neville of renounced dishonor, to which he only laughed, saying that the great orc warrior did not understand him, since he simply did not know what sacrifices the former leader of the Black Rhinoceros tribe had to make to become a great warrior. To achieve his goal, Neville studied the past of great warriors, and then he realized that even this title actually meant nothing in the face of true power. Rules, honor, and title became meaningless to him. From his point of view, all this only weakened the orc race, and in the current time, all orcs needed was strength. While he was saying all this to the two people standing in front of him, he was absorbing all the orcs he could reach, continuing to change his appearance. The changes happening to the former leader of the Black Rhinoceros tribe terrified both Jerry and Ben. Neville's body became more and more shapeless, increasing in size, as did the demonic energy emanating from it. A multitude of slimes burst out of the newly formed body. They rushed towards Lara and Ben to grab them. Trying not to get hit, Ben, riding on the wolf, tried to jump to the side as far as possible. From the impact with the ground, the slimy hands flew apart into a multitude of muddy splashes emitting a demonic aura, which were dangerous to touch. The spell used by Neville turned his body and demonic energy into a single mess. If these splashes, if they hit Ben and the wolf, could absorb them. But if it was easy to dodge the small parts, then it was almost impossible to dodge the network of slimy hands. Realizing that he couldn't avoid the next blow, Ben decided to use one of his secret techniques. Having charged his hammer with magic, the guy used one of his techniques called Whirlpool Strike. The splash magic swirled around Neville's body and impressed Jerry with its power. But this was not enough, and the monster that Neville had turned into began to attack even faster. Although the slimy projectiles did not hit the target, this angered Jerry even more. He still could not calm down from the thought that Neville had decided to sacrifice his people for the sake of his personal achievements. For the sake of vile demonic energy. To which the monster angrily demanded that the great warrior shut up, since his desire was to unite the orcs and lead them to a new world, naturally led by him. And Jerry was in his way, so the monster tried to destroy the orc with his attack, spitting out a large and dense cloud of slime at him, which he could. But Jerry only grabbed the handle of his hundigel tighter. With a backhand, he was able to repel the attack, ordering the monster to shut its mouth. Unfortunately, he was unable to completely destroy the slime projectile, and it simply splashed in smaller pieces around the orc. Neville was glad to see this. After all, it showed that even the great axe was useless against him. He was eager to absorb the great orc warrior at all costs, covering him with a large amount of demonic slime. After all, he had been waiting for this day for so long. Ever since he lost to him in a duel for the title of Great Warrior. But at that moment, while the monster was distracted by the orc, a lightning strike from Ben's hammer fell from above. And this blow was able to break through its defense. This time, the guy charged his hammer not with magic, but with the power of the spirit. He also explained to Jerry what exactly he had done and advised him to repeat after him. Having understood exactly how to harm the monster, the orc activated the power of the spirit. Releasing a beast aura, Jerry activated the Furious Axe technique. With all his strength, he struck the monster's body with a sickle-shaped blow. And it was able to cause significant damage to it. But at that moment, both Jerry and Ben realized that something was wrong. When the monster's body dissipated, two riders on bone horses appeared behind it. Landing on the ground, Ben stood next to Jerry. To his surprise, he recognized the newly arrived Death Knights. When the orc asked who they were, he explained that these two were the elite of the demon world from the 5th Legion, and he did not understand how they ended up here, because usually such demons cannot be summoned. Perhaps their arrival was connected with what happened earlier, and Ben was afraid that together with Jerry they simply would not be able to cope with the new enemies. The Death Knights were approaching them. At the same time, behind the demons, the scattered shapeless slime began to gather together, taking on a humanoid form. Then Neville's face appeared in it before he began to transform. The wolf sensed this moment. He hurried to warn Ben about it. But Neville had already returned to his form and began to cast the spell. Under the influence of his magic, the remains of the slime also began to gather into figures of orcs. Ben and Jerry found themselves in a disadvantageous situation, because enemies were advancing on them from all sides. Then the guy made a decision and went to deal with the slimes, while Jerry decided to take on the Death Knights. And while Ben was dealing with his task, the orc rushed at the demons. With his axe, he struck at one of the knights, but he blocked it with his spear. The second Death Knight tried to attack the orc at that moment with a sword from behind. But Ben took the blow on the handle of his hammer, thus repelling the attack. The force of the blow threw him back. The recoil was strong, but Ben was able to withstand it and not suffer much. However, they did not have time to be distracted, as the riders were rushing straight at them. Ben reminded Jerry of how he fought against cavalry and offered to repeat it. Hearing the guy's words, the orc was surprised how he knew about it. Ben purposefully rushed straight at one of the riders. Having returned from the blow of the spear, he slid along the ground. With a roll, he threw himself under the front hooves of the horse. It was quite a risky trick. The Death Knight's horse reared up to hit the guy with its front hooves. But at that moment, Ben hit the animal with his hammer with all his might in the side. From this blow, the horse was unable to stay on its feet and flew head over heels to the side, and its rider flew to the ground. Having done the same with the second rider, Jerry found himself next to the guy and asked how he knew about this incident. Without thinking, Ben automatically answered that the orc himself told him everything. But it was not in this life, and in this one Jerry did not tell him anything like that, so the orc began to doubt. He demanded that the guy tell him the whole truth, but he did not know how to explain it all. Seeing his partner's confusion, the orc once again demanded to tell him everything and without trying to deceive, but after the battle. The Death Knights were already able to recover from their injuries and get back on their feet, albeit without horses. At this moment, the Moon Wolf told Ben about the approach of another source of demonic aura. The guy found this strange and necessary to clarify. Therefore, he asked the orc to buy him some time until he could figure out what was happening. Riding on the wolf, Ben went in search, while Jerry remained to deal with both knights. Using the study view, Ben began to carefully look around everything. The Death Knights had some kind of sluggish reaction, which was abnormal, and could mean that the source of their demonic energy was somewhere far away. Strengthening his eyes with magic, he began to examine everything in the area. And eventually he was able to notice a thin stream of demonic energy coming out of the undergrowth, and stretching in their direction, which was in the distance. Ben was happy to find the source of the demon's power. Suddenly, his attention was distracted by a slimy orc that appeared out of nowhere and tried to attack the guy. Ben could not understand how they continued to appear out of nowhere. Having destroyed another monster, the guy asked the Moon Wolf to hurry. Thinking and looking around a little, Ben realized what was going on. Seeing where the wolf went with the guy on his back, Neville decided to prevent him from finding the source. But unfortunately for the traitor, it was useless because Ben had already found out everything he wanted and found the necromancer. And as soon as he was able to reach the place where the magician was hiding, he immediately attacked him. Of course, the black magician tried to resist and put a protective contour around himself. But it could not withstand the blow of Ben's hammer and split. Using one of his secret techniques, to be sure, Ben brought down his blow on the dark magician. At that moment, an equally strong blow with a spear fell on Jerry, inflicting a wound on his shoulder. The second Death Knight with a sword attacked the orc from behind. Only by a miracle was he able to dodge, keeping his head intact. The fight continued at an intense pace. But at some point, both Death Knights froze in place. And from the undergrowth, a column of magical power became visible. As soon as the necromancer died, both Death Knights lost their source of power. Suddenly, the voice of one of them was heard, informing the second that the commander was no longer there, but it was necessary to carry out the last orders, the first of which was to kill the great warrior of the orcs. The second order for them sounded like, "Kill the intruder." Neville saw that the guy was able to defeat the necromancer. Since the black magician could only use magic, and therefore was weak, there was nothing surprising in this for the orc. But this made him change his plans. Therefore, the former leader of the Black Rhinoceros tribe decided to use the sacrifice technique. He again began to turn into the monster he was before, due to his life force. Of course, such actions could not go unnoticed by both Ben and Jerry. And this time the monster was much larger. It became so big that it made even such a fearless great warrior as Jerry worry. But what worried the orc even more was what was happening with the remains of the slime scattered around the area. Out of nowhere, they began to gather into single forms, taking the form of orcs. As a result, Jerry was alone and completely surrounded. Seeing the situation, Ben sent his wolf to help the warrior. He could not understand why the Death Knights continued to move even after he killed the spellcaster. Suddenly, the guy felt the strongest dark aura rise from the depths of the body of the monster Neville. as if it was not the former leader, but the demon himself. The monster ordered his clone to attack Jerry and absorb him. The transformation of the orc Neville's body into a giant slug finally happened very quickly, and then Neville began to create a spell of such power that Jerry would definitely die. But at that moment, literally out of nowhere, a man wrapped in a cloak threw a dagger at the monster. Having hit the point of formation of the spell, the dagger pierced the monster through and through. Thanks to this, Jerry was able to break out of the encirclement with a strong jerk. Having landed a little further away, he looked back to understand what exactly had happened. To his surprise, he found another person. At that moment, Ben arrived at the scene of the battle, who, to his joy, recognized his sister Lena in the newcomer. But the girl was not alone. The cavalry of the Blue Wing Knights led by Captain Shane, as well as people from the Shadow Clan, were approaching them at full speed. The arrival of new people did not please Neville at all. After all, he had not yet had time to deal with Jerry, and the new arrivals became a serious obstacle that needed to be dealt with immediately. Obeying the order of the monster, all the slime clones turned their attention to the brother and sister. And as if this was not enough, Neville began to create new ones from his body. The number of clones began to grow steadily. Seeing that the number of enemies had increased, Shane ordered his knights to attack as soon as possible. Lena also ordered the Shadow Clan men to join the fight. Both knights and assassins rushed to join the game. The cavalry, led by their captain Shane, spurred their horses, while the Shadow Clan men, using their skills, rushed towards their targets through the air. As soon as both of them broke into the enemy line, the latter literally flew into pieces. Jerry continued to fight the Death Knights. Quickly realizing that it was necessary to use the power of the spirit to defeat the clones, Shane struck down one enemy after another. Lena was also not inferior to him in the speed of attack. Of course, the great orc warrior got the hardest of all, fighting two Death Knights at once. Ben and the Moonwolf also contributed to the destruction of monsters. Watching his army shrink, Neville gnashed his teeth in anger. The Blonde Knight was so fast that he was almost able to break through to Ben and Jerry in the blink of an eye. But at that moment, he felt dark energy approaching him. One of the Death Knights left the orc and turned his attention to Shane. His sword strike shattered the knight's sword into pieces. Ben did not have time to come to his aid and could only shout a warning in fear for his friend. The Death Knight's sword cut off the horse's leg, it fell, and Shane, falling from the saddle, rolled on the ground. At the moment of impact, the chain of the amulet that hung around his neck broke. The amulet itself flew off somewhere to the side. Shane was left unprotected, stunned from the fall, and the Death Knight tried to finish him off. But at that moment Ben came to his aid, striking the enemy with his hammer. The strength of spirit contained in the blow made the Death Knight retreat back. But it did not make him leave completely, since the knight was driven by the second order. Namely, the order to kill the intruder. With incredible force, the Death Knight pounced on Ben. Time after time, he attacked the guy with his sword, and he could only block, taking the blows on the handle of his hammer. Seeing that her brother was in a difficult situation, Lena rushed to his aid, attacking the monster with air. Landing on his back, the girl swung her blade at the knight. But she was unable to strike, as the monster grabbed her wrist. The force of his grip was so great that the girl's bone was broken and blood spurted. Seeing that his sister was hurt, Ben rushed to attack the Death Knight. When he was able to dodge the blow, the guy used the ability of the Iron God's armor. Wrapping the magic armor around his head, Ben hit his opponent's forehead with all his might. The force of the collision threw the monster back, and the guy was able to approach his sister. He was very worried about her, as the energy of demonic monsters had a destructive effect and weakened people and their mana. Therefore, seeing that the girl was out of shape, he asked Lena to step aside. Since he would not be able to defeat the Death Knight using normal means, he decided to use destructive mana. He was not sure if he could withstand its seal, but it was the only way for him. Using gravity at 1/16 of its total volume, Ben rushed towards the Death Knight. Then, he swung his hammer and changed the gravity by 16 times. Using the lightning strike technique, he struck the Death Knight. Seeing that he was being attacked, for some reason, the Death Knight did not make a single move. Ben could not understand why the demon did not even try to block him. And at that moment, when the hammer made contact with its target, a huge explosion was heard. After the dust settled, it became clear that the Death Knight and Ben were standing opposite each other. The boy's hammer struck the knight, but the knight was also able to pierce Ben with his hand. Not only did the demon get hit, but Ben too. Although he did not allow himself to be pierced through, the Death Knight's hand was able to pierce his armor and insides. And his hammer could not withstand the increased force of gravity and crumbled into pieces. Having broken free from the monster's grip, Ben jumped back. Lena and Shane immediately came to his aid. And although the boy's wound was not big, the monster placed demonic energy inside his body. Although he and his sister were injured, Shane and Jerry were still able to fight, so the situation was not dire for Ben. Suddenly, Lena drew everyone's attention to what was happening behind the Death Knight. The slimy monster Neville began to recover. He began to take on the form of an orc again. And that was bad, because if he was able to complete the restoration, then control over the situation of Ben and his friends would be lost. Realizing this, the guy ordered his sister to take everyone they could and get as far away as possible, because he was going to send this monster to hell. His hammer was destroyed, but this was his only chance to win. So, despite the damage, he grabbed the hammer tighter and filled it with spiritual energy, creating a pommel. With a weapon full of spiritual power, the guy rushed towards Neville. The monster, seeing that Ben was heading towards him, burst into loud curses. But this could not stop the guy. At this moment, Jerry was fighting with the remaining Death Knight. The demonic energy that entered his body through the wounds inflicted by the monster was slowly weakening the warrior. It was becoming more and more difficult for him to concentrate on the fight, and he was already very tired from having to only defend himself. At that moment, an explosion was heard near them. They both looked in that direction. And then the demon said that the first Death Knight had been destroyed. After which the monster decided that the man was a much greater threat than the great orc warrior. Changing the priority of targets, the Death Knight headed towards Ben. The fact that the first Death Knight with a sword refused to fight him, and now the second one decided to interrupt their fight, greatly angered Jerry. For some reason, he remembered Neville's words about how rules, honor and titles do not matter. And now the Death Knights confirmed with their actions that his title meant nothing to them either. As if he was a weakling to them, and Jerry's dislike of weakness was in his blood. Therefore, without even thinking, he threw his hundercle. The battle axe flew into the back of the retreating Death Knight. But the monster, somehow sensing, was able to knock the axe aside. He flew off and stuck in the ground. Taking advantage of the demon's momentary distraction, Jerry rushed towards the Death Knight, filling his hands with the power of the spirit. Then he grabbed his head and squeezed with all his strength. The orc put not only magical power into his hands, but also all his feelings of indignation. Whether it helped or not, the monster's head began to shrink under Jerry's hands. And at some point, the orc was able to crush the Death Knight's head. But even despite this, the demon still continued to fight. Having waited for the moment when he rushed towards him, Jerry grabbed the hilt of his magic dagger. And then he stabbed it into the monster. All the rage that the orc had previously been unable to control finally turned into his strength. Then the great warrior was able to cut the Death Knight in two with the dagger. At this point, the monster found it hard to believe that he had lost, and no longer able to hold his form, the demon dissipated into thin air. All that was left of him was a spear. After making sure that the fight was over, Jerry turned his gaze towards Ben and the other people. He saw how the girl was trying to stop her brother's bleeding. He also noticed that there was demonic slime behind the people focused on the guy. A small clot was slowly crawling towards the amulet lying on the ground. It was clear that the monster wanted to recover with the help of the power contained in the stone. But Jerry could not allow him to do this, and so he hit the clot with his battle axe. This blow was the last for Neville. Even from the orc's point of view, it was an ugly end. After some time, Ben was able to wake up. Lena was the first to notice this, asking the guy how he was feeling. Seeing that Ben was still alive, Jerry approached him, holding the magic amulet in his hands. He happily told his partner that they had managed to defeat everyone. Hearing this, despite the pain, Ben's lips spread into a smile and he barely audibly said that they had managed to prevent the disaster. After that, the guy lost consciousness again. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains there was an orc settlement built around a huge stone temple. A strange rider arrived at this settlement. He was on a bone horse and an evil aura radiated from his entire body. It was the Elder Death Knight. It took him very little time to turn this settlement into a city of the dead. Walking past the corpses of the orcs, the Elder Death Knight headed towards the temple. Holding a bloody mace in his hands, he walked inside the stone building without embarrassment. In the center of the large hall, a blue crystal hung in the air, emitting an aura of mana. And although the monster's face was not visible, it was immediately clear that the knight was pleased with what he saw. The rays of the setting sun leaked through the window of the wooden hut. Ben was finally able to wake up. Lena was sitting next to him, and she explained to him that they were in the house of some peasant in the territory of Harkaren. Suddenly, the guy remembered everything that had happened to him recently, and he jumped up sharply with a question about what happened to the Death Knight. To which the girl answered him that, fortunately for Ben, he survived, but the Death Knight did not. The realization of what had happened brought the guy both delight and horror at once, forcing him to babble some incoherent words in turn. Seeing her brother's not quite normal state, Lena slapped the guy on the cheeks to bring him to his senses. Then the girl demanded that Ben call her sister, and not by name. When he calmed down a little, he asked why they were here. To which Lena replied that since her brother had kept his promise to the Emperor, then when she had finished helping him, they would both be free. This meant that Ben's dealings with the Shadow Clan were over. The girl continued to say that her brother would be free to do whatever he wanted, including restoring his family. This surprised Ben a little, to which the girl replied that a man's duty was to start a family, which meant that Ben needed to get married and have children. This sent shivers down the guy's spine, and to change the subject he told the girl that he wanted to tell her something first. At that moment, Jerry's voice came from the other side of the room, declaring that he had a lot to talk about with him too. The orc slammed his fist on the table in impatience. Jerry had the feeling that the guy in front of him knew absolutely everything about him, his thoughts on the codex, the existence of the oath blades and their power. He even knew about the orc's method of fighting against cavalry. He also remembered the incident when the guy was moaning in his sleep, clearly seeing a nightmare in which, judging by the fragments of phrases, Ben swore not to allow the orc to die again, but he did not voice it. He was eager to find out who Ben really was. Hearing Jerry's words, Ben thought for a while in complete silence. Then he looked towards Shane, who was also nearby and standing by the wall, asking the knight to leave the room, since he had something to tell the other two present. To which Shane smiled slyly and asked Ben if he wanted to tell these two about that very thing. This phrase puzzled the guy a little. Seeing his surprised face, the fair-haired knight giggled and said that he knew everything from his lordship, so Ben could calmly speak in front of him, to which the guy only slapped his face with his hand and replied that he wanted to tell the knight all this himself, but a little later. Then the boy gathered himself and addressed everyone present. He told them that what he was about to tell them might seem untrue to others, and it concerned their future. When Ben finally finished his story, the sun had long since set and the full moon was shining above. Jerry briefly summed up, highlighting the main points of the story, and Ben confirmed them. Looking at the boy, the orc asked if he really thought he would believe him. According to the orcs, all people were skilled lagoons, and there was nothing to prove the boy's words. Hearing this, Ben became slightly angry, since it was simply impossible to prove such a thing. But the orc interrupted his flow of indignation. He declared that he was ready to believe the words of a friend who fought beside him, no matter how incredible his words were. Since Ben had risked his life to warn Jerry of the danger his people were in and saved his life, the orc considered him his friend. And, as proof of his friendship, he extended his hand to him. As a sign that he also trusted Jerry with his life and considered him a friend, Ben shook his hand in return. Sitting next to him, Lena, watching what was happening, noticed that although she had difficulty understanding everything her brother said, she also believed him. At that moment, a loud voice was heard from the street, calling Ben by name. The door swung open and Nana rushed into the hut in search of the guy. Surprised, Ben looked at the orc girl and asked if something had happened with the course of the war, since the girl had already returned. Nana excitedly confirmed that she was here precisely because of the war, and also because she wanted to know what happened to Neville and the great orc warrior. Jerry himself answered her question, telling her that Neville was dead. Suddenly, it dawned on Ben that if Jerry was still here, then what had happened with the battle at the Ledens River? The orc looked at the guy in surprise and asked if it hadn't ended after Neville died. Realizing the whole situation, Ben let out a loud scream, calling Jerry a damn orc, to which he asked in surprise why the man was yelling like that. The moon brightly illuminated the stone wastelands and the lake. On the shore of this lake stood military tents, and above the surface of the water began to appear the muzzles of hippos. In one of the tents, the orc leader Brock told the others that the war in which they were participating involved minions of demons, and the warriors of his tribe fell before the power of some mystical artifact. The second of those present was the leader of the Blue Elves tribe named Jang, who found it difficult to believe that among the people who were doing business with him were followers of demons. The one who was most outraged by Brock's story of Neville's betrayal was the chieftain of the Red Lizard tribe, Sean. Brock was also saddened that the warrior he thought was reliable, Neville, turned out to be a traitor, but this was told to him by a person worthy of faith. Jang doubted that there were people who could be trusted, but the orc chieftain explained that this man went to Harkonnen with Jerry, a great orc warrior. This statement surprised, but also explained a lot to the rest of the people present. Brock also explained to everyone that further military action would only lead to senseless losses, and they should try to concentrate on defense. At this moment, unnoticed by those present in the tent, many hippos with riders on their backs came out onto the shore of the lake. The chieftains were so focused on the conversation that they simply did not pay attention to everything else. Suddenly, a cry was heard from the street that they were attacked by enemies. The attackers were orcs from the Blue Hippo tribe, who rode their battle pets to the shore of the lake. Chief Brock, looking around, tried to understand the situation they were in, but at that moment he was attacked. A warrior, riding a hippo, tried to hit the orc chief with his axe, but Jang held him back with his magic. Having stopped the attacker, the elf tribe chief rushed to check if Brock was okay, while Sean, jumping out of the tent, rushed to gather the people of his tribe. When the furious orc shouted to his soldiers, Brock tried to stop him. But Jang again drew the attention of the orc chief to himself, demanding that he immediately gather everyone to repel the enemy, to which Brock replied that he had a bad feeling, since the attackers only started the fire. At that moment, Sean and his soldiers mounted their red lizards and rushed in pursuit of the warriors of the Blue Hippo tribe. Bork tried to stop them again, but they did not listen to him. Following the attackers, the warriors of the Red Lizard tribe rushed to catch up with them on the road to the canyon. Looking at this, Brock only sighed in resignation. And the next moment, a loud explosion was heard in the canyon. Both Brock and Jang were shocked by what happened. The orc leader turned to his comrade and asked if he realized that the warriors of the Blue Hippo tribe waged war against their code. Jang also realized that the way their opponents fought could be called a human form of war. This realization angered the leader of the Owl tribe. And with a loud cry, he called for all the warriors to go back. Following Jang, the orc leader Brock repeated the same order. Then both orcs ordered all their brethren to return back in one voice, but in the heat of battle no one listened to them. At that moment, a loud cry was heard, rolling through the canyon, which still managed to attract the attention of not only the warriors of the Red Lizards, but also the warriors of the Blue Behemoth tribe. When everyone looked in the direction of this voice, they saw a vaguely familiar silhouette of an orc towering over the cliff above them. Some of them were able to recognize the great warrior Jerry in him, and some noticed something strange in his hand. At that moment, Jerry raised the staff that Neville had previously possessed over his head and announced that he had conspired with the followers of the demons, and he, the great warrior of the orc people, took his life according to the code, and the court of Harkonnen was his witness. He also declared to everyone that this war was against the code. Raising his hunter-tail above his head, the orc announced that he, as the great warrior of the orc tribe, ordered everyone to lower their weapons. In case anyone refused to listen to him, the orc demonstrated his strength by cutting a stone column standing next to him. It fell down where the battle was taking place. Large blocks of stones divided the combatants into two halves. After that, Jerry announced to everyone that anyone who resisted his order would be buried under these stones. A little later, Brock and Jerry decided to discuss the essence of the current situation. According to the orc leader, although the war did not last long, the damage was still great despite all the attempts of the great warrior to protect the tribe. Upset, Jerry asked Brock with a serious face what the losses were. To which the orc king replied that in general about half of the warriors were killed, and this concerned both their side and the enemy, shocking Ben with his answer. The majority of the casualties were due to the explosion in the canyon, as the enemy, despite being outnumbered, still resorted to using explosives. The Blue Behemoth warriors also suffered from this method, being sacrificed for the sake of surprise attacks and mindless assaults. The truth of this war was that the entire orc race suffered losses, which was the true plan of the demons. Hearing exactly what Brock was saying, Ben was amazed that such brave warriors would follow such an illogical order. It pained Brock to admit it, but the boy was right. In defense of his tribesmen, he could cite the fact that it was enough to talk to Neville and the other elders around him, as the orc would begin to feel dizzy and painful. Jerry sighed and noted that they were most likely using demonic energy to awaken the inner aggression and true nature of the orcs, and although they were not infected, the demonic energy alone was enough to provoke a war. It was bitter for Ben to realize that even in this life he could not stop the decline of the orc race, which led to half of them being sacrificed. Jerry laughed mirthlessly at his words, but said that there was no need to mourn the loss. After all, thanks to the boy's actions, the other half of his people survived. So it was worth being happy for them. Brock also hastened to note that Neville was stopped thanks to Ben. So he wanted to thank the boy on behalf of the entire people and promised that he would never forget this debt to him. Then the orc king extended his hand to the boy, and Ben shook it in return. Suddenly Shane, who had been silent until now, noticed that the boy's knowledge about this would no longer help him, and Ben realized that the knight was right. The changes he had already made could completely change the future he knew before, and from now on he would have to face unknown situations. Seeing the serious expression on his friend's face, Shane grinned and assured him that there was no need to worry so much, but since everyone had foreseen such a reaction from the boy, his lordship had written him a letter in advance for this case. After that, he handed the boy an envelope with the royal seal. King Edgar's letter to Ben said that the boy had already changed a lot, so if things went wrong, he shouldn't hate himself. And if everything went as planned, then Ben should just enjoy his achievements and be proud of what he had done. In the opinion of his lordship Edgar, the boy truly deserved the praise and gratitude of others. Seeing that Ben had finished reading, Shane noted that it was rare for his lordship to openly express his feelings. He usually didn't act like this even with his own family, so it seemed that he was genuinely worried about Ben. Hearing the knight's words about family, Ben thought about his own. Then he turned to Lena. Hesitantly, Ben told her that he had something he wanted to confess to her. Taking a deep breath, he told the girl that he was not, in fact, her brother by blood. But upon hearing this statement, Lena was very surprised. In apology, Ben bowed deeply and said that he had to lie to her. So now he sincerely apologized to Lena. Still surprised by the guy's words, Lena assured him that he was one of the Moore's family, so he should not have said such a thing. To this, the guy, without raising his head, began to explain that he was only pretending. But the girl at that moment interrupted him and said that the guy was undoubtedly a member of the Moore's family. These words puzzled Ben, because he really was pretending, but the girl again assured him that this was not so. Then she explained that when they first met, the guy's blood got on her blade, and she was able to test it. Ben was shocked to learn that the test results showed that his blood was closer to the direct line of the family than even Lena's blood. It was hard for him to believe this news. After all, for as long as he could remember, he had always been alone. And before he could know what life was, he learned to survive without such a thing as family. After all, as a baby, he was abandoned on the street in the terrible cold. Therefore, for him, only one person deserved the title of his family. After Erina picked him up, he never thought about why he was abandoned. And now he found out that he was one of the heirs of the Morse house. But this news did not make him happy at all. On the contrary, it angered him, since the guy was abandoned in infancy, and the rest of the family did not even try to look for him. Seeing what emotions overwhelmed the guy, Lena hugged him with her arms and pressed him to herself, assuring the guy that everything was fine and he, like her, found his family. Realizing that it was better not to disturb these two now, Shane pushed Brock and Jerry out of the tent. When Ben calmed down a little, Lena continued her explanations, and said that a characteristic feature of the Morse family is shadow blood, which manifests itself in black hair and eyes, and the more this blood was in a person, the higher his status in the family was considered, and his blood was really strong. Ben was a little confused by this description, as it somehow reminded him of the description of cursed blood. Lena also noted that Ben most likely has a direct line of kinship with her, as he is very tall, and she, in turn, got her height from the elves. Hearing these words, Ben understood why Lena was constantly staring at him in his past life, because she did not even suspect that Ben was from the Morse clan. The girl continued to explain that in the direct line of the family there is such a thing as the law of the shadow. Then Lena pulled out her dagger from her belt and explained that it is a sacred thing belonging to their family, which is able to strengthen the blood of the heir of the clan, and then offered the guy to try using it if he wants to become stronger, to which Ben categorically refused. In his past life, he had already studied the basics of combat, and Lena's fighting style was the complete opposite of his. Hearing the guy's refusal, Lena wilted. Ben was surprised that it was so important to her, but he was glad that everything ended so well and he was able to not only find his family, but also prevent a catastrophe, while the future was slowly becoming brighter. At that moment, Shane burst into the tent. He excitedly reported that a senior Death Knight had appeared in Batara and stolen the holy relic of the orcs. Also, a demonic beast had appeared in Kurun, which also stole the holy relic of Humanitas. Upon hearing this, Ben was so shocked that he was even confused. In the evening, a general council was held in the orc camp. Brock was furious. Not only did the demons try to destroy their race, but they also dared to steal their relics. Jiang and Sean were furious at this news and called for uniting all the orcs and defeating the demon race once and for all. The elder of the Blue Hippo tribe was upset and felt guilty that their tribe had fallen for Neville's tricks, so as a sign of apology, he suggested that the Blue Hippo tribe should walk in the front row. The other elders of the other tribes also said that they were ready to join them. Seeing that everyone was so excited, Jerry decided to take the thread of the conversation. Realizing that disagreements would be inevitable, with the authority of a great orc warrior, he ordered all the elders to suppress any conflicts between the tribes until the followers of the demons were destroyed. But not just destroyed, but so that all the bones of these demons were wiped off the face of the earth. Ben and Lena did not participate in the general meeting of the orcs, but even standing at a distance from the tent where it was held, the boys could guess the course of the agreement, so loud was Jerry's voice. When the meeting was completely over, the great orc warrior approached his sister and brother. Upon seeing him, Ben asked if the other elders had any information about the demon's followers. Jerry was very surprised to hear his question, as he thought that Ben should know all this. But the guy made a contemptuous expression on his face and said that if he knew this, he would not be here long ago, and Lena was simply speechless from the stupidity of this orc. Realizing that he did something wrong, Jerry tried to switch the topic to something positive, and said that he was already glad that they managed to prevent the destruction of his race. To which Ben noted that this very race managed to lose a sacred relic. The orc clearly did not realize the full scale of this problem, as he perceived this ancient thing only as a lamp. Hearing this, Ben became even more angry, since the relic was very important, because with its help it was possible to exterminate all the weak monsters. Hearing the guy's remark, Jerry got angry, since it seemed to the orc that the guy put the relic above the military power of his people. Ben shook his head in denial and explained that he felt guilty, since the incident must have happened right after he left Bader, which means that part of the blame for the missing relic lies with him. Understanding the essence of his friend's experiences, the orc patted him on the shoulder and replied that the responsibility for the loss of the relic lies not with the guy, but with him. Although the orc's words took some of the burden of responsibility off his shoulders, Ben was still worried about the fact that the demons did not destroy the relic, but took it with them. According to Shane, one could judge that the demon that appeared in Kurun left with a huge crystal in his paws. In his past life, the demons had also tried to steal the relic core when he was in Kurun, but even then, the boy didn't know why they were doing it. At that moment, Ben was called out to. Shane came up to them and explained that he had just finished reporting the situation to headquarters, and it looked like they would have to head back to the Empire as soon as the sun rose. He was curious to know Ben's plans for this. The knight's words made the boy think that they were in a somewhat precarious state right now, and therefore the old man had to give him answers to some of his questions. So he decided to go with Shane. This decision pleased the knight. The sun rose over the stone plateau, and morning came. The great orc warrior Jerry gathered all the orcs on the platform before the exit from the plateau. All this was done in order to say goodbye to Ben. For Jerry, the boy became more than just a friend. He became the person to whom he owed his life. Therefore, he wanted to send Ben and his friends off properly. At this time, some events were also taking place in the central Temple of Soul, located on the sacred mountain of Nidus. His Excellency Ash stood thoughtfully, looking at the stained glass windows, which caused concern to his Cardinal Robert. His Holiness shared with his confidant the concern caused by his thoughts due to the news that came from outside yesterday. It turned out that a rumor had spread among the people that Ash was the head of an organization of usurers and was obsessed with money. It pained him to realize that he and the priests of his temple were considered pathetic usurers. Hearing this, Robert became furious, considering such things nothing less than blasphemy. Ash chuckled and explained that this was all happening because the reputation of their temple had fallen so low that even the Shining Knight had left Elfheim to avoid meeting the holy knights that their temple had sent. And since the mistrust and hostility towards the Temple of Soul was growing every day, His Holiness could not even warn of the doom that was coming, or even prepare for it. He did not know what to do in this situation, and this greatly depressed him. Realizing that the man in front of him was practically mired under the weight of responsibility, Robert decided to remind His Holiness of the conversation they had in the recent past. Understanding what the Cardinal meant, Ash became worried. But Robert decided to insist on his own and again proposed to exile all who had lost their faith in order to restore the honor of their Temple of Soul, as he believed this was the only way out. It wasn't that His Holiness was against the plan, but he felt that the time had not yet come. Cardinal Robert tried to explain to the man once again that if they continued to delay, the situation would only get worse and it would be too late to change anything. His Holiness's biggest concern was that that man would be forced to leave the church for a while Cardinal Robert was worried about how to convince that man of the need for this. Having made his decision, Ash assured his cardinal that he knew how to do it. Deep in the mountains, there was a mansion belonging to one of the members of the demon worshippers, and within its depths, the chief demon of the underworld currently resided. The creature was in a bad mood, since none of its followers had been able to carry out its orders. His closest human subordinate, codenamed Number 2, was kneeling before him and trying to justify himself by saying that at least they had managed to get 2 relics. But the higher demon of the underworld was not at all satisfied with this, since it meant that the whole world knew about what they were up to. But this was unimportant to him, as the guy from the Moors clan would have told everyone about their plans sooner or later anyway, and so the demon was much more interested in the question of how many people remained under the control of Number 2. The man, trembling before the higher demon, began to explain that their order had brothers who had infiltrated the magic tower and the heart of the kingdom of Selden, and they also had enough people to force the association to act. There were also people involved in the operation in the kingdom of Beastmen and Tertius, whom they had been preparing for a long time. Unfortunately for him, all of their people in Elfheim had been purged, and only low-level orcs remained. They also had people who still held high positions in the empire and who had connections with some high-ranking aristocrats. But even this did not satisfy the greater demon, as he considered all of these people to be a bunch of useless. Even more frightened by the pressure that the greater demon had released, Number 2 began to bang his head on the floor, assuring his master that those same aristocrats could be useful to their cause. Realizing that at the moment he would get nothing more from Number 2 anyway, the greater demon ordered his servant to secretly prepare sacrifices for him until things returned to normal. And as soon as the world's attention turned elsewhere, he was going to kill Ben himself. Not far from the Temple of Soul was the secret chapel. His Holiness Ash and Cardinal Robert stood before her, conversing with the spirit of the Holy Knight. His Holiness tried to explain that because the Shining Knight refused to meet with him, the priest was unable to convey the prophecy of the world's doom to him. Therefore, he now asked the spirit of the Holy Knight for help. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Ash told him that the holy relics of Bader and Kurun had been stolen, and also told him that both places had previously been protected by a knight named Ben, who had prevented several disasters. In His Holiness's opinion, this knight might have been the key sent to them by the goddess to prevent the prophecy of doom from coming true, although the cardinal doubted that such a thing should be said to the spirit of the Holy Knight. Hearing the priest's words, the spirit asked if his words could be regarded as the goddess's wish. Although Ash did not give his consent directly, he did not deny it either. The spirit of the Holy Knight then crossed himself. Then he loudly declared that it would be as the goddess wished, and then folded his hands in a prayer gesture to activate his skill called the Hand of God's Spirit of the Holy Knight. The sounds of fast footsteps could be heard in the originally silent forest. 2 people were hurrying along the path that led through the forest, one of whom was riding a moon wolf, and the other was on a knight's horse. Shane, who was struggling to keep up with Ben's fast wolf on horseback, asked the boy where Lena was at the moment. Ben grinned and assured his friend that there was no need to worry about her, since she was running right behind them. The brother and sister were sitting at rest last night. While Shane slept, Ben and Lena sat by the fire, keeping watch. The girl was surprised at how the boy could eat so much, and he explained to her that his technique made him stronger the more he ate. And although the essence of the technique sounded incredible, Lena offered to teach Ben the secret technique of their family, as it was the best stealth technique in the world. To demonstrate this, the girl got up from her place and approached the sleeping moon wolf. Then, stepping into his shadow, she began to dive into it. First gradually, as if falling into the ground, and then instantly, as if evaporating. Watching all this and not stopping to eat, Ben noticed that the law of shadows surprised him every time, no matter how many times he saw it. At the moment, the girl was in the shadow of the moon wolf, and Ben was worried that the beast would attack her. Luna was truly amazing, because not only could she move in the shadow of the beast, but she could also calmly communicate with her brother. She once again offered the guy to teach him this technique, and he once again refused, explaining that the Shadow Clan technique was the opposite of the technique he used, but the girl still insisted on her own, since she wanted to see him as the heir of the house, but Ben was not at all eager to become one. Seeing that the guy could not accept himself as a member of the Morse family, Lena began to get angry. And to calm her down, Ben again had to call her sister. This word was special for him, since it meant a connection and relationship. And these concepts were associated with him primarily with Erina, a little bit with Kloe and stubborn old man Edgar, and also just a little bit with Shane and his lamentations, in general with something that was not in his past life. But the guy was sure of one thing: no matter what happened to him in the future, he would definitely protect all the people dear to him.